Short fiction. By Nikolai Gogol. Short fiction. St. John's Eve. A story told by the sacristan of the Dikanka church. Toma Grigorovich had one very strange eccentricity. To the day of his death he never liked to tell the same thing twice. There were times when, if you asked him to relate a thing afresh, he would interpolate new matter, or alter it so that it was impossible to recognize it. Once upon a time, one of those gentlemen who, like the usurers at our yearly fairs, clutch and beg and steal every sort of frippery, and issue mean little volumes, no thicker than an ABC book, every month, or even every week, wormed this same story out of Toma Grigorovich, and the latter completely forgot about it. But that same young gentleman, in the pea-green kaftan, came from Poltava, bringing with him a little book, and, opening it in the middle, showed it to us. Toma Grigorovich was on the point of setting his spectacles astride of his nose, but recollected that he had forgotten to wind thread about them and stick them together with wax. So he passed it over to me. As I understand nothing about reading and writing, and do not wear spectacles, I undertook to read it. I had not turned 2 leaves when all at once he caught me by the hand and stopped me. "Stop. Tell me first what you are reading." I confess that I was a trifle stunned by such a question. "What? What am I reading, Toma Grigorovich?" "Why, your own words." "Who told you that they were my words?" "Why, what more would you have? Here it is printed, related by such and such a sacristan." Spit on the head of the man who printed that. He lies, the dog of a Moscow peddler. Did I say that? 'Twas just the same as though one hadn't his wits about him. Listen. I'll tell the tale to you on the spot. We moved up to the table, and he began. "My grandfather, the kingdom of heaven be his. May he eat only wheaten rolls and poppy seed cakes with honey in the other world. Could tell a story wonderfully well. When he used to begin a tale you could not stir from the spot all day, but kept on listening. He was not like the storyteller of the present day, when he begins to lie, with a tongue as though he had had nothing to eat for 3 days, so that you snatch your cap and flee from the house. I remember my old mother was alive then, and in the long winter evenings when the frost was crackling out of doors, and had sealed up hermetically the narrow panes of our cottage. She used to sit at her wheel, drawing out a long thread in her hand, rocking the cradle with her foot, and humming a song, which I seem to hear even now. The lamp, quivering and flaring up as though in fear of something, lighted up our cottage, the spindle hummed. And all of us children, collected in a cluster, listened to grandfather, who had not crawled off the stove for more than 5 years, owing to his great age. But the wondrous tales of the incursions of the Zaporozhian Cossacks and the Poles, the bold deeds of Podkova, of Polterkozhuk and Sagadachnyi, did not interest us so much as the stories about some deed of old which always sent a shiver through our frames and made our hair rise upright on our heads. Sometimes such terror took possession of us in consequence of them, that, from that evening forward, heaven knows how wonderful everything seemed to us. If one chanced to go out of the cottage after nightfall for anything, one fancied that a visitor from the other world had lain down to sleep in one's bed. And I have often taken my own smock, at a distance, as it lay at the head of the bed, for the evil one rolled up into a ball. But the chief thing about grandfather's stories was, that he never lied in all his life, and whatever he said was so, was so. I will now tell you one of his wonderful tales. I know that there are a great many wise people who copy in the courts, and can even read civil documents, but who, if you were to put into their hand a simple prayer book, could not make out the first letter in it, and would show all their teeth in derision. These people laugh at everything you tell them. Along comes one of them, and doesn't believe in witches. Yes, glory to God that I have lived so long in the world. I have seen heretics to whom it would be easier to lie in confession than it would be to our brothers and equals to take snuff, and these folk would deny the existence of witches. But let them just dream about something, and they won't even tell what it was. There, it is no use talking about them. No one could have recognized the village of ours a little over 100 years ago, it was a hamlet, the poorest kind of a hamlet. Half a score of miserable farmhouses, unplastered and badly thatched, were scattered here and there about the fields. There was not a yard or a decent shed to shelter animals or wagons. That was the way the wealthy lived, and if you had looked for our brothers, the poor, why, a hole in the ground, that was a cabin for you. Only by the smoke could you tell that a God-created man lived there. You ask why they lived so? It was not entirely through poverty. Almost everyone led a raiding Cossack life, and gathered not a little plunder in foreign lands. It was rather because it was little use building up a good wooden house. Many folk were engaged in raids all over the country, Crimeans, Poles, Lithuanians. It was quite possible that their own countrymen might make a descent and plunder everything. Anything was possible. In this hamlet a man, or rather a devil in human form, often made his appearance. Why he came, and whence, no one knew. He prowled about, got drunk, and suddenly disappeared as if into the air, leaving no trace of his existence. Then, behold, he seemed to have dropped from the sky again, and went flying about the street of the village, of which no trace now remains, and which was not more than 100 paces from Dykanka. He would collect together all the Cossacks he met, then there were songs, laughter, and cash in plenty, and vodka flowed like water. He would address the pretty girls, and give them ribbons, earrings, strings of beads, more than they knew what to do with. It is true that the pretty girls rather hesitated about accepting his presents. God knows, perhaps, what unclean hands they had passed through. My grandfather's aunt, who kept at that time a tavern, in which Basavriuk, as they called this devil-man, often caroused, said that no consideration on the earth would have induced her to accept a gift from him. But then, again, how to avoid accepting? Fear seized on everyone when he knit his shaggy brows, and gave a sidelong glance which might send your feet God knows whither, whilst if you did accept. Then the next night some fiend from the swamp, with horns on his head, came and began to squeeze your neck, if there was a string of beads upon it. Or bite your finger, if there was a ring upon it, or drag you by the hair, if ribbons were braided in it. God have mercy, then, on those who held such gifts. But here was the difficulty, it was impossible to get rid of them. If you threw them into the water, the diabolical ring or necklace would skim along the surface and into your hand. There was a church in the village, St. Pantelei, if I remember rightly. There lived there a priest, Father Athanasii of blessed memory. Observing that Basavriuk did not come to church, even at Easter, he determined to reprove him and impose penance upon him. Well, he hardly escaped with his life. Hark ye, sir. He thundered in reply, learn to mind your own business instead of meddling in other people's, if you don't want that throat of yours stuck with boiling kutya. What was to be done with this unrepentant man? Father Athanasii contented himself with announcing that anyone who should make the acquaintance of Basavriuk would be counted a Catholic, an enemy of Christ's Orthodox Church. Not a member of the human race. In this village there was a Cossack named Kors, who had a laborer whom people called Peter the Orphan, perhaps because no one remembered either his father or mother. The church elder, it is true, said that they had died of the pest in his 2nd year. But my grandfather's aunt would not hear of that, and tried with all her might to furnish him with parents, although poor Peter needed them about as much as we need last year's snow. She said that his father had been in Zaporozhe, and had been taken prisoner by the Turks, amongst whom he underwent God only knows what tortures, until having, by some miracle, disguised himself as a eunuch, he made his escape. Little cared the black-browed youths and maidens about Peter's parents. They merely remarked, that if he only had a new coat, a red sash, a black lambskin cap with a smart blue crown on his head, a Turkish saber by his side, a whip in one hand and a pipe with handsome mountings in the other, he would surpass all the young men. But the pity was, that the only thing poor Peter had was a grey gabardine with more holes in it than there are gold pieces in a Jew's pocket. But that was not the worst of it. Kors had a daughter, such a beauty as I think you can hardly have chanced to see. My grandfather's aunt used to say, and you know that it is easier for a woman to kiss the evil one than to call anyone else a beauty, that this Cossack maiden's cheeks were as plump and fresh as the pinkest poppy when, bathed in God's dew, it unfolds its petals, and coquettes with the rising sun. That her brows were evenly arched over her bright eyes like black cords, such as are maidens by nowadays, for their crosses and ducats. Off the Moscow pedlars who visit the villages with their baskets. That her little mouth, at sight of which the youths smacked their lips, seemed made to warble the songs of nightingales. That her hair, black as the raven's wing, and soft as young flax, fell in curls over her shoulders, for our maidens did not then plait their hair in pigtails interwoven with pretty, bright-hued ribbons. May I never intone another Alleluia in the choir, if I would not have kissed her, in spite of the grey which is making its way through the old wool which covers my pate. And of the old woman beside me, like a thorn in my side. Well, you know what happens when young men and maidens live side by side. In the twilight the heels of red boots were always visible in the place where Fedorka chatted with her Peter. But Kors would never have suspected anything out of the way. Only one day, it is evident that none but the evil one could have inspired him, Peter took into his head to kiss the maiden's rosy lips with all his heart, without first looking well about him. And that same evil one, may the son of a dog dream of the Holy Cross, caused the old greybeard, like a fool, to open the cottage door at that same moment. Kors was petrified, dropped his jaw, and clutched at the door for support. Those unlucky kisses completely stunned him. Recovering himself, he took his grandfather's hunting whip from the wall, and was about to belabor Peter's back with it. When Fedorka's little 6-year-old brother Ivis rushed up from somewhere or other, and, grasping his father's legs with his little hands, screamed out, "Daddy, Daddy! Don't beat Peter!" What was to be done? A father's heart is not made of stone. Hanging the whip again on the wall, he led Peter quietly from the house. "If you ever show yourself in my cottage again, or even under the windows, look out, Peter, for, by heaven, your black mustache will disappear. And your black locks, though wound twice about your ears, will take leave of your pate, or my name is not Terenty Kors." So saying, he gave him such a taste of his fist in the nape of his neck, that all grew dark before Peter, and he flew headlong out of the place. So there was an end of their kissing. Sorrow fell upon our turtle doves. And a rumor grew rife in the village that a certain Pole, all embroidered with gold, with mustaches, saber, spurs, and pockets jingling like the bells of the bag with which our sacristan Taras goes through the church every day, had begun to frequent Kors's house. Now, it is well known why a father has visitors when there is a black-browed daughter about. So, one day, Fedorka burst into tears, and caught the hand of her brother Ivis. "Ivis, my dear. Ivis, my love. Fly to Peter, my child of gold, like an arrow from a bow. Tell him all, I would have loved his brown eyes, would have kissed his fair face, but my fate decrees otherwise. More than one handkerchief have I wet with burning tears. I am sad and heavy at heart. And my own father is my enemy. I will not marry the Pole, whom I do not love. Tell him they are making ready for a wedding, but there will be no music at our wedding, priests will sing instead of pipes and viols. I shall not dance with my bridegroom, they will carry me out. Dark, dark will be my dwelling of maple wood, and, instead of chimneys, a cross will stand upon the roof." Peter stood petrified, without moving from the spot, when the innocent child lisped out Fedorka's words to him. "And I, wretched man, had thought to go to the Crimea and Turkey, to win gold and return to thee, my beauty. But it may not be. We have been overlooked by the evil eye. I too shall have a wedding, dear one, but no ecclesiastics will be present at that wedding. The black crow instead of the Pope will caw over me, the bare plain will be my dwelling. The dark blue cloud my roof tree. The eagle will claw out my brown eyes, the rain will wash my Cossack bones, and the whirlwinds dry them. But what am I? Of what should I complain? 'Tis clear God willed it so. If I am to be lost, then so be it," and he went straight to the tavern. My late grandfather's aunt was somewhat surprised at seeing Peter at the tavern, at an hour when good men go to morning mass, and stared at him as though in a dream when he called for a jug of brandy, about half a pailful. But the poor fellow tried in vain to drown his woe. The vodka stung his tongue like nettles, and tasted more bitter than wormwood. He flung the jug from him upon the ground. "You have sorrowed enough, Cossack," growled a bass voice behind him. He looked round, it was Basavriuk. Ugh, what a face! His hair was like a brush, his eyes like those of a bull. "I know what you lack, here it is." As he spoke he jingled a leather purse which hung from his girdle and smiled diabolically. Peter shuddered. "Ha, ha, ha! How it shines," he roared, shaking out ducats into his hands. "Ha, ha, ha! How it jingles! And I only ask one thing for a whole pile of such shiners." "It is the evil one," exclaimed Peter. "Give me them. I'm ready for anything." They struck hands upon it, and Basavriuk said, "You are just in time, Peter, tomorrow is St. John the Baptist's day. Only on this one night in the year does the fern blossom. I will await you at midnight in the Bear's Ravine. I do not believe that chickens await the hour when the housewife brings their corn with as much anxiety as Peter awaited the evening. He kept looking to see whether the shadows of the trees were not lengthening, whether the sun was not turning red toward setting, and, the longer he watched, the more impatient he grew. How long it was! Evidently, God's day had lost its end somewhere. But now the sun has set. The sky is red only on one side, and it is already growing dark. It grows colder in the fields. It gets gloomier and gloomier, and at last quite dark. At last! With heart almost bursting from his bosom, he set out and cautiously made his way down through the thick woods into the deep hollow called the Bear's Ravine. Basavriuk was already waiting there. It was so dark that you could not see a yard before you. Hand in hand they entered the ravine, pushing through the luxuriant thorn bushes and stumbling at almost every step. At last they reached an open spot. Peter looked about him, he had never chanced to come there before. Here Basavriuk halted. "Do you see before you 3 hillocks? There are a great many kinds of flowers upon them. May some power keep you from plucking even one of them. But as soon as the fern blossoms, seize it, and look not round, no matter what may seem to be going on behind thee." Peter wanted to ask some questions, but behold Basavriuk was no longer there. He approached the 3 hillocks, where were the flowers? He saw none. The wild steppe grass grew all around, and hid everything in its luxuriance. But the lightning flashed. And before him was a whole bed of flowers, all wonderful, all strange, whilst amongst them there were also the simple fronds of fern. Peter doubted his senses, and stood thoughtfully before them, arms akimbo. What manner of prodigy is this? Why, one can see these weeds 10 times a day. What is there marvelous about them? Devil's face must be mocking me. But behold! The tiny flower bud of the fern reddened and moved as though alive. It was a marvel in truth. It grew larger and larger, and glowed like a burning coal. The tiny stars of light flashed up, something burst softly, and the flower opened before his eyes like a flame, lighting the others about it. Now is the time, thought Peter, and extended his hand. He saw hundreds of hairy hands reach also for the flower from behind him, and there was a sound of scampering in his rear. He half closed his eyes, and plucked sharply at the stalk, and the flower remained in his hand. All became still. Upon a stump sat Basavriuk, quite blue like a corpse. He did not move so much as a finger. His eyes were immovably fixed on something visible to him alone, his mouth was half open and speechless. Nothing stirred around. Ugh! It was horrible. But then a whistle was heard which made Peter's heart grow cold within him. And it seemed to him that the grass whispered, and the flowers began to talk among themselves in delicate voices, like little silver bells, while the trees rustled in murmuring contention. Basavriuk's face suddenly became full of life, and his eyes sparkled. "The witch has just returned," he muttered between his teeth. "Hearken, Peter, a charmer will stand before you in a moment. Do whatever she commands, if not, you are lost forever." Then he parted the thorn bushes with a knotty stick, and before him stood a tiny farmhouse. Basavriuk smote it with his fist, and the wall trembled. A large black dog ran out to meet them, and with a whine transformed itself into a cat and flew straight at his eyes. Don't be angry, you old Satan," said Basavriuk, employing such words as would have made a good man stop his ears. Behold, instead of a cat, an old woman all bent into a bow, with a face wrinkled like a baked apple, and a nose and chin like a pair of nutcrackers. A fine charmer, thought Peter. And cold chills ran down his back. The witch tore the flower from his hand, stooped and muttered over it for a long time, sprinkling it with some kind of water. Sparks flew from her mouth, and foam appeared on her lips. "Throw it away," she said, giving it back to Peter. Peter threw it, but what wonder was this? The flower did not fall straight to the earth, but for a long while twinkled like a fiery ball through the darkness, and swam through the air like a boat. At last it began to sink lower and lower, and fell so far away that the little star, hardly larger than a poppy seed, was barely visible. "There!" croaked the old woman, in a dull voice, and Basavriuk, giving him a spade, said, "Dig here, Peter, you will find more gold than you or Kors ever dreamed of." Peter spat on his hands, seized the spade, pressed his foot on it, and turned up the earth, a second, a third, a fourth time. The spade clinked against something hard, and would go no further. Then his eyes began to distinguish a small, iron-bound coffer. He tried to seize it. But the chest began to sink into the earth, deeper, farther, and deeper still, whilst behind him he heard a laugh like a serpent's hiss. "No, you shall not have the gold until you shed human blood," said the witch, and she led up to him a child of 6, covered with a white sheet, and indicated by a sign that he was to cut off his head. Peter was stunned. A trifle, indeed, to cut off a man's, or even an innocent child's, head for no reason whatever. In wrath he tore off the sheet enveloping the victim's head, and behold! Before him stood Ivis. The poor child crossed his little hands, and hung his head. Peter flew at the witch with the knife like a madman, and was on the point of laying hands on her. "What did you promise for the girl?" thundered Basavriuk, and like a shot he was on his back. The witch stamped her foot, a blue flame flashed from the earth and illumined all within it. The earth became transparent as if molded of crystal, and all that was within it became visible, as if in the palm of the hand. Ducats, precious stones in chests and pots, were piled in heaps beneath the very spot they stood on. Peter's eyes flashed, his mind grew troubled. He grasped the knife like a madman, and the innocent blood spurted into his eyes. Diabolical laughter resounded on all sides. Misshapen monsters flew past him in flocks. The witch, fastening her hands in the headless trunk, like a wolf, drank its blood. His head whirled. Collecting all his strength, he set out to run. Everything grew red before him. The trees seemed steeped in blood, and burned and groaned. The sky glowed and threatened. Burning points, like lightning, flickered before his eyes. Utterly exhausted, he rushed into his miserable hovel and fell to the ground like a log. A death-like sleep overpowered him. 2 days and 2 nights did Peter sleep, without once awakening. When he came to himself, on the 3rd day, he looked long at all the corners of his hut, but in vain did he endeavor to recollect what had taken place. His memory was like a miser's pocket, from which you cannot entice a quarter of a kopeck. Stretching himself, he heard something clash at his feet. He looked, there were 2 bags of gold. Then only, as if in a dream, he recollected that he had been seeking for treasure, and that something had frightened him in the woods. Kors saw the sacks, and was mollified. A fine fellow, Peter, quite unequalled. Yes, and did I not love him? Was he not to me as my own son? And the old fellow repeated this fiction until he wept over it himself. Pidorka began to tell Peter how some passing gypsies had stolen Ivis, but he could not even recall him, to such a degree had the devil's influence darkened his mind. There was no reason for delay. The Pole was dismissed, and the wedding feast prepared, rolls were baked, towels and handkerchiefs embroidered, the young people were seated at table, the wedding loaf was cut. Guitars, cymbals, pipes, viols sounded, and pleasure was rife. A wedding in the olden times was not like one of the present day. My grandfather's aunt used to tell how the maidens, in festive headdresses of yellow, blue, and pink ribbons, above which they bound gold braid, in thin chemisettes embroidered on all the seams with red silk, and strewn with tiny silver flowers, in Morocco shoes, with high iron heels, danced the Gorlitza as swimmingly as peacocks, and as wildly as the whirlwind. How the youths, with their ship-shaped caps upon their heads, the crowns of gold brocade, and two horns projecting, one in front and another behind, of the very finest black lambskin, in tunics of the finest blue silk with red borders, stepped forward one by one, their arms akimbo in stately form, and executed the gopak. How the lads, in tall Cossack caps, and light cloth gabardines, girt with silver-embroidered belts, their short pipes in their teeth, skipped before them and talked nonsense. Even Kors as he gazed at the young people could not help getting gay in his old age. Guitar in hand, alternately puffing at his pipe and singing, a brandy-glass upon his head, the greybeard began the national dance amid loud shouts from the merrymakers. What will not people devise in merry mood? They even began to disguise their faces till they did not look like human beings. On such occasions one would dress himself as a Jew, another as the devil, they would begin by kissing each other, and end by seizing each other by the hair. God be with them. You laughed till you held your sides. They dressed themselves in Turkish and Tatar garments. All upon them glowed like a conflagration, and then they began to joke and play pranks. An amusing thing happened to my grandfather's aunt, who was at this wedding. She was wearing an ample Tatar robe, and, wineglass in hand, was entertaining the company. The evil one instigated one man to pour vodka over her from behind. Another, at the same moment, evidently not by accident, struck a light, and held it to her. The flame flashed up, and poor aunt, in terror, flung her dress off, before them all. Screams, laughter, jests, arose as if at a fair. In a word, the old folks could not recall so merry a wedding. Pidorka and Peter began to live like a gentleman and lady. There was plenty of everything and everything was fine. But honest folk shook their heads when they marked their way of living. From the devil no good can come, they unanimously agreed. Whence, except from the tempter of orthodox people, came this wealth? Where else could he have got such a lot of gold from? Why, on the very day that he got rich, did Basavriuk vanish as if into thin air? Say, if you can, that people only imagine things. A month had not passed, and no one would have recognized Peter. He sat in one spot, saying no word to anyone, but continually thinking and seemingly trying to recall something. When Pidorka succeeded in getting him to speak, he appeared to forget himself, and would carry on a conversation, and even grow cheerful, but if he inadvertently glanced at the sacks, "Stop, stop. I have forgotten," he would cry, and again plunge into reverie and strive to recall something. Sometimes when he sat still a long time in one place, it seemed to him as though it were coming, just coming back to mind, but again all would fade away. It seemed as if he was sitting in the tavern, they brought him vodka, vodka stung him, vodka was repulsive to him. Someone came along and struck him on the shoulder. But beyond that everything was veiled in darkness before him. The perspiration would stream down his face, and he would sit exhausted in the same place. What did not Pidorka do? She consulted the sorceresses, and they poured out fear, and brewed stomach ache too, but all to no avail. And so the summer passed. Many a Cossack had mowed and reaped. Many a Cossack, more enterprising than the rest, had set off upon an expedition. Flocks of ducks were already crowding the marshes, but there was not even a hint of improvement. It was red upon the steppes. Ricks of grain, like Cossacks' caps, dotted the fields here and there. On the highway were to be encountered wagons loaded with brushwood and logs. The ground had become more solid, and in places was touched with frost. Already had the snow begun to fall and the branches of the trees were covered with rime like rabbit skin. Already on frosty days the robin redbreast hopped about on the snow heaps like a foppish Polish nobleman, and picked out grains of corn, and children, with huge sticks, played hockey upon the ice. While their fathers lay quietly on the stove, issuing forth at intervals with lighted pipes in their lips, to growl, in regular fashion, at the orthodox frost, or to take the air. And thresh the grain spread out in the barn. At last the snow began to melt, and the ice slipped away, but Peter remained the same, and, the more time went on, the more morose he grew. He sat in the cottage as though nailed to the spot, with the sacks of gold at his feet. He grew averse to companionship, his hair grew long, he became terrible to look at. And still he thought of but one thing, still he tried to recall something, and got angry and ill-tempered because he could not. Often, rising wildly from his seat, he gesticulated violently and fixed his eyes on something as though desirous of catching it, his lips moving as though desirous of uttering some long-forgotten word, but remaining speechless. Fury would take possession of him, he would gnaw and bite his hands like a man half crazy, and in his vexation would tear out his hair by the handful, until, calming down, he would relapse into forgetfulness, as it were, and then would again strive to recall the past and be again seized with fury and fresh tortures. What visitation of God was this? Fedorka was neither dead nor alive. At first it was horrible for her to remain alone with him in the cottage. But, in course of time, the poor woman grew accustomed to her sorrow. But it was impossible to recognize the Fedorka of former days. No blushes, no smiles, she was thin and worn with grief, and had wept her bright eyes away. Once someone who took pity on her advised her to go to the witch who dwelt in the Bear's Ravine, and enjoyed the reputation of being able to cure every disease in the world. She determined to try that last remedy, and finally persuaded the old woman to come to her. This was on St. John's Eve, as it chanced. Peter lay insensible on the bench, and did not observe the newcomer. Slowly he rose, and looked about him. Suddenly he trembled in every limb, as though he were on the scaffold, his hair rose upon his head, and he laughed a laugh that filled Fedorka's heart with fear. "I have remembered, remembered," he cried, in terrible joy, and, swinging a hatchet round his head, he struck at the old woman with all his might. The hatchet penetrated the oaken door nearly 4 inches. The old woman disappeared. And a child of 7, covered in a white sheet, stood in the middle of the cottage. The sheet flew off. "Ivis," cried Fedorka, and ran to him. But the apparition became covered from head to foot with blood, and illumined the whole room with red light. She ran into the passage in her terror, but, on recovering herself a little, wished to help Peter. In vain. The door had slammed to behind her, so that she could not open it. People ran up, and began to knock, they broke in the door, as though there were but one mind among them. The whole cottage was full of smoke. And just in the middle, where Peter had stood, was a heap of ashes whence smoke was still rising. They flung themselves upon the sacks, only broken potsherds lay there instead of ducats. The Cossacks stood with staring eyes and open mouths, as if rooted to the earth, not daring to move a hair, such terror did this wonder inspire in them. I do not remember what happened next. Fedorka made a vow to go upon a pilgrimage, collected the property left her by her father, and in a few days it was as if she had never been in the village. Whither she had gone, no one could tell. Officious old women would have dispatched her to the same place whither Peter had gone. But a Cossack from Kiev reported that he had seen, in a cloister, a nun withered to a mere skeleton who prayed unceasingly. Her fellow villagers recognized her as Fedorka by the tokens, that no one heard her utter a word. And that she had come on foot, and had brought a frame for the picture of God's mother, set with such brilliant stones that all were dazzled at the sight. But this was not the end, if you please. On the same day that the evil one made away with Peter, Basavriuk appeared again, but all fled from him. They knew what sort of a being he was, none else than Satan, who had assumed human form in order to unearth treasures, and, since treasures do not yield to unclean hands, he seduced the young. That same year, all deserted their earthen huts and collected in a village, but even there was no peace on account of that accursed Basavriuk. My late grandfather's aunt said that he was particularly angry with her because she had abandoned her former tavern, and tried with all his might to revenge himself upon her. Once the village elders were assembled in the tavern, and, as the saying goes, were arranging the precedence at the table, in the middle of which was placed a small roasted lamb, shame to say. They chattered about this, that, and the other, among the rest about various marvels and strange things. Well, they saw something. It would have been nothing if only one had seen it, but all saw it, and it was this: the sheep raised his head, his goggling eyes became alive and sparkled. And the black, bristling mustache, which appeared for one instant, made a significant gesture at those present. All at once recognized Basavriuk's countenance in the sheep's head. My grandfather's aunt thought it was on the point of asking for vodka. The worthy elders seized their hats and hastened home. Another time, the church elder himself, who was fond of an occasional private interview with my grandfather's brandy glass, had not succeeded in getting to the bottom twice. When he beheld the glass bowing very low to him, "Satan take you, let us make the sign of the cross over you." And the same marvel happened to his better half. She had just begun to mix the dough in a huge kneading trough when suddenly the trough sprang up. "Stop, stop! Where are you going?" Putting its arms akimbo, with dignity, it went skipping all about the cottage. You may laugh, but it was no laughing matter to our grandfathers. And in vain did Father Athanasii go through all the village with holy water, and chase the devil through all the streets with his brush. My late grandfather's aunt long complained that, as soon as it was dark, someone came knocking at her door and scratching at the wall. Well, all appears to be quiet now in the place where our village stands. But it was not so very long ago, my father was still alive, that I remember how a good man could not pass the ruined tavern which a dishonest race had long managed for their own interest. From the smoke-blackened chimneys smoke poured out in a pillar, and rising high in the air, rolled off like a cap, scattering burning coals over the step. And Satan, the son of a dog should not be mentioned, sobbed so pitifully in his lair that the startled ravens rose in flocks from the neighboring oak wood and flew through the air with wild cries. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. A May Night. Chapter 1. Songs were echoing in the village street. It was just the time when the young men and girls, tired with the work and cares of the day, were in the habit of assembling for the dance. In the mild evening light, cheerful songs blended with mild melodies. A mysterious twilight obscured the blue sky and made everything seem indistinct and distant. It was growing dark, but the songs were not hushed. A young Cossack, Levko by name, the son of the village headman, had stolen away from the singers, guitar in hand. With his embroidered cap set awry on his head, and his hand playing over the strings, he stepped a measure to the music. Then he stopped at the door of a house half hidden by blossoming cherry trees. Whose house was it? To whom did the door lead? After a little while he played and sang. The night is nigh, the sun is down. Come out to me, my love, my own. No one is there. My bright-eyed beauty is fast asleep, said the Cossack to himself as he finished the song and approached the window. Hannah, Hannah, are you asleep, or won't you come to me? Perhaps you are afraid someone will see us, or will not expose your delicate face to the cold. Fear nothing. The evening is warm, and there is no one near. And if anyone comes I will wrap you in my caftan, fold you in my arms, and no one will see us. And if the wind blows cold, I will press you close to my heart, warm you with my kisses, and lay my cap on your tiny feet, my darling. Only throw me a single glance. No, you are not asleep, you proud thing, he exclaimed now louder, in a voice which betrayed his annoyance at the humiliation. You are laughing at me. Goodbye. Then he turned away, set his cap jauntily, and, still lightly touching his guitar, stepped back from the window. Just then the wooden handle of the door turned with a grating noise, and a girl who counted hardly 17 springs looked out timidly through the darkness, and still keeping hold of the handle, stepped over the threshold. In the twilight her bright eyes shone like little stars, her coral necklace gleamed, and the pink flush on her cheeks did not escape the Cossack's observation. How impatient you are, she said in a whisper. You get angry so quickly. Why did you choose such a time? There are crowds of people in the street. I tremble all over. Don't tremble, my darling. Come close to me, said the Cossack, putting down his guitar, which hung on a long strap round his neck, and sitting down with her on the doorstep. You know I find it hard to be only an hour without seeing you. Do you know what I am thinking of? Interrupted the young girl, looking at him thoughtfully. Something whispers to me that we shall not see so much of each other in the future. The people here are not well disposed to you, the girls look so envious, and the young fellows. I notice also that my mother watches me carefully for some time past. I must confess I was happier when among strangers. Her face wore a troubled expression as she spoke. You are only 2 months back at home, and are already tired of it, said the Cossack. And of me too perhaps? Oh no, she replied, smiling. I love you, you black-eyed Cossack. I love you because of your dark eyes, and my heart laughs in my breast when you look at me. I feel so happy when you come down the street stroking your black mustache, and enjoy listening to your song when you play the guitar. Oh my Hannah! Exclaimed the Cossack, kissing the girl and drawing her closer to him. Stop, Levko. Tell me whether you have spoken to your father? About what? He answered absent-mindedly. About my marrying you? Yes, I did. But he seemed to speak almost reluctantly. Well? What more? What can you make of him? The old curmudgeon pretends to be deaf. He will not listen to anything, and blames me for loafing with fellows, as he says, about the streets. But don't worry, Hannah. I give you my word as a Cossack, I will break his obstinacy. You only need to say a word, Levko, and it shall be as you wish. I know that of myself. Often I do not wish to obey you, but you speak only a word, and I involuntarily do what you wish. Look, look, she continued, laying her head on his shoulder and raising her eyes to the sky, the immeasurable heaven of the Ukraine. There far away are twinkling little stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it not true that those are angels opening the windows of their bright little homes and looking down on us? Is it not so, Levko? They are looking down on earth. If men had wings like birds, how high they could fly. But ah! Not even our oaks reach the sky. Still people say there is in some distant land a tree whose top reaches to heaven, and that God descends by it on the earth, the night before Easter. No, Hannah. God has a long ladder which reaches from heaven to earth. Before Easter Sunday holy angels set it up, and as soon as God puts his foot on the first rung, all evil spirits take to flight and fall in swarms into hell. That is why on Easter Day there are none of them on earth. how gently the water ripples. Like a child in the cradle, continued Hannah, pointing to the pool begirt by dark maples and weeping willows, whose melancholy branches drooped in the water. On a hill near the wood slumbered an old house with closed shutters. The roof was covered with moss and weeds, leafy apple trees had grown high up before the windows. The wood cast deep shadows on it, a grove of nut trees spread from the foot of the hill as far as the pool. I remember as if in a dream, said Hannah, keeping her eyes fixed on the house, a long, long time ago, when I was little and lived with mother, someone told a terrible story about this house. You must know it, tell me. God forbid, my dear child. Old women and stupid people talk a lot of nonsense. It would only frighten you and spoil your sleep. Tell me, my darling, my black-eyed Cossack, she said, pressing her cheek to his. No, you don't love me, you have certainly another sweetheart. I will not be frightened, and will sleep quite quietly. If you refuse to tell me, that would keep me awake. I would keep on worrying and thinking about it. Tell me, Levko. Certainly it is true what people say, that the devil possesses girls, and stirs up their curiosity. Well then, listen. Long ago there lived in that house an elderly man who had a beautiful daughter white as snow, just like you. His wife had been dead a long time, and he was thinking of marrying again. Will you pet me as before, father, if you take a second wife? Asked his daughter. Yes, my daughter, he answered, I shall love you more than ever, and give you yet more rings and necklaces. So he brought a young wife home, who was beautiful and white and red, but she cast such an evil glance at her stepdaughter that she cried aloud. But not a word did her sulky stepmother speak to her all day long. When night came, and her father and his wife had retired, the young girl locked herself up in her room, and feeling melancholy began to weep bitterly. Suddenly she spied a hideous black cat creeping towards her, its fur was aflame and its claws struck on the ground like iron. In her terror the girl sprang on a chair, the cat followed her. Then she sprang into bed, the cat sprang after her, and seizing her by the throat began to choke her. She tore the creature away, and flung it on the ground, but the terrible cat began to creep towards her again. Rendered desperate with terror, she seized her father's saber which hung on the wall, and struck at the cat, wounding one of its paws. The animal disappeared, whimpering. The next day the young wife did not leave her bedroom, the third day she appeared with her hand bound up. The poor girl perceived that her stepmother was a witch, and that she had wounded her hand. On the fourth day her father told her to bring water, to sweep the floor like a servant maid, and not to show herself where he and his wife sat. She obeyed him, though with a heavy heart. On the fifth day he drove her barefooted out of the house, without giving her any food for her journey. Then she began to sob and covered her face with her hands. You have ruined your own daughter, father, she cried, and the witch has ruined your soul. May God forgive you. He will not allow me to live much longer. And do you see, continued Levko, turning to Hannah and pointing to the house, do you see that high bank? From that bank she threw herself into the water, and has been no more seen on earth. And the witch? Hannah interrupted, timidly fastening her tearful eyes on him. The witch? Old women say that when the moon shines, all those who have been drowned come out to warm themselves in its rays, and that they are led by the witch's stepdaughter. One night she saw her stepmother by the pool, caught hold of her, and dragged her screaming into the water. But this time also the witch played her a trick. She changed herself into one of those who had been drowned, and so escaped the chastisement she would have received at their hands. Let anyone who likes believe the old women's stories. They say that the witch's stepdaughter gathers together those who have been drowned every night, and looks in their faces in order to find out which of them is the witch, but has not done so yet. Such are the old wives' tales. It is said to be the intention of the present owner to erect a distillery on the spot. But I hear voices. They are coming home from the dancing. Goodbye, Hannah. Sleep well, and don't think of all that nonsense. So saying he embraced her, kissed her, and departed. "Goodbye, Levko," said Hannah, still gazing at the dark pine wood. The brilliant moon was now rising and filling all the earth with splendor. The pool shone like silver, and the shadows of the trees stood out in strong relief. "Goodbye, Hannah." She heard again as she spoke, and felt the light pressure of a kiss. "You have come back," she said, looking round, but started on seeing a stranger before her. There was another "Goodbye, Hannah." And again she was kissed. "Has the devil brought a second?" she exclaimed angrily. "Goodbye, dear Hannah." "There is a third." "Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye, Hannah," and kisses rained from all sides. "Why, there is a whole band of them," cried Hannah, tearing herself from the youths who had gathered round. "Are they never tired of the eternal kissing? I shall soon not be able to show myself on the street." So saying, she closed the door and bolted it. Chapter 2. The Village Headman. Do you know a Ukraine night? No, you do not know a night in the Ukraine. Gaze your full on it. The moon shines in the midst of the sky, the immeasurable vault of heaven seems to have expanded to infinity. The earth is bathed in silver light, the air is warm, voluptuous, and redolent of innumerable sweet scents. Divine night. Magical night. Motionless, but inspired with divine breath, the forests stand, casting enormous shadows and wrapped in complete darkness. Calmly and placidly sleep the lakes surrounded by dark green thickets. The virginal groves of the hawthorns and cherry trees stretch their roots timidly into the cool water. Only now and then their leaves rustle unwillingly when that freebooter, the night wind, steals up to kiss them. The whole landscape is hushed in slumber. But there is a mysterious breath upon the heights. One falls into a weird and unearthly mood, and silvery apparitions rise from the depths. Divine night. Magical night. Suddenly the woods, lakes, and steppes become alive. The nightingales of the Ukraine are singing, and it seems as though the moon itself were listening to their song. The village sleeps as though under a magic spell, the cottages shine in the moonlight against the darkness of the woods behind them. The songs grow silent, and all is still. Only here and there is a glimmer of light in some small window. Some families, sitting up late, are finishing their supper at the thresholds of their houses. No, the gallop is not danced like that. Now I see, it does not go properly. What did my godfather tell me? So then. Hop. Tralala. Hop. Tralala. Hop. 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 Thus a half-intoxicated, middle-aged Cossack talked to himself as he danced through the street. By heaven, a gallop is not danced like that. What is the use of lying? On with it then. Hop. Tralala. Hop. Tralala. Hop. 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 See that fool there. If he were only a young fellow. But to see a grown man dancing, and the children laughing at him, exclaimed an old woman who was passing by, carrying a bundle of straw. Go home. It is quite time to go to sleep. I am going, said the Cossack, standing still. I am going. What do I care about the headman? He thinks because he is the eldest, and throws cold water on people, and carries his head high. As to being headman, I myself am a headman. Yes indeed, otherwise, as he spoke, he stepped up to the door of the first cottage he came to, stood at the window, drumming with his fingers on the glass, and feeling for the door handle. Woman, open. Woman, open quickly, I tell you. It is time for me to go to sleep. Where are you going, Kalnik? That is the wrong house. Some young girls who were returning from the dance called to him as they passed. Shall we show you yours? Yes, please, ladies. Ladies. Just listen to him, one of them exclaimed. How polite Kalnik is. We will show you the house, but no, first dance before us. dance before you? Oh, you are clever girls, said Kalnik in a drawling voice, and laughing. He threatened them with his finger, and stumbled, not being able to stand steadily. And will you let yourselves be kissed? I will kiss the lot. With tottering steps he began to run after them. The girls cried out and ran apart, but they soon plucked up courage and went on the other side of the road, when they saw that Kalnik was not firm on his legs. There is your house. They called to him, pointing to one which was larger than the rest, and which belonged to the village headman. Kalnik turned towards it, and began again to revile the headman. But who is this headman to whose disadvantage so much has been said? Oh, he is a very important person in the village. Before Kalnik reaches his house, we shall doubtless find enough time to say something about him. Everyone in the village takes off his cap at the sight of him, and even the smallest girls wish him good morning. Which of the young Cossacks would not like to be a headman? The headman has an entry everywhere, and every stalwart rustic stands respectfully, cap in hand, so long as the headman feels round his snuff-box with his thick, coarse finger. In parish meetings and other assemblies, although his power may be limited by the votes of the majority, the headman still maintains the upper hand, and sends whom he chooses to make roads or dig ditches. In outward manners he is morose and severe, and not fond of talking. Long ago, when the Empress Catherine of blessed memory journeyed to the Crimea, he was chosen as one of her escort for 2 whole days, and had the high honor of sitting with the imperial coachman on the box. Since then the headman has formed the habit of shaking his head solemnly and thoughtfully, of stroking his long, drooping mustache, and of darting hawk-like glances from his eyes. Whatever the topic of conversation may be, he manages to refer to his having accompanied the Empress, and sat on the box of the imperial coach. He often pretends to be hard of hearing, especially when he hears something that he does not like. He has an aversion for dandies, and himself wears under a black caftan of cloth, made at home, a simple, embroidered, woolen waistband. No one has seen him wear any other dress except, of course, on the occasion of the Tsarina's journey to the Crimea, when he wore a blue Cossack's uniform. Hardly anyone in the village remembers that time, and he keeps the uniform packed up in a chest. The headman is a widower, but his sister-in-law lives with him. She cooks his dinner and supper, keeps the house and furniture clean, weaves linen, and acts as housekeeper generally. The village gossips say that she is not a relation of his. But we must remark that the headman has many enemies who spread all kinds of slanders about him. We have now said what we considered to be necessary about the headman, and the drunken Kalnik is not yet halfway to his house. He continued to abuse the headman in terms which might be expected from one in his condition. Chapter 3. An unexpected rival, the conspiracy. No, you fellows, I won't. What is the good of all those silly goings-on? Aren't you tired of these foolish jokes? People already call us good-for-nothing scapegraces. Better go to bed. So Levko said one evening to his companions, who were trying to persuade him to take part with them in further practical jokes. Farewell, brothers. Good night, he said, and left them with quick steps. Does my bright-eyed Hannah sleep? He thought as he passed the house shaded by the cherry trees. Then in the silence he heard the sound of a whispered conversation. Levko stood still. Between the trees there glimmered something white. What is that? He thought, as he crept closer and hid himself behind a tree. By the light of the moon he saw the face of a girl standing opposite him. It was Hannah. But who was the tall man who had his back turned to him? In vain he strained his eyes. The whole figure was hidden in shadow, and the slightest forward step on Levko's part would expose him to the risk of discovery. He therefore leant quietly against the tree, and determined to remain where he was. Then he heard the girl utter his name distinctly. Levko? Levko is a baby, said the tall man in an undertone. If I ever find him with you, I will pull his hair. I should like to know what rascal is boasting of pulling my hair, said Levko to himself, stretching out his head and endeavoring to miss no word. But the stranger continued to speak so low that he was inaudible. "What, aren't you ashamed?" said Hannah after he had finished. "You are lying and deceiving me. I will never believe that you love me." "I know," continued the tall man, "that Levko has talked nonsense to you and turned your head." Here it seemed to the Cossack as though the stranger's voice were not quite unknown to him, and that he must have heard it somewhere or other. "But Levko shall learn to know me," continued the stranger. "He thinks I don't notice his rascally tricks, but he will yet feel the weight of my fists, the scoundrel." At these words Levko could no longer restrain his wrath. He came 3 steps nearer, and took a run in order to plant a blow which would have stretched the stranger on the ground in spite of his strength. At that moment, however, a ray of light fell on the latter's face, and Levko stood transfixed, for he saw it was his father. But he only expressed his surprise by an involuntary shake of the head and a low whistle. On the other side there was the sound of approaching footsteps. Hannah ran hastily into the house and closed the door behind her. "Goodbye, Hannah," cried one of the youths, who had stolen up and embraced the headman, but started back alarmed when he felt a rough mustache. "Goodbye, my darling," cried another, but speedily executed a somersault in consequence of a violent blow from the headman. "Goodbye, goodbye, Hannah," exclaimed several youths, falling on his neck. "Go to the deuce, you infernal scoundrels," shouted the headman, defending himself with both hands and feet. "What kind of Hannah do you take me for? Hang yourselves like your fathers did, you children of the devil. Falling on one like flies on honey. I will show you who Hannah is." "The headman! The headman! It is the headman!" cried the youths, running away in all directions. "Aha, father," said Levko to himself, recovering from his astonishment and looking after the headman as he departed, cursing and scolding. "Those are the tricks you like to play. Splendid! And I wonder and puzzle my head why he pretends to be deaf when I only touch on the matter. Wait, you old sinner, I will teach you to cajole other people's sweethearts. Hi! You fellows, come here," he cried, beckoning to the youths, who gathered round him. "Come nearer. I told you to go to bed, but I am differently minded now, and am ready to go round with you all night." "That is reasonable," exclaimed a broad-shouldered, stout fellow, who was regarded as the chief toper and good-for-nothing in the village. "I always feel uncomfortable if I do not have a good fling, and play some practical jokes. I always feel as though there were something wanting, as though I had lost my cap or my pipe. In a word, I don't feel like a proper Cossack then." "Do you really want to bait the headman?" asked Levko. "The headman?" "Yes, the headman. I don't know for whom he takes himself. He carries on as though he were a duke. It is not only that he treats us as if we were his serfs, but he comes after our girls." "Quite right. That is true," exclaimed all the youths together. "But are we made of any worse stuff than he?" "We are, thank God. Free Cossacks. Let us show him so." "Yes, we will show him," they shouted. "But when we go for the headman, we must not forget his clerk. The clerk shall have his share, too. Just now a song that suits the headman occurs to me." "Go on." "I will teach it you," continued Levko, striking the strings of his guitar. "But listen. Disguise yourselves as well as you can." "Hurrah for the Cossacks," cried the stout reveller, dancing and clapping his hands. "Long live freedom. When one lets the reins go, one thinks of the good old times. It feels as jolly as though one were in paradise. Hurrah, you fellows. Go ahead." The youths rushed noisily through the village street, and the pious old women, aroused from their sleep, looked through the windows, crossed themselves drowsily, and thought, "There they go. The wild young fellows." Chapter 4. Wild Pranks. Only in one house at the end of the street there still burned a light. It was the headman's. He had long finished his supper, and would certainly have gone to sleep but that he had a guest with him, the brandy distiller. The latter had been sent to superintend the building of a distillery for the lords of the manor, who possessed small allotments between the lands of the free Cossacks. At the upper end of the table, in the place of honor, sat the guest, a short, stout man with small, merry eyes. He smoked his short pipe with obvious satisfaction, spitting every moment and constantly pushing the tobacco down in the bowl. The clouds of smoke collected over his head, and veiled him in a bluish mist. It seemed as though the broad chimney of a distillery, which was bored at always being perched up on the roof, had hit upon the idea of taking a little recreation, and had now settled itself comfortably at the headman's table. Close under his nose bristled his short, thick mustache, which in the dim, smoky atmosphere resembled a mouse which the distiller had caught and held in his mouth, usurping the functions of a dining-room cat. The headman sat there, as master of the house, wearing only his shirt and linen breeches. His eagle eye began to grow dim like the setting sun, and to half close. At the lower end of the table sat, smoking his pipe, one of the village council, of which the headman was superintendent. Out of respect for the latter he had not removed his caftan. "How soon do you think," asked the headman, turning to the distiller and putting his hand before his gaping mouth, "will you have the distillery put up? With God's help we shall be distilling brandy this autumn. On Conception Day I bet the headman will be tracing the figure 8 with his feet on his way home." So saying, the distiller laughed so heartily that his small eyes disappeared altogether, his body was convulsed, and his twitching lips actually let go of the reeking pipe for a moment. "God grant it," said the headman, on whose face the shadow of a smile was visible. "Now, thank heaven, the number of distilleries is increasing a little. But in the old days, when I accompanied the Tsarina on the Perezhlaslav road, and the late Besporodko. Yes, my friend, those were bad times. Then from Kremenchuk to Roman there were hardly 2 distilleries. And now, but have you heard what the infernal Germans have invented? They say they will no longer use wood for fuel in the distilleries, but devilish steam." At these words the distiller stared at the table reflectively, and at his arms resting on it. "But how they can use steam, by heavens! I don't know. What fools these Germans are," said the headman. "I should like to give these sons of dogs a good thrashing. Whoever heard of cooking with steam? At this rate one will not be able to get a spoonful of porridge or a bit of bacon into one's mouth." "And you, friend," broke in the headman's sister-in-law, who was sitting by the stove, "will you be with us the whole time without your wife?" "Do I want her then? If she were only passably good-looking." "She is not pretty, then?" asked the headman with a questioning glance. "How should she be?" "As old as Satan, and with a face as full of wrinkles as an empty purse," said the distiller, shaking again with laughter. Then a noise was heard at the door, which opened and a Cossack stepped over the threshold without removing his cap, and remained standing in an absent-minded way in the middle of the room, with open mouth and gazing at the ceiling. It was Kalnik, whose acquaintance we have already made. "Now I am at home," he said, taking his seat by the door, without taking any notice of those present. Ah! To what a length Satan made the road stretch! I went on, and there was no end. My legs are quite broken. Woman, bring me my fur blanket to lie down on. There it is in the corner. But mind you don't upset the little pot of snuff. But no, better not touch it. Leave it alone. You are really quite drunk, I had better get it myself." Kalnik tried to rise, but an invincible power fettered him to his seat. "That's a nice business," said the headman. "He comes into a strange house, and behaves as though he were at home. Push him out, in heaven's name." "Let him rest a bit, friend," said the distiller, seizing the headman's arm. "The man is very useful. If we had only plenty of this kind, our distillery would get on grandly." For the rest, it was not good nature which inspired these words. The distiller was full of superstition, and to turn out a man who had already sat down, seemed to him to be tantamount to invoking the devil. "That comes of being old," grumbled Kalnick, stretching himself out along the seat. "People might say I was drunk, but no, I am not. Why should I lie? I am ready to tell the headman to his face. Who is the headman anyway? May he break his neck, the son of a dog. I spit at him. May he be run over by a cart, the one-eyed devil. Ah! The drunken sot has crawled into the house, and now he lays his paws on the table," said the headman, rising angrily. But at that moment a heavy stone, breaking a windowpane to pieces, fell at his feet. The headman remained standing. "If I knew," he said, "what jailbird has thrown it, I would give him something. What devil's trick is this?" he continued, looking at the stone, which he held in his hand, with burning eyes. "I wish I could choke him with it." "Stop! Stop! God preserve you, friend!" broke in the distiller, looking pale. "God keep you in this world and the next, but don't curse anyone so. Ah! Now we have his defender. May he be ruined. Listen, friend. You don't know what happened to my late mother-in-law." "Your mother-in-law?" "Yes, my mother-in-law. One evening, perhaps rather earlier than this, they were sitting at supper, my late mother-in-law, my father-in-law, their 2 servants, and 5 children. My mother-in-law emptied some dumplings from the cooking pot into a dish in order to cool them. But the others, being hungry after the day's work, did not wait till they were quite cooled, but stuck their long wooden forks into them and ate them at once. All at once a stranger entered, heaven knows whence, and asked to be allowed to share their meal. They could not refuse to feed a hungry man, and gave him also a wooden fork. But the guest made as short work with the dumplings as a cow with hay. Before the family had each of them finished his or her dumpling and reached out their forks again for another, the dish had been swept as clean as the floor of a nobleman's drawing-room. My mother-in-law emptied out some more dumplings. She thought to herself, "Now the guest is satisfied, and will not be so greedy." But on the contrary, he began to swallow them faster than ever, and emptied the second dish also. "May one of them choke you," said my mother-in-law under her breath. Suddenly the guest seemed to try to clear his throat, and fell back. They rushed to his help, but his breath had stopped and he was dead. Served him right, the cursed glutton. But it turned out quite otherwise. Since that time my mother-in-law has no rest. No sooner is it dark than the dead man approaches the house. He then sits astride the chimney, the scoundrel, holding a dumpling between his teeth. During the day it is quite quiet, one hears and sees nothing. But as soon as it begins to grow dark, and one casts a look at the roof, there he is comfortably perched on the chimney. A wonderful story, friend. I heard something similar from my late. Then the headman suddenly stopped. Outside there were noises, and the stamping of dancers' feet. The strings of a guitar were being struck gently, to the accompaniment of a voice. Then the guitar was played more loudly, many voices joined in, and the whole chorus struck up a song in ridicule of the headman. When it was over, the distiller said, with his head bent a little on one side, to the headman who was almost petrified by the audacity of the serenaders, "A fine song, my friend. Very fine. Only it is a pity that they insult the headman." He folded his arms with a certain measure of composure on the table, and prepared to listen further, for the singing and noise outside continued. A sharp observer, however, would have seen that it was not mere torpidity which made the headman sit so quietly. In the same way a crafty cat often allows an inexperienced mouse to play about her tail, while she is quickly devising a plan to cut it off from the mouse hole. The headman's one eye was still fastened on the window, and his hand, after he had given the village councillor a sign, was reaching for the door handle. When suddenly a loud noise and shouts were heard from the street. The distiller, who beside many other characteristics possessed a keen curiosity, laid down his pipe quickly and ran into the street, but the ne'er-do-wells had all dispersed. "No, you don't escape me," cried the headman, dragging someone muffled up in a sheepskin coat with the hair turned outwards, by the arm. The distiller rapidly seized a favorable moment to look at the face of this disturber of the peace, but he started back when he saw a long beard and a grim, painted face. "No, you don't escape me," exclaimed the headman again as he dragged his prisoner into the vestibule. The latter offered no resistance, and followed him as quietly as though it had been his own house. "Karpo, open the storeroom," the headman called to the village councillor. "We will throw him in there. Then we will awake the clerk, call the village council together, catch this impudent rabble, and pass our sentence on them at once." The village councillor unlocked the storeroom, then in the darkness of the vestibule, the prisoner made a desperate effort to break loose from the headman's arms. "Ah! You would you?" exclaimed the headman, holding him more firmly by the collar. "Let me go." "It is I," a half-stifled voice was heard saying. "It is no good, brother. You may squeal if you choose, like the devil, instead of imitating a woman, but you won't get round me." So saying, he thrust the prisoner with such violence into the dark room that he fell on the ground and groaned aloud. The victorious headman, accompanied by the village councillor, now betook himself to the clerks. They were followed by the distiller, who was veiled in clouds of tobacco smoke, and resembled a steamer. They were all three walking reflectively with bent heads, when suddenly, turning into a dark side alley, they uttered a cry and started back in consequence of coming into collision with three other men, who on their side shouted with equal loudness. The headman saw with his one eye, to his no small astonishment, the clerk with two village councillors. "I was just coming to you, Mr. Notary. And I was on my way to your honor." "These are strange goings-on, Mr. Notary." "Indeed they are, your honor." "Have you seen them then?" asked the headman, surprised. "The young fellows are roaming about the streets using vile language. They are abusing your honor in a way, in a word, it is a scandal. A drunken Russian would be ashamed to use such words." The lean notary, in his gaily striped breeches and yeast-colored waistcoat, kept on stretching forward and drawing back his neck while he talked. "Hardly had I gone to sleep," he continued, "than the cursed loafers woke me up with their shameful songs and their noise. I meant to give them a sound rating, but while I was putting on my breeches and vest, they all ran away. But the ringleader has not escaped. For the present he is shut up in the hut which we use as a prison. I was very curious to know who the scapegrace is, but his face is as sooty as the devil's when he forges nails for sinners." "What clothes does he wear, Mr. Notary?" "The son of a dog wears a black sheepskin coat turned inside out, your honor." "Aren't you telling me a lie, Mr. Notary? The same good-for-nothing is now shut up in my storeroom under lock and key." "No, your honor. You have drawn the long bow a little yourself, and should not be vexed at what I say. Bring a light. We will take a look at him at once." They returned to the headman's house. The storeroom door was opened, and the headman groaned for sheer amazement as he saw his sister-in-law standing before him. "Tell me then," she said, stepping forward, "have you quite lost your senses? Had you a single particle of brains in your one-eyed fish head when you locked me up in the dark room? It is a mercy I did not break my head against the iron door hinge. Didn't I shout out that it was I? Then he seized me, the cursed bear, with his iron claws, and pushed me in. May Satan hereafter so push you into hell." The last words she spoke from the street, having wisely gone out of his reach. "Yes, now I see that it is you," said the headman, who had slowly recovered his composure. "Is he not a scamp and a scoundrel, Mr. Clerk?" he continued. "Yes, certainly, your honor. Isn't it high time to give all these loose fellows a lesson, that they may at last betake themselves to their work?" "Yes, it is high time, your honor. The fools have combined in a gang." "What the deuce is that?" It sounded like my sister-in-law's voice. "The blockheads think that I am like her, an ordinary Cossack." Here he coughed and cleared his throat, and a gleam in his eyes showed that he was about to say something very important. In the year 1000, I cannot keep these cursed dates in my memory, if I was to be killed for it. Well, never mind when it was, the commissary Ladacho was commanded to choose out a Cossack who was cleverer than the rest. Yes, he added, raising his forefinger, cleverer than the rest, to accompany the Tsar. Then I was. Yes, the notary interrupted him, we all know, Hetman, that you well deserve the imperial favor. But confess now that I was right, you made a mistake when you declared that you had caught the vagabond in the reversed sheepskin. This disguised devil I will have imprisoned to serve as a warning to the rest. They will have to learn what authority means. Who has appointed the headman, if not the Tsar? Then we will tackle the other fellows. I don't forget how the scamps drove a whole herd of swine into my garden, which ate up all the cabbages and cucumbers. I don't forget how those sons of devils refused to thrash my rye for me. I don't forget, to the deuce with them. We must first find out who this scoundrel in the sheepskin really is. He is a sly dog anyway, said the distiller, whose cheeks during the whole conversation had been as full of smoke as a siege cannon, and whose lips, when he took his pipe out of his mouth, seemed to emit sparks. Meanwhile they had approached a small ruined hut. Their curiosity had mounted to the highest pitch, and they pressed round the door. The notary produced a key and tried to turn the lock, but it did not fit, it was the key of his trunk. The impatience of the onlookers increased. He plunged his hand into the wide pocket of his gaily striped breeches, bent his back, scraped with his feet, uttered imprecations, and at last cried triumphantly, I have it. At these words the hearts of our heroes beat so loud, that the turning of the key in the lock was almost inaudible. At last the door opened, and the headman turned as white as a sheet. The distiller felt a shiver run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Terror and apprehension were stamped on the notary's face. The village councillors almost sank into the ground and could not shut their wide-open mouths. Before them stood the headman's sister-in-law. She was not less startled than they, but recovered herself somewhat, and made a movement as if to approach them. Stop, cried the headman in an excited voice, and slammed the door again. Sirs, Satan is behind this, he continued. Bring fire quickly. Never mind the hut. Set it alight and burn it up so that not even the witch's bones remain. Wait a minute, brother, exclaimed the distiller. Your hair is grey, but you are not very intelligent, no ordinary fire will burn a witch. Only the fire of a pipe can do it. I will manage it all right. So saying, he shook some glowing ashes from his pipe onto a bundle of straw, and began to fan the flame. Despair gave the unfortunate woman courage, she began to implore them in a loud voice. Stop a moment, brother. Perhaps we are incurring guilt needlessly. Perhaps she is really no witch, said the notary. If the person sitting in there declares herself ready to make the sign of the cross, then she is not a child of the devil. The proposal was accepted. Look out, Satan, continued the notary, speaking at a chink in the door. If you promise not to move, we will open the door. The door was opened. Cross yourself, exclaimed the headman, looking round him for a safe place of retreat in case of necessity. His sister-in-law crossed herself. The deuce! It is really you, sister-in-law. What evil spirit dragged you into this hole, friend? Asked the notary. The headman's sister related amid sobs how the rioters had seized her on the street, and in spite of her resistance, pushed her through a large window into the hut, on which they had closed the shutters. The notary looked and found that the bolt of the shutter had been wrenched off, and that it was held in its place by a wooden bar placed across it outside. You are a nice fellow, you one-eyed Satan, she now exclaimed, advancing towards the headman, who stepped backwards and continued to contemplate her from head to foot. I know your thoughts. You were glad of an opportunity to get me shut up in order to run after that petticoat, so that no one could see the grey-haired sinner making a fool of himself. You think I don't know how you talked this evening with Hannah? Oh, I know everything. You must get up earlier if you want to make a fool of me, you great stupid. I have endured for a long time, but at last don't take it ill if. She made a threatening gesture with her fist, and ran away swiftly, leaving the headman quite taken aback. The devil really has something to do with it, he thought, rubbing his bald head. We have him, now exclaimed the two village councillors as they approached. Whom have you? Asked the headman. The devil in the sheepskin. Bring him here, cried the headman, seizing the prisoner by the arm. Are you mad? This is the drunken Kailnik. It is witchcraft. He was in our hands, your honor, replied the village councillors. The rascals were rushing about in the narrow side streets, dancing and behaving like idiots, the devil take them. How it was we got hold of this fellow instead of him, heaven only knows. In virtue of my authority, and that of the village assembly, said the headman, I issue the order to seize these robbers and other young vagabonds which may be met with in the streets, and to bring them before me to be dealt with. Excuse us, your honor, answered the village councillors, bowing low. If you could only see the hideous faces they had. May heaven punish us if ever anyone has seen such miscreations since he was born and baptized. These devils might frighten one into an illness. I'll teach you to be afraid. You won't obey then? You are certainly in the conspiracy with them. You mutineers. What is the meaning of that? What? You abet robbery and murder. I will inform the commissary. Go at once, do you hear? Fly like birds. I shall, you will. They all dispersed in different directions. Chapter 5. The Drowned Girl. Without troubling himself in the least about those who had been sent to pursue him, the originator of all this confusion slowly walked towards the old house and the pool. We hardly need to say it was Levko. His black fur coat was buttoned up, he carried his cap in his hand, and the perspiration was pouring down his face. The moon poured her light on the gloomy majesty of the dark maple wood. The coolness of the air round the motionless pool enticed the weary wanderer to rest by it a while. Universal silence prevailed, only that in the forest thickets the nightingale songs were heard. An overpowering drowsiness closed his eyes, his tired limbs relaxed, and his head nodded. Ah! Am I going to sleep? He said, rising and rubbing his eyes. He looked round, the night seemed to him still more beautiful. The moonlight seemed to have an intoxicating quality about it, a glamour which he had never perceived before. The landscape was veiled in a silver mist. The air was redolent with the perfume of the apple blossoms and the night flowers. Entranced, he gazed on the motionless pool. The old, half-ruined house was clearly reflected without a quiver in the water. But instead of dark shutters, he saw light streaming from brilliantly lit windows. Presently one of them opened. Holding his breath, and without moving a muscle, he fastened his eyes on the pool and seemed to penetrate its depths. What did he see? First he saw at the window a graceful, curly head with shining eyes, propped on a white arm, the head moved and smiled. His heart suddenly began to beat. The water began to break into ripples, and the window closed. Quietly he withdrew from the pool, and looked towards the house. The dark shutters were flung back. The window panes gleamed in the moonlight. How little one can believe what people say, he thought to himself. The house is brand new, and looks as though it had only just been painted. It is certainly inhabited. He stepped nearer cautiously, but the house was quite silent. The clear song of the nightingales rose powerfully and distinctly on the air, and as they died away one heard the chirping and rustling of the grasshoppers. And the marsh bird clapping his slippery beak in the water. Levko felt enraptured with the sweetness and stillness of the night. He struck the strings of his guitar and sang. O lovely moon! Thou steepst in light. The house where my darling sleeps all night. A window opened gently, and the same girl whose image he had seen in the pool looked out and listened attentively to the song. Her long-lashed eyelids were partly drooping over her eyes. She was as pale as the moonlight, but wonderfully beautiful. She smiled, and a shiver ran through Levko. "Sing me a song, young Cossack," she said gently, bending her head sideways and quite closing her eyes. "What song shall I sing you, dear girl?" Tears rolled down her pale cheeks. "Cossack," she said, and there was something inexpressibly touching in her tone, "Cossack, find my stepmother for me. I will do everything for you, I will reward you, I will give you abundant riches. I have armlets embroidered with silk and coral necklaces, I will give you a girdle set with pearls. I have gold. Cossack, seek my stepmother for me. She is a terrible witch. She allowed me no peace in the beautiful world. She tortured me, she made me work like a common maidservant. Look at my face, she has banished the redness from my cheeks with her unholy magic. Look at my white neck, they cannot be washed away, they cannot be washed away, the blue marks of her iron claws. Look at my white feet. They did not walk on carpets, but on hot sand, on damp ground, on piercing thorns. And my eyes, look at them, they are almost blind with weeping. Seek my stepmother." Her voice, which had gradually become louder, stopped, and she wept. The Cossack felt overpowered by sympathy and grief. "I am ready to do everything to please you, dear lady," he cried with deep emotion, "but where and how can I find her?" "Look, look," she said quickly, "she is here. She dances on the lake shore with my maidens, and warms herself in the moonlight. Yet she is cunning and sly. She has assumed the shape of one who is drowned, yet I know and hear that she is present. I am so afraid of her. Because of her I cannot swim free and light as a fish. I sink and fall to the bottom like a piece of iron. Look for her, Cossack." Levko cast a glance at the lake shore. In a silvery mist there moved, like shadows, girls in white dresses decked with May flowers, gold necklaces and coins gleamed on their necks. But they were very pale, as though formed of transparent clouds. They danced nearer him, and he could hear their voices, somewhat like the sound of reeds stirred in the quiet evening by the breeze. "Let us play the raven game. Let us play the raven game. Who will be the raven?" Lots were cast, and a girl stepped out of the line of the dancers. Levko observed her attentively. Her face and clothing resembled those of the others, but she was evidently unwilling to play the part assigned her. The dancers revolved rapidly round her, without her being able to catch one of them. "No, I won't be the raven any more," she said, quite exhausted. "I do not like to rob the poor mother hen of her chickens." "You are not a witch," thought Levko. The girls again gathered together in order to cast lots who should be the raven. "I will be the raven," called one from the midst. Levko watched her closely. Boldly and rapidly she ran after the dancers, and made every effort to catch her prey. Levko began to notice that her body was not transparent like the others, there was something black in the midst of it. Suddenly there was a cry. The raven had rushed on a girl, embraced her, and it seemed to Levko as though she had stretched out claws, and as though her face shone with malicious joy. "Witch!" he cried out, pointing at her suddenly with his finger, and turning towards the house. The girl at the window laughed, and the other girls dragged the raven, screaming along with them. "How shall I reward you, Cossack?" said the maiden. "I know you do not need gold, you love Hannah, but her harsh father will not allow you to marry. But give him this note, and he will cease to hinder it." She stretched out her white hand, and her face shone wonderfully. With strange shudders and a beating heart, he grasped the paper and awoke. Chapter 6. The Awakening. Have I then been really asleep? Levko asked himself as he stood up. Everything seemed so real, as though I were awake. Wonderful. Wonderful. He repeated, looking round him. The position of the moon vertical overhead showed that it was midnight. A waft of coolness came from the pool. The ruined house with the closed shutters stood there with a melancholy aspect. The moss and weeds which grew thickly upon it showed that it had not been entered by any human foot for a long time. Then he suddenly opened his hand, which had been convulsively clenched during his sleep, and cried aloud with astonishment when he saw the note in it. Ah! If I could only read, he thought, turning it this way and that. At that moment he heard a noise behind him. Fear nothing. Lay hold of him. What are you afraid of? There are 10 of us. I wager that he is a man, and not the devil. It was the headman encouraging his companions. Levko felt himself seized by several arms, many of which were trembling with fear. Throw off your mask, friend. Cease trying to fool us, said the headman, taking him by the collar. But he started back when he saw him closely. Levko. My son, he exclaimed, letting his arms sink. It is you, miserable boy. I thought some rascal, or disguised devil, was playing these tricks. But now it seems you have cooked this mess for your own father, placed yourself at the head of a band of robbers, and composed songs to ridicule him. Levko. What is the meaning of that? It seems your back is itching. Tie him fast. Stop, father. I have been ordered to give you this note, said Levko. Let me see it then. But bind him all the same. Wait, headman, said the notary, unfolding the note, it is the commissary's handwriting. The commissary's? The commissary's, echoed the village councillors mechanically. The commissary's? Wonderful. Still more incomprehensible, thought Levko. Read. Read, said the headman. What does the commissary write? Let us hear. Exclaimed the distiller, holding his pipe between his teeth, and lighting it. The notary cleared his throat and began to read. Order to the headman, Javtuk Makahanenko. It has been brought to our knowledge that you, old ID. Stop. Stop. That is unnecessary, exclaimed the headman. Even if I have not heard it, I know that that is not the chief matter. Read further. Consequently I order you at once to marry your son, Levko Makahanenko, to the Cossack's daughter, Hanna Petrochenka, to repair the bridges on the post road. And to give no horses belonging to the lords of the manor to the county court magistrates without my knowledge. If on my arrival I do not find these orders carried out, I shall hold you singly responsible. Lieutenant Kosma Derkach-Drishpanovsky. Commissary. There we have it. Exclaimed the headman, with his mouth open. Have you heard it? The headman is made responsible for everything, and therefore everyone has to obey him without contradiction. Otherwise, I beg to resign my office. And you, he continued, turning to Levko, I will have married, as the commissary directs, though it seems to me strange how he knows of the affair. But you will get a taste of my knout first, the one, you know, which hangs on the wall at my bedhead. But how did you get hold of the note? Levko, in spite of the astonishment which the unexpected turn of affairs caused him, had had the foresight to prepare an answer. And to conceal the way in which the note had come into his possession. I was in the town last night, he said, and met the commissary just as he was alighting from his droshky. When he heard from which village I was he gave me the note and bid me tell you by word of mouth, father, that he would dine with us on his way back. Did he say that? Yes. Have you heard it? Said the headman, with a solemn air, turning to his companions. The commissary himself, in his own person, comes to us, that is to me, to dine. The headman lifted a finger and bent his head as though he were listening to something. The commissary, do you hear, the commissary is coming to dine with me. What do you think, Mr. Notary? And what do you think, friend? That is not a little honor, is it? As far as I can recollect, the notary broke in, no commissary has ever dined with a headman. All headmen are not alike, he answered with a self-satisfied air. Then he uttered a hoarse laugh and said, "What do you think, Mr. Notary? Isn't it right to order that in honor of the distinguished guest, a fowl, linen, and other things should be offered by every cottage?" "Yes, they should." "And when is the wedding to be, father?" asked Levko. "Wedding? I should like to celebrate your wedding in my way." "Well, in honor of the distinguished guest, tomorrow the Pope III will marry you. Let the commissary see that you are punctual. Now, children, we will go to bed. Go to your houses. The present occasion reminds me of the time when At these words the headman assumed his customary solemn air. "Now the headman will relate how he accompanied the Tsarina," said Levko to himself, and hastened quickly, and full of joy, to the cherry-tree-shaded house, which we know. "May God bless you, beloved, and the holy angels smile on you. To no one will I relate the wonders of this night except to you, Hannah. You alone will believe it, and pray with me for the repose of the souls of the poor drowned maidens." He approached the house. The window was open. The moonbeams fell on Hannah, who was sleeping by it. Her head was supported on her arm, her cheeks glowed, her lips moved, gently murmuring his name. "Sleep sweetly, my darling. Dream of everything that is good, and yet the awaking will surpass all." He made the sign of the cross over her, closed the window, and gently withdrew. In a few moments the whole village was buried in slumber. Only the moon hung as brilliant and wonderful as before in the immensity of the Ukraine sky. The divine night continued her reign in solemn stillness, while the earth lay bathed in silvery radiance. The universal silence was only broken here and there by the bark of a dog. Only the drunken Kailnik still wandered about the empty streets seeking for his house. The night of Christmas Eve. The last day before Christmas had just closed. A bright winter night had come on, stars had appeared, and the moon rose majestically in the heavens to shine upon good men and the whole of the world, so that they might gaily sing carols and hymns in praise of the nativity of Christ. The frost had grown more severe than during the day, but, to make up for this, everything had become so still that the crisping of the snow underfoot might be heard nearly half a verst round. As yet there was not a single group of young peasants to be seen under the windows of the cottages. The moon alone peeped stealthily in at them, as if inviting the maidens, who were decking themselves, to make haste and have a run on the crisp snow. Suddenly, out of the chimney of one of the cottages, volumes of smoke ascended in clouds towards the heavens, and in the midst of those clouds rose, on a besom, a witch. If at that time the magistrate of Sorokinsk IV had happened to pass in his carriage, drawn by 3 horses, his head covered by a lancer cap with sheepskin trimming, and wrapped in his great cloak, covered with blue cloth and lined with black sheepskin, and with his tightly plaited lash, which he uses for making the driver drive faster, if this worthy gentleman had happened to pass at that time, no doubt he would have seen the witch. Because there is no witch who could glide away without his seeing her. He knows to a certainty how many sucking pigs each swine brings forth in each cottage, how much linen lies in each box, and what each one has pawned in the brandy shop out of his clothes or his household furniture. But the magistrate of Sorokinsk happened not to pass, and then, what has he to do with those out of his jurisdiction? He has his own circuit. And the witch by this time had risen so high that she only looked like a little dark spot up above, but wherever that spot went, one star after another disappeared from heaven. In a short time the witch had got a whole sleeveful of them. Some 3 or 4 only remained shining. On a sudden, from the opposite side, appeared another spot, which went on growing, spreading, and soon became no longer a spot. A short-sighted man, had he put, not only spectacles, but even the wheels of a britska on his nose, would never have been able to make out what it was. In front, it was just like a German. 5 a narrow snout, incessantly turning on every side, and smelling about, ended like those of our pigs, in a small, round, flattened end. Its legs were so thin, that had the village elder got no better, he would have broken them to pieces in the first squatting dance. But, as if to make amends for these deficiencies, it might have been taken, viewed from behind, for the provincial advocate, so much was its long pointed tail like the skirt of our dress coats. And yet, a look at the goat's beard under its snout, at the small horn sticking out of its head, and at the whole of its figure, which was no wider than that of a chimney sweeper, would have sufficed to make anyone guess that it was neither a German nor a provincial advocate, but the devil in person, to whom only one night more was left for walking about the world and tempting good men to sin. On the morrow, at the first stroke of the church bell, he was to run, with his tail between his legs, back to his quarters. The devil then, as the devil it was, stole warily to the moon, and stretched out his hand to get hold of it. But at the very same moment he drew it hastily back again, as if he had burnt it, shook his foot, sucked his fingers, ran round on the other side, sprang at the moon once more, and once more drew his hand away. Still, notwithstanding his being baffled, the cunning devil did not desist from his mischievous designs. Dashing desperately forwards, he grasped the moon with both hands, and, making wry faces and blowing hard, he threw it from one hand to the other, like a peasant who has taken a live coal in his hand to light his pipe. At last, he hastily hid it in his pocket, and went on his way as if nothing had happened. At Dykanka 6 nobody suspected that the devil had stolen the moon. It is true that the village scribe, coming out of the brandy shop on all fours, saw how the moon, without any apparent reason, danced in the sky, and took his oath of it before the whole village. But the distrustful villagers shook their heads, and even laughed at him. And now, what was the reason that the devil had decided on such an unlawful step? Simply this: he knew very well that the rich Cossack 7 Chup 8 was invited to an evening party at the parish clerk's, where he was to meet the elder, also a relation of the clerk, who was in the archbishop's chapel, and who wore a blue coat and had a most sonorous basso profondo, the Cossack Sverbigus, and some other acquaintances. Where there would be for supper, not only the kutia 9 but also a verenuka 10 as well as corn brandy, flavored with saffron, and divers other dainties. He knew that in the meantime Chup's daughter, the belle of the village, would remain at home. And he knew, moreover, that to this daughter would come the blacksmith, a lad of athletic strength, whom the devil held in greater aversion than even the sermons of Father Kondrat. When the blacksmith had no work on hand, he used to practice painting, and had acquired the reputation of being the best painter in the whole district. Even the Centurion 11 had expressly sent for him to Poltava, for the purpose of painting the wooden palisade round his house. All the tureens out of which the Cossacks of Dykanka ate their borscht 12 were adorned with the paintings of the blacksmith. He was a man of great piety, and often painted images of the saints. Even now, some of them may be seen in the village church, but his masterpiece was a painting on the right side of the church door. In it he had represented the Apostle Peter, at the day of judgment, with the keys in his hand, driving the evil spirit out of hell. The terrified devil, apprehending his ruin, rushed hither and thither, and the sinners, freed from their imprisonment, pursued and thrashed him with scourges, logs of wood, and anything that came to hand. All the time that the blacksmith was busy with this picture, and was painting it on a great board, the devil used all his endeavors to spoil it. He pushed his hand, raised the ashes out of the forge, and spread them over the painting. But, notwithstanding all this, the work was finished, the board was brought to the church, and fixed in the wall of the porch. From that time the devil vowed vengeance on the blacksmith. He had only one night left to roam about the world, but even in that night he sought to play some evil trick upon the blacksmith. For this reason he had resolved to steal the moon, for he knew that old Chup was lazy above all things, not quick to stir his feet. That the road to the clerk's was long, and went across back lanes, next to mills, along the churchyard, and over the top of a precipice. And though the verenuka and the saffron brandy might have got the better of Chup's laziness on a moonlight night, yet, in such darkness, it would be difficult to suppose that anything could prevail on him to get down from his oven 13 and quit his cottage. And the blacksmith, who had long been at variance with Chup, would not on any account, in spite even of his strength, visit his daughter in his presence. So stood events. Hardly had the devil hidden the moon in his pocket, when all at once it grew so dark that many could not have found their way to the brandy shop, still less to the clerk's. The witch, finding herself suddenly in darkness, shrieked aloud. The devil coming near her, took her hand, and began to whisper to her those same things which are usually whispered to all womankind. How oddly things go on in this world of ours. Every one who lives in it endeavors to copy and ape his neighbor. Of yore there was nobody at Mirgorod 14 but the judge and the mayor, who in winter wore fur cloaks covered with cloth. All their subordinates went in plain uncovered tuloops. 15 and now, only see, the deputy, as well as the under-cashier, wear new cloaks of black sheep fur covered with cloth. 2 years ago, the village scribe and the town clerk bought blue nankeen, for which they paid full 60 kopecks the arshin. 16 The sexton, too, has found it necessary to have nankeen trousers for the summer, and a striped woolen waistcoat. In short, there is no one who does not try to cut a figure. When will the time come when men will desist from vanity? One may wager that many will be astonished at finding the devil making love. The most provoking part of it is, to think that really he fancies himself a beau, when the fact is, that he has such a phiz, that one is ashamed to look at it, such a phiz, that, as one of my friends says, it is the abomination of abominations. And yet, he, too, ventures to make love. But it grew so dark in the sky, and under the sky, that there was no possibility of further seeing what passed between the devil and the witch. So thou sayest, kinsman, that thou hast not yet been in the clerk's new abode? Said the Cossack Chup, stepping out of his cottage, to a tall meagre peasant in a short tuloop, with a well-grown beard, which it was evident had remained at least a fortnight untouched by the piece of scythe, which the peasants use instead of a razor. 17 There will be a good drinking party, continued Chup, endeavoring to smile at these words, only we must not be too late. And with this Chup drew still closer his belt, which was tightly girded round his tuloop, pulled his cap over his eyes, and grasped more firmly his whip, the terror of importunate dogs. But looking up, remained fixed to the spot. What the devil? Look, kinsman. What now? Uttered the kinsman, also lifting up his head. What now? Why, where is the moon gone? Ah! Sure enough, gone she is. Yes, that she is, said Chup, somewhat cross at the equanimity of the kinsman, and it's all the same to thee. And how could I help it? That must be the trick of some evil spirit, continued Chup, rubbing his mustachios with his sleeve. Wretched dog, may he find no glass of brandy in the morning. Just as if it were to laugh at us, and I was purposely looking out of window as I was sitting in the room, such a splendid night, so light, the snow shining so brightly in the moonlight. Everything to be seen as if by day, and now we have hardly crossed the threshold, and behold it is as dark as blindness. And Chup continued a long time in the same strain, moaning and groaning, and thinking all the while what was to be done. He greatly wished to have a gossip about all sorts of nonsense at the clerk's lodgings, where, he felt quite sure, were already assembled the elder, the newly arrived basso profondo, as well as the tar-maker Nikita, who went every fortnight to Poltava on business, and who told such funny stories that his hearers used to laugh till they were obliged to hold their belts. Chup even saw, in his mind's eye, the Veronuka brought forth upon the table. All this was most enticing, it is true. But then the darkness of the night put him in mind of the laziness which is so very dear to every Cossack. Would it not be well now to lie upon the oven, with his feet drawn up to his body, quietly enjoying a pipe, and listening through a delightful drowsiness to the songs and carols of the gay lads and maidens who would come in crowds under the windows? Were Chup alone, there is no doubt he would have preferred the latter, but to go in company would not be so tedious or so frightful after all, be the night ever so dark. Besides, he did not choose to appear to another either lazy or timorous, so, putting an end to his grumbling, he once more turned to the kinsman. Well, kinsman, so the moon is gone? She is. Really, it is very strange. Give me a pinch of thy snuff. Beautiful snuff it is, where dost thou buy it, kinsman? I should like to know what is so beautiful in it. Answered the kinsman, shutting his snuff-box, made of birch bark and adorned with different designs pricked on it, it would not make an old hen sneeze. I remember, continued Chup in the same strain, the defunct pothouse keeper, Zoazuha, once brought me some snuff from Nyejin.18 that was what I call snuff, capital snuff. Well, kinsman, what are we to do? The night is dark. Well, I am ready to remain at home, answered the kinsman taking hold of the handle of the door. Had not the kinsman spoken thus, Chup would have decidedly remained at home, but now, there was something which prompted him to do quite the contrary. No, kinsman, we will go we must. And whilst saying this, he was already cross with himself for having thus spoken. He was much displeased at having to walk so far on such a night, and yet he felt gratified at having had his own way, and having gone contrary to the advice he had received. The kinsman, without the least expression of discontent on his face, like a man perfectly indifferent to sitting at home or to taking a walk, looked round, scratched his shoulder with the handle of his cudgel, and away went the two kinsmen. Let us now take a glance at what Chup's beautiful daughter was about when left alone. Oksana has not yet completed her 17th year, and already all the people of Dikanka, nay, even the people beyond it, talk of nothing but her beauty. The young men are unanimous in their decision, and have proclaimed her the most beautiful girl that ever was, or ever can be, in the village. Oksana knows this well, and hears everything that is said about her, and she is, of course, as capricious as a beauty knows how to be. Had she been born to wear a lady's elegant dress, instead of a simple peasant's petticoat and apron, she would doubtless have proved so fine a lady that no maid could have remained in her service. The lads followed her in crowds, but she used to put their patience to such trials, that they all ended by leaving her to herself, and taking up with other girls, not so spoiled as she was. The blacksmith was the only one who did not desist from his love suit, but continued it, notwithstanding her ill treatment, in which he had no less share than the others. When her father was gone, Oksana remained for a long time decking herself, and coquetting before a small looking-glass, framed in tin. She could not tire of admiring her own likeness in the glass. "Why do men talk so much about my being so pretty?" said she, absently, merely for the sake of gossiping aloud. "Nonsense, there is nothing pretty in me." But the mirror, reflecting her fresh, animated, childish features, with brilliant dark eyes, and a smile most inexpressibly bewitching, proved quite the contrary. "Unless," continued the beauty, holding up the mirror, "may-be, my black eyebrows and my dark eyes are so pretty that no prettier are to be found in the world. As for this little snub nose of mine, and my cheeks and my lips, what is there pretty in them? Or, are my tresses so very beautiful? Oh! One might be frightened at them in the dark. They seem like so many serpents twining round my head. No, I see very well that I am not at all beautiful." And then, on a sudden, holding the looking-glass a little further off, "No," she exclaimed, exultingly, "no, I really am pretty. And how pretty! How beautiful! What joy shall I bring to him whose wife I am to be? How delighted will my husband be to look at me! He will forget all other thoughts in his love for me. He will smother me with kisses." "A strange girl, indeed," muttered the blacksmith, who had in the meantime entered the room, "and no small share of vanity has she got. There she stands for the last hour, looking at herself in the glass, and cannot leave off, and moreover praises herself aloud. Yes, indeed, lads. Is any one of you a match for me?" Went on the pretty flirt, "Look at me, how gracefully I walk, my bodice is embroidered with red silk, and what ribbons I have got for my hair. You have never seen any to be compared to them. All this my father has bought on purpose for me, that I may marry the smartest fellow that ever was born," and so saying, she laughingly turned round and saw the blacksmith. She uttered a cry and put on a severe look, standing straight before him. The blacksmith stood quite abashed. It would be difficult to specify the meaning of the strange girl's somewhat sunburnt face. There was a degree of severity in it, and, in this same severity, somewhat of raillery at the blacksmith's bashfulness, as well as a little vexation, which spread an almost imperceptible blush over her features. All this was so complicated, and became her so admirably well, that the best thing to have done would have been to give her thousands and thousands of kisses. "Why didst thou come hither?" she began. "Dost thou wish me to take up the shovel and drive thee from the house? Oh! You, all of you, know well how to insinuate yourselves into our company. You sent out in no time when the father has turned his back on the house. Oh! I know you well. Is my box finished? It will be ready, dear heart of mine, it will be ready after the festival. Couldst thou but know how much trouble it has cost me, 2 nights did I never leave my smithy. Sure enough, thou wilt find no such box anywhere, not even belonging to a priest's wife. The iron I used for binding it. I did not use the like even for the centurion's Taratyka 19 when I went to Poltava. And then, the painting of it. Wert thou to go on thy white feet round all the district, thou wouldst not find such another painting. The whole of the box will sparkle with red and blue flowers. It will be a delight to look upon it. Be not angry with me. Allow me, be it only to speak to thee, nay, even to look at thee. Who means to forbid it? Speak and look." And she sat down on the bench, threw one more glance at the glass, and began to adjust the plaits on her head, looked at her neck, at her new bodice, embroidered with silk. And a scarcely visible expression of self-content played over her lips and cheeks and brightened her eyes. "Allow me to sit down beside thee," said the blacksmith. "Be seated," answered Oksana, preserving the same expression about her mouth and in her looks. "Beautiful Oksana! Nobody will ever have done looking at thee, let me kiss thee," exclaimed the blacksmith, recovering his presence of mind, and drawing her towards him, endeavored to snatch a kiss. Her cheek was already at an imperceptible distance from the blacksmith's lips, when Oksana sprang aside and pushed him back. "What wilt thou want next? When one has got honey, he wants a spoon too. Away with thee! Thy hands are harder than iron, and thou smellest of smoke thyself. I really think thou hast besmeared me with thy soot." She then took the mirror and once more began to adorn herself. "She does not care for me," thought the blacksmith, hanging down his head. "Everything is but play to her, and I am here like a fool standing before her and never taking my eyes off her. Charming girl! What would I not do only to know what is passing in her heart? Whom does she love? But no, she cares for no one, she is fond only of herself, she delights in the suffering she causes to my own poor self, and my grief prevents me from thinking of anything else. And I love her as nobody in the world ever loved or is likely to love." "Is it true that thy mother is a witch?" asked Oksana, laughing. And the blacksmith felt as if everything within him laughed too, as if that laugh had found an echo in his heart and in all his veins. And at the same time he felt provoked at having no right to cover with kisses that pretty laughing face. "What do I care about my mother? Thou art my mother, my father, all that I hold precious in the world. Should the Tsar send for me to his presence and say to me, 'Blacksmith Vakula, ask of me whatever I have best in my realm, I'll give it all to thee. I'll order to have made for thee a golden smithy, where thou shalt forge with silver hammers.' I'll none of it," would I answer the Tsar. "I'll have no precious stones, no golden smithy, no, not even the whole of thy realm, give me only my Oksana. Now, only see what a man thou art. But my father has got another idea in his head. Thou lt see if he does not marry thy mother," 20 said Oksana with an arch smile. "But what can it mean? The maidens are not yet come, it is high time for caroling. I am getting dull. Never mind about them, my beauty. But, of course, I do mind, they will doubtless bring some lads with them, and then, how merry we shall be. I fancy all the droll stories that will be told. So thou feelest merry with them?" Of course merrier than with thee. Ah! There is somebody knocking at the door, it must be the maidens and the lads. Why need I stay any longer? Thought the blacksmith. She laughs at me, she cares no more about me than about a rust-eaten horseshoe. But, be it so. I will at least give no one an opportunity to laugh at me. Let me only mark who it is she prefers to me. I'll teach him how to. His meditation was cut short by a loud knocking at the door, and a harsh "open the door," rendered still harsher by the frost. Be quiet, I'll go and open it myself, said the blacksmith. Stepping into the passage with the firm intention of giving vent to his wrath by breaking the bones of the first man who should come in his way. The frost increased, and it became so cold that the devil went hopping from one hoof to the other, and blowing his fingers to warm his benumbed hands. And, of course, he could not feel otherwise than quite frozen. All day long he did nothing but saunter about hell, where, as everybody knows, it is by no means so cold as in our winter air. And where, with his cap on his head, and standing before a furnace as if really a cook, he felt as much pleasure in roasting sinners as a peasant's wife feels at frying sausages for Christmas. The witch, though warmly clad, felt cold too, so lifting up her arms, and putting one foot before the other, just as if she were skating, without moving a limb, she slid down as if from a sloping ice mountain right into the chimney. The devil followed her example. But as this creature is swifter than any boot-wearing beau, it is not at all astonishing that at the very entrance of the chimney, he went down upon the shoulders of the witch and both slipped down together into a wide oven, with pots all round it. The lady traveller first of all noiselessly opened the oven door a little, to see if her son Vakula had not brought home some party of friends. But there being nobody in the room, and only some sacks lying in the middle of it on the floor, she crept out of the oven, took off her warm coat, put her dress in order, and was quite tidy in no time, so that nobody could ever possibly have suspected her of having ridden on a besom a minute before. The mother of the blacksmith Vakula was not more than 40, she was neither handsome nor plain, indeed it is difficult to be handsome at that age. Yet, she knew well how to make herself pleasant to the aged Cossacks, who, by the by, did not care much about a handsome face. Many went to call upon her, the elder, Osip Nikiforovitch the clerk, of course when his wife was from home, the Cossack Cornelius Chup, the Cossack Kashan Sverbigus. At all events this must be said for her, she perfectly well understood how to manage with them, none of them ever suspected for a moment that he had a rival. Was a pious peasant going home from church on some holiday, or was a Cossack, in bad weather, on his way to the brandy shop? What should prevent him from paying Soloka a visit, to eat some greasy curd dumplings with sour cream, and to have a gossip with the talkative and good-natured mistress of the cottage? And the Cossack made a long circuit on his way to the brandy shop, and called it, just looking in as he passed. When Soloka went to church on a holiday, she always wore a gay-colored petticoat, with another short blue one over it, adorned with 2 gold braids, sewed on behind it in the shape of 2 curly mustachios. When she took her place at the right side of the church, the clerk was sure to cough and twinkle his eyes at her. The elder twirled his mustachios, twisted his crown-lock of hair round his ear, and said to his neighbor, "A splendid woman. A devilish fine woman." Soloka nodded to everyone, and everyone thought that Soloka nodded to him alone. But those who liked to pry into other people's business, noticed that Soloka exerted the utmost of her civility towards the Cossack Chup. Chup was a widower. 8 ricks of corn stood always before his cottage, 2 strong bulls used to put their heads out of their wattled shed, gaze up and down the street, and bellow every time they caught a glimpse of their cousin a cow, or their uncle the stout ox. The bearded goat climbed up to the very roof, and bleated from thence in a key as shrill as that of the mayor, and teased the turkeys which were proudly walking in the yard, and turned his back as soon as he saw his inveterate enemies, the urchins, who used to laugh at his beard. In Chup's boxes there was plenty of linen, plenty of warm coats, and many old-fashioned dresses bound with gold braid, for his late wife had been a dashing woman. Every year, there was a couple of beds planted with tobacco in his kitchen garden, which was, besides, well provided with poppies, cabbages, and sunflowers. All this, Saloka thought, would suit very well if united to her own household. She was already mentally regulating the management of this property when it should pass into her hands. And so she went on increasing in kindness towards old Chup. At the same time, to prevent her son Vakula from making an impression on Chup's daughter, and getting the whole of the property, in which case she was sure of not being allowed to interfere with anything. She had recourse to the usual means of all women of her age. She took every opportunity to make Chup quarrel with the blacksmith. These very artifices were perhaps the cause that it came to be rumored amongst the old women, particularly when they happened to take a drop too much at some gay party, that Saloka was positively a witch. That young Kiziakalupenko had seen on her back a tail no bigger than a common spindle, that on the last Thursday but one she ran across the road in the shape of a black kitten. That once there had come to the priest a hog, which crowed like a cock, put on Father Kondrat's hat, and then ran away. It so happened that as the old women were discussing this point, there came by Timish Karastiavoy, the herdsman. He could not help telling how, last summer, just before St. Peter's fast, as he laid himself down for sleep in his shed, and had put some straw under his head, with his own eyes he beheld the witch, with her hair unplaited and nothing on but her shift, come and milk her cows. How he was so bewitched that he could not move any of his limbs, how she came to him and greased his lips with some nasty stuff, so that he could not help spitting all the next day. And yet all these stories seem of a somewhat doubtful character, because there is nobody but the magistrate of Sorokinsk who can distinguish a witch. This was the reason why all the chief Cossacks waved their hands on hearing such stories. Mere nonsense, stupid hags, was their usual answer. Having come out of the oven and put herself to rights, Saloka, like a good housewife, began to arrange and put everything in its place. But she did not touch the sacks. Vakula had brought them in, he might take them out again. In the meantime the devil, as he was coming down the chimney, caught a glimpse of Chup, who, arm in arm with his kinsman, was already a long way off from his cottage. Instantly, the devil flew out of the chimney, ran across the way, and began to break asunder the heaps of frozen snow which were lying all around. Then began a snowstorm. The air was all whitened with snowflakes. The snow went rushing backwards and forwards, and threatened to cover, as it were with a net, the eyes, mouth, and ears of the pedestrians. Then the devil flew into the chimney once more, quite sure that both kinsmen would retrace their steps to Chup's house, who would find there the blacksmith, and give him so sound a thrashing that the latter would never again have the strength to take a brush in his hand and paint offensive caricatures. As soon as the snowstorm began, and the wind blew sharply in his eyes, Chup felt some remorse, and, pulling his cap over his very eyes, he began to abuse himself, the devil, and his own kinsman. Yet his vexation was but assumed. The snowstorm was rather welcome to Chup. The distance they had still to go before reaching the dwelling of the clerk was 8 times as long as that which they had already gone, so they turned back. They now had the wind behind them. But nothing could be seen through the whirling snow. "Stop, kinsman, it seems to me that we have lost our way," said Chup, after having gone a little distance. "There is not a single cottage to be seen. Ah! What a storm it is! Go a little on that side, kinsman, and see if thou canst not find the road, and I will seek it on this side." Who but the devil would ever have persuaded anyone to leave the house in such a storm? "Don't forget, kinsman, to call me when thou findest the road." What a lot of snow the devil has sent into my eyes. But the road was not to be found. The kinsman, in his long boots, started off on one side, and, after having rambled backwards and forwards, ended by finding his way right into the brandy shop. He was so glad of it that he forgot everything else, and, after shaking off the snow, stepped into the passage without once thinking about his kinsman who had remained in the snow. Chup in the meantime fancied he had found out the road. He stopped and began to shout with all the strength of his lungs, but seeing that his kinsman did not come, he decided on proceeding alone. In a short time he saw his cottage. Great heaps of snow lay around it and covered its roof. Rubbing his hands, which were numbed by the frost, he began to knock at the door, and in a loud tone ordered his daughter to open it. "What dost thou want?" roughly demanded the blacksmith, stepping out. Choop, on recognizing the blacksmith's voice, stepped a little aside. "No, surely this is not my cottage," said he to himself. "The blacksmith would not come to my cottage. And yet, now I look at it again, it cannot be his. Whose then, can it be? Ah! How came I not to know it at once? It is the cottage of lame Levchenko, who has lately married a young wife. His is the only one like mine. That is the reason why it seemed so strange to me that I got home so soon. But, let me see, why is the blacksmith here? Levchenko, as far as I know, is now sitting at the clerk's. He. The blacksmith comes to see his young wife. That's what it is. Well, now I see it all. Who art thou? And what hast thou to do lurking about this door? Asked the blacksmith, in a still harsher voice, and coming nearer. No, thought Choop, I'll not tell him who I am, he might beat me, the cursed fellow. And then, changing his voice, answered, My good man, I come here in order to amuse you, by singing carols beneath your window. Go to the devil with thy carols, angrily cried Vakula. What dost thou wait for? Didst thou hear me? Be gone, directly. Choop himself had already the same prudent intention, but he felt cross at being obliged to obey the blacksmith's command. Some evil spirit seemed to prompt him to say something contrary to Vakula. What makes thee shout in that way? Asked he in the same assumed voice. My intention is to sing a carol, and that is all. Ah! Words are not sufficient for thee, and immediately after, Choop felt a heavy stroke fall upon his shoulders. Now, I see, thou art getting quarrelsome, said he, retreating a few paces. Begone, begone, exclaimed the blacksmith, striking again. What now? Exclaimed Choop, in a voice which expressed at the same time pain, anger, and fear. I see thou quarrellest in good earnest, and strikest hard. Begone, begone. Again exclaimed the blacksmith, and violently shut the door. Look, what a bully, said Choop, once more alone in the street. But thou hadst better not come near me. There's a man for you. Giving thyself such airs, too. Dost thou think there is no one to bring thee to reason? I will go, my dear fellow, and to the police officer will I go. I'll teach thee who I am. I care not for thy being blacksmith and painter. However, I must see to my back and shoulders, I think there are bruises on them. The devil's sun strikes hard, it seems. It is a pity it's so cold, I cannot take off my fur coat. Stay a while, confounded blacksmith, may the devil break thy bones and thy smithy too. Take thy time, I will make thee dance, cursed squabbler. But, now I think of it, if he is not at home, Saloka must be alone. Hem. Her dwelling is not far from here, shall I go? At this time nobody will trouble us. Perhaps I may. Ah! That cursed blacksmith, how he has beaten me. And Choop, rubbing his back, went in another direction. The pleasure which was in store for him in meeting Saloka, diverted his thoughts from his pain, and made him quite insensible to the snow and ice, which, notwithstanding the whistling of the wind, might be heard cracking all around. Sometimes a half-benignant smile brightened his face, whose beard and mustachios were whitened over by snow with the same rapidity as that displayed by a barber who has tyrannically got hold of the nose of his victim. But for the snow which danced backwards and forwards before the eyes, Choop might have been seen a long time, stopping now and then to rub his back, muttering, How painfully that cursed blacksmith has beaten me! And then proceeding on his way. At the time when the dashing gentleman, with a tail and a goat's beard, flew out of the chimney, and then into the chimney again, the pouch which hung by a shoulder belt at his side, and in which he had hidden the stolen moon, in some way or other caught in something in the oven, flew open, and the moon, availing herself of the opportunity, mounted through the chimney of Soloka's cottage and rose majestically in the sky. It grew light all at once, the storm subsided, the snow-covered fields seemed all over with silver, set with crystal stars, even the frost seemed to have grown milder. Crowds of lads and lasses made their appearance with sacks upon their shoulders, songs resounded, and but few cottagers were without a band of carolers. How beautifully the moon shines! It would be difficult to describe the charm one feels in sauntering on such a night among the troops of maidens who laugh and sing, and of lads who are ready to adopt every trick and invention suggested by the gay and smiling night. The tightly belted fur coat is warm, the frost makes one's cheeks tingle more sharply, and the cunning one, himself, seems, from behind your back, to urge you to all kinds of frolics. A crowd of maidens, with sacks, pushed their way into Chup's cottage, surrounded Oksana, and bewildered the blacksmith by their shouts, their laughter, and their stories. Everyone was in haste to tell something new to the beauty. Some unloaded their sacks, and boasted of the quantity of loaves, sausages, and curd dumplings which they had already received in reward for their caroling. Oksana seemed to be all pleasure and joy, went on chattering, first with one, then with another, and never for a moment ceased laughing. The blacksmith looked with anger and envy at her joy, and cursed the caroling, notwithstanding his having been mad about it himself in former times. "Odarka," said the joyful beauty, turning to one of the girls, "thou hast got on new boots. Ah! How beautiful they are! All ornamented with gold too. Thou art happy, Odarka, to have a suitor who can make thee such presents. I have nobody who would give me such pretty boots." "Don't grieve about boots, my incomparable Oksana," chimed in the blacksmith, "I will bring thee such boots as few ladies wear." "Thou," said Oksana, throwing a quick disdainful glance at him. "We shall see where thou wilt get such boots as will suit my foot, unless thou bringest me the very boots which the Tsarina wears. Just see what she has taken a fancy to now," shouted the group of laughing girls. "Yes," haughtily continued the beauty, "I call all of you to witness, that if the blacksmith Vikula brings me the very boots which the Tsarina wears, I pledge him my word instantly to marry him." The maidens led away the capricious belle. Laugh on," said the blacksmith, stepping out after them. "I myself laugh at my own folly. It is in vain that I think, over and over again, where have I left my wits? She does not love me, well, God be with her. Is Oksana the only woman in all the world? Thanks be to God. There are many handsome maidens in the village besides Oksana. Yes, indeed, what is Oksana? No good housewife will ever be made out of her, she only understands how to deck herself. No, truly, it is high time for me to leave off making a fool of myself." And yet at the very moment when he came to this resolution, the blacksmith saw before his eyes the laughing face of Oksana, teasing him with the words, "Bring me, blacksmith, the Tsarina's own boots, and I will marry thee." He was all agitation, and his every thought was bent on Oksana alone. The caroling groups of lads on one side, of maidens on the other, passed rapidly from street to street. But the blacksmith went on his way without noticing anything, and without taking any part in the rejoicings, in which, till now, he had delighted above all others. The devil had, in the meanwhile, quickly reached the utmost limits of tenderness in his conversation with Soloka. He kissed her hand with nearly the same faces as the magistrate used when making love to the priest's wife. He pressed his hand upon his heart, sighed, and told her that if she did not choose to consider his passion, and meet it with due return, he had made up his mind to throw himself into the water, and send his soul right down to hell. But Soloka was not so cruel, the more so, as the devil, it is well known, was in league with her. Moreover, she liked to have someone to flirt with, and rarely remained alone. This evening she expected to be without any visitor, on account of all the chief inhabitants of the village being invited to the clerk's house. And yet quite the contrary happened. Hardly had the devil set forth his demand, when the voice of the stout elder was heard. Soloka ran to open the door, and the quick devil crept into one of the sacks that were lying on the floor. The elder, after having shaken off the snow from his cap, and drunk a cup of brandy which Soloka presented to him, told her that he had not gone to the clerk's on account of the snowstorm, and that, having seen a light in her cottage, he had come to pass the evening with her. The elder had just done speaking when there was a knock at the door, and the clerk's voice was heard from without. "Hide me wherever thou wilt," whispered the elder. "I should not like to meet the clerk." Soloka could not at first conceive where so stout a visitor might possibly be hidden. At last she thought the biggest charcoal sack would be fit for the purpose. She threw the charcoal into a tub, and the sack being empty, in went the stout elder, mustachios, head, cap, and all. Presently the clerk made his appearance, giving way to a short dry cough, and rubbing his hands together. He told her how none of his guests had come, and how he was heartily glad of it, as it had given him the opportunity of taking a walk to her abode, in spite of the snowstorm. After this he came a step nearer to her, coughed once more, laughed, touched her bare plump arm with his fingers, and said with a sly, and at the same time a pleased voice, "What have you got here? Most magnificent Soloka?" After which words he jumped back a few steps. "How, what? Osip Nikiforovitch." "It is my arm," answered Soloka. "Hem. Your arm. He, smirked the clerk, greatly rejoiced at his beginning, and he took a turn in the room. "And what is this, dearest Soloka?" said he, with the same expression, again coming to her, gently touching her throat, and once more springing back. "As if you cannot see for yourself, Osip Nikiforovitch," answered Soloka, "it is my throat and my necklace on it." "Hem. Your necklace upon your throat. He, and again did the clerk take a walk, rubbing his hands. "And what have you here, unequaled Soloka?" We know not what the clerk's long fingers would now have touched, if just at that moment he had not heard a knock at the door, and, at the same time, the voice of the Cossack Chup. "Heavens! What an unwelcome visitor," said the clerk in a fright. "Whatever will happen if a person of my character is met here? If it should reach the ears of Father Kondrat?" But, in fact, the apprehension of the clerk was of quite a different description. Above all things he dreaded lest his wife should be acquainted with his visit to Soloka. And he had good reason to dread her, for her powerful hand had already made his thick plate 21 a very thin one. "In heaven's name, most virtuous Soloka," said he, trembling all over. "Your goodness, as the scripture saith, in St. Luke, chapter the 3rd, there is somebody knocking, decidedly there is somebody knocking at the door. In heaven's name let me hide somewhere." Soloka threw the charcoal out of another sack into the tub, and in crept the clerk, who, being by no means corpulent, sat down at the very bottom of it. So that there would have been room enough to put more than half a sackful of charcoal on top of him. "Good evening, Soloka," said Chup, stepping into the room. "Thou didst not perhaps expect me? Didst thou?" "Certainly not." "Maybe I hindered thee," continued Chup, putting on a gay meaning face, which expressed at once that his lazy head labored, and that he was on the point of saying some sharp and sportive witticism. "Maybe thou wert already engaged in flirting with somebody. Maybe thou hast already someone hidden. Is it so?" said he. And delighted at his own wit, Chup gave way to a hearty laugh, inwardly exulting at the thought that he was the only one who enjoyed the favors of Soloka. "Well now, Soloka, give me a glass of brandy. I think the abominable frost has frozen my throat. What a night for a Christmas Eve! As it began snowing, Soloka, just listen, Soloka, as it began snowing, I cannot move my hands, impossible to unbutton my coat. Well, as it began snowing. Open. cried someone in the street, at the same time giving a thump at the door. "Somebody is knocking at the door," said Chup, stopping in his speech. "Open," cried the voice, still louder. "'Tis the blacksmith," said Chup, taking his cap. "Listen, Soloka, put me wherever thou wilt. On no account in the world would I meet that confounded lad. Devil's son. I wish he had a blister as big as a haycock under each eye." Soloka was so frightened that she rushed backwards and forwards in the room, and quite unconscious of what she did, showed Chup into the same sack where the clerk was already sitting. The poor clerk had to restrain his cough and his sighs when the weighty Cossack sat down almost on his head, and placed his boots, covered with frozen snow, just on his temples. The blacksmith came in, without saying a word, without taking off his cap, and threw himself on the bench. It was easy to see that he was in a very bad temper. Just as Soloka shut the door after him, she heard another tap under the window. It was the Cossack Sverbigus. As to this one, he decidedly could never have been hidden in a sack, for no sack large enough could ever have been found. In person, he was even stouter than the elder, and as to height, he was even taller than Chup's kinsman. So Soloka went with him into the kitchen garden, in order to hear whatever he had to say to her. The blacksmith looked vacantly round the room, listening at times to the songs of the caroling parties. His eyes rested at last on the sacks. "Why do these sacks lie here? They ought to have been taken away long ago. This stupid love has made quite a fool of me. Tomorrow is a festival, and the room is still full of rubbish. I will clear it away into the smithy." And the blacksmith went to the enormous sacks, tied them as tightly as he could, and would have lifted them on his shoulders. But it was evident that his thoughts were far away, otherwise he could not have helped hearing how Chup hissed when the cord with which the sack was tied, twisted his hair. And how the stout elder began to hiccup very distinctly. "Shall I never get this silly Oksana out of my head?" mused the blacksmith. "I will not think of her, and yet, in spite of myself I think of her, and of her alone. How is it that thoughts come into one's head against one's own will? What, the devil? Why the sacks appear to have grown heavier than they were. It seems as if there was something else besides charcoal. What a fool I am! Have I forgotten that everything seems to me heavier than it used to be? Some time ago, with one hand I could bend and unbend a copper coin, or a horseshoe, and now, I cannot lift a few sacks of charcoal. Soon every breath of wind will blow me off my legs." "No," cried he, after having remained silent for a while, and coming to himself again, "shall it be said that I am a woman? No one shall have the laugh against me. Had I 10 such sacks, I would lift them all at once." And, accordingly, he threw the sacks upon his shoulders, although 2 strong men could hardly have lifted them. "I will take this little one, too," continued he, taking hold of the little one, at the bottom of which was coiled up the devil. "I think I put my instruments into it." And thus saying, he went out of the cottage, whistling the tune, "No wife I'll have to bother me." Songs and shouts grew louder and louder in the streets. The crowds of strolling people were increased by those who came in from the neighboring villages. The lads gave way to their frolics and sports. Often amongst the Christmas carols might be heard a gay song, just improvised by some young Cossack. Hearty laughter rewarded the improviser. The little windows of the cottages flew open, and from them was thrown a sausage or a piece of pie, by the thin hand of some old woman or some aged peasant, who alone remained indoors. The booty was eagerly caught in the sacks of the young people. In one place, the lads formed a ring to surround a group of maidens. Nothing was heard but shouts and screams. One was throwing a snowball, another was endeavoring to get hold of a sack crammed with Christmas donations. In another place, the girls caught hold of some youth, or put something in his way, and down he fell with his sack. It seemed as if the whole of the night would pass away in these festivities. And the night, as if on purpose, shone so brilliantly, the gleam of the snow made the beams of the moon still whiter. The blacksmith with his sack stopped suddenly. He fancied he heard the voice and the sonorous laughter of Oksana in the midst of a group of maidens. It thrilled through his whole frame. He threw the sacks on the ground with so much force that the clerk, sitting at the bottom of one of them, groaned with pain, and the elder hiccuped aloud. Then, keeping only the little sack upon his shoulders, the blacksmith joined a company of lads who followed close after a group of maidens, amongst whom he thought he had heard Oksana's voice. Yes, indeed, there she is. Standing like a queen, her dark eyes sparkling with pleasure. There is a handsome youth speaking with her, his speech seems very amusing, for she is laughing. But does she not always laugh? Without knowing why he did it and as if against his will, the blacksmith pushed his way through the crowd, and stood beside her. Ah! Vakula, here art thou. A good evening to thee, said the bell, with the very smile which drove Vakula quite mad. Well, hast thou received much? What a small sack! And didst thou get the boots that the Tsarina wears? Get those boots and I'll marry thee, and away she ran laughing with the crowd. The blacksmith remained riveted to the spot. No, I cannot. I have not the strength to endure it any longer, said he at last. But, heavens! Why is she so beautiful? Her looks, her voice, all about her makes my blood boil. No, I cannot get the better of it, it is time to put an end to this. Let my soul perish. I'll go and drown myself, and then all will be over. He dashed forwards with hurried steps, overtook the group, approached Oksana, and said to her in a resolute voice, Farewell, Oksana. Take whatever bridegroom thou pleasest. Make a fool of whom thou wilt, as for me, thou shalt never more meet me in this world. The beauty seemed astonished, and was about to speak, but the blacksmith waved his hand and ran away. Whither away, Vakula? Cried the lads, seeing him run. Farewell, brothers, answered the blacksmith. God grant that we may meet in another world, but in this we meet no more. Fare you well. Keep a kind remembrance of me. Pray Father Kondrat to say a mass for my sinful soul. Ask him forgiveness that I did not, on account of worldly cares, paint the tapers for the church. Everything that is found in my big box I give to the church, farewell. And thus saying, the blacksmith went on running, with his sack on his back. He has gone mad, said the lads. Poor lost soul, piously ejaculated an old woman who happened to pass by, I'll go and tell about the blacksmith having hanged himself. Vakula, after having run for some time along the streets, stopped to take breath. Well, where am I running, thought he, is really all lost, I'll try one thing more. I'll go to the fat Patsuk, the Zaporogian. They say he knows every devil, and has the power of doing everything he wishes, I'll go to him, 'tis the same thing for the perdition of my soul. At this, the devil, who had long remained quiet and motionless, could not refrain from giving vent to his joy by leaping in the sack. But the blacksmith, thinking he had caught the sack with his hand, and thus occasioned the movement himself, gave a hard blow on the sack with his fist, and after shaking it about on his shoulders, went off to the fat Patsuk. This fat Patsuk had indeed once been a Zaporogian. Nobody, however, knew whether he had been turned out of the warlike community, or whether he had fled from it of his own accord. He had already been for some 10, nay, it might even be for some 15 years, settled at Dykanka. At first, he had lived as best suited a Zaporogian. Working at nothing, sleeping 3/4 of the day, eating not less than would satisfy 6 harvest men, and drinking almost a whole pailful at once. It must be allowed that there was plenty of room for food and drink in Patsuk, for, though he was not very tall, he tolerably made up for it in bulk. Moreover, the trousers he wore were so wide, that long as might be the strides he took in walking, his feet were never seen at all. And he might have been taken tea for a wine cask moving along the streets. This may have been the reason for giving him the nickname of Fatty. A few weeks had hardly passed since his arrival in the village, when it came to be known that he was a wizard. If anyone happened to fall ill, he called Patsuk directly, and Patsuk had only to mutter a few words to put an end to the illness at once. Had any hungry Cossack swallowed a fish bone, Patsuk knew how to give him right skillfully a slap on the back, so that the fish bone went where it ought to go without causing any pain to the Cossack's throat. Latterly, Patsuk was scarcely ever seen out of doors. This was perhaps caused by laziness, and perhaps, also, because to get through the door was a task which with every year grew more and more difficult for him. So the villagers were obliged to repair to his own lodgings whenever they wanted to consult him. The blacksmith opened the door, not without some fear. He saw Patsuk sitting on the floor after the Turkish fashion. Before him was a tub on which stood a tureen full of lumps of dough cooked in grease. The tureen was put, as if intentionally, on a level with his mouth. Without moving a single finger, he bent his head a little towards the tureen, and sipped the gravy, catching the lumps of dough with his teeth. Well, thought Vakula to himself, this fellow is still lazier than Chup. Chup at least eats with a spoon, but this one does not even raise his hand. Patsuk seemed to be busily engaged with his meal, for he took not the slightest notice of the entrance of the blacksmith, who, as soon as he crossed the threshold, made a low bow. "I am come to thy worship, Patsuk," said Vakula, bowing once more. The fat Patsuk lifted his head and went on eating the lumps of dough. "They say that thou art, I beg thy pardon," said the blacksmith, endeavoring to compose himself, "I do not say it to offend thee, that thou hast the devil among thy friends." And in saying these words Vakula was already afraid he had spoken too much to the point, and had not sufficiently softened the hard words he had used. And that Patsuk would throw at his head both the tub and the tureen. He even stepped a little on one side and covered his face with his sleeve, to prevent it from being sprinkled by the gravy. But Patsuk looked up and continued sipping. The encouraged blacksmith resolved to proceed. "I am come to thee, Patsuk, God grant thee plenty of everything, and bread in good proportion." The blacksmith knew how to put in a fashionable word sometimes. It was a talent he had acquired during his stay at Poltava, when he painted the Centurion's palisade. "I am on the point of endangering the salvation of my sinful soul. Nothing in this world can serve me. Come what will, I am resolved to seek the help of the devil." "Well, Patsuk," said he, seeing that the other remained silent, "what am I to do?" "If thou wantest the devil, go to the devil," answered Patsuk, not giving him a single look, and going on with his meal. "I am come to thee for this very reason," returned the blacksmith with a bow. "Besides thyself, methinks there is hardly anybody in the world who knows how to go to the devil." Patsuk, without saying a word, ate up all that remained on the dish. "Please, good man, do not refuse me," urged the blacksmith. "And if there be any want of pork, or sausages, or buckwheat, or even linen or millet, or anything else, why, we know how honest folk manage these things. I shall not be stingy. Only do tell me, if it be only by a hint, how to find the way to the devil." "He who has got the devil on his back has no great way to go to him," said Patsuk quietly, without changing his position. Vakula fixed his eyes upon him as if searching for the meaning of these words on his face. "What does he mean?" thought he, and opened his mouth as if to swallow his first word. But Patsuk kept silence. Here Vakula noticed that there was no longer either tub or tureen before him, but instead of them there stood upon the floor two wooden pots, the one full of curd dumplings, the other full of sour cream. Involuntarily his thoughts and his eyes became riveted to these pots. "Well, now," thought he, "how will Patsuk eat the dumplings? He will not bend down to catch them like the bits of dough, and moreover, it is impossible, for they ought to be first dipped into the cream." This thought had hardly crossed the mind of Vakula, when Patsuk opened his mouth, looked at the dumplings, and then opened it still wider. Immediately, a dumpling jumped out of the pot, dipped itself into the cream, turned over on the other side, and went right into Patsuk's mouth. Patsuk ate it, once more opened his mouth, and in went another dumpling in the same way. All Patsuk had to do was to chew and to swallow them. "That is wondrous indeed," thought the blacksmith, and astonishment made him also open his mouth. But he felt directly, that a dumpling jumped into it also, and that his lips were already smeared with cream. He pushed it away, and after having wiped his lips, began to think about the marvels that happen in the world and the wonders one may work with the help of the devil. At the same time he felt more than ever convinced that Patsuk alone could help him. I will beg of him still more earnestly to explain to me, but, what do I see? Today is a fast, and he is eating dumplings, and dumplings are not food for fast days. 22 What a fool I am. Staying here and giving way to temptation. Away, away. And the pious blacksmith ran with all speed out of the cottage. The devil, who remained all the while sitting in the sack, and already rejoiced at the glorious victim he had entrapped, could not endure to see him get free from his clutches. As soon as the blacksmith left the sack a little loose, he sprang out of it and sat upon the blacksmith's neck. Vakula felt a cold shudder run through all his frame. His courage gave way, his face grew pale, he knew not what to do, he was already on the point of making the sign of the cross. But the devil, bending his dog's muzzle to his right ear, whispered, "Here I am, thy friend, I will do everything for a comrade and a friend such as thou. I'll give thee as much money as thou canst wish for," squeaked he in his left ear. "No later than this very day Oksana shall be ours," continued he, turning his muzzle once more to the right ear. The blacksmith stood considering. "Well," said he, at length, "on this condition I am ready to be thine." The devil clapped his hand and began to indulge his joy in springing about on the blacksmith's neck. "Now, I've caught him," thought he to himself, "now, I'll take my revenge upon thee, my dear fellow, for all thy paintings and all thy tales about devils. What will my fellows say when they come to know that the most pious man in the village is in my power?" And the devil laughed heartily at the thought of how he would tease all the long-tailed breed in hell, and how the lame devil, who was reputed the most cunning of them all for his tricks, would feel provoked. "Well, Vakula," squeaked he, while he continued sitting on Vakula's neck, as if fearing the blacksmith should escape, "thou knowest well that nothing can be done without contract." "I am ready," said the blacksmith. "I've heard that it is the custom with you to write it in blood." "Well, stop, let me take a nail out of my pocket," and putting his hand behind him, he suddenly seized the devil by his tail. "Look, what fun," cried the devil, laughing. "Well, let me alone now, there's enough of play." "Stop, my dear fellow," cried the blacksmith, "what wilt thou say now?" and he made the sign of the cross. The devil grew as docile as a lamb. "Stop," continued the blacksmith, drawing him by the tail down to the ground, "I will teach thee how to make good men and upright Christians sin." And the blacksmith sprang on his back, and once more raised his hand to make the sign of the cross. "Have mercy upon me, Vakula," groaned the devil in a lamentable voice. "I am ready to do whatever thou wilt, only do not make the dread sign of the cross on me." "Ah! That is the strain thou singest now, cursed German that thou art. I know now what to do. Take me a ride on thy back directly, and harkee. A pretty ride must I have." "Whither?" gasped the mournful devil. "To St. Petersburg, straightway to the Tsarina." And the blacksmith thought he should faint with terror as he felt himself rising up in the air. Oksana remained a long time pondering over the strange speech of the blacksmith. Something within her told her that she had behaved with too much cruelty towards him. What if he should indeed resort to some frightful decision? May not such a thing be expected? He may, perhaps, fall in love with some other girl, and, out of spite, proclaim her to be the belle of the village. No, that he would not do, he is too much in love with me. I am so handsome. For none will he ever leave me. He is only joking, he only feigns. 10 minutes will not pass, ere he returns to look at me. I am indeed too harsh towards him. Why not let him have a kiss? Just as if it were against my will, that, to a certainty would make him quite delighted, and the flighty belle began once more to sport with her friends. "Stop," said one of them, "the blacksmith has left his sacks behind, just see what enormous sacks too. His luck has been better than ours. Methinks he has got whole quarters of mutton, and sausages, and loaves without number. Plenty indeed, one might feed upon the whole of next fortnight." "Are these the blacksmith's sacks?" asked Oksana. "Let us take them into my cottage just to see what he has got in them." All laughingly agreed to her proposal. "But we shall never be able to lift them," cried the girls, trying to move the sacks. "Stay a bit," said Oksana, "come with me to fetch a sledge, and we'll drag them home on it." The whole party ran to fetch a sledge. The prisoners were far from pleased at sitting in the sacks, notwithstanding that the clerk had succeeded in poking a great hole with his finger. Had there been nobody near, he would perhaps have found the means of making his escape. But he could not endure the thought of creeping out of the sack before a whole crowd, and of being laughed at by every one, so he resolved to await the event, giving only now and then a suppressed groan under the impolite boots of Chup. Chup had no less a desire to be set free, feeling that there was something lying under him, which was excessively inconvenient to sit upon. But on hearing his daughter's decision he remained quiet and no longer felt inclined to creep out, considering that he would have certainly some 100, or perhaps even 200 steps to walk to get to his dwelling. That upon creeping out, he would have his sheepskin coat to button, his belt to buckle, what a trouble. And last of all, that he had left his cap behind him at Soloka's. So he thought it better to wait till the maidens drew him home on a sledge. The event, however, proved to be quite contrary to his expectations. At the same time that the maidens ran to bring the sledge, Chup's kinsman left the brandy shop, very cross and dejected. The mistress of the shop would on no account give him credit. He had resolved to wait until some kind-hearted Cossack should step in and offer him a glass of brandy. But, as if purposely, all the Cossacks remained at home, and as became good Christians, ate kutia with their families. Thinking about the corruption of manners, and about the Jewish mistress of the shop having a wooden heart, the kinsman went straight to the sacks and stopped in amazement. "What sacks are these? Somebody has left them on the road," said he, looking round. "There must be pork for a certainty in them. Who can it be? Who has had the good luck to get so many donations? Were there nothing more than buckwheat cakes and millet biscuits, why, that would be well enough. But supposing there were only loaves, well, they are welcome too. The Jewess gives a glass of brandy for every loaf. I had better bring them out of the way at once, lest anybody should see them." And he lifted on his shoulders the sack in which sat Chup and the clerk, but feeling it to be too heavy, "No," said he, "I could not carry it home alone. Now, here comes, as if purposely, the weaver, Shapovalenko. Good evening, Ostap." "Good evening," said the weaver, stopping. "Where art thou going?" "I am walking without any purpose, just where my legs carry me." "Well, my good man, help me to carry off these sacks, some caroller has left them here in the midst of the road. We will divide the booty between us." "And what is there in the sacks? Rolls or loaves?" "Plenty of everything, I should think." And both hastily snatched sticks out of a palisade, laid one of the sacks upon them, and carried it away on their shoulders. "Where shall we carry it?" "To the brandy shop?" asked the weaver, leading the way. "I thought, too, of carrying it there, but the vile Jewess will not give us credit. She will think we have stolen it somewhere, the more so that I have just left her shop. We had better carry it to my cottage. Nobody will interfere with us, my wife is not at home." "Art thou sure that she is not at home?" asked the weaver warily. "Thank heaven, I am not yet out of my mind," answered the kinsman. "What should I do there if she were at home? I expect she will ramble about all night with the women." "Who is there?" cried the kinsman's wife, hearing the noise which the two friends made in coming into the passage with the sack. The kinsman was quite aghast. "What now?" muttered the weaver, letting his arms drop. The kinsman's wife was one of those treasures which are often found in this good world of ours. Like her husband, she scarcely ever remained at home, but went all day long fawning among wealthy, gossiping old women. Paid them different compliments, ate their donations with great appetite, and beat her husband only in the morning, because it was the only time that she saw him. Their cottage was even older than the trousers of the village scribe. Many holes in the roof remained uncovered and without thatch. Of the palisade round the house, few remnants existed, for no one who was going out ever took with him a stick to drive away the dogs, but went round by the kinsman's kitchen garden and got one out of his palisade. Sometimes no fire was lighted in the cottage for 3 days together. Everything which the affectionate wife succeeded in obtaining from kind people, was hidden by her as far as possible out of the reach of her husband. And if he had got anything which he had not had the time to sell at the brandy shop, she invariably snatched it from him. However meek the kinsman's temper might be, he did not like to yield to her at once. For which reason, he generally left the house with black eyes, and his dear better half went moaning to tell stories to the old women about the ill conduct of her husband, and the blows she had received at his hands. Now, it is easy to understand the displeasure of the weaver and the kinsman at her sudden appearance. Putting the sack on the ground, they took up a position of defense in front of it, and covered it with the wide skirts of their coats, but it was already too late. The kinsman's wife, although her old eyes had grown dim, saw the sack at once. "That's good," she said, with the countenance of a hawk at the sight of its prey. "That's good of you to have collected so much, that's the way good people always behave. But it cannot be. I think you must have stolen it somewhere. Show me directly what you have got there. Show me the sack directly. Do you hear me? May the bald devil show it to thee." "We will not," answered the kinsman, assuming an air of dogged resolution. "Why should we?" said the weaver. "The sack is ours, not thine." "Thou shalt show it to me, thou good-for-nothing drunkard," said she, giving the tall kinsman a blow under his chin, and pushing her way to the sack. The kinsman and the weaver, however, stood her attack courageously, and drove her back, but had hardly time to recover themselves, when the woman darted once more into the passage, this time with a poker in her hand. In no time she gave a cut over her husband's fingers, another on the weaver's hand, and stood beside the sack. "Why did we let her go?" said the weaver, coming to his senses. "Why did we indeed?" "And why didst thou?" said the kinsman. "Your poker seems to be an iron one," said the weaver, after keeping silent for a while, and scratching his back. "My wife bought one at the fair last year. Well, hers is not to be compared, does not hurt at all." The triumphant dame, in the meanwhile, set her candle on the floor, opened the sack, and looked into it. But her old eyes, which had so quickly caught sight of the sack, for this time deceived her. "Why, here lies a whole boar," cried she, clapping her hands with delight. "A boar, a whole boar. Dost hear?" said the weaver, giving the kinsman a push. "And thou alone art to blame?" "What's to be done?" muttered the kinsman, shrugging his shoulders. "How, what? Why are we standing here quietly? We must have the sack back again. Come. Away, away with thee." "It is our boar," cried the weaver, advancing. "Away, away with thee, she-devil. It is not thy property," said the kinsman. The old hag once more took up the poker, but at the same moment Choop stepped out of the sack, and stood in the middle of the passage stretching his limbs like a man just awake from a long sleep. The kinsman's wife shrieked in terror, while the others opened their mouths in amazement. What did she say, then, the old fool, that it was a boar? "It's not a boar," said the kinsman, straining his eyes. "Just see, what a man someone has thrown into the sack," said the weaver, stepping back in a fright. "They may say what they will, the evil spirit must have lent his hand to the work, the man could never have gone through a window." "'Tis my kinsman," cried the kinsman, after having looked at Choop. "And who else should it be, then?" said Choop, laughing. "Was it not a capital trick of mine? And you thought of eating me like pork? Well, I'll give you good news, there is something lying at the bottom of the sack, if it be not a boar, it must be a sucking pig, or something of the sort. All the time there was something moving under me. The weaver and the kinsman rushed to the sack, the wife caught hold of it on the other side, and the fight would have been renewed, had not the clerk, who saw no escape left, crept out of the sack. The kinsman's wife, quite stupefied, let go the clerk's leg, which she had taken hold of, in order to drag him out of the sack. "There's another one," cried the weaver with terror. "The devil knows what happens now in the world, it's enough to send one mad. No more sausages or loaves, men are thrown into the sacks. 'Tis the devil," muttered Chup, more astonished than anyone. "Well now, Saloka, and to put the clerk in a sack too. That is why I saw her room all full of sacks. Now, I have it, she has got 2 men in each of them, and I thought that I was the only one. Well now, Saloka." The maidens were somewhat astonished at finding only 1 sack left. "There is nothing to be done, we must content ourselves with this one," said Oksana. They all went at once to the sack, and succeeded in lifting it upon the sledge. The elder resolved to keep quiet, considering that if he cried out, and asked them to undo the sack, and let him out, the stupid girls would run away, fearing they had got the devil in the sack. And he would be left in the street till the next morning. Meanwhile, the maidens, with one accord, taking one another by the hand, flew like the wind with the sledge over the crisp snow. Many of them, for fun, sat down upon the sledge. Some went right upon the elder's head. But he was determined to bear everything. At last they reached Oksana's house, opened the doors of the passage and of the room, and with shouts of laughter brought in the sack. "Let us see what we have got here," cried they, and hastily began to undo the sack. At this juncture, the hiccups of the elder, which had not ceased for a moment all the time he had been sitting in the sack, increased to such a degree that he could not refrain from giving vent to them in the loudest key. "Ah! There is somebody in the sack," shrieked the maidens, and they darted in a fright towards the door. "What does this mean?" said Chup, stepping in. "Where are you rushing, like mad things?" "Ah! Father," answered Oksana, "there is somebody sitting in the sack." "In what sack? Where did you get this sack from?" "The blacksmith threw it down in the middle of the road," was the answer. "I thought as much," muttered Chup. "Well, what are you afraid of, then? Let us see." "Well, my good man, excuse me for not calling thee by thy Christian and surname, please to make thy way out of the sack." The elder came out. "Lord have mercy upon us," cried the maidens. The elder was in, too, thought Chup to himself, looking at him from head to foot, as if not trusting his eyes. "There now." And he could say no more. The elder felt no less confused, and he knew not what to say. "It seems to be rather cold out of doors?" asked he, turning to Chup. "Yes. The frost is rather severe," answered Chup. "Do tell me, what dost thou use to black thy boots with, tallow or tar?" 23 He did not at all wish to put this question, he intended to ask, "How didst thou come to be in this sack?" But he knew not himself how it was that his tongue asked quite another question. "I prefer tar," answered the elder. "Well, goodbye, Chup," said he, and putting his cap on, he stepped out of the room. "What a fool I was to ask him what he uses to black his boots with," muttered Chup, looking at the door out of which the elder had just gone. "Well, Saloka. To put such a man into a sack. May the devil take her, and I, fool that I was, but where is that infernal sack?" "I threw it into the corner," said Oksana, "there is nothing more in it. I know these tricks well. Nothing in it, indeed. Give it me directly, there must be one more. Shake it well. Is there nobody? Abominable woman. And yet to look at her one would think she must be a saint, that she never had a sin. But let us leave Chup giving vent to his anger, and return to the blacksmith. The more so as time is running away, and by the clock it must be near 9. At first, Vakula could not help feeling afraid at rising to such a height, that he could distinguish nothing upon the earth, and at coming so near the moon, that if he had not bent down, he would certainly have touched it with his cap. Yet, after a time, he recovered his presence of mind, and began to laugh at the devil. All was bright in the sky. A light silvery mist covered the transparent air. Everything was distinctly visible. And the blacksmith even noticed how a wizard flew past him, sitting in a pot, how some stars, gathered in a group, played at blind man's buff. How a whole swarm of spirits were whirling about in the distance, how a devil who danced in the moonbeam, seeing him riding, took off his cap and made him a bow. How there was a besom flying, on which, apparently, a witch had just taken a ride. They met many other things. And all, on seeing the blacksmith, stopped for a moment to look at him, and then continued their flight far away. The blacksmith went on flying, and suddenly he saw Petersburg all in a blaze. There must have been an illumination that day. Flying past the town gate, the devil changed into a horse, and the blacksmith saw himself riding a high-stepping steed, in the middle of the street. Good heavens! What a noise, what a clatter, what a blaze! On either side rose houses, several stories high, from every quarter the clatter of horses' hoofs, and of wheels, arose like thunder. At every step arose tall houses, as if starting from beneath the ground, bridges quivered under flying carriages, the coachman shouted. The snow crisped under thousands of sledges rushing in every direction. Pedestrians kept the wall of the houses along the footpath, all studded with flaring pots of fire, and their gigantic shadows danced upon the walls, losing themselves amongst the chimneys and on the roofs. The blacksmith looked with amazement on every side. It seemed to him as if all the houses looked at him with their innumerable fire eyes. He saw such a number of gentlemen wearing fur cloaks covered with cloth, that he no longer knew to which of them he ought to take off his cap. Gracious Lord! What a number of nobility one sees here, thought the blacksmith. I suppose every one here, who goes in a fur cloak, can be no less than a magistrate. And as for the persons who sit in those wonderful carts with glasses, they must be, if not the chiefs of the town, certainly commissaries, and, may be, of a still higher rank. Here, the devil put an end to his reflections, by asking if he was to bring him right before the Tsarina. No, I should be too afraid to go at once, answered the blacksmith. But I know there must be some Zaporogians here, who passed through Dykanka last autumn on their way to Petersburg. They were going on business to the Tsarina. Let us have their advice. Now, devil, get into my pocket, and bring me to those Zaporogians. In less than a minute, the devil grew so thin and so small, that he had no trouble in getting into the pocket, and in the twinkling of an eye, Vakula, himself. He knew not how, ascended a staircase, opened a door and fell a little back, struck by the rich furniture of a spacious room. Yet, he felt a little more at ease, when he recognized the same Zaporogians, who had passed through Dykanka. They were sitting upon silk-covered sofas, with their tar-besmeared boots tucked under them, and were smoking the strongest tobacco fibers. Good evening, God help you, your worships, said the blacksmith coming nearer, and he made a low bow, almost touching the ground with his forehead. Who is that? Asked a Zaporogian, who sat near Vakula, of another who was sitting farther off. Do you not recognize me at once? Said Vakula. I am the blacksmith, Vakula. Last autumn, as you passed through Dykanka, you remained nearly 2 days at my cottage. God grant you good health, and many happy years. It was I who put a new iron tire round one of the 4 wheels of your vehicle. Ah, said the same Zaporogian, it is the blacksmith who paints so well. Good evening, countryman, what didst thou come for? Only just to look about, they say. Well, my good fellow, said the Zaporogian, assuming a grand air, and trying to speak with the high Russian accent, what dost thou think of the town? Is it large? The blacksmith was no less desirous to show that he also understood good manners. We have already seen that he knew something of fashionable language. "The site is quite considerable," answered he very composedly. "The houses are enormously big, the paintings they are adorned with, are thoroughly important. Some of the houses are to an extremity ornamented with gold letters. No one can say a word to the contrary, the proportion is marvelous." The Zaporogians, hearing the blacksmith so familiar with fine language, drew a conclusion very much to his advantage. "We will have a chat with thee presently, my dear fellow. Now, we must go at once to the Tsarina." "To the Tsarina? Be kind, your worships, take me with you." "Take thee with us?" said the Zaporogian, with an expression such as a tutor would assume towards a boy 4 years old, who begs to ride on a real, live, great horse. "What hast thou to do there?" "No, it cannot be," and his features took an important look. "My dear fellow, we have to speak to the Tsarina on business." "Do take me," urged the blacksmith. "Beg," whispered he to the devil, striking his pocket with his fist. Scarcely had he done so, when another Zaporogian said, "Well, come, comrades, we will take him." "Well, then, let him come," said the others. "Put on such a dress as ours, then." The blacksmith hastily donned a green dress, when the door opened, and a man, in a coat all ornamented with silver braid, came in and said it was time to start. Once more was the blacksmith overwhelmed with astonishment, as he rolled along in an enormous carriage, hung on springs, lofty houses seeming to run away on both sides of him, and the pavement to roll of its own accord under the feet of the horses. Gracious Lord! What a glare, thought the blacksmith to himself. We have no such light at Dikanka, even during the day. The Zaporogians entered, stepped into a magnificent hall, and went up a brilliantly lighted staircase. What a staircase, thought the blacksmith, it is a pity to walk upon it. What ornaments! And they say that fairy tales are so many lies, they are plain truth. My heavens! What a balustrade! What workmanship! The iron alone must have cost not less than some 50 rubles. Having ascended the staircase, the Zaporogians passed through the first hall. Warily did the blacksmith follow them, fearing at every step to slip on the waxed floor. They passed 3 more saloons, and the blacksmith had not yet recovered from his astonishment. Coming into a 4th, he could not refrain from stopping before a picture which hung on the wall. It represented the Holy Virgin, with the infant Jesus in her arms. What a picture! What beautiful painting, thought he. She seems to speak, she seems to be alive. And the Holy Infant. There, he stretches out his little hands. There, it laughs, the poor babe. And what colors! Good heavens! What colors! I should think there was no ochre used in the painting, certainly nothing but ultramarine and lake. And what a brilliant blue! Capital workmanship! The background must have been done with white lead. And yet, he continued, stepping to the door and taking the handle in his hand, however beautiful these paintings may be, this brass handle is still more worthy of admiration. What neat work! I should think all this must have been made by German blacksmiths at the most exorbitant prices. The blacksmith might have gone on for a long time with his reflections, had not the attendant in the braid-covered dress given him a push, telling him not to remain behind the others. The Zaporogians passed 2 rooms more, and stopped. Some generals, in gold-embroidered uniforms, were waiting there. The Zaporogians bowed in every direction, and stood in a group. A minute afterwards there entered, attended by a numerous suite, a man of majestic stature, rather stout, dressed in the hetman's uniform and yellow boots. His hair was uncombed. One of his eyes had a small cataract on it, his face wore an expression of stately pride, his every movement gave proof that he was accustomed to command. All the generals, who before his arrival were strutting about somewhat haughtily in their gold-embroidered uniforms, came bustling towards him with profound bows, seeming to watch every one of his words, nay, of his movements, that they might run and see his desires fulfilled. The hetman did not pay any attention to all this, scarcely nodding his head, and went straight to the Zaporogians. They bowed to him with one accord till their brows touched the ground. "Are all of you here?" asked he, in a somewhat drawling voice, with a slight nasal twang. "Yes, father, every one of us is here," answered the Zaporogians, bowing once more. "Remember to speak just as I taught you." "We will, father, we will." "Is it the Tsar?" asked the blacksmith of one of the Zaporogians. "The Tsar." "A great deal more, it is Potemkin himself," was the answer. Voices were heard in the adjoining room, and the blacksmith knew not where to turn his eyes, when he saw a multitude of ladies enter, dressed in silk gowns with long trains, and courtiers in gold-embroidered coats and bag wigs. He was dazzled with the glitter of gold, silver, and precious stones. The Zaporogians fell with one accord on their knees, and cried with one voice, "Mother, have mercy upon us." The blacksmith, too, followed their example, and stretched himself full length on the floor. "Rise up," was heard above their heads, in a commanding yet soft voice. Some of the courtiers officiously hastened to push the Zaporogians. "We will not arise, mother, we will die rather than arise," cried the Zaporogians. Potemkin bit his lips. At last he came himself, and whispered imperatively to one of them. They arose. Then only did the blacksmith venture to raise his eyes, and saw before him a lady, not tall, somewhat stout, with powdered hair, blue eyes, and that majestic, smiling air, which conquered every one, and could be the attribute only of a reigning woman. His Highness 24 promised to make me acquainted today with a people under my dominion, whom I have not yet seen, said the blue-eyed lady, looking with curiosity at the Zaporogians. "Are you satisfied with the manner in which you are provided for here?" asked she, coming nearer. "Thank thee, mother. Provisions are good, though mutton is not quite so fine here as at home. But why should one be so very particular about it?" Potemkin frowned at hearing them speak in quite a different manner to what he had told them to do. One of the Zaporogians stepped out from the group, and, in a dignified manner, began the following speech: "Mother, have mercy upon us. What have we, thy faithful people, done to deserve thine anger? Have we ever given assistance to the miscreant Tartars? Did we ever help the Turks in anything? Have we betrayed thee in our acts, nay, even in our thoughts? Wherefore, then, art thou ungracious towards us? At first they told us thou hadst ordered fortresses to be raised against us. Then we were told thou wouldst make regular regiments of us. Now, we hear of new evils coming on us. In what were the Zaporogians ever in fault with regard to thee? Was it in bringing thy army across Perekop? Or in helping thy generals to get the better of the Crimean Tartars?" Potemkin remained silent, and, with an unconcerned air, was brushing the diamonds which sparkled on his fingers. "What do you ask for, then?" demanded Catherine, in a solicitous tone of voice. The Zaporogians looked knowingly at one another. "Now's the time." "The Tsarina asks what we want," thought the blacksmith, and suddenly down he went on his knees. "Imperial Majesty, do not show me thy anger, show me thy mercy. Let me know, and let not my question bring the wrath of thy Majesty's worship upon me, of what stuff are made the boots that thou wearest on thy feet? I think there is no bootmaker in any country in the world who ever will be able to make such pretty ones. Gracious Lord! If ever my wife had such boots to wear." The Empress laughed. The courtiers laughed too. Potemkin frowned and smiled at the same time. The Zaporogians pushed the blacksmith, thinking he had gone mad. "Stand up," said the Empress, kindly. "If thou wishest to have such shoes, thy wish may be easily fulfilled. Let him have directly my richest gold-embroidered shoes. This artlessness pleases me exceedingly." Then, turning towards a gentleman with a round pale face, who stood a little apart from the rest, and whose plain dress, with mother-of-pearl buttons, showed at once that he was not a courtier, "There you have," continued she, "a subject worthy of your witty pen. Your Imperial Majesty is too gracious. It would require a pen no less able than that of a La Fontaine, answered with a bow, the gentleman in the plain dress. Upon my honor. I tell you I am still under the impression of your Brigadier. 25 You read exceedingly well. Then, speaking once more to the Zaporogians, she said, I was told that you never married at your Sicha. How could that be, mother? Thou knowest well, by thyself, that no man could ever do without a woman, answered the same Zaporogian who had conversed with the blacksmith. And the blacksmith was astonished to hear one so well acquainted with polished language speak to the Tsarina, as if on purpose, in the coarsest accent used among peasants. A cunning people, thought he to himself, he does it certainly for some reason. We are no monks, continued the speaker, we are sinful men. Every one of us is as much inclined to forbidden fruit as a good Christian can be. There are not a few among us who have wives, only their wives do not live in the Sicha. Many have their wives in Poland, others have wives in Ukraine, 26 There are some, too, who have wives in Turkey. At this moment the shoes were brought to the blacksmith. Gracious Lord! What ornaments, cried he, overpowered with joy, grasping the shoes. Imperial Majesty! If thou dost wear such shoes upon thy feet, and thy honor, I dare say, does use them even for walking in the snow and the mud, what, then, must thy feet be like? Whiter than sugar, at the least, I should think. The Empress, who really had charming feet of an exquisite shape, could not refrain from smiling at such a compliment from a simple-minded blacksmith, who, notwithstanding his sunburnt features, must have been accounted a handsome lad in his Zaporogian dress. The blacksmith, encouraged by the condescension of the Tsarina, was already on the point of asking her some questions about all sorts of things. Whether it was true that sovereigns fed upon nothing but honey and lard, and so on. But feeling the Zaporogians pull the skirts of his coat, he resolved to keep silent. And when the Empress turned to the older Cossacks, and began to ask them about their way of living, and their manners in the Sicha, he stepped a little back, bent his head towards his pocket, and said in a low voice, Quick, carry me hence, away. And in no time he had left the town gate far behind. He is drowned. I'll swear to it, he's drowned. May I never leave this spot alive, if he is not drowned, said the fat weaver's wife, standing in the middle of the street, amidst a group of the villagers' wives. Then I am a liar? Did I ever steal anything? Did I ever cast an evil eye upon anyone? That I am no longer worthy of belief? Shrieked a hag wearing a Cossack's dress, and with a violet-colored nose. Brandishing her hands in the most violent manner, may I never have another drink of water if old Paraprochenko's wife did not see with her own eyes, how that the blacksmith has hanged himself. The blacksmith hanged himself? What is this I hear, said the elder, stepping out of Chup's cottage, and he pushed his way nearer to the talking women. Say rather, mayest thou never wish to drink brandy again, old drunkard, answered the weaver's wife. One must be as mad as thou art to hang one's self. He is drowned. Drowned in the ice hole. This I know as well as that thou just now didst come from the brandy shop. Shameless creature! What meanest thou to reproach me with? Angrily retorted the hag with the violet-colored nose, thou hadst better hold thy tongue, good-for-nothing woman. Don't I know that the clerk comes every evening to thee? The weaver's wife became red in the face. What does the clerk do? To whom does the clerk come? What lie art thou telling? The clerk? Cried, in shrill voice, the clerk's wife, who, dressed in a hareskin cloak covered with blue nankeen, pushed her way towards the quarreling ones. I will let you know about the clerk. Who is talking here about the clerk? There is she to whom the clerk pays his visits, said the violet-nosed woman, pointing to the weaver's wife. So, thou art the witch, continued the clerk's wife stepping nearer the weaver's wife, thou art the witch who sends him out of his senses and gives him a charmed beverage in order to bewitch him? Wilt thou leave me alone, she-devil, cried the weaver's wife, drawing back. Cursed witch! Mayest thou never see thy children again, good-for-nothing woman." And the clerk's wife spat right into the eyes of the weaver's wife. The weaver's wife wished to return her the same compliment, but instead of that, spat on the unshaven beard of the elder, who had come near the squabblers in order to hear what was going on. "Ah! Nasty creature," cried the elder, wiping his face with his skirt, and lifting his whip. This motion made them all fly in different directions, scolding the whole time. "The abominable creature," continued the elder, still wiping his beard. "So the blacksmith is drowned. Gracious heaven! And such a capital painter! And what strong knives, and sickles, and plowshares he used to forge! How strong he was himself! Yes," continued he, meditatively, "there are few such men in our village. That was the reason of the poor fellow's ill temper, which I noticed while I was sitting in that confounded sack. So much for the blacksmith. He was here, and now nothing is left of him. And I was thinking of letting him shoe my speckled mare," and, full of such Christian thoughts, the elder slowly went to his cottage. Oksana was very downcast at hearing the news. She did not put any faith in the evidence of Perepurchenko's wife, or in the gossiping of the women. She knew the blacksmith to be too pious to venture on letting his soul perish. But what if indeed he had left the village with the resolve never to return? And scarcely could there be found anywhere such an accomplished lad as the blacksmith. And he loved her so intensely. He had endured her caprices longer than anyone else. All the night long, the bell turned beneath her coverlet, from right to left, and from left to right, and could not go to sleep. Now she scolded herself almost aloud, throwing herself into the most bewitching attitudes, which the darkness of the night hid even from herself. Then, in silence, she resolved to think no more of anything, and still continued thinking, and was burning with fever, and in the morning she was quite in love with the blacksmith. Chup was neither grieved nor rejoiced at the fate of Vakula. All his ideas had concentrated themselves into one. He could not for a moment forget Soloka's want of faith. And even when asleep, ceased not to abuse her. The morning came, the church was crowded even before daylight. The elderly women, in their white linen veils, their flowing robes, and long jackets made of white cloth, piously made the sign of the cross, standing close to the entrance of the church. The Cossacks' wives, in green and yellow bodices, and some of them even in blue dresses, with gold braidings behind, stood a little before them. The girls endeavored to get still nearer to the altar, and displayed whole shopfuls of ribbons on their heads, and of necklaces, little crosses, and silver coins on their necks. But right in front stood the Cossacks and the peasants, with their mustachios, their crown tufts, their thick necks and their freshly shaven chins, dressed for the most part in cloaks with hoods, from beneath which were seen white, and sometimes blue coats. On every face, wherever one looked, one might see it was a holiday. The elder already licked his lips at the idea of breaking his fast with a sausage. The girls were thinking about the pleasure of running about with the lads, and skating upon the ice. The old women muttered their prayers more zealously than ever. The whole church resounded with the thumps which the Cossack Sverbigus gave with his forehead against the ground. Oksana alone was out of sorts. She said her prayers, and yet could not pray. Her heart was besieged by so many different feelings, one more mournful than the other, one more perplexing than the other, that the greatest dejection appeared upon her features. And tears moistened her eyes. None of the girls could understand the reason of her state, and none would have suspected its being occasioned by the blacksmith. And yet Oksana was not the only one who noticed his absence. The whole congregation remarked that there lacked something to the fullness of the festival. Moreover, the clerk, during his journey in the sack, had got a bad cold, and his cracked voice was hardly audible. The newly arrived chanter had a deep bass indeed. But at all events, it would have been much better if the blacksmith had been there, as he had so fine a voice, and knew how to chant the tunes which were used at Poltava. And besides, he was churchwarden. The matins were said. The liturgy had also been brought to a close. Well, what had indeed happened to the blacksmith? The devil, with the blacksmith on his back, had flown with still greater speed during the remainder of the night. Vakula soon reached his cottage. At the very moment he heard the crow of a cock. "Whither away?" cried he, seeing the devil in the act of sneaking off, and he caught him by his tail. "Wait a bit, my dear fellow, I have not done with thee, thou must get thy reward." And, taking a stick, he gave him 3 blows across his back, so that the poor devil took to his heels, exactly as a peasant might do who had just been punished by a police officer. So, the enemy of mankind, instead of cheating, seducing, or leading anybody into foolishness, was made a fool of himself. After this, Vakula went into the passage, buried himself in the hay, and slept till noon. When he awoke, he was alarmed at seeing the sun high in the heavens. "I have missed matins and liturgy." And the pious blacksmith fell into mournful thoughts, and decided that the sleep which had prevented him from going to church on such a festival was certainly a punishment inflicted by God for his sinful intention of killing himself. But he soon quieted his mind by resolving to confess no later than next week, and from that very day to make 50 genuflections during his prayers for a whole year. Then he went into the room, but nobody was there. Soloka had not yet returned home. He cautiously drew the shoes from his breast pocket, and once more admired their beautiful workmanship, and marveled at the events of the preceding night. Then he washed, and dressed himself as fine as he could, putting on the same suit of clothes which he had got from the Zaporogians. Took out of his box a new cap with a blue crown and a trimming of black sheepskin, which had never been worn since he bought it at Poltava. He took out also a new belt, of diverse brilliant colors, wrapped up these with a scourge, in a handkerchief, and went straight to Chup's cottage. Chup opened wide his eyes as he saw the blacksmith enter his room. He knew not at what most to marvel, whether at the blacksmith being once more alive, or at his having ventured to come into his house, or at his being dressed so finely, like a Zaporogian. But he was still more astonished when he saw Vakula undo his handkerchief, and set before him an entirely new cap, and such a belt as had never before been seen in the village. And when Vakula fell at his knees, saying in a deprecating voice, "Father, have mercy on me. Do not be angry with me. There, take this scourge, whip me as much as thou wilt. I give myself up. I acknowledge all my trespasses. Whip me, but put away thine anger. The more so that thou and my late father were like 2 brothers, and shared bread, and salt, and brandy together." Chup could not help feeling inwardly pleased at seeing at his feet the blacksmith, the very same blacksmith who would not concede a step to anyone in the village, and who bent copper coins between his fingers, as if they were so many buckwheat fritters. To make himself still more important, Chup took the scourge, gave 3 strokes with it upon the blacksmith's back, and then said, "Well, that will do. Stand up. Attend to men older than thyself. I forget all that has taken place between us. Now, speak out, what dost thou want?" "Father, let me have Oksana." Chup remained thinking for a while. He looked at the cap, he looked at the belt. The cap was beautiful, the belt not less so. He remembered the bad faith of Soloka, and said, in a resolute voice, "Well, send me thy marriage brokers." "Ah!" shrieked Oksana, stepping across the threshold, and she stared at him, with a look of joy and astonishment. "Look at the boots I have brought thee," said Vakula. "They are the very boots which the Tsarina wears." "No, no, I do not want the boots," said Oksana, and she waved her hands, never taking her eyes off him. "It will do without the boots." She could speak no more, and her face turned all crimson. The blacksmith came nearer, and took her hand. The belle cast down her eyes. Never yet had she been so marvelously handsome. The exulting blacksmith gently stole a kiss, and her face flushed still redder, and she looked still prettier. As the late archbishop happened to pass on a journey through Dikanka, he greatly commended the spot on which that village stands, and driving down the street, stopped his carriage before a new cottage. "Whose cottage is this, so highly painted?" asked his eminence of a handsome woman who was standing before the gate, with an infant in her arms. "It is the blacksmith Vakula's cottage," answered Oksana, for she it was, making him a deep courtesy. "Very good painting, indeed." "Capital painting," said the Right Eminent, looking at the door and the windows. And, in truth, every window was surrounded by a stripe of red paint, and the door was painted all over with Cossacks on horseback, with pipes in their mouths. But the archbishop bestowed still more praises on Vakula, when he was made acquainted with the blacksmith's having performed public penance, and with his having painted, at his own expense, the whole of the church choir, green, with red flowers running over it. But Vakula had done still more, he had painted the devil in hell, upon the wall which is to your left when you step into the church. This devil had such an odious face that no one could refrain from spitting, as they passed by. The women, as soon as their children began to cry, brought them to this picture and said, "Look! Is he not an odious creature?" And the children stopped their tears, looked sideways at the picture, and clung more closely to their mother's bosom. Old-fashioned farmers. I am very fond of the modest life of those isolated owners of distant villages, which are usually called old-fashioned, in Little Russia 27, and which, like ruinous and picturesque houses, are beautiful through their simplicity in complete contrast to a new, regular building, whose walls the rain has never yet washed, whose roof is not yet covered with mold, and whose porch, undeprived of its stucco, does not yet show its red bricks. I love sometimes to enter for a moment the sphere of this unusually isolated life, where no wish flies beyond the paling surrounding the little yard, beyond the hedge of the garden filled with apples and plums, beyond the izbas of the village surrounding it, having on one side, shaded by willows, elder bushes and pear trees. The life of the modest owners is so quiet, that you forget yourself for a moment, and think that the passions, wishes, and the uneasy offspring of the evil one, which keep the world in an uproar, do not exist at all, and that you have only beheld them in some brilliant, dazzling vision. I can see now the low-roofed little house, with its veranda of slender, blackened tree trunks, surrounding it on all sides, so that, in case of a thunder or hail storm, the window shutters could be shut without your getting wet. Behind it, fragrant wild cherry trees, whole rows of dwarf fruit trees, overtopped by crimson cherries and a purple sea of plums, covered with a lead-colored bloom, luxuriant maples, under the shade of which rugs were spread for repose. In front of the house the spacious yard, with short, fresh grass, through which paths had been trodden from the storehouses to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the apartments of the family. A long-legged goose drinking water, with her young goslings, soft as down, the picket fence hung with bunches of dried pears and apples, and rugs put out to air. A cart full of melons standing near the storehouse, the oxen unyoked, and lying lazily beside it. All this has for me an indescribable charm, perhaps because I no longer see it, and because anything from which we are separated is pleasing to us. However that may be, from the moment that my britchka drove up to the porch of this little house, my soul entered into a wonderfully pleasant and peaceful state. The horses trotted merrily up to the porch. The coachman climbed very quietly down from the seat, and filled his pipe, as though he had arrived at his own house. The very bark which the phlegmatic dogs set up was soothing to my ears. But more than all else, the owners of this isolated nook, an old man and old woman, hastening anxiously out to meet me, pleased me. Their faces present themselves to me even now, sometimes, in the crowd and commotion, amid fashionable dress suits. And then suddenly a half-dreaming state overpowers me, and the past flits before me. On their countenances are always depicted such goodness, such cheerfulness, and purity of heart, that you involuntarily renounce, if only for a brief space of time, all bold conceptions, and imperceptibly enter with all your feeling into this lowly bucolic life. To this day I cannot forget two old people of the last century, who are, alas, no more. But my heart is still full of pity, and my feelings are strangely moved when I fancy myself driving up sometimes to their former dwelling, now deserted, and see the cluster of decaying cottages, the weedy pond, and where the little house used to stand, an overgrown pit, and nothing more. It is melancholy. But let us return to our story. Afanasy Ivanovich Tovstogub, and his wife Pulcheria Ivanovna Tovstogubika, according to the neighboring muzhik's way of putting it, were the old people whom I began to tell about. If I were a painter, and wished to represent Philemon and Baucis on canvas, I could have found no better models than they. Afanasy Ivanovich was 60 years old, Pulcheria Ivanovna was 55. Afanasy Ivanovich was tall, always wore a sheepskin jacket covered with camel's hair, sat all doubled up, and was almost always smiling, whether he was telling a story or only listening. Pulcheria Ivanovna was rather serious, and hardly ever laughed. But her face and eyes expressed so much goodness, so much readiness to treat you to all the best they owned, that you would probably have found a smile too repellingly sweet for her kind face. The delicate wrinkles were so agreeably disposed upon their countenances, that an artist would certainly have appropriated them. It seemed as though you could read their whole life in them, the pure, peaceful life, led by the old patriotic, simple-hearted, and, at the same time, wealthy families, which always offer a contrast to those baser little Russians, who work up from tar-burners and peddlers, throng the courtrooms like grasshoppers, squeeze the last kopeck from their fellow countrymen, crowd Petersburg with scandalmongers, finally acquire a capital, and triumphantly add an F to their surnames ending in O. No, they did not resemble those despicable and miserable creatures, but all ancient and native little Russian families. It was impossible to behold without sympathy their mutual affection. They never called each other thou, but always you, Afanasy Ivanovich, you, Pulcheria Ivanovna. Was it you who sold the chair, Afanasy Ivanovich? No matter. Don't you be angry, Pulcheria Ivanovna, it was I. They never had any children, so all their affection was concentrated upon themselves. At one time, in his youth, Afanasy Ivanovich served in the militia, and was afterwards brevet major, but that was very long ago, and Afanasy Ivanovich hardly ever thought of it himself. Afanasy Ivanovich married at 30, while he was still young and wore embroidered waistcoats. He even very cleverly abducted Pulcheria Ivanovna, whose parents did not wish to give her to him, but this, too, he recollected very little about, at least, he never mentioned it. All these long-past and unusual events had given place to a quiet and lonely life, to those dreamy yet harmonious fancies which you experience seated on a country balcony facing the garden. When the beautiful rain patters luxuriously on the leaves, flows the murmuring rivulets, inclining your limbs to repose, and meanwhile the rainbow creeps from behind the trees, and its arch shines dully with its 7 hues in the sky. Or when your calash rolls on, pushing its way among green bushes, and the quail calls, and the fragrant grass, with the ears of grain and field flowers, creeps into the door of your carriage, pleasantly striking against your hands and face. He always listened with a pleasant smile to his guests, sometimes he talked himself, but generally he asked questions. He was not one of the old men who weary you with praises of the old times, and complaints of the new. On the contrary, as he put questions to you, he exhibited the greatest curiosity about, and sympathy with, the circumstances of your life, your success, or lack of success, in which kind old men usually are interested. Although it closely resembles the curiosity of a child, who examines the seal on your fob while he is asking his questions. Then, it might be said that his face beamed with kindness. The rooms of the little house in which our old people lived were small, low-studded, such as are generally to be seen with old-fashioned people. In each room stood a huge stove, which occupied nearly 1/3 of the space. These little rooms were frightfully warm, because both Afanasy Ivanovich and Pulcheria Ivanovna were fond of heat. All their fuel was stored in the vestibule, which was always filled nearly to the ceiling with straw, which is generally used in Little Russia in the place of wood. The crackling and blaze of burning straw render the anterooms extremely pleasant on winter evenings, when some lively youth, chilled with his pursuit of some brunette maid, rushes in, beating his hands together. The walls of the rooms were adorned with pictures in narrow, old-fashioned frames. I am positive that their owners had long ago forgotten their subjects. And, if some of them had been carried off, they probably would not have noticed it. 2 of them were large portraits in oil, one represented some bishop, the other, Peter III. From a narrow frame gazed the Duchess of La Valliere, spotted by flies. Around the windows and above the doors were a multitude of small pictures, which you grow accustomed to regard as spots on the wall, and which you never look at. The floor in nearly all the rooms was of clay, but smoothly plastered down, and more cleanly kept than any polished floor of wood in a wealthy house, languidly swept by a sleepy gentleman in livery. Pulcheria Ivanovna's room was all furnished with chests and boxes, and little chests and little boxes. A multitude of little packages and bags, containing seeds, flower seeds, vegetable seeds, watermelon seeds, hung on the walls. A great many balls of various colored woolens, scraps of old dresses, sewed together during half a century, were stuffed away in the riad them. It seemed as though you might read their whole life in them, the pure, peaceful corners, in the chests, and between the chests. Pulcheria Ivanovna was a famous housewife, and saved up everything. Though she sometimes did not know herself what use she could ever make of it. But the most noticeable thing about the house was the singing doors. Just as soon as day arrived, the songs of the doors resounded throughout the house. I cannot say why they sang. Either the rusty hinges were the cause, or else the mechanic who made them concealed some secret in them. But it was worthy of note, that each door had its own particular voice. The door leading to the bedroom sang the thinnest of sopranos, the dining-room door growled a bass. But the one which led into the vestibule gave out a strange, quavering, yet groaning sound, so that, if you listened to it, you heard at last, quite clearly. Batyushka, I am freezing. I know that this noise is very displeasing to many, but I am very fond of it, and if I chance to hear a door squeak here, I seem to see the country. The low-ceiled chamber, lighted by a candle in an old-fashioned candlestick, the supper on the table, May darkness. Night peeping in from the garden through the open windows upon the tables set with dishes, the nightingale, which floods the garden, house, and the distant river with her trills. The rustle and the murmuring of the boughs, and, oh God! What a long chain of reminiscences is woven. The chairs in the room were of wood, and massive, in the style which generally distinguished those of olden times. All had high, turned backs of natural wood, without any paint or varnish. They were not even upholstered, and somewhat resembled those which are still used by bishops. 3-cornered tables stood in the corners, a square one before the sofa. And there was a large mirror in a thin gold frame, carved in leaves, which the flies had covered with black spots. In front of the sofa was a mat with flowers resembling birds, and birds resembling flowers. And this constituted nearly the whole furniture of the far from elegant little house where my old people lived. The maid's room was filled with young and elderly serving women in striped petticoats, to whom Pulcheria Ivanovna sometimes gave some trifles to sew, and whom she made pick over berries. But who ran about the kitchen or slept the greater part of the time. Pulcheria Ivanovna regarded it as a necessity to keep them in the house, and she looked strictly after their morals, but to no purpose. Upon the window-panes buzzed a terrible number of flies, overpowered by the heavy bass of the bumblebee, sometimes accompanied by the penetrating shriek of the wasp. But, as soon as the candles were brought in, this whole horde betook themselves to their night quarters, and covered the entire ceiling with a black cloud. Afanasy Ivanovitch very rarely occupied himself with the farming, although he sometimes went out to the mowers and reapers, and gazed quite intently at their work. All the burden of management devolved upon Pulcheria Ivanovna. Pulcheria Ivanovna's housekeeping consisted of an incessant unlocking and locking of the storeroom, in salting, drying, preserving innumerable quantities of fruits and vegetables. Her house was exactly like a chemical laboratory. A fire was constantly laid under the apple tree. And the kettle or the brass pan with preserves, jelly, marmalade, made with honey, with sugar, and I know not with what else, was hardly ever removed from the tripod. Under another tree the coachman was forever distilling vodka with peach leaves, with wild cherry, cherry flowers, gentian, or cherry stones in a copper still. And at the end of the process, he never was able to control his tongue, chattered all sorts of nonsense, which Pulcheria Ivanovna did not understand, and took himself off to the kitchen to sleep. Such a quantity of all this stuff was preserved, salted, and dried, that it would probably have overwhelmed the whole yard at last, for Pulcheria Ivanovna loved to lay in a store beyond what was calculated for consumption. If the greater part of it had not been devoured by the maidservants, who crept into the storeroom, and overate themselves to such a fearful extent that they groaned and complained of their stomachs for a whole day afterwards. It was less possible for Pulcheria Ivanovna to attend to the agricultural department. The steward conspired with the village elder to rob in the most shameless manner. They had got into a habit of going to their master's forest as though to their own. They manufactured a lot of sledges, and sold them at the neighboring fair. Besides which they sold all the stout oaks to the neighboring Cossacks for beams, for a mill. Only once Pulcheria Ivanovna wished to inspect her forest. For this purpose the droshky, with its huge leather apron, was harnessed. As soon as the coachman shook his reins, and the horses, which had served in the militia, started, it filled the air with strange sounds, as though fifes, tambourines, and drums were suddenly audible. Every nail and iron bolt rattled so, that, when the Pawnee drove from the door, they could be heard clear to the mill, although that was not less than 2 versts away. Pulcheria Ivanovna could not fail to observe the terrible havoc in the forest, and the loss of oaks which she recollected from her childhood as being centuries old. "Why have the oaks become so scarce, Nichapor?" she said to the steward, who was also present. "See that the hairs on your head do not become scarce." "Why are they scarce?" said the steward. They disappeared altogether, the lightning struck them, and the worms ate them. They disappeared, Pani, they disappeared." Pulcheria Ivanovna was quite satisfied with this answer, and on returning home merely gave orders that double guards should be placed over the Spanish cherries and the large winter pear trees in the garden. These worthy managers, the steward and the village elder, considered it quite unnecessary to bring all the flour to the storehouses at the manor, and that half was quite sufficient for the masters. And finally, that half was brought sprinkled or wet through, what had been rejected at the fair. But no matter how the steward and village elder plundered, or how horribly they devoured things at the house, from the housekeeper down to the pigs, who not only made way with frightful quantities of plums and apples, but even shook the trees with their snouts in order to bring down a whole shower of fruit. No matter how the sparrows and crows pecked, or how many presents the servants carried to their friends in other villages, including even old linen and yarn from the storeroom, which all brought up eventually at the universal source, namely, the tavern. No matter how guests, phlegmatic coachmen, and lackeys stole, yet the fruitful earth yielded such an abundance, Akakiy Ivanovitch and Pulcheria Ivanovna needed so little, that all this abominable robbery seemed to pass quite unperceived in their household. Both the old folks, in accordance with old-fashioned customs, were very fond of eating. As soon as daylight dawned, they always rose early, and the doors had begun their many-toned concert. They seated themselves at table, and drank coffee. When Akakiy Ivanovitch had drunk his coffee, he went out, and, flirting his handkerchief, said, "Kish, kish. Go away from the veranda, geese." In the yard he generally encountered the steward. He usually entered into conversation with him, inquired about the work with the greatest minuteness, and communicated such a number of observations and orders as would have caused anyone to wonder at his knowledge of affairs. And no novice would have ventured to suppose that such an acute master could be robbed. But his steward was a clever rascal. He knew well what answers it was necessary to give, and, better still, how to manage things. After this, Akakiy Ivanovitch returned to the room, and said, approaching Pulcheria Ivanovna, "Well, Pulcheria Ivanovna, is it time to eat something, perhaps? What shall we have to eat now, Akakiy Ivanovitch? Some wheat and tallow cakes, or some pies with poppy seeds, or some salted mushrooms. Some mushrooms, then, if you please, or some pies, replied Afanasy Ivanovitch, and then suddenly a tablecloth would make its appearance on the table, with the pies and mushrooms. An hour before dinner, Afanasy Ivanovitch took another snack, and drank vodka from an ancient silver cup, ate mushrooms, divers dried fish, and other things. They sat down to dine at 12 o'clock. Besides the dishes and sauce-boats, there stood upon the table a multitude of pots with covers pasted on, that the appetizing products of the savory old-fashioned cooking might not be exhaled abroad. At dinner the conversation turned upon subjects closely connected with the meal. It seems to me, Afanasy Ivanovitch generally observed, that this groats is burned a little. Does it strike you so, Pulcheria Ivanovna? No, Afanasy Ivanovitch, put on a little more butter, and then it will not taste burned, or take this mushroom sauce, and pour over it. If you please, said Afanasy Ivanovitch, handing his plate, let us see how that will do. After dinner Afanasy Ivanovitch went to lie down for an hour, after which Pulcheria Ivanovna brought him a sliced watermelon and said, Here, try this, Afanasy Ivanovitch. See what a good melon it is. Don't trust it because it is red in the center, Pulcheria Ivanovna, said Afanasy Ivanovitch, taking a good-sized chunk. Sometimes they are red, but not good. But the watermelon slowly disappeared. Then Afanasy Ivanovitch ate a few pears, and went out for a walk in the garden with Pulcheria Ivanovna. On returning to the house Pulcheria went about her own affairs. But he sat down on the veranda facing the yard, and observed how the storeroom's interior was constantly disclosed, and again concealed. And how the girls jostled one another as they carried in, or brought out, all sorts of stuff in wooden boxes, sieves, trays, and other receptacles for fruit. After waiting a while, he sent for Pulcheria Ivanovna, or went to her himself, and said, What is there for me to eat, Pulcheria Ivanovna? What is there? Said Pulcheria Ivanovna, Shall I go and tell them to bring you some berry tarts which I had set aside for you? That would be good, replied Afanasy Ivanovitch. Or perhaps you could eat some kissel, 28. That is good too, replied Afanasy Ivanovitch. Whereupon all was brought immediately, and eaten in due course. Before supper Afanasy Ivanovitch took another snack. At 9:30 they sat down to supper. After supper they went directly to bed, and universal silence settled down upon this busy yet quiet nook. The chamber in which Afanasy Ivanovitch and Pulcheria Ivanovna slept was so hot that very few people could have stayed in it more than a few hours. But Afanasy Ivanovitch, for the sake of more warmth, slept upon the stove bench, although the excessive heat caused him to rise several times in the course of the night, and walk about the room. Sometimes Afanasy Ivanovitch groaned as he walked about the room. Then Pulcheria Ivanovna inquired, Why do you groan, Afanasy Ivanovitch? God knows, Pulcheria Ivanovna. It seems as if my stomach ached a little, said Afanasy Ivanovitch. Hadn't you better eat something, Afanasy Ivanovitch? I don't know, perhaps it would be well, Pulcheria Ivanovna. By the way, what is there to eat? Sour milk, or some stewed dried pears. If you please, I will try them, said Afanasy Ivanovitch. The sleepy maid was sent to ransack the cupboards, and Afanasy Ivanovitch ate a plateful, after which he remarked, Now I seem to feel relieved. Sometimes when the weather was clear, and the rooms were very much heated, Afanasy Ivanovitch got merry, and loved to tease Pulcheria Ivanovna, and talk of something out of the ordinary. Well, Pulcheria Ivanovna, he said, what if our house were to suddenly burn down, what would become of us? God forbid, ejaculated Pulcheria Ivanovna, crossing herself. Well, now, just suppose a case, that our house should burn down. Where should we go then? God knows what you are saying, Afanasy Ivanovitch. How could our house burn down? God will not permit that. Well, but if it did burn? Well, then, we should go to the kitchen. You could occupy for a time the room which the housekeeper now has. But if the kitchen burned too? The idea! God will preserve us from such a catastrophe as the house and the kitchen both burning down. In that case, we could go into the storehouse while a new house was being built. And if the storehouse burned also? God knows what you are saying. I won't listen to you. It is a sin to talk so, and God will punish you for such speeches. But Afanassy Ivanovitch, content with having had his joke over Pulcheria Ivanovna, sat quietly in his chair, and smiled. But the old people were most interesting of all to me when they had visitors. Then everything about their house assumed a different aspect. It may be said that these good people only lived for their guests. They vied with each other in offering you everything which the place produced. But the most pleasing feature of it all to me was, that, in all their kindliness, there was nothing feigned. Their kindness and readiness to oblige were so gently expressed in their faces, so became them, that you involuntarily yielded to their requests. These were the outcome of the pure, clear simplicity of their good, sincere souls. Their joy was not at all of the sort with which the official of the court favors you, when he has become a personage through your exertions, and calls you his benefactor, and fawns at your feet. No guest was ever permitted to depart on the day of his arrival, he must needs pass the night with them. How is it possible to set out at so late an hour upon so long a journey? Pulcheria Ivanovna always observed. The visitor usually lived 3 or 4 versts from them. Of course, said Afanassy Ivanovitch, it is impossible on all accounts. Robbers, or some other evil men, will attack you. May God in his mercy deliver us from robbers, said Pulcheria Ivanovna. And why mention such things at night? Robbers, or no robbers, it is dark, and no fit time to travel. And your coachman? I know your coachman, he is so weak and small, any horse could kill him. Besides, he has probably been drinking, and is now asleep somewhere. And the visitor was obliged to remain. But the evening in the warm, low room, cheerful, strewn with stories, the steam rising from the food upon the table, which was always nourishing, and cooked in a masterly manner, this was his reward. I seem now to see Afanassy Ivanovitch bending to seat himself at the table, with his constant smile, and listening with attention, and even with delight, to his guest. The conversation often turned on politics. The guest, who also emerged but rarely from his village, frequently with significant mien and mysterious expression of countenance, aired his surmises. And told how the French had formed a secret compact with the English to let Bonaparte loose upon Russia again, or talked merely of the impending war. And then Afanassy Ivanovitch often remarked, without appearing to look at Pulcheria Ivanovna, I am thinking of going to the war myself. Why cannot I go to the war? You have been already, broke in Pulcheria Ivanovna. Don't believe him, she said, turning to the visitor, what good would he, an old man, do in the war? The very first soldier would shoot him. By heaven, he would shoot him. He would take aim, and fire at him. What? Said Afanassy Ivanovitch. I would shoot him. Just listen to him, interposed Pulcheria Ivanovna. Why should he go to the war? And his pistols have been rusty this long time, and are lying in the storeroom. If you could only see them. The powder would burst them before they would fire. He will blow his hands off, and disfigure his face, and be miserable forever after. What's that? Said Afanassy Ivanovitch. I will buy myself new arms, I will take my sword or a Cossack lance. These are all inventions. As soon as a thing comes into his head, he begins to talk about it, interrupted Pulcheria Ivanovna with vexation. I know that he is jesting, but it is unpleasant to hear him all the same. He always talks so, sometimes you listen and listen, until it is perfectly frightful. But Afanassy Ivanovitch, satisfied with having frightened Pulcheria Ivanovna, laughed as he sat doubled up in his chair. Pulcheria Ivanovna seemed to me most noteworthy when she offered her guest Zakouska .29, here, she said, taking the cork from a decanter, is genuine yarrow or sage vodka. If anyone's shoulder blades or loins ache, this is a very good remedy, here is some with gentian. If you have a ringing in your ears, or eruption on your face, this is very good, and this is distilled with peach kernels, here, take a glass, what a fine perfume. If ever anyone, in getting out of bed, strikes himself against the corner of the clothes press or table, and a bump comes on his forehead, all he has to do is to drink a glass of this before meals, and it all disappears out of hand, as though it had never been. Then followed a catalogue of the other decanters, almost all of which possessed some healing properties. Having loaded down her guest with this complete apothecary shop, she led him to where a multitude of dishes were set out. Here are mushrooms with summer savory. And here are some with cloves and walnuts. A Turkish woman taught me how to pickle them, at a time when there were still Turkish prisoners among us. She was a good Turk, and it was not noticeable that she professed the Turkish faith. She behaved very nearly as we do, only she would not eat pork. They say that it is forbidden by their laws. Here are mushrooms with currant leaves and nutmeg, and here, some with clove pinks. These are the first I have cooked in vinegar. I don't know how good they are. I learned the secret from Ivan's father. You must first spread oak leaves in a small cask, and then sprinkle on pepper and saltpetre, and then more, until it becomes the color of hawkweed. And then spread the liquid over the mushrooms. And here are cheese tarts, these are different, and here are some pies with cabbage and buckwheat flour, which Akakiy Akakievitch is extremely fond of. Yes, added Akakiy Akakievitch, I am very fond of them. They are soft and a little tart. Pulcheria Ivanovna was generally in very good spirits when they had visitors. Good old woman. She belonged entirely to her guests. I loved to stay with them. And though I overate myself horribly, like all who visited them, and although it was very bad for me, still, I was always glad to go to them. Besides, I think the air of Little Russia must possess some special properties which aid digestion. For if anyone undertook to eat here, in that way, there is no doubt but that he would find himself lying on the table instead of in bed. Good old people. But my story approaches a very sad event, which changed forever the life in that peaceful nook. This event appears all the more striking because it resulted from the most insignificant cause. But, in accordance with the primitive arrangement of things, the most trifling causes produce the greatest events, and the grandest undertakings end in the most insignificant results. Some warrior collects all the forces of his empire, fights for several years, his colonels distinguish themselves. And at last it all ends in the acquisition of a bit of land on which no one would even plant potatoes. But sometimes, on the other hand, a couple of sausage-makers in different towns quarrel over some trifle, and the quarrel at last extends to the towns, and then to the villages and hamlets. And then to the whole empire. But we will drop these reflections, they lead nowhere, and besides, I am not fond of reflections when they remain mere reflections. Pulcheria Ivanovna had a little grey cat, which almost always lay coiled up in a ball at her feet. Pulcheria Ivanovna stroked her occasionally, and with her finger tickled her neck, which the petted cat stretched out as long as possible. It was impossible to say that Pulcheria Ivanovna loved her so very much, but she had simply become attached to her from having become used to seeing her about continually. But Akakiy Akakievitch often joked at such an attachment. I cannot see, Pulcheria Ivanovna, what you find attractive in that cat. Of what use is she? If you had a dog, that would be quite another thing. You can take a dog out hunting, but what is a cat good for? Be quiet, Akakiy Akakievitch, said Pulcheria Ivanovna, you just like to talk, and that's all. A dog is not clean, a dog soils things and breaks everything, but the cat is a peaceable beast. She does no harm to anyone. But it made no difference to Akakiy Akakievitch whether it was a cat or a dog. He only said it to tease Pulcheria Ivanovna. Behind their garden was a large wood, which had been spared by the enterprising steward, possibly because the sound of the axe might have reached the ears of Pulcheria Ivanovna. It was dense, neglected, the old tree trunks were concealed by luxuriant hazel bushes, and resembled the feathered legs of pigeons. In this wood dwelt wildcats. The wild forest cats must not be confounded with those which run about the roofs of houses. Being in the city, they are much more civilized, in spite of their savage nature, than the denizens of the woods. These, on the contrary, are mostly fierce and wild. They are always lean and ugly, and meow in rough, untutored voices. They sometimes scratch for themselves underground passages to the storehouses, and steal tallow. They occasionally make their appearance in the kitchen, springing suddenly in at an open window, when they see that the cook has gone off among the grass. As a rule, noble feelings are unknown to them. They live by thievery, and strangle the little sparrows in their very nests. These cats had a long conference with Pulcheria Ivanovna's tame cat, through a hole under the storehouse, and finally led her astray, as a detachment of soldiers leads astray a dull peasant. Pulcheria Ivanovna noticed that her cat was missing, and sent to look for her, but no cat was to be found. 3 days passed. Pulcheria Ivanovna felt sorry, but finally forgot all about her loss. One day she had been inspecting her vegetable garden, and was returning with her hands full of fresh green cucumbers, which she had picked for Akakiy Akakievitch, when a most pitiful meowing struck her ear. She instinctively called, "Kitty! Kitty!" and out from the tall grass came her grey cat, thin and starved. It was evident that she had not had a mouthful of food for days. Pulcheria Ivanovna continued to call her, but the cat stood crying before her, and did not venture to approach. It was plain that she had become quite wild in that time. Pulcheria Ivanovna stepped forward, still calling the cat, which followed her timidly to the fence. Finally, seeing familiar places, it entered the room. Pulcheria Ivanovna at once ordered milk and meat to be given her, and, sitting down by her, enjoyed the avidity with which her poor pet swallowed morsel after morsel, and lapped the milk. The grey runaway fattened before her very eyes, and began to eat less eagerly. Pulcheria Ivanovna reached out her hand to stroke her. But the ungrateful animal had evidently become too well used to robber cats, or adopted some romantic notion about love and poverty being better than a palace. For the cats were as poor as church mice. However that may be, she sprang through the window, and none of the servants were able to catch her. The old woman reflected. "It is my death which has come for me," she said to herself. And nothing could cheer her. All day she was sad. In vain did Akakiy Akakievitch jest, and want to know why she had suddenly grown so grave. Pulcheria Ivanovna either made no reply, or one which was in no way satisfactory to Akakiy Akakievitch. The next day she was visibly thinner. "What is the matter with you, Pulcheria Ivanovna? You are not ill?" "No, I am not ill, Akakiy Akakievitch. I want to tell you about a strange occurrence. I know that I shall die this year. My death has already come for me." Akakiy Akakievitch's mouth became distorted with pain. Nevertheless, he tried to conquer the sad feeling in his mind, and said, smiling, "God only knows what you are talking about, Pulcheria Ivanovna. You must have drunk some peach infusion instead of your usual herb tea." "No, Akakiy Akakievitch, I have not drunk the peach," said Pulcheria Ivanovna. And Akakiy Akakievitch was sorry that he had made fun of Pulcheria Ivanovna, and as he looked at her, a tear hung on his lashes. "I beg you, Akakiy Akakievitch, to fulfill my wishes," said Pulcheria Ivanovna. "When I die, bury me by the church wall. Put my greyish dress on me, the one with small flowers on a cinnamon ground. My satin dress with red stripes, you must not put on me. A corpse needs no clothes. Of what use are they to her? But it will be good for you. Make yourself a fine dressing gown, in case visitors come, so that you can make a good appearance when you receive them." "God knows what you are saying, Pulcheria Ivanovna," said Akakiy Akakievitch. "Death will come some time, but you frighten one with such remarks." "No, Akakiy Akakievitch, I know when my death is to be. But do not sorrow for me. I am old, and stricken in years, and you, too, are old. We shall soon meet in the other world. But Afanasy Ivanovitch sobbed like a child. It is a sin to weep, Afanasy Ivanovitch. Do not sin and anger God by your grief. I am not sorry to die, I am only sorry for one thing. A heavy sob broke her speech for a moment. I am sorry because I do not know whom I shall leave with you. Who will look after you when I am dead? You are like a little child, the one who attends you must love you. And her face expressed such deep and heartfelt sorrow, that I do not know whether anyone could have beheld her, and remained unmoved. Mind, Yevdoka, she said, turning to the housekeeper, whom she had ordered to be summoned expressly, that you look after your master when I am dead, and cherish him like the apple of your eye. Like your own child. See that everything he likes is prepared in the kitchen, that his linen and clothes are always clean. That, when visitors happen in, you dress him properly, otherwise he will come forth in his old dressing gown, for he often forgets now whether it is a festival or an ordinary day. Do not take your eyes off him, Yevdoka. I will pray for you in the other world, and God will reward you. Do not forget, Yevdoka. You are old, you have not long to live. Take no sins upon your soul. If you do not look well to him, you will have no happiness in the world. I will beg God myself to give you an unhappy ending. And you will be unhappy yourself, and your children will be unhappy. And none of your race will ever have God's blessing. Poor old woman. She thought not of the great moment which awaited her, nor of her soul, nor of the future life, she thought only of her poor companion, with whom she had passed her life. And whom she was leaving an orphan and unprotected. After this fashion, she arranged everything with great skill, so that, after her death, Afanasy Ivanovitch might not perceive her absence. Her faith in her approaching end was so firm and her mind was so fixed upon it, that, in a few days, she actually took to her bed, and was unable to take any nourishment. Afanasy Ivanovitch was all attention, and never left her bedside. Perhaps you could eat something, Pulcheria Ivanovna, he said, looking uneasily into her eyes. But Pulcheria Ivanovna made no reply. At length, after a long silence, she moved her lips, as though desirous of saying something, and her breath fled. Afanasy Ivanovitch was utterly amazed. It seemed to him so terrible, that he did not even weep. He gazed at her with troubled eyes, as though he did not comprehend the meaning of a corpse. They laid the dead woman on a table, dressed her in the dress she herself had designated, crossed her arms, and placed a wax candle in her hand. He looked on without feeling. A throng of people of every class filled the court. Long tables were spread in the yard, and covered with heaps of kutya, 30 fruit wine, and pies. The visitors talked, wept, looked at the dead woman, discussed her qualities, gazed at him, but he looked upon it all as a stranger might. At last they carried out the dead woman, the people thronged after, and he followed. The priests were in full vestments, the sun shone, the infants cried in their mothers' arms, the larks sang, the children in their little blouses ran and capered along the road. Finally they placed the coffin over the grave. They bade him approach and kiss the dead woman for the last time. He approached, and kissed her. Tears appeared in his eyes, but unfeeling tears. The coffin was lowered, the priest took the shovel, and flung in the first earth. The full choir of deacons and 2 sacristans sang the requiem under the blue, cloudless sky. The laborers grasped their shovels, and the grave was soon filled, the earth leveled off. Then he pressed forward. All stood aside to make room for him, wishing to know his object. He raised his eyes, looked about in a bewildered way, and said, "And so you have buried her." "Why?" He paused, and did not finish his sentence. But when he returned home, when he saw that his chamber was empty, that even the chair on which Pulcheria Ivanovna was wont to sit had been carried out, he sobbed violently, irrepressibly. And tears ran in streams from his dim eyes. 5 years passed. What grief will time not efface? What passion is not cured in unequal battle with it? I knew a man in the bloom of his youthful strength, full of true nobility and worth. I knew that he loved, tenderly, passionately, wildly, boldly, modestly. And in my presence, before my very eyes, almost, the object of his passion, a girl, gentle, beautiful as an angel, was struck by insatiable death. I never beheld such a terrible outburst of spiritual suffering, such mad, fiery grief, such consuming despair, as agitated the unfortunate lover. I never thought that a man could make for himself such a hell, where there was neither shadow nor form, nor anything in any way resembling hope. They tried never to let him out of sight, they concealed all weapons from him by which he could commit suicide. 2 weeks later he regained control of himself, he began to laugh and jest. They gave him his freedom, and the first use he made of it was to buy a pistol. One day a sudden shot startled his relatives terribly. They rushed into the room, and beheld him stretched out, with his skull crushed. A physician who chanced to be present, and who enjoyed a universal reputation for skill, discovered some signs of life in him, found that the wound was not fatal. And he was cured, to the great amazement of all. The watchfulness over him was redoubled. Even at table, they never put a knife near him, and tried to keep everything away from him with which he could injure himself. But he soon found a fresh opportunity, and threw himself under the wheels of a passing carriage. His hand and feet were crushed, but again he was cured. A year after this I saw him in a crowded salon. He was talking gaily, as he covered a card, and behind him, leaning upon the back of his chair, stood his young wife, turning over his counters. Being in the vicinity during the course of the 5 years already mentioned, which succeeded Pulcheria Ivanovna's death, I went to the little farm of Akakiy Akakievitch. To inquire after my old neighbor, with whom I had formerly spent the day so agreeably, dining always on the choicest delicacies of his kind-hearted wife. When I drove up to the door, the house seemed twice as old, the peasants' izbas were lying completely on one side, without doubt, exactly like their owners. The fence and hedge around the courtyard were completely dilapidated. And I myself saw the cook pull out a paling to heat the stove, when she had only a couple of steps to take in order to get the kindling wood which had been piled there expressly. I stepped sadly upon the veranda. The same dogs, now blind, or with broken legs, raised their bushy tails, all matted with burrs, and barked. The old man came out to meet me. So, this was he. I recognized him at once, but he was twice as bent as formerly. He knew me, and greeted me with the smile already so well known to me. I followed him into the room. All there seemed the same as in the past. But I observed a sort of strange disorder, a tangible absence of something. In a word, I experienced that strange sensation which takes possession of us when we enter, for the first time, the dwelling of a widower whom we had heretofore known as inseparable from the companion who has been with him all his life. This sensation resembles the one we feel when we see before us a man whom we had always known as healthy, without his legs. In everything was visible the absence of painstaking Pulcheria Ivanovna. At table they gave us a knife without a handle, the dishes were not prepared with so much art. I did not care to inquire about the management of the estate, I was even afraid to glance at the farm buildings. When we sat down at the table, a maid fastened a napkin in front of Akakiy Akakievitch. And it was very well that she did so, for otherwise he would have spotted his dressing gown all over with gravy. I tried to interest him in something, and told him various bits of news. He listened with his usual smile, but his glance was at times quite unintelligent, and thoughts did not wander there, but only disappeared. He frequently raised a spoonful of porridge, and, instead of carrying it to his mouth, carried it to his nose, and, instead of sticking his fork into the chicken, he struck the decanter with it. And then the servant, taking his hand, guided it to the chicken. We sometimes waited several minutes for the next course. Akakiy Akakievitch remarked it himself, and said, "Why are they so long in bringing the food?" But I saw through a crack of the door that the boy who brought the dishes was not thinking of it at all, but was fast asleep, with his head leaning on a stool. "This is the dish," said Akakiy Akakievitch, when they brought us Nishki 31 with cream. "This is the dish," he continued, and I observed that his voice began to quiver, and that tears were ready to peep from his leaden eyes. But he collected all his strength, striving to repress them. "This is the dish which the ceas," and the tears suddenly burst forth. His hand fell upon the plate. The plate was overturned, flew from the table, and was broken. The gravy ran all over him. He sat stupidly holding his spoon, and tears like a never-ceasing fountain flowed in streams down upon his napkin. "Oh God!" I thought, as I looked at him, 5 years of all-obliterating time, an old man, an already apathetic old man, who, in all his life, apparently, was never agitated by any strong spiritual emotion, whose whole life seemed to consist in sitting on a high chair, in eating dried fish and pears, in telling good-natured stories, and yet so long and fervent a grief. Which wields the most powerful sway over us, passion or habit? Or are all our strong impulses, all the whirlwinds of our desire and boiling passions, but the consequence of our fierce young growth, and only for that reason seem deep and annihilating? However that may be, all our passion, on that occasion, seemed to me child's play beside this long, slow, almost insensible habit. Several times he tried to pronounce the dead woman's name. But in the middle of the word his peaceful and ordinary face became convulsively distorted, and a childlike fit of weeping cut me to the heart. No, these were not the tears of which old people are generally so lavish, when representing to us their wretched condition and unhappiness. Neither were these the tears which they drop over a glass of punch. No, these were tears which flowed without asking a reason, distilled from the bitter pain of a heart already growing cold. He did not live long after this. I heard of his death recently. It was strange, though, that the circumstances attending his death somewhat resembled those of Pulcheria Ivanovna's. One day Akakiy Ivanovitch decided to take a short stroll in the garden. As he went slowly down the path, with his usual carelessness, a strange thing happened to him. All at once he heard someone behind him say, in a distinct voice, "Akakiy Ivanovitch." He turned round, but there was no one there. He looked on all sides, he peered into the shrubbery, no one anywhere. The day was calm, and the sun shone clear. He pondered for a moment. His face lighted up. And at length he exclaimed, "It is Pulcheria Ivanovna calling me. It has doubtless happened to you, at some time or other, to hear a voice calling you by name, which the peasants explain by saying that a man's spirit is longing for him, and calls him, and that death inevitably follows. I confess that this mysterious call has always been very terrifying to me. I remember to have often heard it in my childhood. Sometimes someone suddenly pronounced my name distinctly behind me. The day, on such occasions, was usually bright and sunny. Not a leaf on a tree moved. The silence was deathlike, even the grasshoppers had ceased to whir. There was not a soul in the garden. But I must confess, that, if the wildest and most stormy night, with the utmost inclemency of the elements, had overtaken me alone in the midst of an impassable forest, I should not have been so much alarmed by it as by this fearful stillness amid a cloudless day. On such occasions, I usually ran in the greatest terror, catching my breath, from the garden, and only regained composure when I encountered some person, the sight of whom dispelled the terrible inward solitude. He yielded himself up utterly to his moral conviction that Pulcheria Ivanovna was calling him. He yielded with the will of a submissive child, withered away, coughed, melted away like a candle and at length expired like it, when nothing remains to feed its poor flame. "Lay me beside Pulcheria Ivanovna," that was all he said before his death. His wish was fulfilled, and they buried him beside the church, close to Pulcheria Ivanovna's grave. The guests at the funeral were few, but there was a throng of common and poor people. The house was already quite deserted. The enterprising clerk and village elder carried off to their izbas all the old household utensils and things which the housekeeper did not manage to appropriate. There shortly appeared, from some unknown quarter, a distant relative, the heir of the property, who had served as lieutenant in some regiment, I forget which, and was a great reformer. He immediately perceived the great waste and neglect in the management. This decided him to root out, rearrange, and introduce order into everything. He purchased 6 fine English scythes, nailed a number on each izba, and finally managed so well, that in 6 months the estate was in the hands of trustees. The wise trustees, consisting of an ex-assessor and a captain of the staff in faded uniform, promptly carried off all the hens and eggs. The izbas, nearly all of which were lying on the ground, fell into complete ruin. The mujiks wandered off, and were mostly numbered among the runaways. The real owner himself, who lived on peaceable terms with his trustees, and drank punch with them, very rarely entered his village, and did not long live there. From that time forth, he has been going about to all the fairs in Little Russia, carefully inquiring prices at various large establishments, which sell at wholesale, flour, hemp, honey, and so forth. But he buys only the smallest trifles, such as a flint, a nail to clean his pipe, or anything, the value of which at wholesale does not exceed a ruble. Taras Bulba. Chapter 1. Turn round, my boy. How ridiculous you look. What sort of a priest's cassock have you got on? Does everybody at the academy dress like that? With such words did old Bulba greet his 2 sons, who had been absent for their education at the Royal Seminary of Kiev, and had now returned home to their father. His sons had but just dismounted from their horses. They were a couple of stout lads who still looked bashful, as became youths recently released from the seminary. Their firm healthy faces were covered with the first down of manhood, down which had, as yet, never known a razor. They were greatly discomfited by such a reception from their father, and stood motionless with eyes fixed upon the ground. "Stand still, stand still. Let me have a good look at you," he continued, turning them around. "How long your gabardines are." "What gabardines? There never were such gabardines in the world before. Just run, one of you. I want to see whether you will not get entangled in the skirts, and fall down." Don't laugh, father," said the eldest lad at length. "How touchy we are." "Why shouldn't I laugh?" "Because, although you are my father, if you laugh, by heavens, I will strike you." "What kind of son are you?" "What, strike your father?" exclaimed Taras Bulba, retreating several paces in amazement. "Yes, even my father. I don't stop to consider persons when an insult is in question." "So you want to fight me? With your fist, eh? Anyway." "Well, let it be fisticuffs," said Taras Bulba, turning up his sleeves. "I'll see what sort of a man you are with your fists." And father and son, in lieu of a pleasant greeting after long separation, began to deal each other heavy blows on ribs, back, and chest, now retreating and looking at each other, now attacking afresh. "Look, good people. The old man has gone mad. He has lost his senses completely," screamed their pale, ugly, kindly mother, who was standing on the threshold, and had not yet succeeded in embracing her darling children. "The children have come home, we have not seen them for over a year, and now he has taken some strange freak, he's pummeling them." "Yes, he fights well," said Bulba, pausing. "Well, by heavens," he continued, rather as if excusing himself, "although he has never tried his hand at it before, he will make a good Cossack. Now, welcome, son. Embrace me," and father and son began to kiss each other. "Good lad. See that you hit everyone as you pummeled me, don't let anyone escape. Nevertheless your clothes are ridiculous all the same. What rope is this hanging there, and you lout, why are you standing there with your hands hanging beside you?" he added, turning to the youngest. "Why don't you fight me? You son of a dog." "What an idea," said the mother, who had managed in the meantime to embrace her youngest. "Who ever heard of children fighting their own father? That's enough for the present. The child is young, he has had a long journey, he is tired. The child was over 20, and about 6 feet high. He ought to rest, and eat something, and you set him to fighting. You are a gabbler, said Bulba. Don't listen to your mother, my lad, she is a woman, and knows nothing. What sort of petting do you need? A clear field and a good horse, that's the kind of petting for you. And do you see this sword? That's your mother. All the rest people stuff your heads with is rubbish. The academy, books, primers, philosophy, and all that, I spit upon it all. Here Bulba added a word which is not used in print. But I'll tell you what is best, I'll take you to Zaporozh 32 this very week. That's where there's science for you. There's your school, there alone will you gain sense. And are they only to remain home a week, said the worn old mother sadly and with tears in her eyes. The poor boys will have no chance of looking around, no chance of getting acquainted with the home where they were born, there will be no chance for me to get a look at them. Enough, you've howled quite enough, old woman. A Cossack is not born to run around after women. You would like to hide them both under your petticoat, and sit upon them as a hen sits on eggs. Go, go, and let us have everything there is on the table in a trice. We don't want any dumplings, honey cakes, poppy cakes, or any other such messes. Give us a whole sheep, a goat, mead 40 years old, and as much corn brandy as possible. Not with raisins and all sorts of stuff, but plain scorching corn brandy, which foams and hisses like mad. Bulba led his sons into the principal room of the hut, and 2 pretty servant girls wearing coin necklaces, who were arranging the apartment, ran out quickly. They were either frightened at the arrival of the young men, who did not care to be familiar with anyone, or else they merely wanted to keep up their feminine custom of screaming and rushing away headlong at the sight of a man, and then screening their blushes for some time with their sleeves. The hut was furnished according to the fashion of that period, a fashion concerning which hints linger only in the songs and lyrics, no longer sung, alas, in the Ukraine as of yore by blind old men, to the soft tinkling of the native guitar, to the people thronging round them, according to the taste of that warlike and troublous time. Of leagues and battles prevailing in the Ukraine after the Union. Everything was cleanly smeared with colored clay. On the walls hung sabers, hunting whips, nets for birds, fishing nets, guns, elaborately carved powder horns, gilded bits for horses, and tether ropes with silver plates. The small window had round dull panes, through which it was impossible to see except by opening the one movable one. Around the windows and doors red bands were painted. On shelves in one corner stood jugs, bottles, and flasks of green and blue glass, carved silver cups, and gilded drinking vessels of various makes, Venetian, Turkish, Tsarkessian, which had reached Bulba's cabin by various roads, at third and fourth hand, a thing common enough in those bold days. There were birchwood benches all around the room, a huge table under the holy pictures in one corner, and a huge stove covered with party-colored patterns in relief, with spaces between it and the wall. All this was quite familiar to the 2 young men, who were wont to come home every year during the dog days, since they had no horses. And it was not customary to allow students to ride afield on horseback. The only distinctive things permitted them were long locks of hair on the temples, which every Cossack who bore weapons was entitled to pull. It was only at the end of their course of study that Bulba had sent them a couple of young stallions from his stud. Bulba, on the occasion of his son's arrival, ordered all the sotniks or captains of hundreds, and all the officers of the band who were of any consequence, to be summoned. And when 2 of them arrived with his old comrade, the Osal or sub-chief, Dmytro Tovkach, he immediately presented the lads, saying, "See what fine young fellows they are. I shall send them to the Sech 33 shortly." The guests congratulated Bulba and the young men, telling them they would do well and that there was no better knowledge for a young man than a knowledge of that same Zaporozhian Sech. "Come, brothers, seat yourselves, each where he likes best, at the table. Come, my sons. First of all, let's take some corn brandy," said Bulba. "God bless you. Welcome, lads. You, Ostap, and you, Andrei. God grant that you may always be successful in war, that you may beat the Mussulmans and the Turks and the Tatars. And that when the Poles undertake any expedition against our faith, you may beat the Poles. Come, clink your glasses. How now? Is the brandy good? What's corn brandy in Latin? The Latins were stupid, they did not know there was such a thing in the world as corn brandy. What was the name of the man who wrote Latin verses? I don't know much about reading and writing, so I don't quite know. Wasn't it Horace? What a dad, thought the elder son Ostap. The old dog knows everything, but he always pretends the contrary. I don't believe the archimandrite allowed you so much as a smell of corn brandy, continued Taras. Confess, my boys, they thrashed you well with fresh birch twigs on your backs and all over your Cossack bodies, and perhaps, when you grew too sharp, they beat you with whips. And not on Saturday only, I fancy, but on Wednesday and Thursday. What is past, father, need not be recalled, it is done with. Let them try it. No, said Andrei. Let anybody just touch me, let any Tatar risk it now, and he'll soon learn what a Cossack's sword is like. Good, my son, by heavens, good. And when it comes to that, I'll go with you. By heavens, I'll go too. What should I wait here for? To become a buckwheat reaper and housekeeper, to look after the sheep and swine, and loaf around with my wife? Away with such nonsense. I am a Cossack, I'll have none of it. What's left but war? I'll go with you to Zaporozhe to carouse, I'll go, by heavens. And old Bulba, growing warm by degrees and finally quite angry, rose from the table, and, assuming a dignified attitude, stamped his foot. We will go tomorrow. Wherefore delay? What enemy can we besiege here? What is this hut to us? What do we want with all these things? What are pots and pans to us? So saying, he began to knock over the pots and flasks, and to throw them about. The poor old woman, well used to such freaks on the part of her husband, looked sadly on from her seat on the wall bench. She did not dare say a word. But when she heard the decision which was so terrible for her, she could not refrain from tears. As she looked at her children, from whom so speedy a separation was threatened, it is impossible to describe the full force of her speechless grief, which seemed to quiver in her eyes and on her lips convulsively pressed together. Bulba was terribly headstrong. He was one of those characters which could only exist in that fierce 15th century, and in that half-nomadic corner of Europe, when the whole of southern Russia, deserted by its princes, was laid waste and burned to the quick by pitiless troops of Mongolian robbers. When men deprived of house and home grew brave there. When, amid conflagrations, threatening neighbors, and eternal terrors, they settled down, and growing accustomed to looking these things straight in the face, trained themselves not to know that there was such a thing as fear in the world. When the old, peaceable Slav spirit was fired with warlike flame, and the Cossack state was instituted, a free, wild outbreak of Russian nature, and when all the riverbanks, fords, and like suitable places were peopled by Cossacks, whose number no man knew. Their bold comrades had a right to reply to the Sultan when he asked how many they were, who knows? We are scattered all over the steppes, wherever there is a hillock, there is a Cossack. It was, in fact, a most remarkable exhibition of Russian strength, forced by dire necessity from the bosom of the people. In place of the original provinces with their petty towns, in place of the warring and bartering petty princes ruling in their cities, there arose great colonies, kurens, 34 and districts, bound together by one common danger and hatred against the heathen robbers. The story is well known how their incessant warfare and restless existence saved Europe from the merciless hordes which threatened to overwhelm her. The Polish kings, who now found themselves sovereigns, in place of the provincial princes, over these extensive tracts of territory, fully understood, despite the weakness and remoteness of their own rule, the value of the Cossacks, and the advantages of the warlike, untrammeled life led by them. They encouraged them and flattered this disposition of mind. Under their distant rule, the hetmans or chiefs, chosen from among the Cossacks themselves, redistributed the territory into military districts. It was not a standing army, no one saw it. But in case of war and general uprising, it required a week, and no more, for every man to appear on horseback, fully armed, receiving only 1 ducat from the king. And in 2 weeks such a force had assembled as no recruiting officers would ever have been able to collect. When the expedition was ended, the army dispersed among the fields and meadows and the fords of the Dnieper, each man fished, wrought at his trade, brewed his beer, and was once more a free Cossack. Their foreign contemporaries rightly marveled at their wonderful qualities. There was no handicraft which the Cossack was not expert at. He could distill brandy, build a wagon, make powder, and do blacksmiths' and gunsmiths' work, in addition to committing wild excesses. Drinking and carousing as only a Russian can, all this he was equal to. Besides the registered Cossacks, who considered themselves bound to appear in arms in time of war, it was possible to collect at any time, in case of dire need, a whole army of volunteers. All that was required was for the osal or sub-chief to traverse the marketplaces and squares of the villages and hamlets, and shout at the top of his voice, as he stood in his wagon, "Hey! You distillers and beer brewers! You have brewed enough beer, and lolled on your stoves, and stuffed your fat carcasses with flour, long enough. Rise, win glory and warlike honors. You ploughmen, you reapers of buckwheat, you tenders of sheep, you danglers after women, enough of following the plough, and soiling your yellow shoes in the earth, and courting women. And wasting your warlike strength. The hour has come to win glory for the Cossacks." These words were like sparks falling on dry wood. The husbandman broke his plough. The brewers and distillers threw away their casks and destroyed their barrels. The mechanics and merchants sent their trade and their shop to the devil, broke pots and everything else in their homes, and mounted their horses. In short, the Russian character here received a profound development, and manifested a powerful outwards expression. Taras was one of the band of old-fashioned leaders. He was born for warlike emotions, and was distinguished for his uprightness of character. At that epoch the influence of Poland had already begun to make itself felt upon the Russian nobility. Many had adopted Polish customs, and began to display luxury in splendid staffs of servants, hawks, huntsmen, dinners, and palaces. This was not to Taras' taste. He liked the simple life of the Cossacks, and quarreled with those of his comrades who were inclined to the Warsaw Party, calling them serfs of the Polish nobles. Ever on the alert, he regarded himself as the legal protector of the Orthodox faith. He entered despotically into any village where there was a general complaint of oppression by the revenue farmers and of the addition of fresh taxes on necessaries. He and his Cossacks executed justice, and made it a rule that in 3 cases it was absolutely necessary to resort to the sword. Namely, when the commissioners did not respect the superior officers and stood before them covered, when anyone made light of the faith and did not observe the customs of his ancestors. And, finally, when the enemy were Mussulmans or Turks, against whom he considered it permissible, in every case, to draw the sword for the glory of Christianity. Now he rejoiced beforehand at the thought of how he would present himself with his 2 sons at the Sech, and say, "See what fine young fellows I have brought you." How he would introduce them to all his old comrades, steeled in warfare. How he would observe their first exploits in the sciences of war and of drinking, which was also regarded as one of the principal warlike qualities. At first he had intended to send them forth alone. But at the sight of their freshness, stature, and manly personal beauty his martial spirit flamed up and he resolved to go with them himself the very next day. Although there was no necessity for this except his obstinate self-will. He began at once to hurry about and give orders, selected horses and trappings for his sons, looked through the stables and storehouses, and chose servants to accompany them on the morrow. He delegated his power to Osal Tovkach, and gave with it a strict command to appear with his whole force at the Sech the very instant he should receive a message from him. Although he was jolly, and the effects of his drinking bout still lingered in his brain, he forgot nothing. He even gave orders that the horses should be watered, their cribs filled, and that they should be fed with the finest corn, and then he retired, fatigued with all his labors. Now, children, we must sleep, but tomorrow we shall do what God wills. Don't prepare us a bed, we need no bed, we will sleep in the courtyard. Night had but just stole over the heavens, but Bulba always went to bed early. He lay down on a rug and covered himself with a sheepskin pelisse, for the night air was quite sharp and he liked to lie warm when he was at home. He was soon snoring, and the whole household speedily followed his example. All snored and groaned as they lay in different corners. The watchman went to sleep the first of all, he had drunk so much in honor of the young master's homecoming. The mother alone did not sleep. She bent over the pillow of her beloved sons, as they lay side by side, she smoothed with a comb their carelessly tangled locks, and moistened them with her tears. She gazed at them with her whole soul, with every sense, she was wholly merged in the gaze, and yet she could not gaze enough. She had fed them at her own breast, she had tended them and brought them up, and now to see them only for an instant. My sons, my darling sons! What will become of you? What fate awaits you? She said, and tears stood in the wrinkles which disfigured her once beautiful face. In truth, she was to be pitied, as was every woman of that period. She had lived only for a moment of love, only during the first ardor of passion, only during the first flush of youth. And then her grim betrayer had deserted her for the sword, for his comrades and his carouses. She saw her husband 2 or 3 days in a year, and then, for several years, heard nothing of him. And when she did see him, when they did live together, what a life was hers! She endured insult, even blows, she felt caresses bestowed only in pity. She was a misplaced object in that community of unmarried warriors, upon which wandering Zaporozhe cast a coloring of its own. Her pleasureless youth flitted by. Her ripe cheeks and bosom withered away unkissed and became covered with premature wrinkles. Love, feeling, everything that is tender and passionate in a woman, was converted in her into maternal love. She hovered around her children with anxiety, passion, tears, like the gull of the steppes. They were taking her sons, her darling sons, from her, taking them from her, so that she should never see them again. Who knew? Perhaps a Tatar would cut off their heads in the very first skirmish, and she would never know where their deserted bodies might lie, torn by birds of prey. And yet for each single drop of their blood she would have given all hers. Sobbing, she gazed into their eyes, and thought, perhaps Bulba, when he wakes, will put off their departure for a day or two, perhaps it occurred to him to go so soon because he had been drinking. The moon from the summit of the heavens had long since lit up the whole courtyard filled with sleepers, the thick clump of willows, and the tall steppe grass, which hid the palisade surrounding the court. She still sat at her son's pillow, never removing her eyes from them for a moment, nor thinking of sleep. Already the horses, divining the approach of dawn, had ceased eating and lain down upon the grass. The topmost leaves of the willows began to rustle softly, and little by little the rippling rustle descended to their bases. She sat there until daylight, unwearied, and wishing in her heart that the night might prolong itself indefinitely. From the steppes came the ringing neigh of the horses, and red streaks shone brightly in the sky. Bulba suddenly awoke, and sprang to his feet. He remembered quite well what he had ordered the night before. Now, my men, you've slept enough, 'tis time, 'tis time. Water the horses. And where is the old woman? He generally called his wife so. Be quick, old woman, get us something to eat, the way is long. The poor old woman, deprived of her last hope, slipped sadly into the hut. Whilst she, with tears, prepared what was needed for breakfast, Bulba gave his orders, went to the stable, and selected his best trappings for his children with his own hand. The scholars were suddenly transformed. Red morocco boots with silver heels took the place of their dirty old ones. Trousers wide as the Black Sea, with countless folds and plaits, were kept up by golden girdles from which hung long slender thongs, with tassels and other tinkling things, for pipes. Their jackets of scarlet cloth were girt by flowered sashes into which were thrust engraved Turkish pistols, their swords clanked at their heels. Their faces, already a little sunburnt, seemed to have grown handsomer and whiter. Their slight black mustaches now cast a more distinct shadow on this pallor and set off their healthy youthful complexions. They looked very handsome in their black sheepskin caps, with cloth of gold crowns. When their poor mother saw them, she could not utter a word, and tears stood in her eyes. "Now, my lads, all is ready, no delay," said Bulba at last. "But we must first all sit down together, in accordance with Christian custom before a journey." All sat down, not excepting the servants, who had been standing respectfully at the door. "Now, mother, bless your children," said Bulba. "Pray God that they may fight bravely, always defend their warlike honor, always defend the faith of Christ, and, if not, that they may die, so that their breath may not be longer in the world. Come to your mother, children, a mother's prayer protects on land and sea." The mother, weak as mothers are, embraced them, drew out 2 small holy pictures, and hung them, sobbing, around their necks. "May God's mother keep you. Children, do not forget your mother, send some little word of yourselves." She could say no more. "Now, children, let us go," said Bulba. At the door stood the horses, ready saddled. Bulba sprang upon his devil, which bounded wildly, on feeling on his back a load of over 30 stone, for Tara's was extremely stout and heavy. When the mother saw that her sons were also mounted, she rushed towards the younger, whose features expressed somewhat more gentleness than those of his brother. She grasped his stirrup, clung to his saddle, and with despair in her eyes, refused to loose her hold. 2 stout Cossacks seized her carefully, and bore her back into the hut. But before the cavalcade had passed out of the courtyard, she rushed with the speed of a wild goat, disproportionate to her years, to the gate, stopped a horse with irresistible strength, and embraced one of her sons with mad, unconscious violence. Then they led her away again. The young Cossacks rode on sadly, repressing their tears out of fear of their father, who, on his side, was somewhat moved, although he strove not to show it. The morning was grey, the green sward bright, the birds twittered rather discordantly. They glanced back as they rode. Their paternal farm seemed to have sunk into the earth. All that was visible above the surface were the 2 chimneys of their modest hut and the tops of the trees up whose trunks they had been used to climb like squirrels. Before them still stretched the field by which they could recall the whole story of their lives. From the years when they rolled in its dewy grass down to the years when they awaited in it the dark-browed Cossack maiden, running timidly across it on quick young feet. There is the pole above the well, with the wagon wheel fastened to its top, rising solitary against the sky. Already the level which they have traversed appears a hill in the distance, and now all has disappeared. Farewell, childhood, games, all, farewell. Chapter 2. All 3 horsemen rode in silence. Old Tara's thoughts were far away, before him passed his youth, his years, the swift-flying years, over which the Cossack always weeps, wishing that his life might be all youth. He wondered whom of his former comrades he should meet at the Setch. He reckoned up how many had already died, how many were still alive. Tears formed slowly in his eyes, and his grey head bent sadly. His sons were occupied with other thoughts. But we must speak further of his sons. They had been sent, when 12 years old, to the academy at Kiev, because all leaders of that day considered it indispensable to give their children an education. Although it was afterwards utterly forgotten. Like all who entered the academy, they were wild, having been brought up in unrestrained freedom. And whilst there they had acquired some polish, and pursued some common branches of knowledge which gave them a certain resemblance to each other. The elder, Ostap, began his scholastic career by running away in the course of the first year. They brought him back, whipped him well, and set him down to his books. 4 times did he bury his primer in the earth, and 4 times, after giving him a sound thrashing, did they buy him a new one. But he would no doubt have repeated this feat for the 5th time, had not his father given him a solemn assurance that he would keep him at monastic work for 20 years. And sworn in advance that he should never behold Zaporozhe all his life long, unless he learned all the sciences taught in the academy. It was odd that the man who said this was that very Taras Bulba who condemned all learning, and counseled his children, as we have seen, not to trouble themselves at all about it. From that moment, Ostap began to pore over his tiresome books with exemplary diligence, and quickly stood on a level with the best. The style of education in that age differed widely from the manner of life. The scholastic, grammatical, rhetorical, and logical subtleties in vogue were decidedly out of consonance with the times, never having any connection with, and never being encountered in, actual life. Those who studied them, even the least scholastic, could not apply their knowledge to anything whatever. The learned men of those days were even more incapable than the rest, because farther removed from all experience. Moreover, the republican constitution of the academy, the fearful multitude of young, healthy, strong fellows, inspired the students with an activity quite outside the limits of their learning. Poor fare, or frequent punishments of fasting, with the numerous requirements arising in fresh, strong, healthy youth, combined to arouse in them that spirit of enterprise which was afterwards further developed among the Zaporozhians. The hungry student running about the streets of Kiev forced everyone to be on his guard. Dealers sitting in the bazaar covered their pies, their cakes, and their pumpkin rolls with their hands, like eagles protecting their young, if they but caught sight of a passing student. The consul or monitor, who was bound by his duty to look after the comrades entrusted to his care, had such frightfully wide pockets to his trousers that he could stow away the whole contents of the gaping dealer's stall in them. These students constituted an entirely separate world, for they were not admitted to the higher circles, composed of Polish and Russian nobles. Even the waywode, Adam Kiesel, in spite of the patronage he bestowed upon the academy, did not seek to introduce them into society, and ordered them to be kept more strictly in supervision. This command was quite superfluous, for neither the rector nor the monkish professors spared rod or whip. And the lictors sometimes, by their orders, lashed their consuls so severely that the latter rubbed their trousers for weeks afterwards. This was to many of them a trifle, only a little more stinging than good vodka with pepper. Others at length grew tired of such constant blisters, and ran away to Zaporozhe if they could find the road and were not caught on the way. Ostap Bulba, although he began to study logic, and even theology, with much zeal, did not escape the merciless rod. Naturally, all this tended to harden his character, and give him that firmness which distinguishes the Cossacks. He always held himself aloof from his comrades. He rarely led others into such hazardous enterprises as robbing a strange garden or orchard, but, on the other hand, he was always among the first to join the standard of an adventurous student. And never, under any circumstances, did he betray his comrades, neither imprisonment nor beatings could make him do so. He was unassailable by any temptation save those of war and revelry. At least, he scarcely ever dreamt of others. He was upright with his equals. He was kind-hearted, after the only fashion that kind-heartedness could exist in such a character and at such a time. He was touched to his very heart by his poor mother's tears, but this only vexed him, and caused him to hang his head in thought. His younger brother, Andrei, had livelier and more fully developed feelings. He learned more willingly and without the effort with which strong and weighty characters generally have to make in order to apply themselves to study. He was more inventive-minded than his brother, and frequently appeared as the leader of dangerous expeditions. Sometimes, thanks to the quickness of his mind, contriving to escape punishment when his brother Ostap, abandoning all efforts, stripped off his gabardine and lay down upon the floor without a thought of begging for mercy. He too thirsted for action, but, at the same time, his soul was accessible to other sentiments. The need of love burned ardently within him. When he had passed his 18th year, woman began to present herself more frequently in his dreams. Listening to philosophical discussions, he still beheld her, fresh, black-eyed, tender. Before him constantly flitted her elastic bosom, her soft, bare arms. The very gown which clung about her youthful yet well-rounded limbs breathed into his visions a certain inexpressible sensuousness. He carefully concealed this impulse of his passionate young soul from his comrades, because in that age it was held shameful and dishonorable for a Cossack to think of love and a wife before he had tasted battle. On the whole, during the last year, he had acted more rarely as leader to the bands of students, but had roamed more frequently alone, in remote corners of Kiev, among low-roofed houses, buried in cherry orchards, peeping alluringly at the street. Sometimes he betook himself to the more aristocratic streets, in the old Kiev of today, where dwelt little Russian and Polish nobles, and where houses were built in more fanciful style. Once, as he was gaping along, an old-fashioned carriage belonging to some Polish noble almost drove over him, and the heavily mustached coachman, who sat on the box, gave him a smart cut with his whip. The young student fired up. With thoughtless daring he seized the hind wheel with his powerful hands and stopped the carriage. But the coachman, fearing a drubbing, lashed his horses. They sprang forward, and Andrei, succeeding happily in freeing his hands, was flung full length on the ground with his face flat in the mud. The most ringing and harmonious of laughs resounded above him. He raised his eyes and saw, standing at a window, a beauty such as he had never beheld in all his life, black-eyed, and with skin white as snow illumined by the dawning flush of the sun. She was laughing heartily, and her laugh enhanced her dazzling loveliness. Taken aback he gazed at her in confusion, abstractedly wiping the mud from his face, by which means it became still further smeared. Who could this beauty be? He sought to find out from the servants, who, in rich liveries, stood at the gate in a crowd surrounding a young guitar player. But they only laughed when they saw his besmeared face and deigned him no reply. At length he learned that she was the daughter of the Waywode of Kovan, who had come thither for a time. The following night, with the daring characteristic of the student, he crept through the palings into the garden and climbed a tree which spread its branches upon the very roof of the house. From the tree he gained the roof, and made his way down the chimney straight into the bedroom of the beauty, who at that moment was seated before a lamp, engaged in removing the costly earrings from her ears. The beautiful Pole was so alarmed on suddenly beholding an unknown man that she could not utter a single word. But when she perceived that the student stood before her with downcast eyes, not daring to move a hand through timidity, when she recognized in him the one who had fallen in the street, laughter again overpowered her. Moreover, there was nothing terrible about Andrei's features, he was very handsome. She laughed heartily, and amused herself over him for a long time. The lady was giddy, like all Poles. But her eyes, her wondrous clear, piercing eyes, shot one glance, a long glance. The student could not move hand or foot, but stood bound as in a sack, when the Waywode's daughter approached him boldly, placed upon his head her glittering diadem, hung her earrings on his lips, and flung over him a transparent muslin chemisette with gold-embroidered garlands. She adorned him, and played 1,000 foolish pranks, with the childish carelessness which distinguishes the giddy Poles, and which threw the poor student into still greater confusion. He cut a ridiculous feature, gazing immovably, and with open mouth, into her dazzling eyes. A knock at the door startled her. She ordered him to hide himself under the bed, and, as soon as the disturber was gone, called her maid, a Tatar prisoner, and gave her orders to conduct him to the garden with caution, and thence show him through the fence. But our student this time did not pass the fence so successfully. The watchman awoke, and caught him firmly by the foot. And the servants, assembling, beat him in the street, until his swift legs rescued him. After that it became very dangerous to pass the house, for the Waywode's domestics were numerous. He met her once again at church. She saw him, and smiled pleasantly, as at an old acquaintance. He saw her once more, by chance. But shortly afterwards the Waywode departed, and, instead of the beautiful black-eyed Pole, some fat face or other gazed from the window. This was what Andrew was thinking about, as he hung his head and kept his eyes on his horse's mane. In the meantime the steppe had long since received them all into its green embrace. And the high grass, closing round, concealed them, till only their black Cossack caps appeared above it. Why are you so quiet, lads?" said Bulba at length, waking from his own reverie. "You're like monks. Now, all thinking to the evil one, once for all. Take your pipes in your teeth, and let us smoke, and spur on our horses so swiftly that no bird can overtake us." And the Cossacks, bending low on their horses' necks, disappeared in the grass. Their black caps were no longer to be seen, a streak of trodden grass alone showed the trace of their swift flight. The sun had long since looked forth from the clear heavens and inundated the steppe with his quickening, warming light. All that was dim and drowsy in the Cossacks' minds flew away in a twinkling, their hearts fluttered like birds. The farther they penetrated the steppe, the more beautiful it became. Then all the south, all that region which now constitutes New Russia, even as far as the Black Sea, was a green, virgin wilderness. No plough had ever passed over the immeasurable waves of wild growth, horses alone, hidden in it as in a forest, trod it down. Nothing in nature could be finer. The whole surface resembled a golden-green ocean, upon which were sprinkled millions of different flowers. Through the tall, slender stems of the grass peeped light blue, dark blue, and lilac star thistles. The yellow broom thrust up its pyramidal head. The parasol-shaped white flower of the false flax shimmered on high. A wheat ear, brought God knows whence, was filling out to ripening. Amongst the roots of this luxuriant vegetation ran partridges with outstretched necks. The air was filled with the notes of 1,000 different birds. On high hovered the hawks, their wings outspread, and their eyes fixed intently on the grass. The cries of a flock of wild ducks, ascending from one side, were echoed from God knows what distant lake. From the grass arose, with measured sweep, a gull, and skimmed wantonly through blue waves of air. And now she has vanished on high, and appears only as a black dot. Now she has turned her wings, and shines in the sunlight. "Oh, steppes, how beautiful you are!" Our travelers halted only a few minutes for dinner. Their escort of 10 Cossacks sprang from their horses and undid the wooden casks of brandy, and the gourds which were used instead of drinking vessels. They ate only cakes of bread and dripping. They drank but 1 cup apiece to strengthen them, for Taras Bulba never permitted intoxication upon the road, and then continued their journey until evening. In the evening the whole steppe changed its aspect. All its varied expanse was bathed in the last bright glow of the sun. And as it grew dark gradually, it could be seen how the shadow flitted across it and it became dark green. The mist rose more densely. Each flower, each blade of grass, emitted a fragrance as of ambergris, and the whole steppe distilled perfume. Broad bands of rosy gold were streaked across the dark blue heaven, as with a gigantic brush. Here and there gleamed, in white tufts, light and transparent clouds, and the freshest, most enchanting of gentle breezes barely stirred the tops of the grass blades, like sea waves, and caressed the cheek. The music which had resounded through the day had died away, and given place to another. The striped marmots crept out of their holes, stood erect on their hind legs, and filled the steppe with their whistle. The whir of the grasshoppers had become more distinctly audible. Sometimes the cry of the swan was heard from some distant lake, ringing through the air like a silver trumpet. The travelers, halting in the midst of the plain, selected a spot for their night encampment, made a fire, and hung over it the kettle in which they cooked their oatmeal. The steam rising and floating aslant in the air. Having supped, the Cossacks lay down to sleep, after hobbling their horses and turning them out to graze. They lay down in their gabardines. The stars of night gazed directly down upon them. They could hear the countless myriads of insects which filled the grass. Their rasping, whistling, and chirping, softened by the fresh air, resounded clearly through the night, and lulled the drowsy ear. If one of them rose and stood for a time, the steppe presented itself to him strewn with the sparks of glowworms. At times the night sky was illumined in spots by the glare of burning reeds along pools or riverbank. And dark flights of swans flying to the north were suddenly lit up by the silvery, rose-colored gleam, till it seemed as though red kerchiefs were floating in the dark heavens. The travelers proceeded onward without any adventure. They came across no villages. It was ever the same boundless, waving, beautiful steppe. Only at intervals the summits of distant forests shone blue, on one hand, stretching along the banks of the Dnieper. Once only did Taras point out to his sons a small black speck far away amongst the grass, saying, "Look, children. Yonder gallops a Tatar." The little head with its long mustaches fixed its narrow eyes upon them from afar, its nostrils snuffing the air like a greyhound's. And then disappeared like an antelope on its owner perceiving that the Cossacks were 13 strong. "And now, children, don't try to overtake the Tatar. You would never catch him to all eternity, he has a horse swifter than my devil." But Bulba took precautions, fearing hidden ambushes. They galloped along the course of a small stream, called the Tatarka, which falls into the Dnieper, rode into the water and swam with their horses some distance in order to conceal their trail. Then, scrambling out on the bank, they continued their road. 3 days later they were not far from the goal of their journey. The air suddenly grew colder, they could feel the vicinity of the Dnieper. And there it gleamed afar, distinguishable on the horizon as a dark band. It sent forth cold waves, spreading nearer, nearer, and finally seeming to embrace half the entire surface of the earth. This was that section of its course where the river, hitherto confined by the rapids, finally makes its own way and, roaring like the sea, rushes on at will. Where the islands, flung into its midst, have pressed it farther from their shores, and its waves have spread widely over the earth, encountering neither cliffs nor hills. The Cossacks, alighting from their horses, entered the ferryboat, and after a 3 hours' sail reached the shores of the island of Khordets, where at that time stood the Sech, which so often changed its situation. A throng of people hastened to the shore with boats. The Cossacks arranged the horses' trappings. Taras assumed a stately air, pulled his belt tighter, and proudly stroked his mustache. His sons also inspected themselves from head to foot, with some apprehension and an undefined feeling of satisfaction, and all set out together for the suburb, which was half a verst from the Sech. On their arrival, they were deafened by the clang of 50 blacksmiths' hammers beating upon 25 anvils sunk in the earth. Stout tanners seated beneath awnings were scraping ox hides with their strong hands, shopkeepers sat in their booths, with piles of flints, steels, and powder before them. Armenians spread out their rich handkerchiefs, Tatars turned their kebabs upon spits, a Jew, with his head thrust forward, was filtering some corn brandy from a cask. But the first man they encountered was a Zaporozhets 35 who was sleeping in the very middle of the road with legs and arms outstretched. Taras Bulba could not refrain from halting to admire him. "How splendidly developed he is, phew, what a magnificent figure," he said, stopping his horse. It was, in fact, a striking picture. This Zaporozhets had stretched himself out in the road like a lion, his scalplock, thrown proudly behind him, extended over upwards of a foot of ground. His trousers of rich red cloth were spotted with tar, to show his utter disdain for them. Having admired to his heart's content, Bulba passed on through the narrow street, crowded with mechanics exercising their trades. And with people of all nationalities who thronged this suburb of the Sech, resembling a fair, and fed and clothed the Sech itself, which knew only how to revel and burn powder. At length they left the suburb behind them, and perceived some scattered kurens 36 covered with turf, or in Tatar fashion with felt. Some were furnished with cannon. Nowhere were any fences visible, or any of those low-roofed houses with verandas supported upon low wooden pillars, such as were seen in the suburb. A low wall and a ditch, totally unguarded, betokened a terrible degree of recklessness. Some sturdy Zaporozhtsi lying, pipe in mouth, in the very road, glanced indifferently at them, but never moved from their places. Taras threaded his way carefully among them, with his sons, saying, "Good day, gentles." "Good day to you," answered the Zaporozhtsi. Scattered over the plain were picturesque groups. From their weather-beaten faces, it was plain that all were steeled in battle, and had faced every sort of bad weather. And there it was, the Sech. There was the lair from whence all those men, proud and strong as lions, issued forth. There was the spot whence poured forth liberty and Cossacks all over the Ukraine. The travelers entered the great square where the council generally met. On a huge overturned cask sat a Zaporozhets without his shirt. He was holding it in his hands, and slowly sewing up the holes in it. Again their way was stopped by a whole crowd of musicians, in the midst of whom a young Zaporozhets was dancing, with head thrown back and arms outstretched. He kept shouting, "Play faster, musicians! Begrudge not, Thoma, brandy to these Orthodox Christians." And Thoma, with his blackened eye, went on measuring out without stint, to everyone who presented himself, a huge jugful. About the youthful Zaporozhets 4 old men, moving their feet quite briskly, leaped like a whirlwind to one side, almost upon the musicians' heads, and, suddenly, retreating, squatted down and drummed the hard earth vigorously with their silver heels. The earth hummed dully all about, and afar the air resounded with national dance tunes beaten by the clanging heels of their boots. But one shouted more loudly than all the rest, and flew after the others in the dance. His scalplock streamed in the wind, his muscular chest was bare, his warm, winter fur jacket was hanging by the sleeves, and the perspiration poured from him as from a pig. "Take off your jacket," said Taras at length, "see how he steams." "I can't," shouted the Cossack. "Why?" "I can't, I have such a disposition that whatever I take off, I drink up." And indeed, the young fellow had not had a cap for a long time, nor a belt to his caftan, nor an embroidered neckerchief, all had gone the proper road. The throng increased. More folk joined the dancer, and it was impossible to observe without emotion how all yielded to the impulse of the dance, the freest, the wildest, the world has ever seen. Still called from its mighty originators, the Kosachka. "Oh, if I had no horse to hold," exclaimed Taras, "I would join the dance myself." Meanwhile there began to appear among the throng men who were respected for their prowess throughout all the Sech, old greyheads who had been leaders more than once. Taras soon found a number of familiar faces. Ostap and Andrei heard nothing but greetings. "Ah, it is you, Petcheritza." "Good day, Kozolup." "Whence has God brought you, Taras?" "How did you come here, Doloto?" "Health to you, Kurdyaga." "Hail to you, Gustui." "Did I ever think of seeing you, Remen?" And these heroes, gathered from all the roving population of eastern Russia, kissed each other and began to ask questions. "But what has become of Kazian? Where is Borodavka? And Kolopar? And Pidsutok?" And in reply, Taras Bulba learned that Borodavka had been hung at Tolopin, that Kolopar had been flayed alive at Kizikerman. That Pidsutok's head had been salted and sent in a cask to Constantinople. Old Bulba hung his head and said thoughtfully, "They were good Cossacks." Chapter 3. Taras Bulba and his sons had been in the Sech about a week. Ostap and Andrei occupied themselves but little with the science of war. The Sech was not fond of wasting time in warlike exercises. The young generation learned these by experience alone, in the very heat of battles, which were therefore incessant. The Cossacks thought it a nuisance to fill up the intervals of this instruction with any kind of drill, except perhaps shooting at a mark. And on rare occasions with horse racing and wild beast hunts on the steppes and in the forests. All the rest of the time was devoted to revelry, a sign of the wide diffusion of moral liberty. The whole of the Sech presented an unusual scene, it was one unbroken revel. A ball noisily begun, which had no end. Some busied themselves with handicrafts, others kept little shops and traded. But the majority caroused from morning till night, if the wherewithal jingled in their pockets. And if the booty they had captured had not already passed into the hands of the shopkeepers and spirit sellers. This universal revelry had something fascinating about it. It was not an assemblage of topers, who drank to drown sorrow, but simply a wild revelry of joy. Everyone who came thither forgot everything, abandoned everything which had hitherto interested him. He, so to speak, spat upon his past and gave himself recklessly up to freedom and the good fellowship of men of the same stamp as himself, idlers having neither relatives nor home nor family. Nothing, in short, save the free sky and the eternal revel of their souls. This gave rise to that wild gaiety which could not have sprung from any other source. The tales and talk current among the assembled crowd, reposing lazily on the ground, were often so droll, and breathed such power of vivid narration, that it required all the nonchalance of a Zaporozhetz to retain his immovable expression. Without even a twitch of the mustache, a feature which to this day distinguishes the southern Russian from his northern brethren. It was drunken, noisy mirth, but there was no dark alehouse where a man drowns thought in stupefying intoxication. It was a dense throng of schoolboys. The only difference as regarded the students was that, instead of sitting under the pointer and listening to the worn-out doctrines of a teacher, they practiced racing with 5,000 horses. Instead of the field where they had played ball, they had the boundless borderlands, where at the sight of them the Tatar showed his keen face and the Turk frowned grimly from under his green turban. The difference was that, instead of being forced to the companionship of school, they themselves had deserted their fathers and mothers and fled from their homes. That here were those about whose neck a rope had already been wound, and who, instead of pale death, had seen life, and life in all its intensity. Those who, from generous habits, could never keep a coin in their pockets. Those who had thitherto regarded a ducat as wealth, and whose pockets, thanks to the Jew revenue farmers, could have been turned wrong side out without any danger of anything falling from them. Here were students who could not endure the academic rod, and had not carried away a single letter from the schools. But with them were also some who knew about Horace, Cicero, and the Roman Republic. There were many leaders who afterwards distinguished themselves in the king's armies. And there were numerous clever partisans who cherished a magnanimous conviction that it was of no consequence where they fought, so long as they did fight. Since it was a disgrace to an honorable man to live without fighting. There were many who had come to the Setch for the sake of being able to say afterwards that they had been there and were therefore hardened warriors. But who was not there? This strange republic was a necessary outgrowth of the epoch. Lovers of a warlike life, of golden beakers and rich brocades, of ducats and gold pieces, could always find employment there. The lovers of women alone could find naught, for no woman dared show herself even in the suburbs of the Setch. It seemed exceedingly strange to Ostap and Andrei that, although a crowd of people had come to the Setch with them, not a soul inquired, "Whence come these men? Who are they? And what are their names?" They had come thither as though returning to a home whence they had departed only an hour before. The newcomer merely presented himself to the Koshevoy, or head chief of the Setch, who generally said, "Welcome. Do you believe in Christ?" "I do," replied the newcomer. "And do you believe in the Holy Trinity?" "I do." "And do you go to church?" "I do." "Now cross yourself." The newcomer crossed himself. "Very good," replied the Koshevoy. "Enter the kuren where you have most acquaintances." This concluded the ceremony. And all the Setch prayed in one church, and were willing to defend it to their last drop of blood, although they would not hearken to aught about fasting or abstinence. Jews, Armenians, and Tatars, inspired by strong avarice, took the liberty of living and trading in the suburbs. For the Zaporozhtzi never cared for bargaining, and paid whatever money their hand chanced to grasp in their pocket. Moreover, the lot of these gain-loving traders was pitiable in the extreme. They resembled people settled at the foot of Vesuvius, for when the Zaporozhtzi lacked money, these bold adventurers broke down their booths and took everything gratis. The Setch consisted of over 60 kurens, each of which greatly resembled a separate independent republic, but still more a school or seminary of children, always ready for anything. No one had any occupation, no one retained anything for himself, everything was in the hands of the hetman of the kuren, who, on that account, generally bore the title of a father. In his hands were deposited the money, clothes, all the provisions, oatmeal, grain, even the firewood. They gave him money to take care of. Quarrels amongst the inhabitants of the kuren were not unfrequent, and in such cases they proceeded at once to blows. The inhabitants of the kuren swarmed into the square, and smote each other with their fists, until one side had finally gained the upper hand, when the revelry began. Such was the Sech, which had such an attraction for young men. Ostap and Andrei flung themselves into this sea of dissipation with all the ardor of youth, forgot in a trice their father's house, the seminary, and all which had hitherto exercised their minds, and gave themselves wholly up to their new life. Everything interested them, the jovial habits of the Sech, and its chaotic morals and laws, which even seemed to them too strict for such a free republic. If a Cossack stole the smallest trifle, it was considered a disgrace to the whole Cossack community. He was bound to the pillar of shame, and a club was laid beside him, with which each passer-by was bound to deal him a blow until in this manner he was beaten to death. He who did not pay his debts was chained to a cannon, until someone of his comrades should decide to ransom him by paying his debts for him. But what made the deepest impression on Andrei was the terrible punishment decreed for murder. A hole was dug in his presence, the murderer was lowered alive into it, and over him was placed a coffin containing the body of the man he had killed, after which the earth was thrown upon both. Long afterwards the fearful ceremony of this horrible execution haunted his mind, and the man who had been buried alive appeared to him with his terrible coffin. Both the young Cossacks soon took a good standing among their fellows. They often sallied out upon the steppe with comrades from their kuren, and sometimes too with the whole kuren or with neighboring kurens, to shoot the innumerable steppe birds of every sort, deer and goats. Or they went out upon the lakes, the river, and its tributaries allotted to each kuren, to throw their nets and draw out rich prey for the enjoyment of the whole kuren. Although unversed in any trade exercised by a Cossack, they were soon remarked among the other youths for their obstinate bravery and daring in everything. Skillfully and accurately they fired at the mark, and swam the Dnieper against the current, a deed for which the novice was triumphantly received into the circle of Cossacks. But old Taras was planning a different sphere of activity for them. Such an idle life was not to his mind, he wanted active employment. He reflected incessantly how to stir up the Sech to some bold enterprise, wherein a man could revel as became a warrior. At length he went one day to the Koshevoy, and said plainly, "Well, Koshevoy, it is time for the Zaporozhtsi to set out." "There is nowhere for them to go," replied the Koshevoy, removing his short pipe from his mouth and spitting to one side. "What do you mean by nowhere?" "We can go to Turkey or Tartary." "Impossible to go either to Turkey or Tartary," replied the Koshevoy, putting his pipe coolly into his mouth again. "Why impossible?" "It is so, we have promised the Sultan peace. But he is a Mussulman, and God and the Holy Scriptures command us to slay Mussulmans. We have no right. If we had not sworn by our faith, it might be done, but now it is impossible." "How is it impossible? How can you say that we have no right? Here are my 2 sons, both young men. Neither has been to war. And you say that we have no right, and that there is no need for the Zaporozhtsi to set out on an expedition. Well, it is not fitting. Then it must be fitting that Cossack strength should be wasted in vain, that a man should disappear like a dog without having done a single good deed. That he should be of no use to his country or to Christianity. Why, then, do we live? What the deuce do we live for? Just tell me that. You are a sensible man, you were not chosen as Koshevoy without reason, so just tell me what we live for?" The Koshevoy made no reply to this question. He was an obstinate Cossack. He was silent for a while, and then said, "Anyway, there will not be war." "There will not be war?" Taras asked again. "No." "Then it is no use thinking about it?" It is not to be thought of. Wait, you devil's limb, said Taras to himself, you shall learn to know me. And he at once resolved to have his revenge on the Koshevoy. Having made an agreement with several others, he gave them liquor. And the drunken Cossacks staggered into the square, where on a post hung the kettledrums which were generally beaten to assemble the people. Not finding the sticks, which were kept by the drummer, they seized a piece of wood and began to beat. The first to respond to the drumbeat was the drummer, a tall man with but one eye, but a frightfully sleepy one for all that. Who dares to beat the drum? He shouted. Hold your tongue. Take your sticks, and beat when you are ordered, replied the drunken men. The drummer at once took from his pocket the sticks which he had brought with him, well knowing the result of such proceedings. The drum rattled, and soon black swarms of Cossacks began to collect like bees in the square. All formed in a ring. And at length, after the third summons, the chiefs began to arrive, the Koshevoy with staff in hand, the symbol of his office, the judge with the army seal, the secretary with his ink bottle, and the osol with his staff. The Koshevoy and the chiefs took off their caps and bowed on all sides to the Cossacks, who stood proudly with their arms akimbo. What means this assemblage? What do you wish, gentles? Said the Koshevoy. Shouts and exclamations interrupted his speech. Resign your staff. Resign your staff this moment, you son of Satan. We will have you no longer. Shouted some of the Cossacks in the crowd. Some of the sober ones appeared to wish to oppose this, but both sober and drunken fell to blows. The shouting and uproar became universal. The Koshevoy attempted to speak. But knowing that the self-willed multitude, if enraged, might beat him to death, as almost always happened in such cases, he bowed very low, laid down his staff, and hid himself in the crowd. Do you command us, gentles, to resign our insignia of office? Said the judge, the secretary, and the osol, as they prepared to give up the inkhorn, army seal, and staff, upon the spot. No, you are to remain, was shouted from the crowd. We only wanted to drive out the Koshevoy because he is a woman, and we want a man for Koshevoy. Whom do you now elect as Koshevoy? Asked the chiefs. We choose Kukubenko, shouted some. We won't have Kukubenko, screamed another party. He is too young, the milk has not dried off his lips yet. Let Skilo be hetman. Shouted some, make Skilo our Koshevoy. Away with your Skilo, yelled the crowd, what kind of a Cossack is he who is as thievish as a Tatar? To the devil in a sack with your drunken Skilo. Bureaucracy. Let us make bureaucracy our Koshevoy. We won't have bureaucracy. To the evil one's mother with bureaucracy. Shout Kurtianga, whispered Taras Bulba to several. Kurtianga, Kurtianga. Shouted the crowd. Bureaucracy, bureaucracy. Kurtianga, Kurtianga. Skilo. Away with Skilo. Kurtianga. All the candidates, on hearing their names mentioned, quitted the crowd, in order not to give anyone a chance of supposing that they were personally assisting in their election. Kurtianga, Kurtianga, echoed more strongly than the rest. Bureaucracy. They proceeded to decide the matter by a show of hands, and Kurtianga won. Fetch Kurtianga, they shouted. Half a score of Cossacks immediately left the crowd, some of them hardly able to keep their feet, to such an extent had they drunk, and went directly to Kurtianga to inform him of his election. Kurtianga, a very old but wise Cossack, had been sitting for some time in his kuren, as if he knew nothing of what was going on. What is it, gentles? What do you wish? He inquired. Come, they have chosen you for Koshevoy. Have mercy, gentles, said Kurtianga. How can I be worthy of such honor? Why should I be made Koshevoy? I have not sufficient capacity to fill such a post. Could no better person be found in all the army? Come, I say, shouted the Zaporozhtsi. Two of them seized him by the arms. And in spite of his planting his feet firmly they finally dragged him to the square, accompanying his progress with shouts, blows from behind with their fists, kicks, and exhortations. Don't hold back, you son of Satan. Accept the honor, you dog, when it is given. In this manner Kurdianga was conducted into the ring of Cossacks. How now, gentles? Announced those who had brought him, are you agreed that this Cossack shall be your Koshavoy? We are all agreed. Shouted the throng, and the whole plain trembled for a long time afterwards from the shout. One of the chiefs took the staff and brought it to the newly elected Koshavoy. Kurdianga, in accordance with custom, immediately refused it. The chief offered it a second time, Kurdianga again refused it, and then, at the third offer, accepted the staff. A cry of approbation rang out from the crowd, and again the whole plain resounded afar with the Cossack's shout. Then there stepped out from among the people the four oldest of them all, white-bearded, white-haired Cossacks. Though there were no very old men in the Sech, for none of the Zaporozhye ever died in their beds. Taking each a handful of earth, which recent rain had converted into mud, they laid it on Kurdianga's head. The wet earth trickled down from his head onto his mustache and cheeks and smeared his whole face. But Kurdianga stood immovable in his place, and thanked the Cossacks for the honor shown him. Thus ended the noisy election, concerning which we cannot say whether it was as pleasing to the others as it was to Bulba. By means of it he had revenged himself on the former Koshavoy. Moreover, Kurdianga was an old comrade, and had been with him on the same expeditions by sea and land, sharing the toils and hardships of war. The crowd immediately dispersed to celebrate the election, and such revelry ensued as Ostap and Andrei had not yet beheld. The taverns were attacked and mead, corn brandy, and beer seized without payment, the owners being only too glad to escape with whole skins themselves. The whole night passed amid shouts, songs, and rejoicings. And the rising moon gazed long at troops of musicians traversing the streets with guitars, flutes, tambourines, and the church choir, who were kept in the Sech to sing in church and glorify the deeds of the Zaporozhye. At length drunkenness and fatigue began to overpower even these strong heads, and here and there a Cossack could be seen to fall to the ground, embracing a comrade in fraternal fashion. Whilst maudlin, and even weeping, the latter rolled upon the earth with him. Here a whole group would lie down in a heap. There a man would choose the most comfortable position and stretch himself out on a log of wood. The last, and strongest, still uttered some incoherent speeches. Finally even they, yielding to the power of intoxication, flung themselves down and all the Sech slept. Chapter 4. But next day Taras Bulba had a conference with the new Koshavoy as to the method of exciting the Cossacks to some enterprise. The Koshavoy, a shrewd and sensible Cossack, who knew the Zaporozhye thoroughly, said at first, oaths cannot be violated by any means, but after a pause added, no matter, it can be done. We will not violate them, but let us devise something. Let the people assemble, not at my summons, but of their own accord. You know how to manage that. And I will hasten to the square with the chiefs, as though we know nothing about it. Not an hour had elapsed after their conversation, when the drums again thundered. The drunken and senseless Cossacks assembled. A myriad Cossack caps were sprinkled over the square. A murmur arose, why? What? Why was the assembly beaten? No one answered. At length, in one quarter and another, it began to be rumored about, behold, the Cossack strength is being vainly wasted, there is no war. Behold, our leaders have become as marmots, every one. Their eyes swim in fat. Plainly, there is no justice in the world. The other Cossacks listened at first, and then began themselves to say, in truth, there is no justice in the world. Their leaders seemed surprised at these utterances. Finally the Koshavoy stepped forward, permit me, Cossacks, to address you. Do so. Touching the matter in question, gentles, none know better than yourselves that many Zaporozhye have run in debt to the Jew alehouse keepers and to their brethren. So that now they have not an atom of credit. Again, touching the matter in question, there are many young fellows who have no idea of what war is like, although you know, gentles, that without war a young man cannot exist. How make a Zaporozhetz out of him if he has never killed a Mussulman? He speaks well, thought Bulba. Think not, however, gentles, that I speak thus in order to break the truce, God forbid. I merely mention it. Besides, it is a shame to see what sort of church we have for our God. Not only has the church remained without exterior decoration during all the years which by God's mercy the Sech has stood, but up to this day even the holy pictures have no adornments. No one has even thought of making them a silver frame, they have only received what some Cossacks have left them in their wills. And these gifts were poor, since they had drunk up nearly all they had during their lifetime. I am making you this speech, therefore, not in order to stir up a war against the Mussulmans. We have promised the Sultan peace, and it would be a great sin in us to break this promise, for we swore it on our law. What is he mixing things up like that for? Said Bulba to himself. So you see, gentles, that war cannot be begun, honor does not permit it. But according to my poor opinion, we might, I think, send out a few young men in boats and let them plunder the coasts of Anatolia a little. What do you think, gentles? Lead us all! Shouted the crowd on all sides. We are ready to lay down our lives for our faith. The Koshevoy was alarmed. He by no means wished to stir up all Zaporozh. A breach of the truce appeared to him on this occasion unsuitable. Permit me, gentles, to address you further. Enough, yelled the Cossacks, you can say nothing better. If it must be so, then let it be so. I am the slave of your will. We know, and from Scripture too, that the voice of the people is the voice of God. It is impossible to devise anything better than the whole nation has devised. But here lies the difficulty. You know, gentles, that the Sultan will not permit that which delights our young men to go unpunished. We should be prepared at such a time, and our forces should be fresh, and then we should fear no one. But during their absence the Tatars may assemble fresh forces. The dogs do not show themselves in sight and dare not come while the master is at home, but they can bite his heels from behind, and bite painfully too. And if I must tell you the truth, we have not boats enough, nor powder ready in sufficient quantity, for all to go. But I am ready, if you please, I am the slave of your will. The cunning hetman was silent. The various groups began to discuss the matter, and the hetmans of the kurens to take counsel together. Few were drunk fortunately, so they decided to listen to reason. A number of men set out at once for the opposite shore of the Dnieper, to the treasury of the army, where in strictest secrecy, under water and among the reeds, lay concealed the army chest and a portion of the arms captured from the enemy. Others hastened to inspect the boats and prepare them for service. In a twinkling the whole shore was thronged with men. Carpenters appeared with axes in their hands. Old, weather-beaten, broad-shouldered, strong-legged Zaporozhtzi, with black or silvered mustaches, rolled up their trousers, waded up to their knees in water, and dragged the boats on to the shore with stout ropes. Others brought seasoned timber and all sorts of wood. The boats were freshly planked, turned bottom upwards, caulked and tarred, and then bound together side by side after Cossack fashion, with long strands of reeds, so that the swell of the waves might not sink them. Far along the shore they built fires and heated tar in copper cauldrons to smear the boats. The old and the experienced instructed the young. The blows and shouts of the workers rose all over the neighborhood, the bank shook and moved about. About this time a large ferryboat began to near the shore. The mass of people standing in it began to wave their hands from a distance. They were Cossacks in torn, ragged gabardines. Their disordered garments, for many had on nothing but their shirts, with a short pipe in their mouths, showed that they had either escaped from some disaster or had caroused to such an extent that they had drunk up all they had on their bodies. A short, broad-shouldered Cossack of about 50 stepped out from the midst of them and stood in front. He shouted and waved his hand more vigorously than any of the others. But his words could not be heard for the cries and hammering of the workmen. "Whence come you?" asked the Koshevoy, as the boat touched the shore. All the workers paused in their labors, and, raising their axes and chisels, looked on expectantly. "From a misfortune," shouted the short Cossack. "From what?" "Permit me, noble Zaporozhtzi, to address you." "Speak. Or would you prefer to assemble a council?" "Speak, we are all here." The people all pressed together in one mass. "Have you then heard nothing of what has been going on in the hetman's dominions?" "What is it?" inquired one of the Kuren hetmans. What?" "Evidently the Tatars have plastered up your ears so that you might hear nothing." "Tell us then, what has been going on there?" "That is going on the like of which no man born or christened ever yet has seen." "Tell us what it is, you son of a dog," shouted one of the crowd, apparently losing patience. "Things have come to such a pass that our holy churches are no longer ours." "How not ours?" "They are pledged to the Jews. If the Jew is not first paid, there can be no Mass." "What are you saying?" "And if the dog of a Jew does not make a sign with his unclean hand over the holy Easter bread, it cannot be consecrated." "He lies, brother gentles. It cannot be that an unclean Jew puts his mark upon the holy Easter bread." "Listen. I have not yet told all. Catholic priests are going about all over the Ukraine in carts. The harm lies not in the carts, but in the fact that not horses, but Orthodox Christians 37 are harnessed to them." "Listen. I have not yet told all. They say that the Jewesses are making themselves petticoats out of our Pope's vestments. Such are the deeds that are taking place in the Ukraine, gentles. And you sit here reveling in Zaporozh. And evidently the Tatars have so scared you that you have no eyes, no ears, no anything, and know nothing that is going on in the world." "Stop, stop!" broke in the Koshevoy, who up to that moment had stood with his eyes fixed upon the earth like all Zaporozhtzi, who, on important occasions, never yielded to their first impulse, but kept silence. And meanwhile concentrated inwardly all the power of their indignation. "Stop! I also have a word to say." "But what were you about? When your father the devil was raging thus, what were you doing yourselves? Had you no swords? How came you to permit such lawlessness?" "How did we come to permit such lawlessness? You would have tried when there were 50,000 of the Lyakhs 38 alone. Yes, and it is a shame not to be concealed, when there are also dogs among us who have already accepted their faith. But your hetman and your leaders, what have they done? God preserve anyone from such deeds as our leaders performed." "How so?" "Our hetman, roasted in a brazen ox, now lies in Warsaw. And the heads and hands of our leaders are being carried to all the fairs as a spectacle for the people. That is what our leaders did." The whole throng became wildly excited. At first silence reigned all along the shore, like that which precedes a tempest, and then suddenly voices were raised and all the shore spoke. "What? The Jews hold the Christian churches in pledge. Roman Catholic priests have harnessed and beaten Orthodox Christians. What? Such torture has been permitted on Russian soil by the cursed unbelievers. And they have done such things to the leaders and the hetman? Nay, this shall not be, it shall not be." Such words came from all quarters. The Zaporozhtzi were moved, and knew their power. It was not the excitement of a giddy-minded folk. All who were thus agitated were strong, firm characters, not easily aroused, but, once aroused, preserving their inward heat long and obstinately. "Hang all the Jews," rang through the crowd. "They shall not make petticoats for their Jewesses out of Pope's vestments. They shall not place their signs upon the holy wafers. Drown all the heathens in the Dnieper." These words uttered by someone in the throng flashed like lightning through all minds, and the crowd flung themselves upon the suburb with the intention of cutting the throats of all the Jews. The poor sons of Israel, losing all presence of mind, and not being in any case courageous, hid themselves in empty brandy casks, in ovens, and even crawled under the skirts of their Jewesses. But the Cossacks found them wherever they were. "Gracious nobles!" shrieked one Jew, tall and thin as a stick, thrusting his sorry visage, distorted with terror, from among a group of his comrades. "Gracious nobles! Suffer us to say a word, only one word. We will reveal to you what you never yet have heard, a thing more important than I can say, very important." "Well, say it," said Bulba, who always liked to hear what an accused man had to say. "Gracious nobles," exclaimed the Jew, "such nobles were never seen, by heavens, never. Such good, kind, and brave men there never were in the world before." His voice died away and quivered with fear. How was it possible that we should think any evil of the Zaporozhtsi? Those men are not of us at all, those who have taken pledges in the Ukraine. By heavens, they are not of us. They are not Jews at all. The evil one alone knows what they are only fit to be spit upon and cast aside. Behold, my brethren, say the same. Is it not true, Shloma? Is it not true, Shmuel? By heavens, it is true, replied Shloma and Shmuel, from among the crowd, both pale as clay, in their ragged caps. We never yet, continued the tall Jew, have had any secret intercourse with your enemies, and we will have nothing to do with Catholics. May the evil one fly away with them. We are like own brothers to the Zaporozhtsi. What? The Zaporozhtsi are brothers to you, exclaimed someone in the crowd. Don't wait. The cursed Jews. Into the Dnieper with them, gentles. Drown all the unbelievers. These words were the signal. They seized the Jews by the arms and began to hurl them into the waves. Pitiful cries resounded on all sides. But the stern Zaporozhtsi only laughed, and they saw the Jewish legs, cased in shoes and stockings, struggling in the air. The poor orator who had called down destruction upon himself jumped out of the kaftan, by which they had seized him, and in his scant party-colored under-waistcoat clasped Bulba's legs, and cried, in piteous tones, "Great Lord! Gracious noble! I knew your brother, the late Doroska. He was a warrior who was an ornament to all knighthood. I gave him 800 sequins when he was obliged to ransom himself from the Turks." "You knew my brother?" asked Taras. "By heavens, I knew him. He was a magnificent nobleman." "And what is your name?" "Yankel." "Good," said Taras. And after reflecting, he turned to the Cossacks and spoke as follows: "There will always be plenty of time to hang the Jew, if it proves necessary, but for today give him to me." So saying, Taras led him to his wagon, beside which stood his Cossacks. "Crawl under the wagon, lie down, and do not move. And you, brothers, do not surrender this Jew." So saying, he returned to the square, for the whole crowd had long since collected there. All had at once abandoned the shore and the preparation of the boats. For a land journey now awaited them, and not a sea voyage, and they needed horses and wagons, not ships. All, both young and old, wanted to go on the expedition. And it was decided, on the advice of the chiefs, the hetmans of the kurens, and the Koshevoi, and with the approbation of the whole Zaporozhian army, to march straight to Poland. To avenge the injury and disgrace to their faith and to Cossack renown, to seize booty from the cities, to burn villages and grain, and spread their glory far over the steppe. All at once girded and armed themselves. The Koshevoi grew a whole foot taller. He was no longer the timid executor of the restless wishes of a free people, but their untrammeled master. He was a despot, who knew only to command. All the independent and pleasure-loving warriors stood in an orderly line, with respectfully bowed heads, not venturing to raise their eyes, when the Koshevoi gave his orders. He gave these quietly, without shouting and without haste, but with pauses between, like an experienced man deeply learned in Cossack affairs, and carrying into execution, not for the first time, a wisely matured enterprise. "Examine yourselves, look well to yourselves, examine all your equipments thoroughly," he said, put your teams and your tar boxes 39 in order, test your weapons. Take not many clothes with you, a shirt and a couple of pairs of trousers to each Cossack, and a pot of oatmeal and millet apiece, let no one take any more. There will be plenty of provisions, all that is needed, in the wagons. Let every Cossack have 2 horses. And 200 yoke of oxen must be taken, for we shall require them at the fords and marshy places. Keep order, gentles, above all things. I know that there are some among you whom God has made so greedy that they would like to tear up silk and velvet for footcloths. Leave off such devilish habits. Reject all garments as plunder, and take only weapons, though if valuables offer themselves, ducats or silver, they are useful in any case. I tell you this beforehand, gentles, if anyone gets drunk on the expedition, he will have a short shrift, I will have him dragged by the neck like a dog behind the baggage wagons. No matter who he may be, even were he the most heroic Cossack in the whole army. He shall be shot on the spot like a dog, and flung out, without sepulture, to be torn by the birds of prey, for a drunkard on the march deserves no Christian burial. Young men, obey the old men in all things. If a ball grazes you, or a sword cuts your head or any other part, attach no importance to such trifles. Mix a charge of powder in a cup of brandy, quaff it heartily, and all will pass off, you will not even have any fever. And if the wound is large, put simple earth upon it, mixing it first with spittle in your palm, and that will dry it up. And now to work, lads, and look well to all, and without haste. So spoke the Koshevoy, and no sooner had he finished his speech than all the Cossacks at once set to work. All the Sech grew sober. Nowhere was a single drunken man to be found, it was as though there never had been such a thing among the Cossacks. Some attended to the tires of the wheels, others changed the axles of the wagons. Some carried sacks of provisions to them or leaded them with arms, others again drove up the horses and oxen. On all sides resounded the tramp of horses' hoofs, test shots from the guns, the clank of swords, the lowing of oxen, the screech of rolling wagons, talking, sharp cries and urging on of cattle. Soon the Cossack force spread far over all the plain, and he who might have undertaken to run from its van to its rear would have had a long course. In the little wooden church the priest was offering up prayers and sprinkling all worshippers with holy water. All kissed the cross. When the camp broke up and the army moved out of the Sech, all the Zaporozhye turned their heads back. "Farewell, our mother," they said almost in one breath. "May God preserve thee from all misfortune." As he passed through the suburb, Taras Bulba saw that his Jew, Yankel, had already erected a sort of booth with an awning, and was selling flint, screwdrivers, powder, and all sorts of military stores needed on the road, even to rolls and bread. "What devils these Jews are," thought Taras, and riding up to him, he said, "Fool, why are you sitting here? Do you want to be shot like a crow?" Yankel in reply approached nearer, and making a sign with both hands, as though wishing to impart some secret, said, "Let the noble lord but keep silence and say nothing to anyone. Among the Cossack wagons is a wagon of mine. I am carrying all sorts of needful stores for the Cossacks, and on the journey I will furnish every sort of provisions at a lower price than any Jew ever sold at before." "'Tis so, by heavens! By heavens, 'tis so!" Taras Bulba shrugged his shoulders in amazement at the Jewish nature, and went on to the camp. Chapter 5. All southwest Poland speedily became a prey to fear. Everywhere the rumor flew, "The Zaporozhye! The Zaporozhye have appeared!" All who could flee did so. All rose and scattered after the manner of that lawless, reckless age, when they built neither fortresses nor castles. But each man erected a temporary dwelling of straw wherever he happened to find himself. He thought, it is useless to waste money and labor on an izba, when the roving Tatars will carry it off in any case. All was in an uproar, one exchanged his plough and oxen for a horse and gun, and joined an armed band. Another, seeking concealment, drove off his cattle and carried off all the household stuff he could. Occasionally, on the road, some were encountered who met their visitors with arms in their hands. But the majority fled before their arrival. All knew that it was hard to deal with the raging and warlike throng known by the name of the Zaporozhian army. A body which, under its independent and disorderly exterior, concealed an organization well calculated for times of battle. The horsemen rode steadily on without overburdening or heating their horses. The foot soldiers marched only by night, resting during the day, and selecting for this purpose desert tracts, uninhabited spots, and forests, of which there were then plenty. Spies and scouts were sent ahead to study the time, place, and method of attack. And lo! The Zaporozhi suddenly appeared in those places where they were least expected, then all were put to the sword, the villages were burned. And the horses and cattle which were not driven off behind the army killed upon the spot. They seemed to be fiercely reveling, rather than carrying out a military expedition. Our hair would stand on end nowadays at the horrible traits of that fierce, half-civilized age, which the Zaporozhi everywhere exhibited: children killed, women's breasts cut open, the skin flayed from the legs up to the knees, and the victim then set at liberty. In short, the Cossacks paid their former debts in coin of full weight. The abbot of one monastery, on hearing of their approach, sent 2 monks to say that they were not behaving as they should. That there was an agreement between the Zaporozhi and the government, that they were breaking faith with the king, and violating all international rights. "Tell your bishop from me and from all the Zaporozhi," said the Koshevoy, "that he has nothing to fear. The Cossacks, so far, have only lighted and smoked their pipes." And the magnificent abbey was soon wrapped in the devouring flames, its tall Gothic windows showing grimly through the waves of fire as they parted. The fleeing mass of monks, women, and Jews thronged into those towns where any hope lay in the garrison and the civic forces. The aid sent in season by the government, but delayed on the way, consisted of a few troops which either were unable to enter the towns or, seized with fright, turned their backs at the very first encounter and fled on their swift horses. However, several of the royal commanders, who had conquered in former battles, resolved to unite their forces and confront the Zaporozhi. And here, above all, did our young Cossacks, disgusted with pillage, greed, and a feeble foe, and burning with the desire to distinguish themselves in presence of their chiefs, seek to measure themselves in single combat with the warlike and boastful Lyakhs, prancing on their spirited horses, with the sleeves of their jackets thrown back and streaming in the wind. This game was inspiriting. They won at it many costly sets of horse trappings and valuable weapons. In a month the scarcely fledged birds attained their full growth, were completely transformed, and became men. Their features, in which hitherto a trace of youthful softness had been visible, grew strong and grim. But it was pleasant to old Taras to see his sons among the foremost. It seemed as though Ostap were designed by nature for the game of war and the difficult science of command. Never once losing his head or becoming confused under any circumstances, he could, with a cool audacity almost supernatural in a youth of 22, in an instant gauge the danger and the whole scope of the matter, could at once devise a means of escaping, but of escaping only that he might the more surely conquer. His movements now began to be marked by the assurance which comes from experience, and in them could be detected the germ of the future leader. His person strengthened, and his bearing grew majestically leonine. "What a fine leader he will make one of these days," said old Taras. "He will make a splendid leader, far surpassing even his father." Andrei gave himself up wholly to the enchanting music of blades and bullets. He knew not what it was to consider, or calculate, or to measure his own as against the enemy's strength. He gazed on battle with mad delight and intoxication. He found something festal in the moments when a man's brain burns, when all things wave and flutter before his eyes, when heads are stricken off. Horses fall to the earth with a sound of thunder, and he rides on like a drunken man, amid the whistling of bullets and the flashing of swords, dealing blows to all, and heeding not those aimed at himself. More than once their father marveled too at Andrei, seeing him, stirred only by a flash of impulse, dash at something which a sensible man in cold blood never would have attempted, and, by the sheer force of his mad attack, accomplish such wonders as could not but amaze even men grown old in battle. Old Taras admired and said, and he too will make a good warrior if the enemy does not capture him meanwhile. He is not Ostap, but he is a dashing warrior, nevertheless. The army decided to march straight on the city of Dubno, which, rumor said, contained much wealth and many rich inhabitants. The journey was accomplished in a day and a half, and the Zaporozhtsi appeared before the city. The inhabitants resolved to defend themselves to the utmost extent of their power, and to fight to the last extremity, preferring to die in their squares and streets, and on their thresholds, rather than admit the enemy to their houses. A high rampart of earth surrounded the city, and in places where it was low or weak, it was strengthened by a wall of stone, or a house which served as a redoubt, or even an oaken stockade. The garrison was strong and aware of the importance of their position. The Zaporozhtsi attacked the wall fiercely, but were met with a shower of grapeshot. The citizens and residents of the town evidently did not wish to remain idle, but gathered on the ramparts. In their eyes could be read desperate resistance. The women too were determined to take part in the fray, and upon the heads of the Zaporozhians rained down stones, casks of boiling water, and sacks of lime which blinded them. The Zaporozhtsi were not fond of having anything to do with fortified places, sieges were not in their line. The Koshavoy ordered them to retreat, saying, "It is useless, brother gentles. We will retire, but may I be a heathen Tatar, and not a Christian, if we do not clear them out of that town. May they all perish of hunger, the dogs." The army retreated, surrounded the town, and, for lack of something to do, busied themselves with devastating the surrounding country, burning the neighboring villages and the ricks of unthreshed grain, and turning their droves of horses loose in the cornfields, as yet untouched by the reaping hook, where the plump ears waved. Fruit, as luck would have it, of an unusually good harvest which should have liberally rewarded all tillers of the soil that season. With horror those in the city beheld their means of subsistence destroyed. Meanwhile the Zaporozhtsi, having formed a double ring of their wagons around the city, disposed themselves as in the Sechin kurens, smoked their pipes, bartered their booty for weapons, played at leapfrog and odd and even, and gazed at the city with deadly cold-bloodedness. At night they lighted their camp fires, and the cooks boiled the porridge for each kuren in huge copper cauldrons, whilst an alert sentinel watched all night beside the blazing fire. But the Zaporozhtsi soon began to tire of inactivity and prolonged sobriety, unaccompanied by any fighting. The Koshavoy even ordered the allowance of wine to be doubled, which was sometimes done in the army when no difficult enterprises or movements were on hand. The young men, and Taras Bulba's sons in particular, did not like this life. Andrei was visibly bored. "You silly fellow," said Taras to him, "be patient, you will be hetman one day." He is not a good warrior who loses heart in an important enterprise, but he who is not tired even of inactivity, who endures all, and who even if he likes a thing can give it up. But hot youth cannot agree with age, the two have different natures, and look at the same thing with different eyes. But in the meantime Taras' band, led by Tovkach, arrived. With him were also 2 Osals, the secretary, and other regimental officers. The Cossacks numbered over 4,000 in all. There were among them many volunteers, who had risen of their own free will, without any summons, as soon as they had heard what the matter was. The Osals brought to Taras' sons the blessing of their aged mother, and to each a picture in a cypress wood frame from the Mezigorsky monastery at Kiev. The 2 brothers hung the pictures round their necks, and involuntarily grew pensive as they remembered their old mother. What did this blessing prophesy? Was it a blessing for their victory over the enemy, and then a joyous return to their home with booty and glory, to be everlastingly commemorated in the songs of guitar players? Or was it? But the future is unknown, and stands before a man like autumnal fogs rising from the swamps. Birds fly foolishly up and down in it with flapping wings, never recognizing each other, the dove seeing not the vulture, nor the vulture the dove. And no one knowing how far he may be flying from destruction. Ostap had long since attended to his duties and gone to the kuren. Andrei, without knowing why, felt a kind of oppression at his heart. The Cossacks had finished their evening meal. The wonderful July night had completely fallen, still he did not go to the kuren, nor lie down to sleep, but gazed unconsciously at the whole scene before him. In the sky innumerable stars twinkled brightly. The plain was covered far and wide with scattered wagons with swinging tar buckets, smeared with tar, and loaded with every description of goods and provisions captured from the foe. Beside the wagons, under the wagons, and far beyond the wagons, Zaporozhye were everywhere visible, stretched upon the grass. They all slumbered in picturesque attitudes. One had thrust a sack under his head, another his cap, and another simply made use of his comrade's side. Swords, guns, matchlocks, short pipe stems with copper mountings, iron awls, and a flint and steel were inseparable from every Cossack. The heavy oxen lay with their feet doubled under them like huge whitish masses, and at a distance looked like grey stones scattered on the slopes of the plain. On all sides the heavy snores of sleeping warriors began to arise from the grass, and were answered from the plain by the ringing neighs of their steeds, chafing at their hobbled feet. Meanwhile a certain threatening magnificence had mingled with the beauty of the July night. It was the distant glare of the burning district afar. In one place the flames spread quietly and grandly over the sky. In another, suddenly bursting into a whirlwind, they hissed and flew upwards to the very stars, and floating fragments died away in the most distant quarter of the heavens. Here the black, burned monastery like a grim Carthusian monk stood threatening, and displaying its dark magnificence at every flash. There blazed the monastery garden. It seemed as though the trees could be heard hissing as they stood wrapped in smoke. And when the fire burst forth, it suddenly lighted up the ripe plums with a phosphoric lilac-colored gleam, or turned the yellowing pears here and there to pure gold. In the midst of them hung black against the wall of the building, or the trunk of a tree, the body of some poor Jew or monk who had perished in the flames with the structure. Above the distant fires hovered a flock of birds, like a cluster of tiny black crosses upon a fiery field. The town thus laid bare seemed to sleep. The spires and roofs, and its palisade and walls, gleamed quietly in the glare of the distant conflagrations. Andrei went the rounds of the Cossack ranks. The campfires, beside which the sentinels sat, were ready to go out at any moment, and even the sentinels slept, having devoured oatmeal and dumplings with true Cossack appetites. He was astonished at such carelessness, thinking, "It is well that there is no strong enemy at hand and nothing to fear." Finally he went to one of the wagons, climbed into it, and lay down upon his back, putting his clasped hands under his head, but he could not sleep, and gazed long at the sky. It was all open before him, the air was pure and transparent, the dense clusters of stars in the Milky Way, crossing the sky like a belt, were flooded with light. From time to time Andrei in some degree lost consciousness, and a light mist of dream veiled the heavens from him for a moment, but then he awoke, and they became visible again. During one of these intervals it seemed to him that some strange human figure flitted before him. Thinking it to be merely a vision which would vanish at once, he opened his eyes, and beheld a withered, emaciated face bending over him, and gazing straight into his own. Long coal-black hair, unkempt, disheveled, fell from beneath a dark veil which had been thrown over the head. Whilst the strange gleam of the eyes, and the death-like tone of the sharp-cut features, inclined him to think that it was an apparition. His hand involuntarily grasped his gun. And he exclaimed almost convulsively, "Who are you? If you are an evil spirit, avaunt. If you are a living being, you have chosen an ill time for your jest. I will kill you with one shot." In answer to this, the apparition laid its finger upon its lips and seemed to entreat silence. He dropped his hands and began to look more attentively. He recognized it to be a woman from the long hair, the brown neck, and the half-concealed bosom. But she was not a native of those regions. Her wide cheekbones stood out prominently over her hollow cheeks, her small eyes were obliquely set. The more he gazed at her features, the more he found them familiar. Finally he could restrain himself no longer, and said, "Tell me, who are you? It seems to me that I know you, or have seen you somewhere." 2 years ago in Kiev. 2 years ago in Kiev. Repeated Andrei, endeavoring to collect in his mind all that lingered in his memory of his former student life. He looked intently at her once more, and suddenly exclaimed at the top of his voice, "You are the Tatar. The servant of the lady, the Waywode's daughter." "Sh!" cried the Tatar, clasping her hands with a supplicating glance, trembling all over, and turning her head round in order to see whether anyone had been awakened by Andrei's loud exclamation. Tell me, why are you here?" said Andrei almost breathlessly, in a whisper, interrupted every moment by inward emotion. "Where is the lady? Is she alive?" "She is now in the city." "In the city," he exclaimed, again almost in a shriek, and feeling all the blood suddenly rush to his heart. "Why is she in the city?" "Because the old lord himself is in the city. He has been Waywode of Dubno for the last year and a half." "Is she married? How strange you are. Tell me about her." "She has eaten nothing for 2 days." "What? And not one of the inhabitants has had a morsel of bread for a long while, all have long been eating earth." Andrei was astounded. "The lady saw you from the city wall, among the Zaporozhye. She said to me, 'Go tell the warrior, if he remembers me, let him come to me. And do not forget to make him give you a bit of bread for my aged mother, for I do not wish to see my mother die before my very eyes. Better that I should die first, and she afterwards. Beseech him. Clasp his knees, his feet, he also has an aged mother, let him give you the bread for her sake." Many feelings awoke in the young Cossack's breast. "But how came you here? How did you get here?" "By an underground passage." "Is there an underground passage?" "Yes." "Where?" "You will not betray it, warrior?" "I swear it by the Holy Cross." "You descend into a hole, and cross the brook, yonder among the reeds." "And it leads into the city?" "Straight into the monastery." Let us go at once." "A bit of bread, in the name of Christ and of his Holy Mother." "Good, so be it. Stand here beside the wagon, or, better still, lie down in it, no one will see you, all are asleep. I will return at once." And he set off for the baggage wagons, which contained the provisions belonging to their kuren. His heart beat. All the past, all that had been extinguished by the Cossack bivouacs, and by the stern battle of life, flamed out at once on the surface and drowned the present in its turn. Again, as from the dark depths of the sea, the noble lady rose before him, again there gleamed in his memory her beautiful arms, her eyes, her laughing mouth, her thick dark chestnut hair, falling in curls upon her shoulders, and the firm, well-rounded limbs of her maiden form. No, they had not been extinguished in his breast, they had not vanished, they had simply been laid aside, in order, for a time, to make way for other strong emotions. But often, very often, the young Cossack's deep slumber had been troubled by them, and often he had lain sleepless on his couch, without being able to explain the cause. His heart beat more violently at the thought of seeing her again, and his young knees shook. On reaching the baggage wagons, he had quite forgotten what he had come for. He raised his hand to his brow and rubbed it long, trying to recollect what he was to do. At length he shuddered, and was filled with terror as the thought suddenly occurred to him that she was dying of hunger. He jumped upon the wagon and seized several large loaves of black bread. But then he thought, is this not food, suited to a robust and easily satisfied Zaporozhetz, too coarse and unfit for her delicate frame? Then he recollected that the Koshevoy, on the previous evening, had reproved the cooks for having cooked up all the oatmeal into porridge at once, when there was plenty for 3 times. Sure that he would find plenty of porridge in the kettles, he drew out his father's traveling kettle and went with it to the cook of their kuren, who was sleeping beside 2 big cauldrons, holding about 10 pailfuls, under which the ashes still glowed. Glancing into them, he was amazed to find them empty. It must have required supernatural powers to eat it all, the more so, as their kuren numbered fewer than the others. He looked into the cauldron of the other kurens, nothing anywhere. Involuntarily the saying recurred to his mind, the Zaporozhtsi are like children, if there is little they eat it, if there is much they leave nothing. What was to be done? There was, somewhere in the wagon belonging to his father's band, a sack of white bread, which they had found when they pillaged the bakery of the monastery. He went straight to his father's wagon, but it was not there. Ostap had taken it and put it under his head, and there he lay, stretched out on the ground, snoring so that the whole plain rang again. Andrei seized the sack abruptly with one hand and gave it a jerk, so that Ostap's head fell to the ground. The elder brother sprang up in his sleep, and, sitting there with closed eyes, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop them! Stop the cursed Lyakhs! Catch the horses! Catch the horses! Silence! I'll kill you!" shouted Andrei in terror, flourishing the sack over him. But Ostap did not continue his speech, sank down again, and gave such a snore that the grass on which he lay waved with his breath. Andrei glanced timidly on all sides to see if Ostap's talking in his sleep had waked any of the Cossacks. Only one long-locked head was raised in the adjoining kuren, and after glancing about, was dropped back on the ground. After waiting a couple of minutes he set out with his load. The Tatar woman was lying where he had left her, scarcely breathing. "Come, rise up. Fear not, all are sleeping. Can you take one of these loaves if I cannot carry all?" So saying, he swung the sack onto his back, pulled out another sack of millet as he passed the wagon, took in his hands the loaves he had wanted to give the Tatar woman to carry, and, bending somewhat under the load, went boldly through the ranks of sleeping Zaporozhtsi. "Andrei," said old Bulba, as he passed. His heart died within him. He halted, trembling, and said softly, "What is it?" "There's a woman with you. When I get up I'll give you a sound thrashing. Women will lead you to no good." So saying, he leaned his hand upon his hand and gazed intently at the muffled form of the Tatar. Andrei stood there, more dead than alive, not daring to look in his father's face. When he did raise his eyes and glance at him, old Bulba was asleep, with his head still resting in the palm of his hand. Andrei crossed himself. Fear fled from his heart even more rapidly than it had assailed it. When he turned to look at the Tatar woman, she stood before him, muffled in her mantle, like a dark granite statue, and the gleam of the distant dawn lighted up only her eyes, dull as those of a corpse. He plucked her by the sleeve, and both went on together, glancing back continually. At length they descended the slope of a small ravine, almost a hole, along the bottom of which a brook flowed lazily, overgrown with sedge, and strewed with mossy boulders. Descending into this ravine, they were completely concealed from the view of all the plain occupied by the Zaporovian camp. At least Andrei, glancing back, saw that the steep slope rose behind him higher than a man. On its summit appeared a few blades of steppe grass. And behind them, in the sky, hung the moon, like a golden sickle. The breeze rising on the steppe warned them that the dawn was not far off. But nowhere was the crow of the cock heard. Neither in the city nor in the devastated neighborhood had there been a cock for a long time past. They crossed the brook on a small plank, beyond which rose the opposite bank, which appeared higher than the one behind them and rose steeply. It seemed as though this were the strong point of the citadel upon which the besieged could rely. At all events, the earthen wall was lower there, and no garrison appeared behind it. But farther on rose the thick monastery walls. The steep bank was overgrown with steppe grass, and in the narrow ravine between it and the brook grew tall reeds almost as high as a man. At the summit of the bank were the remains of a wattled fence, which had formerly surrounded some garden, and in front of it were visible the wide leaves of the burdock, from among which rose blackthorn, and sunflowers lifting their heads high above all the rest. Here the Tatar flung off her slippers and went barefoot, gathering her clothes up carefully, for the spot was marshy and full of water. Forcing their way among the reeds, they stopped before a ruined outwork. Skirting this outwork, they found a sort of earthen arch, an opening not much larger than the opening of an oven. The Tatar woman bent her head and went first. Andrei followed, bending low as he could, in order to pass with his sacks, and both soon found themselves in total darkness. Chapter 6. Andrei could hardly move in the dark and narrow earthen burrow, as he followed the Tatar, dragging after him his sacks of bread. "It will soon be light," said his guide, "we are approaching the spot where I placed a light." And in fact the dark earthen walls began to be gradually lit up. They reached a widening in the passage where, it seemed, there had once been a chapel. At least, there was a small table against the wall, like an altar, and above, the faded, almost entirely obliterated picture of a Catholic Madonna. A small silver lamp hanging before it barely illumined it. The Tatar stooped and picked up from the ground a copper candlestick which she had left there, a candlestick with a tall, slender stem, and snuffers, pin, and extinguisher hanging about it on chains. She lighted it at the silver lamp. The light grew stronger, and as they went on, now illumined by it, and again enveloped in pitchy shadow, they suggested a picture by Gerard Dow. The warrior's fresh, handsome countenance, overflowing with health and youth, presented a strong contrast to the pale, emaciated face of his companion. The passage grew a little higher, so that Andrei could hold himself erect. He gazed with curiosity at the earthen walls. Here and there, as in the catacombs at Kiev, were niches in the walls. And in some places coffins were standing. Sometimes they came across human bones which had become softened with the dampness and were crumbling into dust. It was evident that pious folk had taken refuge here from the storms, sorrows, and seductions of the world. It was extremely damp in some places, indeed there was water under their feet at intervals. Andrei was forced to halt frequently to allow his companion to rest, for her fatigue kept increasing. The small piece of bread she had swallowed only caused a pain in her stomach, of late unused to food, and she often stood motionless for minutes together in one spot. At length a small iron door appeared before them. "Glory be to God, we have arrived," said the Tatar in a faint voice, and tried to lift her hand to knock, but had no strength to do so. Andrei knocked hard at the door in her stead. There was an echo as though a large space lay beyond the door. Then the echo changed as if resounding through lofty arches. In a couple of minutes, keys rattled, and steps were heard descending some stairs. At length the door opened, and a monk, standing on the narrow stairs with the key and a light in his hands, admitted them. Andrei involuntarily halted at the sight of a Catholic monk, one of those who had aroused such hate and disdain among the Cossacks that they treated them even more inhumanly than they treated the Jews. The monk, on his part, started back on perceiving a Zaporovian Cossack, but a whisper from the Tatar reassured him. He lighted them in, fastened the door behind them, and led them up the stairs. They found themselves beneath the dark and lofty arches of the monastery church. Before one of the altars, adorned with tall candlesticks and candles, knelt a priest praying quietly. Near him on each side knelt two young choristers in lilac cassocks and white lace stoles, with censers in their hands. He prayed for the performance of a miracle, that the city might be saved. That their souls might be strengthened, that patience might be given them, that doubt and timid, weak-spirited mourning over earthly misfortunes might be banished. A few women, resembling shadows, knelt supporting themselves against the backs of the chairs and dark wooden benches before them, and laying their exhausted heads upon them. A few men stood sadly, leaning against the columns upon which the wide arches rested. The stained-glass window above the altar suddenly glowed with the rosy light of dawn. And from it, on the floor, fell circles of blue, yellow, and other colors, illuminating the dim church. The whole altar was lighted up, the smoke from the censers hung a cloudy rainbow in the air. Andrei gazed from his dark corner, not without surprise, at the wonders worked by the light. At that moment the magnificent swell of the organ filled the whole church. It grew deeper and deeper, expanded, swelled into heavy bursts of thunder. And then all at once, turning into heavenly music, its ringing tones floated high among the arches, like clear maiden voices, and again descended into a deep roar and thunder, and then ceased. The thunderous pulsations echoed long and tremulously among the arches, and Andriy, with half-open mouth, admired the wondrous music. Then he felt someone plucking the shirt of his kaftan. "It is time," said the Tatar. They traversed the church unperceived, and emerged upon the square in front. Dawn had long flushed the heavens, all announced sunrise. The square was empty, in the middle of it still stood wooden pillars, showing that, perhaps only a week before, there had been a market here stocked with provisions. The streets, which were unpaved, were simply a mass of dried mud. The square was surrounded by small, one-storied stone or mud houses, in the walls of which were visible wooden stakes and posts obliquely crossed by carved wooden beams. As was the manner of building in those days. Specimens of it can still be seen in some parts of Lithuania and Poland. They were all covered with enormously high roofs, with a multitude of windows and air holes. On one side, close to the church, rose a building quite detached from and taller than the rest, probably the town hall or some official structure. It was 2 stories high, and above it, on 2 arches, rose a belvedere where a watchman stood. A huge clock face was let into the roof. The square seemed deserted, but Andriy thought he heard a feeble groan. Looking about him, he perceived, on the farther side, a group of 2 or 3 men lying motionless upon the ground. He fixed his eyes more intently on them, to see whether they were asleep or dead, and, at the same moment, stumbled over something lying at his feet. It was the dead body of a woman, a Jewess apparently. She appeared to be young, though it was scarcely discernible in her distorted and emaciated features. Upon her head was a red silk kerchief. 2 rows of pearls or pearl beads adorned the beads of her headdress, from beneath which 2 long curls hung down upon her shriveled neck, with its tightly drawn veins. Beside her lay a child, grasping convulsively at her shrunken breast, and squeezing it with involuntary ferocity at finding no milk there. He neither wept nor screamed, and only his gently rising and falling body would have led one to guess that he was not dead, or at least on the point of breathing his last. They turned into a street, and were suddenly stopped by a madman, who, catching sight of Andriy's precious burden, sprang upon him like a tiger, and clutched him, yelling, "Bread!" But his strength was not equal to his madness. Andriy repulsed him and he fell to the ground. Moved with pity, the young Cossack flung him a loaf, which he seized like a mad dog, gnawing and biting it. But nevertheless he shortly expired in horrible suffering, there in the street, from the effect of long abstinence. The ghastly victims of hunger startled them at every step. Many, apparently unable to endure their torments in their houses, seemed to run into the streets to see whether some nourishing power might not possibly descend from the air. At the gate of one house sat an old woman, and it was impossible to say whether she was asleep or dead, or only unconscious. At all events, she no longer saw or heard anything, and sat immovable in one spot, her head drooping on her breast. From the roof of another house hung a worn and wasted body in a rope noose. The poor fellow could not endure the tortures of hunger to the last, and had preferred to hasten his end by a voluntary death. At the sight of such terrible proofs of famine, Andriy could not refrain from saying to the Tatar, "Is there really nothing with which they can prolong life? If a man is driven to extremities, he must feed on what he has hitherto despised. He can sustain himself with creatures which are forbidden by the law. Anything can be eaten under such circumstances." "They have eaten everything," said the Tatar, "all the animals. Not a horse, nor a dog, nor even a mouse is to be found in the whole city. We never had any store of provisions in the town, they were all brought from the villages. But how can you, while dying such a fearful death, still dream of defending the city? Possibly the waywode might have surrendered, but yesterday morning the commander of the troops at Bazana sent a hawk into the city with a note saying that it was not to be given up. That he was coming to its rescue with his forces, and was only waiting for another leader, that they might march together. And now they are expected every moment. But we have reached the house. Andrei had already noticed from a distance this house, unlike the others, and built apparently by some Italian architect. It was constructed of thin red bricks, and had 2 stories. The windows of the lower story were sheltered under lofty, projecting granite cornices. The upper story consisted entirely of small arches, forming a gallery. Between the arches were iron gratings enriched with escutcheons, whilst upon the gables of the house more coats of arms were displayed. The broad external staircase, of tinted bricks, abutted on the square. At the foot of it sat guards, who with one hand held their halberds upright, and with the other supported their drooping heads, and in this attitude more resembled apparitions than living beings. They neither slept nor dreamed, but seemed quite insensible to everything. They even paid no attention to who went up the stairs. At the head of the stairs, they found a richly dressed warrior, armed cap a pie, and holding a breviary in his hand. He turned his dim eyes upon them. But the Tatar spoke a word to him, and he dropped them again upon the open pages of his breviary. They entered the first chamber, a large one, serving either as a reception room or simply as an anteroom. It was filled with soldiers, servants, secretaries, huntsmen, cupbearers, and the other servitors indispensable to the support of a Polish magnate's estate, all seated along the walls. The reek of extinguished candles was perceptible. And 2 were still burning in 2 huge candlesticks, nearly as tall as a man, standing in the middle of the room, although morning had long since peeped through the wide grated window. Andrei wanted to go straight on to the large oaken door adorned with a coat of arms and a profusion of carved ornaments, but the Tatar pulled his sleeve and pointed to a small door in the side wall. Through this they gained a corridor, and then a room, which he began to examine attentively. The light which filtered through a crack in the shutter fell upon several objects, a crimson curtain, a gilded cornice, and a painting on the wall. Here the Tatar motioned to Andrei to wait, and opened the door into another room from which flashed the light of a fire. He heard a whispering, and a soft voice which made him quiver all over. Through the open door he saw flit rapidly past a tall female figure, with a long thick braid of hair falling over her uplifted hands. The Tatar returned and told him to go in. He could never understand how he entered and how the door was shut behind him. 2 candles burned in the room and a lamp glowed before the images. Beneath the lamp stood a tall table with steps to kneel upon during prayer, after the Catholic fashion. But his eye did not seek this. He turned to the other side and perceived a woman, who appeared to have been frozen or turned to stone in the midst of some quick movement. It seemed as though her whole body had sought to spring towards him, and had suddenly paused. And he stood in like manner amazed before her. Not thus had he pictured to himself that he should find her. This was not the same being he had formerly known, nothing about her resembled her former self. But she was twice as beautiful, twice as enchanting, now than she had been then. Then there had been something unfinished, incomplete, about her. Now here was a production to which the artist had given the finishing stroke of his brush. That was a charming, giddy girl, this was a woman in the full development of her charms. As she raised her eyes, they were full of feeling, not of mere hints of feeling. The tears were not yet dry in them, and framed them in a shining dew which penetrated the very soul. Her bosom, neck, and arms were molded in the proportions which mark fully developed loveliness. Her hair, which had in former days waved in light ringlets about her face, had become a heavy, luxuriant mass, a part of which was caught up, while part fell in long, slender curls upon her arms and breast. It seemed as though her every feature had changed. In vain did he seek to discover in them a single one of those which were engraved in his memory, a single one. Even her great pallor did not lessen her wonderful beauty, on the contrary, it conferred upon it an irresistible, inexpressible charm. Andrei felt in his heart a noble timidity, and stood motionless before her. She, too, seemed surprised at the appearance of the Cossack, as he stood before her in all the beauty and might of his young manhood. And in the very immovability of his limbs personified the utmost freedom of movement. His eyes beamed with clear decision, his velvet brows curved in a bold arch, his sunburnt cheeks glowed with all the ardor of youthful fire, and his downy black mustache shone like silk. "No, I have no power to thank you, noble sir," she said, her silvery voice all in a tremble. "God alone can reward you, not I, a weak woman." She dropped her eyes, her lids fell over them in beautiful, snowy semicircles, guarded by lashes long as arrows, her wondrous face bowed forward, and a delicate flush overspread it from within. Andrei knew not what to say, he wanted to say everything. He had in his mind to say it all ardently as it glowed in his heart, and could not. He felt something confining his mouth. Voice and words were lacking, he felt that it was not for him, bred in the seminary and in the tumult of a roaming life, to reply fitly to such language, and was angry with his Cossack nature. At that moment the Tatar entered the room. She had cut up the bread which the warrior had brought into small pieces on a golden plate, which she placed before her mistress. The lady glanced at her, at the bread, at her again, and then turned her eyes towards Andrei. There was a great deal in those eyes. That gentle glance, expressive of her weakness and her inability to give words to the feeling which overpowered her, was far more comprehensible to Andrei than any words. His heart suddenly grew light within him, all seemed made smooth. The mental emotions and the feelings which up to that moment he had restrained with a heavy curb, as it were, now felt themselves released, at liberty, and anxious to pour themselves out in a resistless torrent of words. Suddenly the lady turned to the Tatar, and said anxiously, "But my mother? You took her some? She is asleep. And my father? I carried him some. He said that he would come to thank the young lord in person." She took the bread and raised it to her mouth. With inexpressible delight Andrei watched her break it with her shining fingers and eat it. But all at once he recalled the man mad with hunger, who had expired before his eyes on swallowing a morsel of bread. He turned pale and, seizing her hand, cried, "Enough. Eat no more. You have not eaten for so long that too much bread will be poison to you now." And she at once dropped her hand, laid her bread upon the plate, and gazed into his eyes like a submissive child. And if any words could express, but neither chisel, nor brush, nor mighty speech is capable of expressing what is sometimes seen in glances of maidens, nor the tender feeling which takes possession of him who receives such maiden glances. "My queen," exclaimed Andrei, his heart and soul filled with emotion, "what do you need? What do you wish? Command me. Impose on me the most impossible task in all the world, I fly to fulfill it. Tell me to do that which it is beyond the power of man to do, I will fulfill it if I destroy myself. I will ruin myself. And I swear by the Holy Cross that ruin for your sake is as sweet, but no, it is impossible to say how sweet. I have 3 farms, half my father's droves of horses are mine. All that my mother brought my father, and which she still conceals from him, all this is mine. Not one of the Cossacks owns such weapons as I. For the pommel of my sword alone they would give their best drove of horses and 3,000 sheep. And I renounce all this, I discard it, I throw it aside, I will burn and drown it, if you will but say the word, or even move your delicate black brows. But I know that I am talking madly and wide of the mark, that all this is not fitting here. That it is not for me, who have passed my life in the seminary and among the Zaporozhtzi, to speak as they speak where kings, princes, and all the best of noble knighthood have been. I can see that you are a different being from the rest of us, and far above all other boyars' wives and maiden daughters." With growing amazement the maiden listened, losing no single word, to the frank, sincere language in which, as in a mirror, the young, strong spirit reflected itself. Each simple word of this speech, uttered in a voice which penetrated straight to the depths of her heart, was clothed in power. She advanced her beautiful face, pushed back her troublesome hair, opened her mouth, and gazed long, with parted lips. Then she tried to say something and suddenly stopped, remembering that the warrior was known by a different name, that his father, brothers, country, lay beyond, grim avengers. That the Zaporozhtsi besieging the city were terrible, and that the cruel death awaited all who were within its walls, and her eyes suddenly filled with tears. She seized a silk-embroidered handkerchief and threw it over her face. In a moment it was all wet. And she sat for some time with her beautiful head thrown back, and her snowy teeth set on her lovely underlip, as though she suddenly felt the sting of a poisonous serpent. Without removing the handkerchief from her face, lest he should see her shaken with grief. "Speak but one word to me," said Andrei, and he took her satin-skinned hand. A sparkling fire coursed through his veins at the touch, and he pressed the hand lying motionless in his. But she still kept silence, never taking the kerchief from her face, and remaining motionless. "Why are you so sad? Tell me, why are you so sad?" She cast away the handkerchief, pushed aside the long hair which fell over her eyes, and poured out her heart in sad speech, in a quiet voice, like the breeze which, rising on a beautiful evening, blows through the thick growth of reeds beside the stream. They rustle, murmur, and give forth delicately mournful sounds, and the traveler, pausing in inexplicable sadness, hears them, and heeds not the fading light, nor the gay songs of the peasants which float in the air as they return from their labors in meadow and stubble field, nor the distant rumble of the passing wagon. Am not I worthy of eternal pity? Is not the mother that bore me unhappy? Is it not a bitter lot which has befallen me? Art not thou a cruel executioner, fate? Thou hast brought all to my feet, the highest nobles in the land, the richest gentlemen, counts, foreign barons, all the flower of our knighthood. All loved me, and any one of them would have counted my love the greatest boon. I had but to beckon, and the best of them, the handsomest, the first in beauty and birth would have become my husband. And to none of them didst thou incline my heart, O bitter fate, but thou didst turn it against the noblest heroes of our land, and towards a stranger, towards our enemy. O most holy Mother of God! For what sin dost thou so pitilessly, mercilessly, persecute me? In abundance and superfluity of luxury my days were passed, the richest dishes and the sweetest wine were my food. And to what end was it all? What was it all for? In order that I might at last die a death more cruel than that of the meanest beggar in the kingdom? And it was not enough that I should be condemned to so horrible a fate. Not enough that before my own end I should behold my father and mother perish in intolerable torment, when I would have willingly given my own life 20 times over to save them. All this was not enough, but before my own death I must hear words of love such as I had never before dreamed of. It was necessary that he should break my heart with his words. That my bitter lot should be rendered still more bitter, that my young life should be made yet more sad, that my death should seem even more terrible. And that, dying, should reproach thee still more, O cruel fate! And thee, forgive my sin, O Holy Mother of God! As she ceased in despair, her feelings were plainly expressed in her face. Every feature spoke of gnawing sorrow and, from the sadly bowed brow and downcast eyes to the tears trickling down and drying on her softly burning cheeks, seemed to say, "There is no happiness in this face. Such a thing was never heard of since the world began." "It cannot be," said Andrei, "that the best and most beautiful of women should suffer so bitter a fate. When she was born that all the best there is in the world should bow before her as before a saint. No, you will not die, you shall not die. I swear by my birth and by all there is dear to me in the world that you shall not die. But if it must be so, if nothing, neither strength, nor prayer, nor heroism, will avail to avert this cruel fate, then we will die together, and I will die first. I will die before you, at your beauteous knees, and even in death they shall not divide us. Deceive not yourself and me, noble sir," she said, gently shaking her beautiful head. "I know, and to my great sorrow I know but too well, that it is impossible for you to love me. I know what your duty is, and your faith. Your father calls you, your comrades, your country, and we are your enemies. And what are my father, my comrades, my country to me?" said Andrei, with a quick movement of his head, and straightening up his figure like a poplar beside the river. "Be that as it may, I have no one, no one," he repeated, with that movement of the hand with which the Cossack expresses his determination to do some unheard-of deed, impossible to any other man. "Who says that the Ukraine is my country? Who gave it to me for my country? Our country is the one our soul longs for, the one which is dearest of all to us. My country is, you. That is my native land, and I bear that country in my heart. I will bear it there all my life, and I will see whether any of the Cossacks can tear it thence. And I will give everything, barter everything, I will destroy myself, for that country." Astounded, she gazed in his eyes for a space, like a beautiful statue, and then suddenly burst out sobbing. And with the wonderful feminine impetuosity which only grand-souled, uncalculating women, created for fine impulses of the heart, are capable of, threw herself upon his neck, encircling it with her wondrous snowy arms, and wept. At that moment indistinct shouts rang through the street, accompanied by the sound of trumpets and kettledrums, but he heard them not. He was only conscious of the beauteous mouth bathing him with its warm, sweet breath, of the tears streaming down his face, and of her long, unbound perfumed hair, veiling him completely in its dark and shining silk. At that moment the Tatar ran in with a cry of joy. "Saved, saved," she cried, beside herself. "Our troops have entered the city. They have brought corn, millet, flour, and Zaporozhye in chains." But no one heard that "our troops" had arrived in the city, or what they had brought with them, or how they had bound the Zaporozhye. Filled with feelings untasted as yet upon earth, Andrei kissed the sweet mouth which pressed his cheek, and the sweet mouth did not remain unresponsive. In this union of kisses they experienced that which it is given to a man to feel but once on earth. And the Cossack was ruined. He was lost to Cossack chivalry. Never again will Zaporozhe, nor his father's house, nor the Church of God, behold him. The Ukraine will never more see the bravest of the children who have undertaken to defend her. Old Taras may tear the grey hair from his scalplock, and curse the day and hour in which such a son was born to dishonor him. Chapter 7. Noise and movement were rife in the Zaporozhian camp. At first, no one could account for the relieving army having made its way into the city. But it afterwards appeared that the Pereyaslawski Kuren, encamped before the wide gate of the town, had been dead drunk. It was no wonder that half had been killed, and the other half bound, before they knew what it was all about. Meantime the neighboring Kurens, aroused by the tumult, succeeded in grasping their weapons. But the relieving force had already passed through the gate, and its rear ranks fired upon the sleepy and only half-sober Zaporozhye who were pressing in disorder upon them, and kept them back. The Koshavoy ordered a general assembly, and when all stood in a ring and had removed their caps and became quiet, he said, "See what happened last night, brother gentles. See what drunkenness has led to. See what shame the enemy has put upon us. It is evident that, if your allowances are kindly doubled, then you are ready to stretch out at full length, and the enemies of Christ can not only take your very trousers off you, but sneeze in your faces without your hearing them." The Cossacks all stood with drooping heads, knowing that they were guilty. Only Kukubenko, the hetman of the Nezamisky Kuren, answered back. "Stop, father," said he. "Although it is not lawful to make a retort when the Koshavoy speaks before the whole army, yet it is necessary to say that that was not the state of the case. You have not been quite just in your reprimand. The Cossacks would have been guilty, and deserving of death, had they got drunk on the march, or when engaged on heavy toilsome labor during war. But we have been sitting here unoccupied, loitering in vain before the city. There was no fast or other Christian restraint. How then could it be otherwise than that a man should get drunk in idleness? There is no sin in that. But we had better show them what it is to attack innocent people. They first beat us well, and now we will beat them so that not half a dozen of them will ever see home again." The speech of the hetman of the Kuren pleased the Cossacks. They raised their drooping heads upright and many nodded approvingly, muttering, Kokobenko has spoken well. And Taras Bulba, who stood not far from the Koshevoy, said, How now, Koshevoy? Kokobenko has spoken truth. What have you to say to this? What have I to say? I say, blessed be the father of such a son. It does not need much wisdom to utter words of reproof. But much wisdom is needed to find such words as do not embitter a man's misfortune, but encourage him, restore to him his spirit, put spurs to the horse of his soul, refreshed by water. I meant myself to speak words of comfort to you, but Kokobenko has forestalled me. The Koshevoy has also spoken well, rang through the ranks of the Zaporozhy. His words are good, repeated others. And even the grey-heads, who stood there like dark blue doves, nodded their heads and, twitching their grey mustaches, muttered softly, That was well said. Listen now, gentles, continued the Koshevoy. To take the city, by scaling its walls, or undermining them as the foreign engineers do, is not proper, not Cossack fashion. But, judging from appearances, the enemy entered the city without many provisions, they had not many wagons with them. The people in the city are hungry. They will all eat heartily, and the horses will soon devour the hay. I don't know whether their saints will fling them down anything from heaven with hayforks. God only knows that though there are a great many Catholic priests among them. By one means or another the people will seek to leave the city. Divide yourselves, therefore, into 3 divisions, and take up your posts before the 3 gates, 5 kurens before the principal gate, and 3 kurens before each of the others. Let the Dadakivsky and Korsunsky kurens go into ambush and Taras and his men into ambush too. The Titarevsky and Timoskevsky kurens are to guard the baggage train on the right flank, the Shcherbanovsky and Steblikivsky on the left. And to select from their ranks the most daring young men to face the foe. The Lyakhs are of a restless nature and cannot endure a siege, and perhaps this very day they will sally forth from the gates. Let each hetman inspect his kuren. Those whose ranks are not full are to be recruited from the remains of the Pereoslavsky kuren. Inspect them all anew. Give a loaf and a beaker to each Cossack to strengthen him. But surely everyone must be satiated from last night, for all stuffed themselves so that, to tell the truth, I am only surprised that no one burst in the night. And here is one further command, if any Jew spirit seller sells a Cossack so much as a single jug of brandy, I will nail pig's ears to his very forehead, the dog, and hang him up by his feet. To work, brothers, to work. Thus did the Koshevoy give his orders. All bowed to their girdles, and without putting on their caps set out for their wagons and camps. It was only when they had gone some distance that they covered themselves. All began to equip themselves, they tested their swords, poured powder from the sacks into their powder flasks, drew up and arranged the wagons, and looked to their horses. On his way to his band, Taras wondered what had become of Andrei. Could he have been captured and found while asleep with the others? But no, Andrei was not the man to go alive into captivity. Yet he was not to be seen among the slaughtered Cossacks. Taras pondered deeply and went past his men without hearing that someone had for some time been calling him by name. Who wants me? He said, finally arousing himself from his reflections. Before him stood the Jew, Yankel. Lord Colonel. Lord Colonel. Said the Jew in a hasty and broken voice, as though desirous of revealing something not utterly useless, I have been in the city, Lord Colonel. Taras looked at the Jew, and wondered how he had succeeded in getting into the city. What enemy took you there? I will tell you at once, said Yankel. As soon as I heard the uproar this morning, when the Cossacks began to fire, I seized my kaftan and, without stopping to put it on, ran at the top of my speed, thrusting my arms in on the way. Because I wanted to know as soon as possible the cause of the noise and why the Cossacks were firing at dawn. I ran to the very gate of the city, at the moment when the last of the army was passing through. I looked, and in command of the rear guard was Cornet Galiandovich. He is a man well known to me. He has owed me 100 ducats these 3 years past. I ran after him, as though to claim the debt of him, and so entered the city with them. You entered the city, and wanted him to settle the debt, said Bulba, and he did not order you to be hung like a dog on the spot? By heavens, he did want to hang me, replied the Jew. His servants had already seized me and thrown a rope about my neck. But I besought the noble lord, and said that I would wait for the money as long as his lordship liked. And promised to lend him more if he would only help me to collect my debts from the other nobles. For I can tell my lord that the noble cornet had not a ducat in his pocket, although he has farms and estates and 4 castles and steppe-land that extends clear to Shklov. But he has not a penny, any more than a Cossack. If the Breslau Jews had not equipped him, he would never have gone on this campaign. That was the reason he did not go to the Diet. What did you do in the city? Did you see any of our people? Certainly, there are many of them there, Itzhak, Rakhum, Samuel, Kaivok, every eye the pawnbroker. May they die, the dogs! Shouted Taras in a rage. Why do you name your Jewish tribe to me? I ask you about our Zaporozhy. I saw none of our Zaporozhy, I saw only Lord Andrei. You saw Andrei, shouted Bulba. What is he doing? Where did you see him? In a dungeon? In a pit? Dishonored? Bound? Who would dare to bind Lord Andrei? Now he is so grand a knight. I hardly recognized him. Gold on his shoulders and his belt, gold everywhere about him, as the sun shines in spring, when every bird twitters and sings in the orchard, so he shines, all gold. And his horse, which the waywode himself gave him, is the very best, that horse alone is worth 200 ducats. Bulba was petrified. Why has he put on foreign garments? He put them on because they were finer. And he rides about, and the others ride about, and he teaches them, and they teach him, like the very grandest Polish noble. Who forced him to do this? I should not say that he had been forced. Does not my lord know that he went over to them of his own free will? Who went over? Lord Andrei. Went where? Went over to their side. He is now a thorough foreigner. You lie, you hog's ear. How is it possible that I should lie? Am I a fool, that I should lie? Would I lie at the risk of my head? Do not I know that Jews are hung like dogs if they lie to nobles? Then it means, according to you, he has betrayed his native land and his faith? I do not say that he has betrayed anything. I merely said that he had gone over to the other side. You lie, you imp of a Jew. Such a deed was never known in a Christian land. You are making a mistake, dog. May the grass grow upon the threshold of my house if I am mistaken. May everyone spit upon the grave of my father, my mother, my father's father, and my mother's father, if I am mistaken. If my lord wished I can even tell him why he went over to them. Why? The waywode has a beautiful daughter. Holy Father! What a beauty! Here the Jew tried his utmost to express beauty by extending his hands, screwing up his eyes, and twisting his mouth to one side as though tasting something on trial. Well, what of that? He did it all for her, he went there for her sake. When a man is in love, then all things are the same to him, like the sole of a shoe which you can bend in any direction if you soak it in water. Bulba reflected deeply. He remembered the power of weak woman, how she had ruined many a strong man, and that this was the weak point in Andrei's nature, and stood for some time in one spot, as though rooted there. Listen, my lord, I will tell my lord all, said the Jew. As soon as I heard the uproar, and saw them going through the city gate, I seized a string of pearls, in case of any emergency. For there are beauties and noblewomen there, and if there are beauties and noblewomen, I said to myself, they will buy pearls, even if they have nothing to eat. And, as soon as ever the cornet servants had set me at liberty, I hastened to the waywode's residence to sell my pearls. I asked all manner of questions of the lady's Tatar maid. The wedding is to take place immediately, as soon as they have driven off the Zaporozhy. Lord Andrei has promised to drive off the Zaporovians. "And you did not kill him on the spot, you devil's brat?" shouted Bulba. "Why should I kill him? He went over of his own free will. What is his crime? He liked it better there, so he went there." "And you saw him face to face?" "Face to face, by heavens! Such a magnificent warrior. More splendid than all the rest. God bless him, he knew me, and when I approached him he said at once." "What did he say?" "He said, first he beckoned me with his finger, and then he said, 'Yankel.' Lord Andrei said, 'Yankel, tell my father, tell my brother, tell all the Cossacks, all the Zaporozhye, everybody, that my father is no longer my father, nor my brother, nor my comrades. And that I will fight them all. You lie, imp of a Jew," shouted Taras, beside himself. "You lie, dog. I will kill you, Satan. Get away from here. If not, death awaits you." So saying, Taras drew his sword. The terrified Jew set off instantly, at the full speed of his thin, shrunken legs. He ran for a long time, without looking back, through the Cossack camp, and then far out on the deserted plain, although Taras did not chase him at all. Reasoning that it was foolish to thus vent his rage on the first person who presented himself. Then he recollected that he had seen Andrei on the previous night traversing the camp with some woman, and he bowed his grey head. Still he would not believe that so disgraceful a thing could have happened, and that his own son had betrayed his faith and soul. Finally he placed his men in ambush in a wood, the only one which had not been burned by the Cossacks, whilst the Zaporozhians, foot and horse, set out for the 3 gates by 3 different roads. One after another the kurens turned out, Umansky, Popovichesky, Konevsky, Steblikovsky, Nezamaykovsky, Gergazif, Titarevsky, Tomaschevsky. The Pereoslavsky kuren alone was wanting. Its Cossacks had smoked and drank to their destruction. Some awoke to find themselves bound in the enemy's hands, others never woke at all but passed in their sleep into the damp earth. And the hetman Klib himself, minus his trousers and accoutrements, found himself in the camp of the Lyakhs. The uproar among the Zaporozhye was heard in the city. All the besieged hastened to the ramparts, and a lively scene was presented to the Cossacks. The handsome Polish heroes thronged on the wall. The brazen helmets of some shone like the sun, and were adorned with feathers white as swans. Others wore pink and blue caps, drooping over one ear, and caftans with the sleeves thrown back, embroidered with gold. Their weapons were richly mounted and very costly, as were their equipments. In the front rank the Budzikovsky colonel stood proudly in his red cap ornamented with gold. He was a tall, stout man, and his rich and ample caftan hardly covered him. Near the side gate stood another colonel. He was a dried-up little man, but his small, piercing eyes gleamed sharply from under his thick and shaggy brows, and as he turned quickly on all sides, motioning boldly with his thin, withered hand, and giving out his orders, it was evident that, in spite of his little body, he understood military science thoroughly. Not far from him stood a very tall cornet, with thick mustaches and a highly colored complexion, a noble fond of strong mead and hearty revelry. Behind them were many nobles who had equipped themselves, some with their own ducats, some from the royal treasury, some with money obtained from the Jews, by pawning everything they found in their ancestral castles. Many too were parasites, whom the senators took with them to dinners for show, and who stole silver cups from the table and the sideboard. And when the day's display was over mounted some noble's coachbox and drove his horses. There were folk of all kinds there. Sometimes they had not enough to drink, but all were equipped for war. The Cossack ranks stood quietly before the walls. There was no gold about them, save where it shone on the hilt of a sword or the mountings of a gun. The Zaporozhye were not given to decking themselves out gaily for battle, their coats of mail and garments were plain, and their black-bordered red-crowned caps showed darkly in the distance. 2 men, Okrem Nash and Mikiga Goloko-Puatenko, advanced from the Zaporozhian ranks. One was quite young, the other older, both fierce in words, and not bad specimens of Cossacks in action. They were followed by Demid Popovitch, a strongly built Cossack who had been hanging about the Sech for a long time. After having been in Adrianople and undergoing a great deal in the course of his life, he had been burned, and had escaped to the Sech with blackened head and singed mustaches. But Popovitch recovered, let his hair grow, raised mustaches thick and black as pitch, and was a stout fellow, according to his own biting speech. Red jackets on all the army, but I should like to know what sort of men are under them, he cried. I will show you, shouted the stout colonel from above. I will capture the whole of you. Surrender your guns and horses, slaves. Did you see how I caught your men? Bring out a Zaporozets on the wall for them to see. And they let out a Zaporozets bound with stout cords. Before them stood Klib, the hetman of the Pereoslavsky Kuren, without his trousers or accoutrements, just as they had captured him in his drunken sleep. He bowed his head in shame before the Cossacks at his nakedness, and at having been thus taken like a dog, while asleep. His hair had turned grey in one night. Grieve not, Klib, we will rescue you, shouted the Cossacks from below. Grieve not, friend, cried the hetman Borodity. It is not your fault that they caught you naked, that misfortune might happen to any man. But it is a disgrace to them that they should have exposed you to dishonor, and not covered your nakedness decently. You seem to be a brave army when you have people who are asleep to fight, remarked Golokopuatenko, glancing at the ramparts. Wait a bit, we'll singe your topknots for you, was the reply. I should like to see them singe our scalp locks, said Popovitch, prancing about before them on his horse. And then, glancing at his comrades, he added, well, perhaps the Lyakhs speak the truth, if that fat-bellied fellow leads them, they will all find a good shelter. Why do you think they will find a good shelter? Asked the Cossacks, knowing that Popovitch was probably preparing some repartee. Because the whole army will hide behind him. And the devil himself couldn't help you to reach anyone with your spear through that belly of his. The Cossacks laughed, some of them shaking their heads and saying, what a fellow Popovitch is for a joke. But the Cossacks had not time to explain what they meant by that, now. Fall back quickly from the wall, shouted the Koshevoy, seeing that the Lyakhs could not endure these biting words, and that the colonel was waving his hand. The Cossacks had hardly retreated from the wall before the grapeshot rained down. On the ramparts all was excitement, and the grey-haired Waywode himself appeared on horseback. The gates opened and the garrison sallied forth. In the van came hussars in orderly ranks, behind them the horsemen in armor, and then the heroes in brazen helmets. After whom rode singly the highest nobility, each man accoutred as he pleased. These haughty nobles would not mingle in the ranks with others, and such of them as had no commands rode apart with their own immediate following. Next came some more companies, and after these the cornet, then more files of men, and the stout colonel, and in the rear of the whole force the little colonel. Keep them from forming in line, shouted the Koshevoy, let all the kurens attack them at once. Block the other gate. Titarevsky Kuren, fall on one flank. Dyadovsky Kuren, charge on the other. Attack them in the rear, Kukubenko and Palavod. Check them, break them. The Cossacks attacked on all sides, throwing the Lyakhs into confusion and getting confused themselves. They did not even give the foe time to fire, it came to swords and spears at once. All fought hand to hand, and each man had an opportunity to distinguish himself. Demid Popovitch speared 3 soldiers, and struck 2 of the highest nobles from their saddles, saying, good horses. I have long wanted just such horses. And he drove the horses far afield, shouting to the Cossacks standing about to catch them. Then he rushed again into the fray, fell upon the dismounted nobles, slew one, and throwing his lasso round the neck of the other, tied him to his saddle and dragged him over the plain. After having taken from him his sword from its rich hilt and removed from his girdle a whole bag of ducats. Kobita, a good Cossack, though still very young, attacked one of the bravest men in the Polish army, and they fought long together. They grappled, and the Cossack mastering his foe, and throwing him down, stabbed him in the breast with his sharp Turkish knife. But he did not look out for himself, and a bullet struck him on the temple. The man who struck him down was the most distinguished of the nobles, the handsomest scion of an ancient and princely race. Like a stately poplar, he best rode his dun-colored steed, and many heroic deeds did he perform. He cut 2 Cossacks in twain. Fedor Kors, the brave Cossack, he overthrew together with his horse, shooting the steed and picking off the rider with his spear. Many heads and hands did he hew off, and slew Kobita by sending a bullet through his temple. "There's a man I should like to measure strength with," shouted Kukubenko, the hetman of the Nezamakevsky Kuren. Spurring his horse, he dashed straight at the Pole's back, shouting loudly, so that all who stood near shuddered at the unearthly yell. The boyard tried to wheel his horse suddenly and face him, but his horse would not obey him. Scared by the terrible cry, it bounded aside, and the Lyak received Kukubenko's fire. The ball struck him in the shoulder blade, and he rolled from his saddle. Even then he did not surrender and strove to deal his enemy a blow, but his hand was weak. Kukubenko, taking his heavy sword in both hands, thrust it through his mouth. The sword, breaking out 2 teeth, cut the tongue in twain, pierced the windpipe, and penetrated deep into the earth, nailing him to the ground. His noble blood, red as viburnum berries beside the river, welled forth in a stream staining his yellow, gold-embroidered kaftan. But Kukubenko had already left him, and was forcing his way, with his Nezamakevsky Kuren, towards another group. "He has left untouched rich plunder," said Borodity, hetman of the Umansky Kuren, leaving his men and going to the place where the nobleman killed by Kukubenko lay. "I have killed 7 nobles with my own hand, but such spoil I never beheld on anyone." Prompted by greed, Borodity bent down to strip off the rich armor, and had already secured the Turkish knife set with precious stones, and taken from the foe's belt a purse of ducats. And from his breast a silver case containing a maiden's curl, cherished tenderly as a love token. But he heeded not how the red-faced cornet, whom he had already once hurled from the saddle and given a good blow as a remembrance, flew upon him from behind. The cornet swung his arm with all his might, and brought his sword down upon Borodity's bent neck. Greed led to no good, the head rolled off, and the body fell headless, sprinkling the earth with blood far and wide. Whilst the Cossack's soul ascended, indignant and surprised at having so soon quitted so stout a frame. The cornet had not succeeded in seizing the hetman's head by its scalp-lock, and fastening it to his saddle, before an avenger had arrived. As a hawk floating in the sky, sweeping in great circles with his mighty wings, suddenly remains poised in air, in one spot, and then starts down like an arrow upon the shrieking quail. So Tara's son Ostap darted suddenly upon the cornet and flung a rope about his neck with one cast. The cornet's red face became a still deeper purple as the cruel noose compressed his throat, and he tried to use his pistol. But his convulsively quivering hand could not aim straight, and the bullet flew wild across the plain. Ostap immediately unfastened a silken cord which the cornet carried at his saddle bow to bind prisoners, and having with it bound him hand and foot, attached the cord to his saddle and dragged him across the field, calling on all the Cossacks of the Umansky Kuren to come and render the last honors to their hetman. When the Umansky heard that the hetman of their Kuren, Borodity, was no longer among the living, they deserted the field of battle, rushed to secure his body, and consulted at once as to whom they should select as their leader. At length they said, "But why consult? It is impossible to find a better leader than Bulba's son, Ostap. He is younger than all the rest of us, it is true, but his judgment is equal to that of the eldest." Ostap, taking off his cap, thanked his comrades for the honor, and did not decline it on the ground of youth or inexperience, knowing that wartime is no fitting season for that. But instantly ordered them straight to the fray, and soon showed them that not in vain had they chosen him as hetman. The Lyaks felt that the matter was growing too hot for them, and retreated across the plain in order to form again at its other end. But the little colonel signaled to the reserve of 400, stationed at the gate, and these rained shot upon the Cossacks. To little purpose, however, their shot only taking effect on the Cossack oxen, which were gazing wildly upon the battle. The frightened oxen, bellowing with fear, dashed into the camp, breaking the line of wagons and trampling on many. But Taras, emerging from ambush at the moment with his troops, headed off the infuriated cattle, which, startled by his yell, swooped down upon the Polish troops, overthrew the cavalry, and crushed and dispersed them all. "Thank you, oxen," cried the Zaporozhtsi, "you served us on the march, and now you serve us in war." And they attacked the foe with fresh vigor, killing many of the enemy. Several distinguished themselves, Metelitsa and Skilo, both of the Pisarenki, Vovtuzenko, and many others. The Lyakhs, seeing that matters were going badly for them, flung away their banners and shouted for the city gates to be opened. With a screeching sound the iron-bound gates swung open and received the weary and dust-covered riders, flocking like sheep into a fold. Many of the Zaporozhtsi would have pursued them, but Ostap stopped his Amansi, saying, "Farther, farther from the walls, brother gentles. It is not well to approach them too closely." He spoke truly, for from the ramparts the foe rained and poured down everything which came to hand, and many were struck. At that moment the Koshevoy came up and congratulated him, saying, "Here is the new hetman leading the army like an old one." Old Bulba glanced round to see the new hetman, and beheld Ostap sitting on his horse at the head of the Amansi, his cap on one side and the hetman's staff in his hand. "Who ever saw the like?" he exclaimed, and the old man rejoiced, and began to thank all the Amansi for the honor they had conferred upon his son. The Cossacks retired, preparing to go into camp. But the Lyakhs showed themselves again on the city ramparts with tattered mantles. Many rich kaftans were spotted with blood, and dust covered the brazen helmets. "Have you bound us?" cried the Zaporozhtsi to them from below. "We will do so," shouted the big colonel from above, showing them a rope. The weary, dust-covered warriors ceased not to threaten, nor the most zealous on both sides to exchange fierce remarks. At length all dispersed. Some, weary with battle, stretched themselves out to rest, others sprinkled their wounds with earth, and bound them with kerchiefs and rich stuffs captured from the enemy. Others, who were fresher, began to inspect the corpses and to pay them the last honors. They dug graves with swords and spears, brought earth in their caps and the skirts of their garments, laid the Cossacks' bodies out decently, and covered them up in order that the ravens and eagles might not claw out their eyes. But binding the bodies of the Lyakhs, as they came to hand, to the tails of horses, they let these loose on the plain, pursuing them and beating them for some time. The infuriated horses flew over hill and hollow, through ditch and brook, dragging the bodies of the Poles, all covered with blood and dust, along the ground. All the kurens sat down in circles in the evening, and talked for a long time of their deeds, and of the achievements which had fallen to the share of each, for repetition by strangers and posterity. It was long before they lay down to sleep, and longer still before old Taras, meditating what it might signify that Andrei was not among the foe, lay down. Had the Judas been ashamed to come forth against his own countrymen? Or had the Jew been deceiving him, and had he simply gone into the city against his will? But then he recollected that there were no bounds to a woman's influence upon Andrei's heart. He felt ashamed, and swore a mighty oath to himself against the fair Pole who had bewitched his son. And he would have kept his oath. He would not have looked at her beauty, he would have dragged her forth by her thick and splendid hair. He would have trailed her after him over all the plain, among all the Cossacks. Her beautiful shoulders and bosom, white as fresh-fallen snow upon the mountain tops, would have been crushed to earth and covered with blood and dust. Her lovely body would have been torn to pieces. But Taras, who did not foresee what God prepares for man on the morrow, began to grow drowsy, and finally fell asleep. The Cossacks still talked among themselves. And the sober sentinel stood all night long beside the fire without blinking and keeping a good lookout on all sides. Chapter 8. The sun had not ascended midway in the heavens when all the army assembled in a group. News had come from the Sech that during the Cossacks' absence the Tatars had plundered it completely, unearthed the treasures which were kept concealed in the ground, killed or carried into captivity all who had remained behind, and straightway set out, with all the flocks and droves of horses they had collected, for Perekop. One Cossack only, Maxim Galaduka, had broken loose from the Tatars' hands, stabbed the Mirza, seized his bag of sequins, and on a Tatar horse, in Tatar garments, had fled from his pursuers for 2 nights and a day and a half, ridden his horse to death, obtained another, killed that one too, and arrived at the Zaporozhian camp upon a third, having learned upon the road that the Zaporozhi were before Dubno. He could only manage to tell them that this misfortune had taken place. But as to how it happened, whether the remaining Zaporozhi had been carousing after Cossack fashion, and had been carried drunk into captivity, and how the Tatars were aware of the spot where the treasures of the army were concealed, he was too exhausted to say. Extremely fatigued, his body swollen, and his face scorched and weather-beaten, he had fallen down, and a deep sleep had overpowered him. In such cases it was customary for the Cossacks to pursue the robbers at once, endeavoring to overtake them on the road. For, let the prisoners once be got to the bazaars of Asia Minor, Smyrna, or the island of Crete, and God knows in what places the tufted heads of Zaporozhi might not be seen. This was the occasion of the Cossacks assembling. They all stood to a man with their caps on. For they had not met to listen to the commands of their hetman, but to take counsel together as equals among equals. Let the old men first advise, was shouted to the crowd. Let the Koshavoy give his opinion, cried others. The Koshavoy, taking off his cap and speaking not as commander, but as a comrade among comrades, thanked all the Cossacks for the honor, and said, "There are among us many experienced men and much wisdom. But since you have thought me worthy, my counsel is not to lose time in pursuing the Tatars, for you know yourselves what the Tatar is. He will not pause with his stolen booty to await our coming, but will vanish in a twinkling, so that you can find no trace of him. Therefore my advice is to go. We have had good sport here. The Lyakhs now know what Cossacks are. We have avenged our faith to the extent of our ability, there is not much to satisfy greed in the famished city, and so my advice is to go." To go rang heavily through the Zaporozhian kurens. But such words did not suit Taras Bulba at all. And he brought his frowning, iron-gray brows still lower down over his eyes, brows like bushes growing on dark mountain heights, whose crowns are suddenly covered with sharp northern frost. "No, Koshavoy, your counsel is not good," said he. "You cannot say that. You have evidently forgotten that those of our men captured by the Lyakhs will remain prisoners. You evidently wish that we should not heed the first holy law of comradeship. That we should leave our brethren to be flayed alive, or carried about through the towns and villages after their Cossack bodies have been quartered. As was done with the hetman and the bravest Russian warriors in the Ukraine. Have the enemy not desecrated the holy things sufficiently without that? What are we? I ask you all, what sort of a Cossack is he who would desert his comrade in misfortune, and let him perish like a dog in a foreign land? If it has come to such a pass that no one has any confidence in Cossack honor, permitting men to spit upon his grey mustache, and upbraid him with offensive words, then let no one blame me. I will remain here alone. All the Zaporozhi who were there wavered. And have you forgotten, brave comrades, said the Koshavoy, that the Tatars also have comrades of ours in their hands? That if we do not rescue them now their lives will be sacrificed in eternal imprisonment among the infidels, which is worse than the most cruel death. Have you forgotten that they now hold all our treasure, won by Christian blood? The Cossacks reflected, not knowing what to say. None of them wished to deserve ill repute. Then there stepped out in front of them the oldest in years of all the Zaporozhian army, Kazian Bovdug. He was respected by all the Cossacks. Twice had he been chosen Koshavoy, and had also been a stout warrior, but he had long been old, and had ceased to go upon raids. Neither did the old man like to give advice to anyone. but loved to lie upon his side in the circle of Cossacks, listening to tales of every occurrence on the Cossack marches. He never joined in the conversation, but only listened, and pressed the ashes with his finger in his short pipe, which never left his mouth. And would sit so long with his eyes half open, that the Cossacks never knew whether he were asleep or still listening. He always stayed at home during their raids, but this time the old man had joined the army. He had waved his hand in Cossack fashion, and said, "Wherever you go, I am going too. Perhaps I may be of some service to the Cossack nation." All the Cossacks became silent when he now stepped forward before the assembly, for it was long since any speech from him had been heard. Everyone wanted to know what Bovdug had to say. "It is my turn to speak a word, brother gentles," he began. "Listen, my children, to an old man." The Koshavoy spoke well as the head of the Cossack army, being bound to protect it, and in respect to the treasures of the army he could say nothing wiser. "That is so. Let that be my first remark. But now listen to my second. And this is my second remark." Taras spoke even more truly. "God grant him many years, and that such leaders may be plentiful in the Ukraine. A Cossack's first duty and honor is to guard comradeship. Never in all my life, brother gentles, have I heard of any Cossack deserting or betraying any of his comrades. Both those made captive at the Sech and these taken here are our comrades. Whether they be few or many, it makes no difference, all are our comrades, and all are dear to us. So this is my speech: let those to whom the prisoners captured by the Tatars are dear set out after the Tatars. And let those to whom the captives of the Poles are dear, and who do not care to desert a righteous cause, stay behind. The Koshavoy, in accordance with his duty, will accompany one half in pursuit of the Tatars, and the other half can choose a hetman to lead them. But if you will heed the words of an old man, there is no man fitter to be the commanding hetman than Taras Bulba. Not one of us is his equal in heroism." Thus spoke Bovdug, and paused. And all the Cossacks rejoiced that the old man had in this manner brought them to an agreement. All flung up their caps and shouted, "Thanks, father." He kept silence for a long, long time, but he has spoken at last. Not in vain did he say, when we prepared for this expedition, that he might be useful to the Cossack nation, even so it has come to pass. "Well, are you agreed upon anything?" asked the Koshavoy. "We are all agreed," cried the Cossacks. "Then the council is at an end?" "At an end," cried the Cossacks. "Then listen to the military command, children," said the Koshavoy, stepping forward, and putting on his cap. Whilst all the Cossacks took off theirs, and stood with uncovered heads, and with eyes fixed upon the earth, as was always the custom among them when the leader prepared to speak. "Now divide yourselves, brother gentles. Let those who wish to go stand on the right, and those who wish to stay, on the left. Where the majority of a kuren goes there its officers are to go, if the minority of a kuren goes over, it must be added to another kuren." Then they began to take up their positions, some to the right and some to the left. Whither the majority of a kuren went thither the hetman went also. And the minority attached itself to another kuren. It came out pretty even on both sides. Those who wished to remain were nearly the whole of the Nezamakivsky kuren, the entire Umansky kuren, the entire Kanevsky kuren, and the larger half of the Popovichsky, the Tymoskevsky and the Steblikivsky kurens. All the rest preferred to go in pursuit of the Tatars. On both sides there were many stout and brave Cossacks. Among those who decided to follow the Tatars were Cherevity, and those good old Cossacks Pokotopol, Lemish, and Prokopovich Koma. Demid Popovich also went with that party, because he could not sit long in one place. He had tried his hand on the Lyakhs and wanted to try it on the Tatars also. The hetmans of kurens were Nastyugin, Pokruishka, Nevnimsky, and numerous brave and renowned Cossacks who wished to test their swords and muscles in an encounter with the Tatars. There were likewise many brave Cossacks among those who preferred to remain, including the kuren hetmans, Dmitrovich, Kukubenko, Vertikvist, Balin, and Ostap Bulba. Besides these there were plenty of stout and distinguished warriors, Vovtuzenko, Cherevichenko, Stepan Guska, Okrim Guska, Vikola Gonsty, Zadorozny, Metalitsa, Ivan Zakrutigubba, Mosii Pisarenko, and still another Pisarenko, and many others. They were all great travelers. They had visited the shores of Anatolia, the salt marshes and steppes of the Crimea, all the rivers great and small which empty into the Dnieper, and all the fords and islands of the Dnieper. They had been in Moldavia, Wallachia, and Turkey. They had sailed all over the Black Sea, in their double-ruddered Cossack boats. They had attacked with 50 skiffs in line the tallest and richest ships, they had sunk many a Turkish galley, and had burnt much, very much powder in their day. More than once they had made foot bandages from velvets and rich stuffs, more than once they had beaten buckles for their girdles out of sequins. Every one of them had drunk and revelled away what would have sufficed any other for a whole lifetime, and had nothing to show for it. They spent it all, like Cossacks, in treating all the world, and in hiring music that everyone might be merry. Even now few of them had amassed any property, some caskets, cups, and bracelets were hidden beneath the reeds on the islands of the Dnieper in order that the Tatars might not find them if by mishap they should succeed in falling suddenly on the Sech. But it would have been difficult for the Tatars to find them, for the owners themselves had forgotten where they had buried them. Such were the Cossacks who wished to remain and take vengeance on the Lyakhs for their trusty comrades and the faith of Christ. The old Cossack Bovdug wished also to remain with them, saying, "I am not of an age to pursue the Tatars, but this is a place to meet a good Cossack death. I have long prayed God that when my life was to end I might end it in battle for a holy and Christian cause. And so it has come to pass. There can be no more glorious end in any other place for the aged Cossack." When they had all separated, and were ranged in 2 lines on opposite sides, the Koshevoy passed through the ranks, and said, "Well, brother gentles, are the 2 parties satisfied with each other?" "All satisfied, father," replied the Cossacks. "Then kiss each other, and bid each other farewell, for God knows whether you will ever see each other alive again. Obey your hetman, but you know yourselves what you have to do, you know yourselves what Cossack honor requires." And all the Cossacks kissed each other. The hetmans first began it. Stroking down their grey mustaches, they kissed each other, making the sign of the cross, and then, grasping hands firmly, wanted to ask of each other, "Well, brother, shall we see one another again or not?" But they did not ask the question, they kept silence, and both greyheads were lost in thought. Then the Cossacks took leave of each other to the last man, knowing that there was a great deal of work before them all. Yet they were not obliged to part at once, they would have to wait until night in order not to let the Lyakhs perceive the diminution in the Cossack army. Then all went off, by kurens, to dine. After dinner, all who had the prospect of the journey before them lay down to rest, and fell into a deep and long sleep, as though foreseeing that it was the last sleep they should enjoy in such security. They slept even until sunset, and when the sun had gone down and it had grown somewhat dusky, began to tar the wagons. All being in readiness, they sent the wagons ahead, and having pulled off their caps once more to their comrades, quietly followed the baggage train. The cavalry, without shouts or whistles to the horses, tramped lightly after the foot soldiers, and all soon vanished in the darkness. The only sound was the dull thud of horses' hoofs, or the squeak of some wheel which had not got into working order, or had not been properly tarred amid the darkness. Their comrades stood for some time waving their hands, though nothing was visible. But when they returned to their camping places and saw by the light of the gleaming stars that half the wagons were gone, and many of their comrades, each man's heart grew sad. All became involuntarily pensive, and drooped their heads towards the earth. Taras saw how troubled were the Cossack ranks, and that sadness, unsuited to brave men, had begun to quietly master the Cossack hearts, but he remained silent. He wished to give them time to become accustomed to the melancholy caused by their parting from their comrades. But, meanwhile, he was preparing to rouse them at one blow, by a loud battle cry in Cossack fashion, in order that good cheer might return to the soul of each with greater strength than before. Of this only the Slav nature, a broad, powerful nature, which is to others what the sea is to small rivulets, is capable. In stormy times it roars and thunders, raging, and raising such waves as weak rivers cannot throw up. But when it is windless and quiet, it spreads its boundless glassy surface, clearer than any river, a constant delight to the eye. Taras ordered his servants to unload one of the wagons which stood apart. It was larger and stronger than any other in the Cossack camp, 2 stout tires encircled its mighty wheels. It was heavily laden, covered with horsecloths and strong wolf skins, and firmly bound with tightly drawn tarred ropes. In the wagon were flasks and casks of good old wine, which had long lain in Taras' cellar. He had brought it along, in case a moment should arrive when some deed awaited them worthy of being handed down to posterity, so that each Cossack, to the very last man, might quaff it, and be inspired with sentiments fitting to the occasion. On receiving his command, the servants hastened to the wagon, hewed asunder the stout ropes with their swords, removed the thick wolf skins and horsecloths, and drew forth the flasks and casks. "Take them all," said Bulba, "all there are, take them, that everyone may be supplied. Take jugs, or the pails for watering the horses, take sleeve or cap. But if you have nothing else, then hold your 2 hands under." All the Cossacks seized something, one took a jug, another a pail, another a sleeve, another a cap, and another held both hands. Taras' servants, making their way among the ranks, poured out for all from the casks and flasks. But Taras ordered them not to drink until he should give the signal for all to drink together. It was evident that he wished to say something. He knew that however good in itself the wine might be and however fitted to strengthen the spirit of man, yet, if a suitable speech were linked with it, then the strength of the wine and of the spirit would be doubled. "I treat you, brother gentles," thus spoke Bulba, "not in honor of your having made me hetman, however great such an honor may be, nor in honor of our parting from our comrades. To do both would be fitting at a fitting time, but the moment before us is not such a time. The work before us is great both in labor and in glory for the Cossacks. Therefore let us drink all together, let us drink before all else to the Holy Orthodox faith, that the day may finally come when it may be spread over all the world. And that everywhere there may be but one faith, and that all Mussulmans may become Christians. And let us also drink together to the Sech, that it may stand long for the ruin of the Mussulmans, and that every year there may issue forth from it young men, each better, each handsomer than the other. And let us drink to our own glory, that our grandsons and their sons may say that there were once men who were not ashamed of comradeship, and who never betrayed each other. Now to the faith, brother gentles, to the faith. To the faith, cried those standing in the ranks hard by, with thick voices. To the faith, those more distant took up the cry. And all, both young and old, drank to the faith. To the Sech, said Taras, raising his hand high above his head. To the Sech, echoed the foremost ranks. To the Sech, said the old men, softly, twitching their grey mustaches, and eagerly as young hawks, the youths repeated, to the Sech. And the distant plain heard how the Cossacks mentioned their Sech. Now a last draught, comrades, to the glory of all Christians now living in the world. And every Cossack drank a last draught to the glory of all Christians in the world. And among all the ranks in the kurens they long repeated, to all the Christians in the world. The pails were empty, but the Cossacks still stood with their hands uplifted. Although the eyes of all gleamed brightly with the wine, they were thinking deeply. Not of greed or the spoils of war were they thinking now, nor of who would be lucky enough to get ducats, fine weapons, embroidered kaftans, and Cherkessian horses. But they meditated like eagles perched upon the rocky crests of mountains, from which the distant sea is visible, dotted, as with tiny birds, with galleys, ships, and every sort of vessel. Bounded only by the scarcely visible lines of shore, with their ports like gnats and their forests like fine grass. Like eagles they gazed out on all the plain, with their fate darkling in the distance. All the plain, with its slopes and roads, will be covered with their white projecting bones, lavishly washed with their Cossack blood, and strewn with shattered wagons and with broken swords and spears. The eagles will swoop down and tear out their Cossack eyes. But there is one grand advantage: not a single noble deed will be lost, and the Cossack glory will not vanish like the tiniest grain of powder from a gun barrel. The guitar player with grey beard falling upon his breast, and perhaps a white-headed old man still full of ripe, manly strength will come, and will speak his low, strong words of them. And their glory will resound through all the world, and all who are born thereafter will speak of them. For the word of power is carried afar, ringing like a booming brazen bell, in which the maker has mingled much rich, pure silver, that his beautiful sound may be borne far and wide through the cities, villages, huts, and palaces, summoning all betimes to holy prayer. Chapter 9. In the city, no one knew that one half of the Cossacks had gone in pursuit of the Tatars. From the tower of the town hall the sentinel only perceived that a part of the wagons had been dragged into the forest. But it was thought that the Cossacks were preparing an ambush, a view taken by the French engineer also. Meanwhile, the Koshevoy's words proved not unfounded, for a scarcity of provisions arose in the city. According to a custom of past centuries, the army did not separate as much as was necessary. They tried to make a sortie, but half of those who did so were instantly killed by the Cossacks, and the other half driven back into the city with no results. But the Jews availed themselves of the opportunity to find out everything. Whither and why the Zaporozhtsi had departed, and with what leaders, and which particular kurens, and their number, and how many had remained on the spot, and what they intended to do. In short, within a few minutes all was known in the city. The besieged took courage, and prepared to offer battle. Taras had already divined it from the noise and movement in the city, and hastened about, making his arrangements, forming his men, and giving orders and instructions. He ranged the kurens in 3 camps, surrounding them with the wagons as bulwarks, a formation in which the Zaporozhtsi were invincible, ordered 2 kurens into ambush, and drove sharp stakes, broken guns, and fragments of spears into a part of the plain, with a view to forcing the enemy's cavalry upon it if an opportunity should present itself. When all was done which was necessary, he made a speech to the Cossacks. Not for the purpose of encouraging and freshening up their spirits, he knew their souls were strong without that, but simply because he wished to tell them all he had upon his heart. I want to tell you, brother gentles, what our brotherhood is. You have heard from your fathers and grandfathers in what honor our land has always been held by all. We made ourselves known to the Greeks, and we took gold from Constantinople, and our cities were luxurious, and we had, too, our temples, and our princes, the princes of the Russian people. Our own princes, not Catholic unbelievers. But the Mussulmans took all vanished, and we remained defenseless, like a widow after the death of a powerful husband, defenseless was our land as well as ourselves. Such was the time, comrades, when we joined hands in a brotherhood, that is what our fellowship consists in. There is no more sacred brotherhood. The father loves his children, the mother loves her children, the children love their father and mother, but this is not like that, brothers. The wild beast also loves its young. But a man can be related only by similarity of mind and not of blood. There have been brotherhoods in other lands, but never any such brotherhoods as on our Russian soil. It has happened to many of you to be in foreign lands. You look, there are people there also, God's creatures, too, and you talk with them as with the men of your own country. But when it comes to saying a hearty word, you will see. No. They are sensible people, but not the same kind of people, and yet not the same. No, brothers, to love as the Russian soul loves, is to love not with the mind or anything else, but with all that God has given, all that is within you. Ah! Said Taras, and waved his hand, and wiped his grey head, and twitched his mustache, and then went on, no one else can love in that way. I know that baseness has now made its way into our land. Men care only to have their ricks of grain and hay, and their droves of horses, and that their mead may be safe in their cellars, they adopt, the devil only knows what Mussulman customs. They speak scornfully with their tongues. They care not to speak their real thoughts with their own countrymen. They sell their own things to their own comrades, like soulless creatures in the marketplace. The favor of a foreign king, and not even a king, but the poor favor of a Polish magnate, who beats them on the mouth with his yellow shoe, is dearer to them than all brotherhood. But the very meanest of these vile men, whoever he may be, given over though he be to vileness and slavishness, even he, brothers, has some grains of Russian feeling. And they will assert themselves some day. And then the wretched man will beat his breast with his hands. And will tear his hair, cursing his vile life loudly, and ready to expiate his disgraceful deeds with torture. Let them know what brotherhood means on Russian soil. And if it has come to the point that a man must die for his brotherhood, it is not fit that any of them should die so. No. None of them. It is not a fit thing for their mouse-like natures. Thus spoke the hetman, and after he had finished his speech he still continued to shake his head, which had grown grey in Cossack service. All who stood there were deeply affected by his speech, which went to their very hearts. The oldest in the ranks stood motionless, their grey heads drooping. Tears trickled quietly from their aged eyes. They wiped them slowly away with their sleeves, and then all, as if with one consent, waved their hands in the air at the same moment, and shook their experienced heads. For it was evident that old Taras recalled to them many of the best-known and finest traits of the heart in a man who has become wise through suffering, toil, daring, and every earthly misfortune. Or, though unknown to them, of many things felt by young, pure spirits, to the eternal joy of the parents who bore them. But the army of the enemy was already marching out of the city, sounding drums and trumpets, and the nobles, with their arms akimbo, were riding forth too, surrounded by innumerable servants. The stout colonel gave his orders, and they began to advance briskly on the Cossack camps, pointing their matchlocks threateningly. Their eyes flashed, and they were brilliant with brass armor. As soon as the Cossacks saw that they had come within gunshot, their matchlocks thundered all together, and they continued to fire without cessation. The detonations resounded through the distant fields and meadows, merging into one continuous roar. The whole plain was shrouded in smoke, but the Zaporozhtsi continued to fire without drawing breath, the rear ranks doing nothing but loading the guns and handing them to those in front. Thus creating amazement among the enemy, who could not understand how the Cossacks fired without reloading. Amid the dense smoke which enveloped both armies, it could not be seen how first one and then another dropped, but the Lyakhs felt that the balls flew thickly, and that the affair was growing hot. And when they retreated to escape from the smoke and see how matters stood, many were missing from their ranks, but only 2 or 3 out of 100 were killed on the Cossack side. Still the Cossacks went on firing off their matchlocks without a moment's intermission. Even the foreign engineers were amazed at tactics heretofore unknown to them, and said then and there, in the presence of all, "These Zaporozhtsi are brave fellows. That is the way men in other lands ought to fight." And they advised that the cannons should at once be turned on the camps. Heavily roared the iron cannons with their wide throats. The earth hummed and trembled far and wide, and the smoke lay twice as heavy over the plain. They smelt the reek of the powder among the squares and streets in the most distant as well as the nearest quarters of the city. But those who laid the cannons pointed them too high, and the shot describing too wide a curve flew over the heads of the camps, and buried themselves deep in the earth at a distance, tearing the ground, and throwing the black soil high in the air. At the sight of such lack of skill the French engineer tore his hair, and undertook to lay the cannons himself, heeding not the Cossack bullets which showered round him. Taras saw from afar that destruction menaced the whole Nezamakivsky and Steblakivsky kurens, and gave a ringing shout, "Get away from the wagons instantly, and mount your horses." But the Cossacks would not have succeeded in effecting both these movements if Ostap had not dashed into the middle of the foe and wrenched the linstocks from 6 cannoneers. But he could not wrench them from the other 4, for the Lyakhs drove him back. Meanwhile the foreign captain had taken the lunt in his own hand to fire the largest cannon, such a cannon as none of the Cossacks had ever beheld before. It looked horrible with its wide mouth, and 1,000 deaths poured forth from it. And as it thundered, the 3 others followed, shaking in fourfold earthquake the dully responsive earth. Much woe did they cause. For more than one Cossack wailed the aged mother, beating with bony hands her feeble breast. More than one widow was left in Glukhov, Nemirov, Chernigov, and other cities. The loving woman will hasten forth every day to the bazaar, grasping at all passers-by, scanning the face of each to see if there be not among them one dearer than all. But though many an army will pass through the city, never among them will a single one of all their dearest be. Half the Nezamaykovsky kuren was as if it had never been. As the hail suddenly beats down a field where every ear of grain shines like purest gold, so were they beaten down. How the Cossacks hastened thither! How they all started up! How raged Kukubenko, the hetman, when he saw that the best half of his kuren was no more. He fought his way with his remaining Nezamaykovtsi to the very midst of the fray, cut down in his wrath, like a cabbage. The first man he met, hurled many a rider from his steed, piercing both horse and man with his lance. And making his way to the gunners, captured some of the cannons. Here he found the hetman of the Umansky kuren, and Stepan Guska, hard at work, having already seized the largest cannon. He left those Cossacks there, and plunged with his own into another mass of the foe, making a lane through it. Where the Nezamaykovtsi passed there was a street. Where they turned about there was a square as where streets meet. The foemen's ranks were visibly thinning, and the Lyakhs falling in sheaves. Beside the wagons stood Vovtuzenko, and in front Cherevichenko, and by the more distant ones Degtyarenko, and behind them the kuren hetman, Vertikvist. Degtyarenko had pierced 2 Lyakhs with his spear, and now attacked a third, a stout antagonist. Agile and strong was the Lyakh, with glittering arms, and accompanied by 50 followers. He fell fiercely upon Degtyarenko, struck him to the earth, and, flourishing his sword above him, cried, "There is not one of you Cossack dogs who has dared to oppose me." "Here is one," said Mosii Skilo, and stepped forward. He was a muscular Cossack, who had often commanded at sea, and undergone many vicissitudes. The Turks had once seized him and his men at Trebizond, and borne them captives to the galleys, where they bound them hand and foot with iron chains, gave them no food for a week at a time, and made them drink seawater. The poor prisoners endured and suffered all, but would not renounce their orthodox faith. Their hetman, Mosii Skilo, could not bear it. He trampled the holy scriptures underfoot, wound the vile turban about his sinful head, and became the favorite of a pasha, steward of a ship, and ruler over all the galley slaves. The poor slaves sorrowed greatly thereat, for they knew that if he had renounced his faith he would be a tyrant, and his hand would be the more heavy and severe upon them. So it turned out. Mosii Skilo had them put in new chains, 3 to an oar. The cruel fetters cut to the very bone, and he beat them upon the back. But when the Turks, rejoicing at having obtained such a servant, began to carouse, and, forgetful of their law, got all drunk, he distributed all the 64 keys among the prisoners. In order that they might free themselves, fling their chains and manacles into the sea, and, seizing their swords, in turn kill the Turks. Then the Cossacks collected great booty, and returned with glory to their country, and the guitar players celebrated Mosii Skilo's exploits for a long time. They would have elected him Koshevoy, but he was a very eccentric Cossack. At one time he would perform some feat which the most sagacious would never have dreamed of. At another, folly simply took possession of him, and he drank and squandered everything away, was in debt to everyone in the Sech, and, in addition to that, stole like a street thief. He carried off a whole Cossack equipment from a strange kuren by night and pawned it to the tavern keeper. For this dishonorable act they bound him to a post in the bazaar, and laid a club beside him, in order that everyone who passed should, according to the measure of his strength, deal him a blow. But there was not one Zaporozhetz out of them all to be found who would raise the club against him, remembering his former services. Such was the Cossack, Mosii Skilo. "Here is one who will kill you, dog," he said, springing upon the Lyak. How they hacked away! Their shoulder plates and breastplates bent under their blows. The hostile Lyak cut through Skilo's shirt of mail, reaching the body itself with his blade. The Cossack's shirt was dyed purple, but Skilo heeded it not. He brandished his brawny hand, heavy indeed was that mighty fist, and brought the pommel of his sword down unexpectedly upon his foeman's head. The brazen helmet flew into pieces and the Lyak staggered and fell, but Skilo went on hacking and cutting gashes in the body of the stunned man. "Kill not utterly thine enemy, Cossack, look back rather." The Cossack did not turn, and one of the dead man's servants plunged a knife into his neck. Skilo turned and tried to seize him, but he disappeared amid the smoke of the powder. On all sides rose the roar of matchlocks. Skilo knew that his wound was mortal. He fell with his hand upon his wound, and said, turning to his comrades, "Farewell, brother gentles, my comrades. May the holy Russian land stand forever, and may it be eternally honored." And as he closed his failing eyes, the Cossack's soul fled from his grim body. Then Zadorozhny came forward with his men, Vertikvist issued from the ranks, and Balaban stepped forth. "What now, gentles?" said Taras, calling to the hetmans by name, "there is yet powder in the powder flasks. The Cossack force is not weakened? The Cossacks do not yield? There is yet powder in the flasks, father, the Cossack force is not weakened yet, the Cossacks yield not." And the Cossacks pressed vigorously on, the foeman's ranks were disordered. The short colonel beat the assembly, and ordered 8 painted standards to be displayed to collect his men, who were scattered over all the plain. All the Lyaks hastened to the standards. But they had not yet succeeded in ranging themselves in order, when the hetman Kukubenko attacked their center again with his Nezamaikovtsi and fell straight upon the stout colonel. The colonel could not resist the attack, and, wheeling his horse about, set out at a gallop. But Kukubenko pursued him for a considerable distance across the plain and prevented him from joining his regiment. Perceiving this from the Kurin on the flank, Stepan Guska set out after him, lasso in hand, bending his head to his horse's neck. Taking advantage of an opportunity, he cast his lasso about his neck at the first attempt. The colonel turned purple in the face, grasped the cord with both hands, and tried to break it. But with a powerful thrust Stepan drove his lance through his body, and there he remained pinned to the earth. But Guska did not escape his fate. The Cossacks had but time to look round when they beheld Stepan Guska elevated on 4 spears. All the poor fellow succeeded in saying was, "May all our enemies perish, and may the Russian land rejoice forever," and then he yielded up his soul. The Cossacks glanced around, and there was Metelitsa on one side, entertaining the Lyaks by dealing blows on the head to one and another. On the other side, the hetman Nevelichki was attacking with his men, and Zakruta was repulsing and slaying the enemy by the wagons. The 3rd Pisarenko had repulsed a whole squadron from the more distant wagons, and they were still fighting and killing amongst the other wagons, and even upon them. "How now, gentles?" cried Taras, stepping forward before them all, "is there still powder in your flasks? Is the Cossack force still strong? Do the Cossacks yield?" "There is still powder in the flasks, father. The Cossack force is still strong, the Cossacks yield not." But Bovdug had already fallen from the wagons, a bullet had struck him just below the heart. The old man collected all his strength, and said, "I sorrow not to part from the world. God grant every man such an end. May the Russian land be forever glorious." And Bovdug's spirit flew above, to tell the old men who had gone on long before that men still knew how to fight on Russian soil, and better still, that they knew how to die for it and the holy faith. Balaban, hetman of a Kurin, soon after fell to the ground also from a wagon. 3 mortal wounds had he received from a lance, a bullet, and a sword. He had been one of the very best of Cossacks, and had accomplished a great deal as a commander on naval expeditions, but more glorious than all the rest was his raid on the shores of Anatolia. They collected many sequins, much valuable Turkish plunder, kaftans, and adornments of every description. But misfortune awaited them on their way back. They came across the Turkish fleet, and were fired on by the ships. Half the boats were crushed and overturned, drowning more than one. But the bundles of reeds bound to the sides, Cossack fashion, saved the boats from completely sinking. Balaban rowed off at full speed, and steered straight in the face of the sun, thus rendering himself invisible to the Turkish ships. All the following night they spent in bailing out the water with pails and their caps, and in repairing the damaged places. They made sails out of their Cossack trousers, and, sailing off, escaped from the fastest Turkish vessels. And not only did they arrive unharmed at the Sech, but they brought a gold-embroidered vesture for the archimandrite at the Mezigorsky Monastery in Kiev, and an icon frame of pure silver for the church in honor of the intercession of the Virgin Mary, which is in Zaporozhe. The guitar players celebrated the daring of Balaban and his Cossacks for a long time afterwards. Now he bowed his head, feeling the pains which precede death, and said quietly, "I am permitted, brother gentles, to die a fine death. 7 have I hewn in pieces, 9 have I pierced with my lance, many have I trampled upon with my horse's hoofs, and I no longer remember how many my bullets have slain. May our Russian land flourish forever," and his spirit fled. Cossacks, Cossacks! Abandon not the flower of your army. Already was Kukubenko surrounded, and 7 men only remained of all the Nezamakivsky kuren, exhausted and with garments already stained with their blood. Taras himself, perceiving their straits, hastened to their rescue, but the Cossacks arrived too late. Before the enemies who surrounded him could be driven off, a spear was buried just below Kukubenko's heart. He sank into the arms of the Cossacks who caught him, and his young blood flowed in a stream, like precious wine brought from the cellar in a glass vessel by careless servants, who, stumbling at the entrance, break the rich flask. The wine streams over the ground, and the master, hastening up, tears his hair, having reserved it, in order that if God should grant him, in his old age, to meet again the comrade of his youth, they might over it recall together former days, when a man enjoyed himself otherwise and better than now. Kukubenko cast his eyes around, and said, "I thank God that it has been my lot to die before your eyes, comrades. May they live better who come after us than we have lived. And may our Russian land, beloved by Christ, flourish forever," and his young spirit fled. The angels took it in their arms and bore it to heaven. It will be well with him there. "Sit down at my right hand, Kukubenko," Christ will say to him. "You never betrayed your comrades, you never committed a dishonorable act, you never sold a man into misery. You preserved and defended my church." The death of Kukubenko saddened them all. The Cossack ranks were terribly thinned. Many brave men were missing, but the Cossacks still stood their ground. "How now, gentles," cried Taras to the remaining kurens, "is there still powder in your flasks? Are your swords blunted? Are the Cossack forces wearied? Have the Cossacks given way? There is still an abundance of powder, our swords are still sharp, the Cossack forces are not wearied, and the Cossacks have not yet yielded." And the Cossacks again strained every nerve, as though they had suffered no loss. Only 3 kuren hetmans still remained alive. Red blood flowed in streams everywhere. Heaps of their bodies and of those of the enemy were piled high. Taras looked up to heaven, and there already hovered a flock of vultures. Well, there would be prey for someone. And there the foe were raising Medalitsa on their lances, and the head of the second Pisarenko was dizzily opening and shutting its eyes, and the mangled body of Okram Guska fell upon the ground. "Now," said Taras, and waved a cloth on high. Ostap understood this signal and springing quickly from his ambush attacked sharply. The Lyakhs could not withstand this onslaught. And he drove them back, and chased them straight to the spot where the stakes and fragments of spears were driven into the earth. The horses began to stumble and fall and the Lyakhs to fly over their heads. At that moment the Korsuntsi, who had stood till the last by the baggage wagons, perceived that they still had some bullets left, and suddenly fired a volley from their matchlocks. The Lyakhs became confused, and lost their presence of mind, and the Cossacks took courage. "The victory is ours," rang Cossack voices on all sides. The trumpet sounded and the banner of victory was unfurled. The beaten Lyakhs ran in all directions and hid themselves. "No, the victory is not yet complete," said Taras, glancing at the city gate. And he was right. The gates opened, and out dashed a hussar band, the flower of all the cavalry. Every rider was mounted on a matched brown horse from the Kabardai. And in front rode the handsomest, the most heroic of them all. His black hair streamed from beneath his brazen helmet. And from his arm floated a rich scarf, embroidered by the hands of a peerless beauty. Taras sprang back in horror when he saw that it was Andrei. And the latter meanwhile, enveloped in the dust and heat of battle, eager to deserve the scarf which had been bound as a gift upon his arm, flew on like a greyhound. The handsomest, most agile, and youngest of all the band. The experienced huntsman urges on the greyhound, and he springs forward, tossing up the snow, and a score of times outrunning the hare, in the ardor of his course. And so it was with Andrei. Old Taras paused and observed how he cleared a path before him, hewing away and dealing blows to the right and the left. Taras could not restrain himself, but shouted, "Your comrades! Your comrades! You devil's brat, would you kill your own comrades?" But Andrei distinguished not who stood before him, comrades or strangers, he saw nothing. Curls, long curls, were what he saw. And a bosom like that of a river swan, and a snowy neck and shoulders, and all that is created for rapturous kisses. "Hey there, lads! Only draw him to the forest, entice him to the forest for me!" shouted Taras. Instantly 30 of the smartest Cossacks volunteered to entice him thither, and setting their tall caps firmly spurred their horses straight at a gap in the hussars. They attacked the front ranks in flank, beat them down, cut them off from the rear ranks, and slew many of them. Golopuitenko struck Andrei on the back with his sword, and immediately set out to ride away at the top of his speed. How Andrei flew after him! How his young blood coursed through all his veins! Driving his sharp spurs into his horse's flanks, he tore along after the Cossacks, never glancing back, and not perceiving that only 20 men at the most were following him. The Cossacks fled at full gallop, and directed their course straight for the forest. Andrei overtook them, and was on the point of catching Golopuitenko, when a powerful hand seized his horse's bridle. Andrei looked, before him stood Taras. He trembled all over, and turned suddenly pale, like a student who, receiving a blow on the forehead with a ruler, flushes up like fire, springs in wrath from his seat to chase his comrade. And suddenly encounters his teacher entering the classroom. In the instant his wrathful impulse calms down and his futile anger vanishes. In this wise, in an instant, Andrei's wrath was as if it had never existed. And he beheld before him only his terrible father. "Well, what are we going to do now?" said Taras, looking him straight in the eyes. But Andrei could make no reply to this, and stood with his eyes fixed on the ground. "Well, son, did your Lyakhs help you?" Andrei made no answer. "To think that you should be such a traitor. That you should betray your faith. Betray your comrades. Dismount from your horse." Obedient as a child, he dismounted, and stood before Taras more dead than alive. "Stand still, do not move. I gave you life, I will also kill you," said Taras, and, retreating a step backwards, he brought his gun up to his shoulder. Andrei was white as a sheet, his lips moved gently, and he uttered a name. But it was not the name of his native land, nor of his mother, nor his brother, it was the name of the beautiful Pole. Taras fired. Like the ear of corn cut down by the reaping hook, like the young lamb when it feels the deadly steel in its heart, he hung his head and rolled upon the grass without uttering a word. The murderer of his son stood still, and gazed long upon the lifeless body. Even in death he was very handsome. His manly face, so short a time ago filled with power, and with an irresistible charm for every woman, still had a marvelous beauty. His black brows, like somber velvet, set off his pale features. "Is he not a true Cossack?" said Taras. "He is tall of stature, and black-browed, his face is that of a noble, and his hand was strong in battle. He is fallen. Fallen without glory, like a vile dog. Father, what have you done?" "Was it you who killed him?" said Ostap, coming up at this moment. Taras nodded. Ostap gazed intently at the dead man. He was sorry for his brother, and said at once, "Let us give him honorable burial, father, that the foe may not dishonor his body, nor the birds of prey rend it." "They will bury him without our help," said Taras. "There will be plenty of mourners and rejoicers for him." And he reflected for a couple of minutes, whether he should fling him to the wolves for prey, or respect in him the bravery which every brave man is bound to honor in another, no matter whom. Then he saw Golopuitenko galloping towards them and crying, "Woe, Hetman, the Lyakhs have been reinforced, a fresh force has come to their rescue." Golopuitenko had not finished speaking when Vovtuzenko galloped up. "Woe, Hetman. A fresh force is bearing down upon us." Vovtuzenko had not finished speaking when Pisarenko rushed up without his horse. "Where are you, father? The Cossacks are seeking for you. Hetman Nevelichky is killed, Zadorozny is killed, and Cherevichenko, but the Cossacks stand their ground, they will not die without looking in your eyes. They want you to gaze upon them once more before the hour of death arrives." "To horse, Ostap," said Taras, and hastened to find his Cossacks, to look once more upon them, and let them behold their hetman once more before the hour of death. But before they could emerge from the wood, the enemy's force had already surrounded it on all sides, and horsemen armed with swords and spears appeared everywhere between the trees. "Ostap, Ostap! Don't yield," shouted Taras, and grasping his sword he began to cut down all he encountered on every side. But 6 suddenly sprang upon Ostap. They did it in an unpropitious hour. The head of one flew off, another turned to flee, a spear pierced the ribs of a third. A fourth, more bold, bent his head to escape the bullet, and the bullet striking his horse's breast, the maddened animal reared, fell back upon the earth, and crushed his rider under him. "Well done, son! Well done, Ostap!" cried Taras. "I am following you." And he drove off those who attacked him. Taras hewed and fought, dealing blows at one after another, but still keeping his eye upon Ostap ahead. He saw that 8 more were falling upon his son. "Ostap, Ostap! Don't yield!" But they had already overpowered Ostap. One had flung his lasso about his neck, and they had bound him, and were carrying him away. "Hey, Ostap, Ostap!" shouted Taras, forcing his way towards him, and cutting men down like cabbages to right and left. "Hey, Ostap, Ostap!" But something at that moment struck him like a heavy stone. All grew dim and confused before his eyes. In one moment there flashed confusedly before him heads, spears, smoke, the gleam of fire, tree trunks, and leaves. And then he sank heavily to the earth like a felled oak, and darkness covered his eyes. Chapter 10. "I have slept a long while," said Taras, coming to his senses, as if after a heavy drunken sleep, and trying to distinguish the objects about him. A terrible weakness overpowered his limbs. The walls and corners of a strange room were dimly visible before him. At length he perceived that Tovkatch was seated beside him, apparently listening to his every breath. "Yes," thought Tovkatch, "you might have slept forever." But he said nothing, only shook his finger, and motioned him to be silent. "But tell me where I am now?" asked Taras, straining his mind, and trying to recollect what had taken place. "Be silent," cried his companion sternly. "Why should you want to know? Don't you see that you are all hacked to pieces? Here I have been galloping with you for 2 weeks without taking a breath, and you have been burnt up with fever and talking nonsense. This is the first time you have slept quietly. Be silent if you don't wish to do yourself an injury. But Taras still tried to collect his thoughts and to recall what had passed. Well, the Lyakhs must have surrounded and captured me. I had no chance of fighting my way clear from the throng. Be silent, I tell you, you devil's brat! Cried Tovkach angrily, as a nurse, driven beyond her patience, cries out at her unruly charge. What good will it do you to know how you got away? It is enough that you did get away. Some people were found who would not abandon you, let that be enough for you. It is something for me to have ridden all night with you. You think that you passed for a common Cossack? No, they have offered a reward of 2,000 ducats for your head. And Ostap, cried Taras suddenly, and tried to rise. For all at once he recollected that Ostap had been seized and bound before his very eyes, and that he was now in the hands of the Lyakhs. Grief overpowered him. He pulled off and tore in pieces the bandages from his wounds, and threw them far from him. He tried to say something, but only articulated some incoherent words. Fever and delirium seized upon him afresh, and he uttered wild and incoherent speeches. Meanwhile his faithful comrade stood beside him, scolding and showering harsh, reproachful words upon him without stint. Finally, he seized him by the arms and legs, wrapped him up like a child, arranged all his bandages, rolled him in an ox hide, bound him with bast, and, fastening him with ropes to his saddle, rode with him again at full speed along the road. I'll get you there, even if it be not alive. I will not abandon your body for the Lyakhs to make merry over you, and cut your body in twain and fling it into the water. Let the eagle tear out your eyes if it must be so, but let it be our eagle of the steppe and not a Polish eagle, not one which has flown hither from Polish soil. I will bring you, though it be a corpse, to the Ukraine. Thus spoke his faithful companion. He rode without drawing rein, day and night, and brought Taras still insensible into the Zaporozhian Sech itself. There he undertook to cure him, with unswerving care, by the aid of herbs and liniments. He sought out a skilled Jewess, who made Taras drink various potions for a whole month, and at length he improved. Whether it was owing to the medicine or to his iron constitution gaining the upper hand, at all events, in 6 weeks he was on his feet. His wounds had closed, and only the scars of the saber cuts showed how deeply injured the old Cossack had been. But he was markedly sad and morose. 3 deep wrinkles engraved themselves upon his brow and never more departed thence. Then he looked around him. All was new in the Sech, all his old companions were dead. Not one was left of those who had stood up for the right, for faith and brotherhood. And those who had gone forth with the Koshevoy in pursuit of the Tatars, they also had long since disappeared. All had perished. One had lost his head in battle, another had died for lack of food, amid the salt marshes of the Crimea, another had fallen in captivity and been unable to survive the disgrace. Their former Koshevoy was no longer living, nor any of his old companions, and the grass was growing over those once alert with power. He felt as one who had given a feast, a great noisy feast. All the dishes had been smashed in pieces, not a drop of wine was left anywhere, the guests and servants had all stolen valuable cups and platters. And he, like the master of the house, stood sadly thinking that it would have been no feast. In vain did they try to cheer Taras and to divert his mind. In vain did the long-bearded, grey-haired guitar players come by 2s and 3s to glorify his Cossack deeds. He gazed grimly and indifferently at everything, with inappeasable grief printed on his stolid face, and said softly, as he drooped his head, "My son, my Ostap." The Zaporozhi assembled for a raid by sea. 200 boats were launched on the Dnieper, and Asia Minor saw those who manned them, with their shaven heads and long scalp locks, devote her thriving shores to fire and sword. She saw the turbans of her Mohammedan inhabitants strewn, like her innumerable flowers, over the blood-sprinkled fields, and floating along her river banks. She saw many tarry Zaporozhian trousers, and strong hands with black hunting whips. The Zaporozhtzi ate up and laid waste all the vineyards. In the mosques they left heaps of dung. They used rich Persian shawls for sashes, and girded their dirty gabardines with them. Long afterwards, short Zaporozhian pipes were found in those regions. They sailed merrily back. A 10-gun Turkish ship pursued them and scattered their skiffs, like birds, with a volley from its guns. A third part of them sank in the depths of the sea. But the rest again assembled, and gained the mouth of the Dnieper with 12 kegs full of sequins. But all this did not interest Taras. He went off upon the steppe as though to hunt. But the charge remained in his gun, and, laying down the weapon, he would seat himself sadly on the shores of the sea. He sat there long with drooping head, repeating continually, "My Ostap, my Ostap." Before him spread the gleaming black sea, in the distant reeds the seagull screamed. His grey mustache turned to silver, and the tears fell one by one upon it. At last Taras could endure it no longer. "Whatever happens, I must go and find out what he is doing. Is he alive, or in the grave? I will know, cost what it may." Within a week he found himself in the city of Oman, fully armed, and mounted, with lance, sword, canteen, pot of oatmeal, powder horn, cord to hobble his horse, and other equipments. He went straight to a dirty, ill-kept little house, the small windows of which were almost invisible, blackened as they were with some unknown dirt. The chimney was wrapped in rags. And the roof, which was full of holes, was covered with sparrows. A heap of all sorts of refuse lay before the very door. From the window peered the head of a Jewess, in a headdress with discolored pearls. "Is your husband at home?" said Bulba, dismounting, and fastening his horse's bridle to an iron hook beside the door. "He is at home," said the Jewess, and hastened out at once with a measure of corn for the horse, and a stoup of beer for the rider. "Where is your Jew?" "He is in the other room at prayer," replied the Jewess, bowing and wishing Bulba good health as he raised the cup to his lips. "Remain here, feed and water my horse, whilst I go speak with him alone. I have business with him." This Jew was the well-known Yankel. He was there as revenue farmer and tavern keeper. He had gradually got nearly all the neighboring noblemen and gentlemen into his hands, had slowly sucked away most of their money, and had strongly impressed his presence on that locality. For a distance of 3 miles in all directions, not a single farm remained in a proper state. All were falling in ruins, all had been drunk away, and poverty and rags alone remained. The whole neighborhood was depopulated, as if after a fire or an epidemic, and if Yankel had lived there 10 years, he would probably have depopulated the Woiwode's whole domains. Taras entered the room. The Jew was praying, enveloped in his dirty shroud, and was turning to spit for the last time, according to the forms of his creed, when his eye suddenly lighted on Taras standing behind him. The first thing that crossed Yankel's mind was the 2,000 ducats offered for his visitor's head. But he was ashamed of his avarice, and tried to stifle within him the eternal thought of gold, which twines, like a snake, about the soul of a Jew. "Listen, Yankel," said Taras to the Jew, who began to bow low before him, and as he spoke he shut the door so that they might not be seen. "I saved your life, the Zaporozhtzi would have torn you to pieces like a dog. Now it is your turn to do me a service." The Jew's face clouded over a little. "What service? If it is a service I can render, why should I not render it? Ask no questions. Take me to Warsaw." "To Warsaw? Why to Warsaw?" said the Jew, and his brows and shoulders rose in amazement. "Ask me nothing. Take me to Warsaw. I must see him once more at any cost, and say one word to him." "Say a word to whom?" "To him, to Ostap, to my son. Has not my lord heard that already?" I know all. They offer 2,000 ducats for my head. They know its value, fools. I will give you 5,000. Here are 2,000 on the spot, and Bulba poured out 2,000 ducats from a leather purse, and the rest when I return. The Jew instantly seized a towel and concealed the ducats under it. "Ai, glorious money! Ai, good money," he said, twirling one gold piece in his hand and testing it with his teeth. "I don't believe the man from whom my lord took these fine gold pieces remained in the world an hour longer. He went straight to the river and drowned himself, after the loss of such magnificent gold pieces. I should not have asked you, I might possibly have found my own way to Warsaw. But someone might recognize me, and then the cursed Lyakhs would capture me, for I am not clever at inventions, whilst that is just what you Jews are created for. You would deceive the very devil. You know every trick, that is why I have come to you, and, besides, I could do nothing of myself in Warsaw. Harness the horse to your wagon at once and take me. And my lord thinks that I can take the nag at once, and harness him, and say, 'Get up, Dapple.' My lord thinks that I can take him just as he is, without concealing him. Well, hide me as you like, in an empty cask. Ai. And my lord thinks he can be concealed in an empty cask? Does not my lord know that every man thinks that every cask he sees contains brandy? Well, let them think it is brandy. Let them think it is brandy," said the Jew, and grasped his earlocks with both hands, and then raised them both on high. "Well, why are you so frightened? And does not my lord know that God has made brandy expressly for everyone to sip? They are all gluttons and fond of dainties there. A nobleman will run 5 versts after a cask. He will make a hole in it, and as soon as he sees that nothing runs out, he will say, 'A Jew does not carry empty casks, there is certainly something wrong. Seize the Jew, bind the Jew, take away all the Jew's money, put the Jew in prison.' Then all the vile people will fall upon the Jew, for everyone takes a Jew for a dog. And they think he is not a man, but only a Jew. Then put me in the wagon with some fish over me. I cannot, my lord, by heaven, I cannot. All over Poland the people are as hungry as dogs now. They will steal the fish, and feel my lord. Then take me in the fiend's way, only take me. Listen, my lord," said the Jew, turning up the ends of his sleeves, and approaching him with extended arms. "This is what we will do. They are building fortresses and castles everywhere, French engineers have come from Germany, and so a great deal of brick and stone is being carried over the roads. Let my lord lie down in the bottom of the wagon, and over him I will pile bricks. My lord is strong and well, apparently, so he will not mind if it is a little heavy. And I will make a hole in the bottom of the wagon in order to feed my lord. Do what you will, only take me." In an hour, a wagon load of bricks left Oman, drawn by 2 sorry nags. On one of them sat tall Yankel, his long, curling earlocks flowing from beneath his Jewish cap, as he bounced about on the horse, like a verstmark planted by the roadside. Chapter 11. At the time when these things took place, there were as yet on the frontiers neither custom-house officials nor guards, those bugbears of enterprising people, so that anyone could bring across anything he fancied. If anyone made a search or inspection, he did it chiefly for his own pleasure, especially if there happened to be in the wagon objects attractive to his eye, and if his own hand possessed a certain weight and power. But the bricks found no admirers, and they entered the principal gate unmolested. Bulba, in his narrow cage, could only hear the noise, the shouts of the driver, and nothing more. Yankel, bouncing up and down on his dust-covered nag, turned, after making several detours, into a dark, narrow street bearing the names of the Muddy and also of the Jews' Street. Because Jews from nearly every part of Warsaw were to be found here. This street greatly resembled a backyard turned wrong side out. The sun never seemed to shine into it. The black wooden houses, with numerous poles projecting from the windows, still further increased the darkness. Rarely did a brick wall gleam red among them. For these too, in many places, had turned quite black. Here and there, high up, a bit of stuccoed wall illumined by the sun glistened with intolerable whiteness. Pipes, rags, shells, broken and discarded tubs, everyone flung whatever was useless to him into the street, thus affording the passerby an opportunity of exercising all his 5 senses with the rubbish. A man on horseback could almost touch with his hand the poles thrown across the street from one house to another, upon which hung Jewish stockings, short trousers, and smoked geese. Sometimes a pretty little Hebrew face, adorned with discolored pearls, peeped out of an old window. A group of little Jews, with torn and dirty garments and curly hair, screamed and rolled about in the dirt. A red-haired Jew, with freckles all over his face which made him look like a sparrow's egg, gazed from a window. He addressed Yankel at once in his gibberish, and Yankel at once drove into a courtyard. Another Jew came along, halted, and entered into conversation. When Bulba finally emerged from beneath the bricks, he beheld 3 Jews talking with great warmth. Yankel turned to him and said that everything possible would be done. That his Ostap was in the city jail, and that although it would be difficult to persuade the jailer, yet he hoped to arrange a meeting. Bulba entered the room with the 3 Jews. The Jews again began to talk among themselves in their incomprehensible tongue. Taras looked hard at each of them. Something seemed to have moved him deeply. Over his rough and stolid countenance a flame of hope spread, of hope such as sometimes visits a man in the last depths of his despair. His aged heart began to beat violently as though he had been a youth. "Listen, Jews," said he, and there was a triumphant ring in his words. "You can do anything in the world, even extract things from the bottom of the sea, and it has long been a proverb, that a Jew will steal from himself if he takes a fancy to steal. Set my Ostap at liberty. Give him a chance to escape from their diabolical hands. I promised this man 5,000 ducats. I will add another 5,000, all that I have, rich cups, buried gold, houses, all, even to my last garment, I will part with. And I will enter into a contract with you for my whole life, to give you half of all the booty I may gain in war." "Oh, impossible, dear lord, it is impossible," said Yankel with a sigh. "Impossible," said another Jew. All 3 Jews looked at each other. "We might try," said the third, glancing timidly at the other 2. "God may favor us." All 3 Jews discussed the matter in German. Bulba, in spite of his straining ears, could make nothing of it, he only caught the word Mordecai often repeated. "Listen, my lord," said Yankel. "We must consult with a man such as there never was before in the world, ugh, ugh. As wise as Solomon, and if he will do nothing, then no one in the world can. Sit here, this is the key. Admit no one." The Jews went out into the street. Taras locked the door, and looked out from the little window upon the dirty Jewish street. The 3 Jews halted in the middle of the street and began to talk with a good deal of warmth, a 4th soon joined them, and finally a 5th. Again he heard repeated, "Mordecai, Mordecai." The Jews glanced incessantly towards one side of the street. At length from a dirty house near the end of it emerged a foot in a Jewish shoe and the skirts of a kaftan. "Ah! Mordecai, Mordecai!" shouted the Jews in one voice. A thin Jew, somewhat shorter than Yankel, but even more wrinkled, and with a huge upper lip, approached the impatient group. And all the Jews made haste to talk to him, interrupting each other. During the recital, Mordecai glanced several times towards the little window, and Taras divined that the conversation concerned him. Mordecai waved his hands, listened, interrupted, spat frequently to one side, and, pulling up the skirts of his kaftan, thrust his hand into his pocket and drew out some jingling thing, showing very dirty trousers in the operation. Finally all the Jews set up such a shouting that the Jew who was standing guard was forced to make a signal for silence, and Taras began to fear for his safety. But when he remembered that Jews can only consult in the street, and that the demon himself cannot understand their language, he regained his composure. 2 minutes later the Jews all entered the room together. Mordecai approached Taras, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "When we set to work it will be all right." Taras looked at this Solomon whom the world had never known and conceived some hope. Indeed, his face might well inspire confidence. His upper lip was simply an object of horror. Its thickness being doubtless increased by adventitious circumstances. This Solomon's beard consisted only of about 15 hairs, and they were on the left side. Solomon's face bore so many scars of battle, received for his daring, that he had doubtless lost count of them long before, and had grown accustomed to consider them as birthmarks. Mordecai departed, accompanied by his comrades, who were filled with admiration at his wisdom. Bulba remained alone. He was in a strange, unaccustomed situation for the first time in his life. He felt uneasy. His mind was in a state of fever. He was no longer unbending, immovable, strong as an oak, as he had formerly been, but felt timid and weak. He trembled at every sound, at every fresh Jewish face which showed itself at the end of the street. In this condition he passed the whole day. He neither ate nor drank, and his eye never for a moment left the small window looking on the street. Finally, late at night, Mordecai and Yankel made their appearance. Tara's heart died within him. "What news? Have you been successful?" he asked with the impatience of a wild horse. But before the Jews had recovered breath to answer, Teres perceived that Mordecai no longer had the locks, which had formerly fallen in greasy curls from under his felt cap. It was evident that he wished to say something, but he uttered only nonsense which Teres could make nothing of. Yankel himself put his hand very often to his mouth as though suffering from a cold. "Oh, dearest Lord," said Yankel, "it is quite impossible now. By heaven, impossible. Such vile people that they deserve to be spit upon. Mordecai here says the same. Mordecai has done what no man in the world ever did, but God did not will that it should be so. 3,000 soldiers are in garrison here, and tomorrow the prisoners are all to be executed." Teres looked the Jew straight in the face, but no longer with impatience or anger. "But if my lord wishes to see his son, then it must be early tomorrow morning, before the sun has risen. The sentinels have consented, and one jailer has promised. But may he have no happiness in the world, woe is me. What greedy people! There are none such among us. I gave 50 ducats to each sentinel and to the jailer." "Good. Take me to him," exclaimed Teres, with decision, and with all his firmness of mind restored. He agreed to Yankel's proposition that he should disguise himself as a foreign count, just arrived from Germany, for which purpose the prudent Jew had already provided a costume. It was already night. The master of the house, the red-haired Jew with freckles, pulled out a mattress covered with some kind of rug, and spread it on a bench for Bulba. Yankel lay upon the floor on a similar mattress. The red-haired Jew drank a small cup of brandy, took off his kaftan, and betook himself, looking, in his shoes and stockings, very like a lean chicken, with his wife, to something resembling a cupboard. 2 little Jews lay down on the floor beside the cupboard, like a couple of dogs. But Teres did not sleep, he sat motionless, drumming on the table with his fingers. He kept his pipe in his mouth, and puffed out smoke, which made the Jew sneeze in his sleep and pull his coverlet over his nose. Scarcely was the sky touched with the first faint gleams of dawn than he pushed Yankel with his foot, saying, "Rise, Jew, and give me your count's dress." In a moment he was dressed. He blackened his mustache and eyebrows, put on his head a small dark cap. Even the Cossacks who knew him best would not have recognized him. Apparently he was not more than 35. A healthy color glowed on his cheeks, and his scars lent him an air of command. The gold-embroidered dress became him extremely well. The streets were still asleep. Not a single one of the market folk as yet showed himself in the city, with his basket on his arm. Yankel and Bulba made their way to a building which presented the appearance of a crouching stork. It was large, low, wide, and black, and on one side a long slender tower like a stork's neck projected above the roof. This building served for a variety of purposes. It was a barrack, a jail, and the criminal court. The visitors entered the gate and found themselves in a vast room, or covered courtyard. About 1,000 men were sleeping here. Straight before them was a small door, in front of which sat 2 sentries playing at some game which consisted in one striking the palm of the other's hand with 2 fingers. They paid little heed to the new arrivals, and only turned their heads when Yankel said, "It is we, sirs, do you hear? It is we. Go in," said one of them, opening the door with one hand, and holding out the other to his comrade to receive his blows. They entered a low and dark corridor, which led them to a similar room with small windows overhead. "Who goes there?" shouted several voices, and Taras beheld a number of warriors in full armor. "We have been ordered to admit no one." "It is we," cried Yankel, "we, by heavens, noble sirs." But no one would listen to him. Fortunately, at that moment a fat man came up, who appeared to be a commanding officer, for he swore louder than all the others. "My lord, it is we. You know us, and the Lord Count will thank you. Admit them, 100 fiends, and mother of fiends. Admit no one else. And no one is to draw his sword, nor quarrel." The conclusion of this order the visitors did not hear. "It is we, it is I, it is your friends," Yankel said to everyone they met. "Well, can it be managed now?" he inquired of one of the guards, when they at length reached the end of the corridor. "It is possible, but I don't know whether you will be able to gain admission to the prison itself." "Yana is not here now, another man is keeping watch in his place," replied the guard. "Ai, ai," cried the Jew softly, "this is bad, my dear lord." "Go on," said Taras, firmly, and the Jew obeyed. At the arched entrance of the vault stood a hajduk, with a mustache trimmed in 3 layers. The upper layer was trained backwards, the second straight forward, and the third downwards, which made him greatly resemble a cat. The Jew shrank into nothing and approached him almost sideways. "Your High Excellency. High and illustrious Lord." "Are you speaking to me, Jew?" "To you, illustrious Lord." But I am merely a hajduk," said the merry-eyed man with the triple-tiered mustache. "And I thought it was the waywode himself, by heavens." Ai. Thereupon the Jew twisted his head about and spread out his fingers. What a fine figure! Another finger's breadth and he would be a colonel. The Lord no doubt rides a horse as fleet as the wind and commands the troops. The hajduk twirled the lower tier of his mustache, and his eyes beamed. "What a warlike people," continued the Jew. "Ah, woe is me, what a fine race! Golden cords and trappings that shine like the sun, and the maidens, wherever they see warriors, ai. Again the Jew wagged his head. The hajduk twirled his upper mustache and uttered a sound somewhat resembling the neighing of a horse. "I pray my lord to do us a service," exclaimed the Jew. "This prince has come hither from a foreign land, and wants to get a look at the Cossacks. He never, in all his life, has seen what sort of people the Cossacks are." The advent of foreign counts and barons was common enough in Poland. They were often drawn thither by curiosity to view this half-Asiatic corner of Europe. They regarded Moscow and the Ukraine as situated in Asia. So the hajduk bowed low, and thought fit to add a few words of his own. "I do not know, your excellency," said he, "why you should desire to see them. They are dogs, not men, and their faith is such as no one respects." "You lie, you son of Satan," exclaimed Bulba. "You are a dog yourself. How dare you say that our faith is not respected? It is your heretical faith which is not respected." "Oh ho," said the hajduk. "I can guess who you are, my friend. You are one of the breed of those under my charge. So just wait while I summon our men." Taras realized his indiscretion, but vexation and obstinacy hindered him from devising a means of remedying it. Fortunately Yankel managed to interpose at this moment. "Most noble lord, how is it possible that the Count can be a Cossack? If he were a Cossack, where could have he obtained such a dress, and such a count-like mien? Explain that yourself." And the hajduk opened his wide mouth to shout. Your Royal Highness, silence, silence, for heaven's sake, cried Yankel. Silence. We will pay you for it in a way you never dreamed of, we will give you 2 golden ducats. Oh ho! 2 ducats. I can't do anything with 2 ducats. I give my barber 2 ducats for only shaving the half of my beard. Give me 100 ducats, Jew. Here the hatchduck twirled his upper mustache. If you don't, I will shout at once. Why so much, said the Jew, sadly, turning pale, and undoing his leather purse. But it was lucky that he had no more in it, and that the hatchduck could not count over 100. My lord, let us depart quickly. Look at the evil-minded fellow, said Yankel to Taras, perceiving that the hatchduck was turning the money over in his hand as though regretting that he had not demanded more. What do you mean, you devil of a hatchduck, said Bulba. What do you mean by taking our money and not letting us see the Cossacks? No, you must let us see them. Since you have taken the money, you have no right to refuse. Go to the devil. If you won't, I'll give the alarm this moment. Take yourselves off quickly, I say. My lord, let us go. In God's name let us go. Curse him. May he dream such things that he will have to spit, cried poor Yankel. Bulba turned slowly, with drooping head, and retraced his steps, followed by the complaints of Yankel, who was sorrowing at the thought of the wasted ducats. Why be angry? Let the dog curse. That race cannot help cursing. Oh, woe is me, what luck God sends to some people. 100 ducats merely for driving us off. And our brother, they have torn off his earlocks, and they made wounds on his face that you cannot bear to look at, and yet no one will give him 100 gold pieces. Oh heavens! Merciful God! But this failure made a much deeper impression on Bulba, expressed by a devouring flame in his eyes. Let us go, he said, suddenly, as if arousing himself, let us go to the square. I want to see how they will torture him. Oh, my lord! Why go? That will do us no good now. Let us go, said Bulba, obstinately, and the Jew followed him, sighing like a nurse. The square on which the execution was to take place was not hard to find, for the people were thronging thither from all quarters. In that savage age such a thing constituted one of the most noteworthy spectacles, not only for the common people, but among the higher classes. A number of the most pious old men, a throng of young girls, and the most cowardly women, who dreamed the whole night afterwards of their bloody corpses, and shrieked as loudly in their sleep as a drunken hussar, missed, nevertheless, no opportunity of gratifying their curiosity. Ah, what tortures, many of them would cry, hysterically, covering their eyes and turning away, but they stood their ground for a good while, all the same. Many a one, with gaping mouth and outstretched hands, would have liked to jump upon other folks' heads, to get a better view. Above the crowd towered a bulky butcher, admiring the whole process with the air of a connoisseur, and exchanging brief remarks with a gunsmith, whom he addressed as gossip, because he got drunk in the same alehouse with him on holidays. Some entered into warm discussions, others even laid wagers. But the majority were of the species who, all the world over, look on at the world and at everything that goes on in it and merely scratch their noses. In the front ranks, close to the bearded civic guards, stood a young noble, in warlike array, who had certainly put his whole wardrobe on his back, leaving only his torn shirt and old shoes at his quarters. 2 chains, one above the other, hung around his neck. He stood beside his mistress, Eusisia, and glanced about incessantly to see that no one soiled her silk gown. He explained everything to her so perfectly that no one could have added a word. All these people whom you see, my dear Eusisia, he said, have come to see the criminals executed. And that man, my love, yonder, holding the axe and other instruments in his hands, is the executioner, who will dispatch them. When he begins to break them on the wheel, and torture them in other ways, the criminals will still be alive, but when he cuts off their heads, then, my love, they will die at once. Before that, they will cry and move, but as soon as their heads are cut off, it will be impossible for them to cry, or to eat or drink, because, my dear, they will no longer have any head. Eusygia listened to all this with terror and curiosity. The upper stories of the houses were filled with people. From the windows in the roof peered strange faces with beards and something resembling caps. Upon the balconies, beneath shady awnings, sat the aristocracy. The hands of smiling young ladies, brilliant as white sugar, rested on the railings. Portly nobles looked on with dignity. Servants in rich garb, with flowing sleeves, handed round various refreshments. Sometimes a black-eyed young rogue would take her cake or fruit and fling it among the crowd with her own noble little hand. The crowd of hungry gentles held up their caps to receive it. And some tall noble, whose head rose amid the throng, with his faded red jacket and discolored gold braid, and who was the first to catch it with the aid of his long arms, would kiss his booty, press it to his heart, and finally put it in his mouth. The hawk, suspended beneath the balcony in a golden cage, was also a spectator, with beak inclined to one side, and with one foot raised. He, too, watched the people attentively. But suddenly a murmur ran through the crowd, and a rumor spread, "They are coming! They are coming! The Cossacks!" They were bareheaded, with their long locks floating in the air. Their beards had grown, and their once handsome garments were worn out, and hung about them in tatters. They walked neither timidly nor surlily, but with a certain pride, neither looking at nor bowing to the people. At the head of all came Ostap. What were old Taras' feelings when thus he beheld his Ostap? What filled his heart then? He gazed at him from amid the crowd, and lost not a single movement of his. They reached the place of execution. Ostap stopped. He was to be the first to drink the bitter cup. He glanced at his comrades, raised his hand, and said in a loud voice, "God grant that none of the heretics who stand here may hear, the unclean dogs, how Christians suffer. Let none of us utter a single word." After this he ascended the scaffold. "Well done, son. Well done," said Bulba, softly, and bent his grey head. The executioner tore off his old rags. They fastened his hands and feet in stocks prepared expressly, and, we will not pain the reader with a picture of the hellish tortures which would make his hair rise upright on his head. They were the outcome of that coarse, wild age, when men still led a life of warfare which hardened their souls until no sense of humanity was left in them. In vain did some, not many, in that age make a stand against such terrible measures. In vain did the king and many nobles, enlightened in mind and spirit, demonstrate that such severity of punishment could but fan the flame of vengeance in the Cossack nation. But the power of the king, and the opinion of the wise, was as nothing before the savage will of the magnates of the kingdom, who, by their thoughtlessness and unconquerable lack of all far-sighted policy, their childish self-love and miserable pride, converted the Diet into the mockery of a government. Ostap endured the torture like a giant. Not a cry, not a groan, was heard. Even when they began to break the bones in his hands and feet, when, amid the death-like stillness of the crowd, the horrible cracking was audible to the most distant spectators. When even his tormentors turned aside their eyes, nothing like a groan escaped his lips, nor did his face quiver. Taras stood in the crowd with bowed head. And, raising his eyes proudly at that moment, he said, approvingly, "Well done, boy. Well done." But when they took him to the last deadly tortures, it seemed as though his strength were failing. He cast his eyes around. Oh God! All strangers, all unknown faces. If only some of his relatives had been present at his death. He would not have cared to hear the sobs and anguish of his poor, weak mother, nor the unreasoning cries of a wife, tearing her hair and beating her white breast. But he would have liked to see a strong man who might refresh him with a word of wisdom, and cheer his end. And his strength failed him, and he cried in the weakness of his soul, "Father! Where are you? Do you hear?" "I hear," rang through the universal silence, and those thousands of people shuddered in concert. A detachment of cavalry hastened to search through the throng of people. Yankel turned pale as death, and when the horseman had got within a short distance of him, turned round in terror to look for Taras, but Taras was no longer beside him, every trace of him was lost. Chapter 12. They soon found traces of Taras. An army of 120,000 Cossacks appeared on the frontier of the Ukraine. This was no small detachment sallying forth for plunder or in pursuit of the Tatars. No, the whole nation had risen, for the measure of the people's patience was overfull. They had risen to avenge the disregard of their rights, the dishonorable humiliation of themselves, the insults to the faith of their fathers and their sacred customs. The outrages upon their church, the excesses of the foreign nobles, the disgraceful domination of the Jews on Christian soil. And all that had aroused and deepened the stern hatred of the Cossacks for a long time past. Hetman Ostranitsa, young, but firm in mind, led the vast Cossack force. Beside him was seen his old and experienced friend and counselor, Gunya. 8 leaders led bands of 12,000 men each. 2 Osals and a Bunchuzny assisted the hetman. A cornet general carried the chief standard, whilst many other banners and standards floated in the air. And the comrades of the staff bore the golden staff of the hetman, the symbol of his office. There were also many other officials belonging to the different bands, the baggage train and the main force with detachments of infantry and cavalry. There were almost as many free Cossacks and volunteers as there were registered Cossacks. The Cossacks had risen everywhere. They came from Chigirin, from Pereyaslav, from Bachurin, from Glukhov, from the regions of the lower Dnieper, and from all its upper shores and islands. An uninterrupted stream of horses and herds of cattle stretched across the plain. And among all these Cossacks, among all these bands, one was the choicest, and that was the band led by Taras Bulba. All contributed to give him an influence over the others, his advanced years, his experience and skill in directing an army, and his bitter hatred of the foe. His unsparing fierceness and cruelty seemed exaggerated even to the Cossacks. His grey head dreamed of naught save fire and sword, and his utterances at the councils of war breathed only annihilation. It is useless to describe all the battles in which the Cossacks distinguished themselves, or the gradual courses of the campaign. All this is set down in the chronicles. It is well known what an army raised on Russian soil, for the Orthodox faith, is like. There is no power stronger than faith. It is threatening and invincible like a rock, and rising amidst the stormy, ever-changing sea. From the very bottom of the sea it rears to heaven its jagged sides of firm, impenetrable stone. It is visible from everywhere, and looks the waves straight in the face as they roll past. And woe to the ship which is dashed against it. Its frame flies into splinters, everything in it is split and crushed, and the startled air re-echoes the piteous cries of the drowning. In the pages of the chronicles there is a minute description of how the Polish garrisons fled from the freed cities, how the unscrupulous Jewish tavern keepers were hung. How powerless was the royal hetman, Nikolai Potocki, with his numerous army, against this invincible force, how, routed and pursued, he lost the best of his troops by drowning in a small stream. How the fierce Cossack regiments besieged him in the little town of Poland. And how, reduced to extremities, he promised, under oath, on the part of the king and the government, its full satisfaction to all, and the restoration of all their rights and privileges. But the Cossacks were not men to give way for this. They already knew well what a Polish oath was worth. And Potocki would never more have pranced on his 6,000 ducat horse from the Kabardai, attracting the glances of distinguished ladies and the envy of the nobility. He would never more have made a figure in the Diet, by giving costly feasts to the senators, if the Russian priests who were in the little town had not saved him. When all the popes, in their brilliant gold vestments, went out to meet the Cossacks, bearing the holy pictures and the cross, with the bishop himself at their head. Crozier in hand and mitre on his head, the Cossacks all bowed their heads and took off their caps. To no one lower than the king himself would they have shown respect at such an hour, but their daring fell before the Church of Christ, and they honored their priesthood. The hetman and leaders agreed to release Potocki, after having extracted from him a solemn oath to leave all the Christian churches unmolested, to forswear the ancient enmity, and to do no harm to the Cossack forces. One leader alone would not consent to such a peace. It was Taras. He tore a handful of hair from his head, and cried, "Hetman and leaders, commit no such womanish deed. Trust not the Lyakhs. Slay the dogs." When the secretary presented the agreement, and the hetman put his hand to it, Taras drew a genuine Damascene blade, a costly Turkish saber of the finest steel, broke it in twain like a reed, and threw the two pieces far away on each side, saying, "Farewell. As the two pieces of this sword will never reunite and form one sword again, so we, comrades, shall never more behold each other in this world. Remember my parting words." As he spoke his voice grew stronger, rose higher, and acquired a hitherto unknown power, and his prophetic utterances troubled them all. "Before the death hour you will remember me. Do you think that you have purchased peace and quiet? Do you think that you will make a great show? You will make a great show, but after another fashion. They will flay the skin from your head, hetman, they will stuff it with bran, and long will it be exhibited at fairs. Neither will you retain your heads, gentles. You will be thrown into damp dungeons, walled about with stone, if they do not boil you alive in cauldrons like sheep. And you, men," he continued, turning to his followers, "which of you wants to die his true death? Not through sorrows and the alehouse, but an honorable Cossack death, all in one bed, like bride and groom? But, perhaps, you would like to return home, and turn infidels, and carry Polish priests on your backs? We will follow you, noble leader, we will follow you," shouted all his band, and many others joined them. "If it is to be so, then follow me," said Taras, pulling his cap farther over his brows. Looking menacingly at the others, he went to his horse, and cried to his men, "Let no one reproach us with any insulting speeches. Now, hey there, men! We'll call on the Catholics." And then he struck his horse, and there followed him a camp of 100 wagons, and with them many Cossack cavalry and infantry. And, turning, he threatened with a glance all who remained behind, and wrath was in his eye. The band departed in full view of all the army, and Taras continued long to turn and glower. The hetman and leaders were uneasy, all became thoughtful, and remained silent, as though oppressed by some heavy foreboding. Not in vain had Taras prophesied, all came to pass as he had foretold. A little later, after the treacherous attack at Kaneva, the hetman's head was mounted on a stake, together with those of many of his officers. And what of Taras? Taras made raids all over Poland with his band, burned 18 towns and nearly 40 churches, and reached Krakow. He killed many nobles, and plundered some of the richest and finest castles. The Cossacks emptied on the ground the century-old mead and wine, carefully hoarded up in lordly cellars. They cut and burned the rich garments and equipments which they found in the wardrobes. "Spare nothing," was the order of Taras. The Cossacks spared not the black-browed gentlewomen, the brilliant, white-bosomed maidens. These could not save themselves even at the altar, for Taras burned them with the altar itself. Snowy hands were raised to heaven from amid fiery flames, with piteous shrieks which would have moved the damp earth itself to pity and caused the steppe-grass to bend with compassion at their fate. But the cruel Cossacks paid no heed, and, raising the children in the streets upon the points of their lances, they cast them also into the flames. "This is a mass for the soul of Ostap, you heathen Lyakhs," was all that Taras said. And such masses for Ostap he had sung in every village, until the Polish government perceived that Taras raids were more than ordinary expeditions for plunder. And Potocki was given 5 regiments, and ordered to capture him without fail. 6 days did the Cossacks retreat along the byroads before their pursuers. Their horses were almost equal to this unchecked flight, and nearly saved them. But this time Potocki was also equal to the task entrusted to him. Unweariedly he followed them, and overtook them on the bank of the Dniester, where Taras had taken possession of an abandoned and ruined castle for the purpose of resting. On the very brink of the Dniester it stood, with its shattered ramparts and the ruined remnants of its walls. The summit of the cliff was strewn with ragged stones and broken bricks, ready at any moment to detach themselves. The royal hetman, Potocki, surrounded it on the two sides which faced the plain. For days did the Cossacks fight, tearing down bricks and stones for missiles. But their stones and their strength were at length exhausted, and Taras resolved to cut his way through the beleaguering forces. And the Cossacks would have cut their way through, and their swift steeds might again have served them faithfully, had not Taras halted suddenly in the very midst of their flight and shouted, "Halt! My pipe has dropped with its tobacco, I won't let those heathen Lyakhs have my pipe." And the old hetman stooped down, and felt in the grass for his pipe full of tobacco, his inseparable companion on all his expeditions by sea and land and at home. But in the meantime a band of Lyakhs suddenly rushed up, and seized him by the shoulders. He struggled with all might. But he could not scatter on the earth, as he had been wont to do, the hajdux who had seized him. "Oh, old age," he exclaimed, and the stout old Cossack wept. But his age was not to blame, nearly 30 men were clinging to his arms and legs. "The raven is caught," yelled the Lyakhs. "We must think how we can show him the most honor, the dog." They decided, with the permission of the hetman, to burn him alive in the sight of all. There stood hard by a leafless tree, the summit of which had been struck by lightning. They fastened him with iron chains and nails driven through his hands high up on the trunk of the tree, so that he might be seen from all sides, and began at once to place faggots at its foot. But Taras did not look at the wood, nor did he think of the fire with which they were preparing to roast him. He gazed anxiously in the direction whence his Cossacks were firing. From his high point of observation he could see everything as in the palm of his hand. "Take possession, men," he shouted, "of the hillock behind the wood, they cannot climb it." But the wind did not carry his words to them. "They are lost, lost," he said in despair, and glanced down to where the water of the Dniester glittered. Joy gleamed in his eyes. He saw the sterns of 4 boats peeping out from behind some bushes, exerted all the power of his lungs, and shouted in a ringing tone, to the bank, men. Descend the path to the left, under the cliff. There are boats on the bank, take all, that they may not catch you." This time the breeze blew from the other side, and his words were audible to the Cossacks. But for this counsel he received a blow on the head with the back of an axe, which made everything dance before his eyes. The Cossacks descended the cliff path at full speed, but their pursuers were at their heels. They looked, the path wound and twisted, and made many detours to one side. "Comrades, we are trapped," said they. All halted for an instant, raised their whips, whistled, and their Tatar horses rose from the ground, clove the air like serpents, flew over the precipice, and plunged straight into the Dniester. 2 only did not alight in the river, but thundered down from the height upon the stones, and perished there with their horses without uttering a cry. But the Cossacks had already swum shoreward from their horses, and unfastened the boats, when the Lyakhs halted on the brink of the precipice, astounded by this wonderful feat, and thinking, "Shall we jump down to them, or not?" One young colonel, a lively, hot-blooded soldier, own brother to the beautiful Pole who had seduced poor Andrei, did not reflect long, but leaped with his horse after the Cossacks. He made 3 turns in the air with his steed, and fell heavily on the rocks. The sharp stones tore him in pieces. And his brains, mingled with blood, bespattered the shrubs growing on the uneven walls of the precipice. When Taras Bulba recovered from the blow, and glanced towards the Dniester, the Cossacks were already in the skiffs and rowing away. Balls were showered upon them from above but did not reach them. And the old hetman's eyes sparkled with joy. "Farewell, comrades," he shouted to them from above, "remember me, and come hither again next spring and make merry in the same fashion." "What? Cursed Lyakhs, have ye caught me? Think ye there is anything in the world that a Cossack fears?" Wait, the time will come when ye shall learn what the Orthodox Russian faith is. Already the people scent it far and near. A Tsar shall arise from Russian soil, and there shall not be a power in the world which shall not submit to him. But fire had already risen from the faggots. It lapped his feet, and the flame spread to the tree. But can any fire, flames, or power be found on earth which are capable of overpowering Russian strength? Broad is the river Dniester, and in it are many deep pools, dense reed beds, clear shallows and little bays. Its watery mirror gleams, filled with the melodious plaint of the swan, the proud wild goose glides swiftly over it. And snipe, red-throated ruffs, and other birds are to be found among the reeds and along the banks. The Cossacks rowed swiftly on in the narrow double-ruddered boats, rowed stoutly, carefully shunning the sandbars, and cleaving the ranks of the birds, which took wing, rowed. And talked of their hetman. The VII 40. Chapter 1. As soon as the clear seminary bell began sounding in Kiev in the morning, the pupils would come flocking from all parts of the town. The students of grammar, rhetoric, philosophy, and theology hastened with their books under their arms over the streets. The grammarians were still mere boys. On the way they pushed against each other and quarreled with shrill voices. Nearly all of them wore torn or dirty clothes, and their pockets were always crammed with all kinds of things, pushbones, pipes made out of pens, remains of confectionery. And sometimes even young sparrows. The latter would sometimes begin to chirp in the midst of deep silence in the school, and bring down on their possessors severe canings and thrashings. The rhetoricians walked in a more orderly way. Their clothes were generally untorn, but on the other hand their faces were often strangely decorated. One had a black eye, and the lips of another resembled a single blister, etc. These spoke to each other in tenor voices. The philosophers talked in a tone an octave lower. In their pockets they only had fragments of tobacco, never whole cakes of it, for what they could get hold of, they used at once. They smelt so strongly of tobacco and brandy, that a workman passing by them would often remain standing and sniffing with his nose in the air, like a hound. About this time of day the marketplace was generally full of bustle, and the market women, selling rolls, cakes, and honey tarts, plucked the sleeves of those who wore coats of fine cloth or cotton. "Young sir! Young sir! Here! Here!" they cried from all sides. "Rolls and cakes and tasty tarts, very delicious. I have baked them myself." Another drew something long and crooked out of her basket and cried, "Here is a sausage, young sir. Buy a sausage." "Don't buy anything from her," cried a rival. "See how greasy she is, and what a dirty nose and hands she has." But the market women carefully avoided appealing to the philosophers and theologians, for these only took handfuls of eatables merely to taste them. Arrived at the seminary, the whole crowd of students dispersed into the low, large classrooms with small windows, broad doors, and blackened benches. Suddenly they were filled with a many-toned murmur. The teachers heard the pupils' lessons repeated, some in shrill and others in deep voices which sounded like a distant booming. While the lessons were being said, the teachers kept a sharp eye open to see whether pieces of cake or other dainties were protruding from their pupils' pockets. If so, they were promptly confiscated. When this learned crowd arrived somewhat earlier than usual, or when it was known that the teachers would come somewhat late, a battle would ensue, as though planned by general agreement. In this battle all had to take part, even the monitors who were appointed to look after the order and morality of the whole school. Two theologians generally arranged the conditions of the battle, whether each class should split into two sides, or whether all the pupils should divide themselves into two halves. In each case the grammarians began the battle, and after the rhetoricians had joined in, the former retired and stood on the benches, in order to watch the fortunes of the fray. Then came the philosophers with long black mustaches, and finally the thick-necked theologians. The battle generally ended in a victory for the latter, and the philosophers retired to the different classrooms rubbing their aching limbs, and throwing themselves on the benches to take breath. When the teacher, who in his own time had taken part in such contests, entered the classroom. He saw by the heated faces of his pupils that the battle had been very severe. And while he caned the hands of the rhetoricians, in another room another teacher did the same for the philosophers. On Sundays and festival days the seminarists took puppet theaters to the citizens' houses. Sometimes they acted a comedy, and in that case it was always a theologian who took the part of the hero or heroine, Potiphar or Herodias, etc. As a reward for their exertions, they received a piece of linen, a sack of maize, half a roast goose, or something similar. All the students, lay and clerical, were very poorly provided with means for procuring themselves necessary subsistence, but at the same time very fond of eating. So that, however much food was given to them, they were never satisfied, and the gifts bestowed by rich landowners were never adequate for their needs. Therefore the commissariat committee, consisting of philosophers and theologians, sometimes dispatched the grammarians and rhetoricians under the leadership of a philosopher, themselves sometimes joining in the expedition, with sacks on their shoulders, into the town, in order to levy a contribution on the fleshpots of the citizens, and then there was a feast in the seminary. The most important event in the seminary year was the arrival of the holidays. These began in July, and then generally all the students went home. At that time all the roads were thronged with grammarians, rhetoricians, philosophers, and theologians. He who had no home of his own, would take up his quarters with some fellow student's family. The philosophers and theologians looked out for tutors' posts, taught the children of rich farmers, and received for doing so a pair of new boots and sometimes also a new coat. A whole troop of them would go off in close ranks like a regiment. They cooked their porridge in common, and encamped under the open sky. Each had a bag with him containing a shirt and a pair of socks. The theologians were especially economical. In order not to wear out their boots too quickly, they took them off and carried them on a stick over their shoulders, especially when the road was very muddy. Then they tucked up their breeches over their knees and waded bravely through the pools and puddles. Whenever they spied a village near the highway, they at once left it, approached the house which seemed the most considerable, and began with loud voices to sing a psalm. The master of the house, an old Cossack engaged in agriculture, would listen for a long time with his head propped in his hands, then with tears on his cheeks say to his wife, "What the students are singing sounds very devout. Bring out some lard and anything else of the kind we have in the house." After thus replenishing their stores, the students would continue their way. The farther they went, the smaller grew their numbers, as they dispersed to their various houses, and left those whose homes were still farther on. On one occasion, during such a march, 3 students left the main road in order to get provisions in some village, since their stock had long been exhausted. This party consisted of the theologian Kalava, the philosopher Thomas Brutus, and the rhetorician Tiberius Gorobetz. The first was a tall youth with broad shoulders and of a peculiar character. Everything which came within reach of his fingers he felt obliged to appropriate. Moreover, he was of a very melancholy disposition, and when he had got intoxicated he hid himself in the most tangled thickets so that the seminary officials had the greatest trouble in finding him. The philosopher Thomas Brutus was a more cheerful character. He liked to lie for a long time on the same spot and smoke his pipe. And when he was merry with wine, he hired a fiddler and danced the tropak. Often he got a whole quantity of beans, i.e. thrashings. But these he endured with complete philosophic calm, saying that a man cannot escape his destiny. The rhetorician Tiberius Gorobetz had not yet the right to wear a mustache, to drink brandy, or to smoke tobacco. He only wore a small crop of hair, as though his character was at present too little developed. To judge by the great bumps on his forehead, with which he often appeared in the classroom, it might be expected that some day he would be a valiant fighter. Kalava and Thomas often pulled his hair as a mark of their special favor, and sent him on their errands. Evening had already come when they left the high road. The sun had just gone down, and the air was still heavy with the heat of the day. The theologian and the philosopher strolled along, smoking in silence, while the rhetorician struck off the heads of the thistles by the wayside with his stick. The way wound on through thick woods of oak and walnut, green hills alternated here and there with meadows. Twice already they had seen cornfields, from which they concluded that they were near some village, but an hour had already passed, and no human habitation appeared. The sky was already quite dark, and only a red gleam lingered on the western horizon. "The deuce," said the philosopher Thomas Brutus. "I was almost certain we would soon reach a village." The theologian still remained silent, looked round him, then put his pipe again between his teeth, and all three continued their way. "Good heavens," exclaimed the philosopher, and stood still. "Now the road itself is disappearing." "Perhaps we shall find a farm farther on," answered the theologian, without taking his pipe out of his mouth. Meanwhile the night had descended. Clouds increased the darkness, and according to all appearance there was no chance of moon or stars appearing. The seminarists found that they had lost the way altogether. After the philosopher had vainly sought for a footpath, he exclaimed, "Where have we got to?" The theologian thought for a while, and said, "Yes, it is really dark." The rhetorician went on one side, lay on the ground, and groped for a path, but his hands encountered only foxholes. All around lay a huge step over which no one seemed to have passed. The wanderers made several efforts to get forward, but the landscape grew wilder and more inhospitable. The philosopher tried to shout, but his voice was lost in vacancy, no one answered. Only, some moments later, they heard a faint groaning sound, like the whimpering of a wolf. "Curse it all! What shall we do?" said the philosopher. "Why, just stop here, and spend the night in the open air," answered the theologian. So saying, he felt in his pocket, brought out his timber and steel, and lit his pipe. But the philosopher could not agree with this proposal. He was not accustomed to sleep till he had first eaten 5 pounds of bread and 5 of dripping, and so he now felt an intolerable emptiness in his stomach. Besides, in spite of his cheerful temperament, he was a little afraid of the wolves. "No, Kalava," he said, "that won't do. To lie down like a dog and without any supper. Let us try once more. Perhaps we shall find a house, and the consolation of having a glass of brandy to drink before going to sleep." At the word brandy, the theologian spat on one side and said, "Yes, of course, we cannot remain all night in the open air." The students went on, and to their great joy they heard the barking of dogs in the distance. After listening a while to see from which direction the barking came, they went on their way with new courage, and soon espied a light. "A village, by heavens, a village," exclaimed the philosopher. His supposition proved correct. They soon saw 2 or 3 houses built round a courtyard. Lights glimmered in the windows, and before the fence stood a number of trees. The students looked through the crevices of the gates and saw a courtyard in which stood a large number of roving tradesmen's carts. In the sky there were now fewer clouds, and here and there a star was visible. "See, brother," one of them said, "we must now cry halt. Cost what it may, we must find entrance and a night's lodging." The 3 students knocked together at the gate, and cried, "Open." The door of one of the houses creaked on its hinges, and an old woman wrapped in a sheepskin appeared. "Who is there?" she exclaimed, coughing loudly. "Let us spend the night here, mother. We have lost our way, our stomachs are empty, and we do not want to spend the night out of doors." "But what sort of people are you?" "Quite harmless people. The theologian Kalava, the philosopher Brutus, and the rhetorician Gorobets." "It is impossible," answered the old woman. "The whole house is full of people, and every corner occupied. Where can I put you up? You are big and heavy enough to break the house down. I know these philosophers and theologians. When once one takes them in, they eat one out of house and home. Go farther on. There is no room here for you. Have pity on us, mother. How can you be so heartless? Don't let Christians perish. Put us up where you like, and if we eat up your provisions, or do any other damage, may our hands wither up, and all the punishment of heaven light on us." The old woman seemed a little touched. "Well," she said after a few moments' consideration, "I will let you in, but I must put you in different rooms, for I should have no quiet if you were all together at night." "Do just as you like. We won't say any more about it," answered the students. The gates moved heavily on their hinges, and they entered the courtyard. "Well now, mother," said the philosopher, following the old woman, "if you had a little scrap of something. By heavens! My stomach is as empty as a drum. I have not had a bit of bread in my mouth since early this morning." "Didn't I say so?" replied the old woman. "There you go begging at once. But I have no food in the house, nor any fire." "But we will pay for everything," continued the philosopher. "We will pay early tomorrow in cash. Go on and be content with what you get. You are fine fellows whom the devil has brought here." Her reply greatly depressed the philosopher Thomas, but suddenly his nose caught the odor of dried fish. He looked at the breeches of the theologian, who walked by his side, and saw a huge fish's tail sticking out of his pocket. The latter had already seized the opportunity to steal a whole fish from one of the carts standing in the courtyard. He had not done this from hunger so much as from the force of habit. He had quite forgotten the fish, and was looking about to see whether he could not find something else to appropriate. Then the philosopher put his hand in the theologian's pocket as though it were his own, and laid hold of his prize. The old woman found a special resting place for each student. The rhetorician she put in a shed, the theologian in an empty storeroom, and the philosopher in a sheep's stall. As soon as the philosopher was alone, he devoured the fish in a twinkling, examined the fence which enclosed the stall, kicked away a pig from a neighboring stall, which had inquiringly inserted its nose through a crevice, and lay down on his right side to sleep like a corpse. Then the low door opened, and the old woman came crouching into the stall. "Well, mother, what do you want here?" asked the philosopher. She made no answer, but came with outstretched arms towards him. The philosopher shrank back, but she still approached, as though she wished to lay hold of him. A terrible fright seized him, for he saw the old hag's eyes sparkle in an extraordinary way. "Away with you, old witch, away with you," he shouted. But she still stretched her hands after him. He jumped up in order to rush out, but she placed herself before the door, fixed her glowing eyes upon him, and again approached him. The philosopher tried to push her away with his hands, but to his astonishment he found that he could neither lift his hands nor move his legs, nor utter an audible word. He only heard his heart beating, and saw the old woman approach him, place his hands crosswise on his breast, and bend his head down. Then with the agility of a cat she sprang on his shoulders, struck him on the side with a broom, and he began to run like a racehorse, carrying her on his shoulders. All this happened with such swiftness, that the philosopher could scarcely collect his thoughts. He laid hold of his knees with both hands in order to stop his legs from running. But to his great astonishment they kept moving forward against his will, making rapid springs like a Caucasian horse. Not till the house had been left behind them and a wide plain stretched before them, bordered on one side by a black gloomy wood, did he say to himself, "Ah! It is a witch." The half-moon shone pale and high in the sky. Its mild light, still more subdued by intervening clouds, fell like a transparent veil on the earth. Woods, meadows, hills, and valleys, all seemed to be sleeping with open eyes, nowhere was a breath of air stirring. The atmosphere was moist and warm. The shadows of the trees and bushes fell sharply defined on the sloping plain. Such was the night through which the philosopher Thomas Brutus sped with his strange rider. A strange, oppressive, and yet sweet sensation took possession of his heart. He looked down and saw how the grass beneath his feet seemed to be quite deep and far away. Over it there flowed a flood of crystal-clear water, and the grassy plain looked like the bottom of a transparent sea. He saw his own image, and that of the old woman whom he carried on his back, clearly reflected in it. Then he beheld how, instead of the moon, a strange sun shone there. He heard the deep tones of bells, and saw them swinging. He saw a water nixie rise from a bed of tall reeds. She turned to him, and her face was clearly visible, and she sang a song which penetrated his soul. Then she approached him and nearly reached the surface of the water, on which she burst into laughter and again disappeared. Did he see it or did he not see it? Was he dreaming or was he awake? But what was that below, wind or music? It sounded and drew nearer, and penetrated his soul like a song that rose and fell. What is it? He thought as he gazed into the depths, and still sped rapidly along. The perspiration flowed from him in streams. He experienced simultaneously a strange feeling of oppression and delight in all his being. Often he felt as though he had no longer a heart, and pressed his hand on his breast with alarm. Weary to death, he began to repeat all the prayers which he knew, and all the formulas of exorcism against evil spirits. Suddenly he experienced a certain relief. He felt that his pace was slackening, the which weighed less heavily on his shoulders, and the thick herbage of the plain was again beneath his feet, with nothing especial to remark about it. Splendid, thought the philosopher Thomas, and began to repeat his exorcisms in a still louder voice. Then suddenly he wrenched himself away from under the witch, and sprang on her back in his turn. She began to run, with short, trembling steps indeed, but so rapidly that he could hardly breathe. So swiftly did she run that she hardly seemed to touch the ground. They were still on the plain, but owing to the rapidity of their flight everything seemed indistinct and confused before his eyes. He seized a stick that was lying on the ground, and began to belabor the hag with all his might. She uttered a wild cry, which at first sounded raging and threatening. Then it became gradually weaker and more gentle, till at last it sounded quite low like the pleasant tones of a silver bell, so that it penetrated his innermost soul. Involuntarily the thought passed through his mind. Is she really an old woman? Ah! I can go no farther, she said in a faint voice, and sank to the earth. He knelt beside her, and looked in her eyes. The dawn was red in the sky, and in the distance glimmered the gilt domes of the churches of Kiev. Before him lay a beautiful maiden with thick, disheveled hair and long eyelashes. Unconsciously she had stretched out her white, bare arms, and her tear-filled eyes gazed at the sky. Thomas trembled like an aspen leaf. Sympathy, and a strange feeling of excitement, and a hitherto unknown fear overpowered him. He began to run with all his might. His heart beat violently, and he could not explain to himself what a strange, new feeling had seized him. He did not wish to return to the village, but hastened towards Kiev, thinking all the way as he went of his weird, unaccountable adventure. There were hardly any students left in the town. They were all scattered about the country, and had either taken tutors' posts or simply lived without occupation. For at the farms in Little Russia one can live comfortably and at ease without paying a farthing. The great half-decayed building in which the seminary was established was completely empty. And however much the philosopher searched in all its corners for a piece of lard and bread, he could not find even one of the hard biscuits which the seminarists were in the habit of hiding. But the philosopher found a means of extricating himself from his difficulties by making friends with a certain young widow in the marketplace who sold ribbons, etc. The same evening he found himself being stuffed with cakes and fowl. In fact it is impossible to say how many things were placed before him on a little table in an arbor shaded by cherry trees. Later on the same evening the philosopher was to be seen in an alehouse. He lay on a bench, smoked his pipe in his usual way, and threw the Jewish publican a gold piece. He had a jug of ale standing before him, looked on all who went in and out in a cold-blooded, self-satisfied way, and thought no more of his strange adventure. About this time a report spread about that the daughter of a rich colonel, whose estate lay about 50 versts distant from Kiev, had returned home one day from a walk in a quite broken-down condition. She had scarcely enough strength to reach her father's house. Now she lay dying, and had expressed a wish that for 3 days after her death the prayers for the dead should be recited by a Kiev seminarist named Thomas Brutus. This fact was communicated to the philosopher by the rector of the seminary himself, who sent for him to his room and told him that he must start at once, as a rich colonel had sent his servants and a kibitka for him. The philosopher trembled, and was seized by an uncomfortable feeling which he could not define. He had a gloomy foreboding that some evil was about to befall him. Without knowing why, he declared that he did not wish to go. "Listen, Thomas," said the rector, who under certain circumstances spoke very politely to his pupils. "I have no idea of asking you whether you wish to go or not. I only tell you that if you think of disobeying, I will have you so soundly flogged on the back with young birch rods, that you need not think of having a bath for a long time." The philosopher scratched the back of his head, and went out silently, intending to make himself scarce at the first opportunity. Lost in thought, he descended the steep flight of steps which led to the courtyard, thickly planted with poplars. There he remained standing for a moment, and heard quite distinctly the rector giving orders in a loud voice to his steward, and to another person, probably one of the messengers sent by the colonel. "Thank your master for the peeled barley and the eggs," said the rector, "and tell him that as soon as the books which he mentions in his note are ready, I will send them. I have already given them to a clerk to be copied. And don't forget to remind your master that he has some excellent fish, especially prime sturgeon, in his ponds. He might send me some when he has the opportunity, as here in the market the fish are bad and dear. And you, Jantik, give the colonel's man a glass of brandy. And mind you tie up the philosopher, or he will show you a clean pair of heels." "Listen to the scoundrel," thought the philosopher. "He has smelt a rat, the long-legged stork." He descended into the courtyard and beheld there a kibitka, which he at first took for a barn on wheels. It was, in fact, as roomy as a kiln, so that bricks might have been made inside it. It was one of those remarkable Krakow vehicles in which Jews traveled from town to town in scores, wherever they thought they would find a market. 6 stout, strong, though somewhat elderly Cossacks were standing by it. Their gold-braided coats of fine cloth showed that their master was rich and of some importance. And certain little scars testified to their valor on the battlefield. "What can I do?" thought the philosopher. "There is no escaping one's destiny." So he stepped up to the Cossacks and said, "Good day, comrades." "Welcome, Mr. Philosopher," some of them answered. "Well, I am to travel with you. It is a magnificent vehicle," he continued as he got into it. "If there were only musicians present, one might dance in it." "Yes, it is a roomy carriage," said one of the Cossacks, taking his seat by the coachman. The latter had tied a cloth round his head, as he had already found an opportunity of pawning his cap in the alehouse. The other 5, with the philosopher, got into the capacious kibitka, and sat upon sacks which were filled with all sorts of articles purchased in the city. "I should like to know," said the philosopher, "if this equipage were laden with salt or iron, how many horses would be required to draw it?" "Yes," said the Cossack who sat by the coachman, after thinking a short time, "it would require a good many horses." After giving this satisfactory answer, the Cossack considered himself entitled to remain silent for the whole of the rest of the journey. The philosopher would gladly have found out who the colonel was, and what sort of a character he had. He was also curious to know about his daughter, who had returned home in such a strange way and now lay dying, and whose destiny seemed to be mingled with his own. And wanted to know the sort of life that was lived in the colonel's house. But the Cossacks were probably philosophers like himself, for in answer to his inquiries they only blew clouds of tobacco and settled themselves more comfortably on their sacks. Meanwhile, one of them addressed to the coachman on the box a brief command: "Keep your eyes open, Overcoat, you old sleepyhead, and when you come to the alehouse on the road to Chukralov, don't forget to pull up and wake me and the other fellows if we are asleep." Then he began to snore pretty loud. But in any case his admonition was quite superfluous. For scarcely had the enormous equipage begun to approach the aforesaid alehouse, than they all cried with one mouth, "Halt! Halt!" Besides this, Overcoat's horse was accustomed to stop outside every inn of its own accord. In spite of the intense July heat, they all got out and entered a low, dirty room where a Jewish innkeeper received them in a friendly way as old acquaintances. He brought in the skirt of his long coat some sausages, and laid them on the table, where, though forbidden by the Talmud, they looked very seductive. All sat down at table, and it was not long before each of the guests had an earthenware jug standing in front of him. The philosopher Thomas had to take part in the feast, and as the Little Russians when they are intoxicated always begin to kiss each other or to weep. The whole room soon began to echo with demonstrations of affection. Come here, Spirit, let me embrace thee. Come here, Dorosh, let me press you to my heart. One Cossack, with a grey mustache, the eldest of them all, leant his head on his hand and began to weep bitterly because he was an orphan and alone in God's wide world. Another tall, loquacious man did his best to comfort him, saying, "Don't weep, for God's sake, don't weep. For over there, God knows best." The Cossack who had been addressed as Dorosh was full of curiosity, and addressed many questions to the philosopher Thomas. "I should like to know," he said, "what you learn in your seminary. Do you learn the same things as the deacon reads to us in church, or something else?" "Don't ask," said the consoler, "let them learn what they like. God knows what is to happen. God knows everything." "No, I will know," answered Dorosh, "I will know what is written in their books, perhaps it is something quite different from that in the deacon's book." "Oh good heavens!" said the other, "why all this talk? It is God's will, and one cannot change God's arrangements. But I will know everything that is written, I will enter the seminary too, by heaven I will. Do you think perhaps I could not learn? I will learn everything, everything." "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed the consoler, and let his head sink on the table, for he could no longer hold it upright. The other Cossacks talked about the nobility, and why there was a moon in the sky. When the philosopher Thomas saw the state they were in, he determined to profit by it, and to make his escape. In the first place he turned to the grey-headed Cossack, who was lamenting the loss of his parents. "But, little uncle," he said to him, "why do you weep so? I too am an orphan. Let me go, children." "Why do you want me?" "Let him go," said some of them, "he is an orphan, let him go where he likes." They were about to take him outside themselves, when the one who had displayed a special thirst for knowledge, stopped them, saying, "No, I want to talk with him about the seminary. I am going to the seminary myself." Moreover, it was not yet certain whether the philosopher could have executed his project of flight, for when he tried to rise from his chair, he felt as though his feet were made of wood. And he began to see such a number of doors leading out of the room that it would have been difficult for him to have found the right one. It was not till evening that the company remembered that they must continue their journey. They crowded into the kibitka, whipped up the horses, and struck up a song, the words and sense of which were hard to understand. During a great part of the night, they wandered about, having lost the road which they ought to have been able to find blindfolded. At last they drove down a steep descent into a valley, and the philosopher noticed, by the sides of the road, hedges, behind which he caught glimpses of small trees and house roofs. All these belonged to the colonel's estate. It was already long past midnight. The sky was dark, though little stars glimmered here and there, no light was to be seen in any of the houses. They drove into a large courtyard, while the dogs barked. On all sides were barns and cottages with thatched roofs. Just opposite the gateway was a house, which was larger than the others, and seemed to be the colonel's dwelling. The kibitka stopped before a small barn, and the travelers hastened into it and laid themselves down to sleep. The philosopher however attempted to look at the exterior of the house, but, rub his eyes as he might, he could distinguish nothing. The house seemed to turn into a bear, and the chimney into the rector of the seminary. Then he gave it up and lay down to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, the whole house was in commotion. The young lady had died during the night. The servants ran hither and thither in a distracted state, the old women wept and lamented. And a number of curious people gazed through the enclosure into the courtyard, as though there were something special to be seen. The philosopher began now to inspect the locality and the buildings, which he had not been able to do during the night. The colonel's house was one of those low, small buildings, such as used formerly to be constructed in Russia. It was thatched with straw. A small, high-peaked gable, with a window shaped like an eye, was painted all over with blue and yellow flowers and red crescent moons. It rested on little oaken pillars, which were round above the middle, hexagonal below, and whose capitals were adorned with quaint carvings. Under this gable was a small staircase with seats at the foot of it on either side. The walls of the house were supported by similar pillars. Before the house stood a large pear tree of pyramidal shape, whose leaves incessantly trembled. A double row of buildings formed a broad street leading up to the colonel's house. Behind the barns and near the entrance gate stood two three-cornered wine houses, also thatched with straw. Each of the stone walls had a door in it, and was covered with all kinds of paintings. On one was represented a Cossack sitting on a barrel and swinging a large pitcher over his head. It bore the inscription, "I will drink all that." Elsewhere were painted large and small bottles, a beautiful girl, a running horse, a pipe, and a drum bearing the words, "Wine is the Cossack's joy." In the loft of one of the barns one saw through a huge round window a drum and some trumpets. At the gate there stood two cannons. All this showed that the colonel loved a cheerful life, and the whole place often rang with sounds of merriment. Before the gate were two windmills, and behind the house gardens sloped away. Through the treetops the dark chimneys of the peasants' houses were visible. The whole village lay on a broad, even plateau, in the middle of a mountain slope which culminated in a steep summit on the north side. When seen from below, it looked still steeper. Here and there on the top the irregular stems of the thick steppe brooms showed in dark relief against the blue sky. The bare clay soil made a melancholy impression, worn as it was into deep furrows by rainwater. On the same slope there stood two cottages, and over one of them a huge apple tree spread its branches. The roots were supported by small props, whose interstices were filled with mold. The apples, which were blown off by the wind, rolled down to the courtyard below. A road wound round the mountain to the village. When the philosopher looked at this steep slope, and remembered his journey of the night before, he came to the conclusion that either the colonel's horses were very sagacious, or that the Cossacks must have very strong heads, as they ventured, even when the worse for drink, on such a road with the huge kibitka. When the philosopher turned and looked in the opposite direction, he saw quite another picture. The village reached down to the plain. Meadows stretched away to an immense distance, their bright green growing gradually dark. Far away, about 20 versts off, many other villages were visible. To the right of these meadows were chains of hills, and in the remote distance one saw the Dnieper shimmer and sparkle like a mirror of steel. "What a splendid country!" said the philosopher to himself. "It must be fine to live here. One could catch fish in the Dnieper, and in the ponds, and shoot and snare partridges and bustards. There must be quantities here. Much fruit might be dried here and sold in the town, or, better still, brandy might be distilled from it, for fruit brandy is the best of all. But what prevents me thinking of my escape after all?" Behind the hedge he saw a little path which was almost entirely concealed by the high grass of the steppe. The philosopher approached it mechanically, meaning at first to walk a little along it unobserved, and then quite quietly to gain the open country behind the peasants' houses. Suddenly he felt the pressure of a fairly heavy hand on his shoulder. Behind him stood the same old Cossack who yesterday had so bitterly lamented the death of his father and mother, and his own loneliness. "You are giving yourself useless trouble, Mr. Philosopher, if you think you can escape from us," he said. "One cannot run away here, and besides, the roads are too bad for walkers. Come to the colonel, he has been waiting for you for some time in his room." "Yes, of course. What are you talking about?" "I will come with the greatest pleasure," said the philosopher, and followed the Cossack. The colonel was an elderly man, his mustache was grey, and his face wore the signs of deep sadness. He sat in his room by a table, with his head propped on both hands. He seemed about 55, but his attitude of utter despair, and the pallor on his face, showed that his heart had been suddenly broken. And that all his former cheerfulness had forever disappeared. When Thomas entered with the Cossack, he answered their deep bows with a slight inclination of the head. "Who are you, whence do you come, and what is your profession, my good man?" asked the colonel in an even voice, neither friendly nor austere. "I am a student of philosophy, my name is Thomas Brutus." "And who was your father?" "I don't know, sir." "And your mother?" "I don't know either. I know that I must have had a mother, but who she was, and where she lived, by heavens, I do not know." The colonel was silent, and seemed for a moment lost in thought. "Where did you come to know my daughter?" "I do not know her, gracious sir, I declare I do not know her." "Why then has she chosen you, and no one else, to offer up prayers for her?" The philosopher shrugged his shoulders. "God only knows. It is a well-known fact that grand people often demand things which the most learned man cannot comprehend. And does not the proverb say, 'Dance, devil, as the Lord commands'? Aren't you talking nonsense, Mr. Philosopher? May the lightning strike me on the spot if I lie." "If she had only lived a moment longer," said the colonel sadly, "then I had certainly found out everything. She said, 'Let no one offer up prayers for me, but send, Father, at once to the seminary in Kiev for the student Thomas Brutus, he shall pray 3 nights running for my sinful soul, he knows.' But what he really knows she never said. The poor dove could speak no more, and died. Good man, you are probably well known for your sanctity and devout life, and she has perhaps heard of you." "What? Of me?" said the philosopher, and took a step backward in amazement. "I and sanctity," he exclaimed, and stared at the colonel. "God help us, gracious sir. What are you saying? It was only last Holy Thursday that I paid a visit to the tart shop." "Well, she must at any rate have had some reason for making the arrangement, and you must begin your duties today. I should like to remark to your honor, naturally everyone who knows the Holy Scripture at all can in his measure, but I believe it would be better on this occasion to send for a deacon or subdeacon. They are learned people, and they know exactly what is to be done. I have not got a good voice, nor any official standing. You may say what you like, but I shall carry out all my dove's wishes. If you read the prayers for her 3 nights through in the proper way, I will reward you, and if not, I advise the devil himself not to oppose me." The colonel spoke the last words in such an emphatic way that the philosopher quite understood them. "Follow me," said the colonel. They went into the hall. The colonel opened a door which was opposite his own. The philosopher remained for a few minutes in the hall in order to look about him, then he stepped over the threshold with a certain nervousness. The whole floor of the room was covered with red cloth. In a corner under the icons of the saints, on a table covered with a gold-bordered, velvet cloth, lay the body of the girl. Tall candles, round which were wound branches of the kalina, stood at her head and feet, and burned dimly in the broad daylight. The face of the dead was not to be seen, as the inconsolable father sat before his daughter, with his back turned to the philosopher. The words which the latter overheard filled him with a certain fear. "I do not mourn, my daughter, that in the flower of your age you have prematurely left the earth, to my grief. But I mourn, my dove, that I do not know my deadly enemy who caused your death. Had I only known that anyone could even conceive the idea of insulting you, or of speaking a disrespectful word to you, I swear by heaven he would never have seen his children again. If he had been as old as myself. Nor his father and mother, if he had been young. And I would have thrown his corpse to the birds of the air, and the wild beasts of the steppe. But woe is me, my flower, my dove, my light. I will spend the remainder of my life without joy, and wipe the bitter tears which flow out of my old eyes, while my enemy will rejoice and laugh in secret over the helpless old man." He paused, overpowered by grief, and streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. The philosopher was deeply affected by the sight of such inconsolable sorrow. He coughed gently in order to clear his throat. The colonel turned and signed to him to take his place at the head of the dead girl, before a little prayer desk on which some books lay. "I can manage to hold out for 3 nights," thought the philosopher, "and then the colonel will fill both my pockets with ducats." He approached the dead girl, and after coughing once more, began to read, without paying attention to anything else, and firmly resolved not to look at her face. Soon there was deep silence, and he saw that the colonel had left the room. Slowly he turned his head in order to look at the corpse. A violent shudder thrilled through him. Before him lay a form of such beauty as is seldom seen upon earth. It seemed to him that never in a single face had so much intensity of expression and harmony of feature been united. Her brow, soft as snow and pure as silver, seemed to be thinking. The fine, regular eyebrows shadowed proudly the closed eyes, whose lashes gently rested on her cheeks, which seemed to glow with secret longing. Her lips still appeared to smile. But at the same time he saw something in these features which appalled him. A terrible depression seized his heart, as when in the midst of dance and song someone begins to chant a dirge. He felt as though those ruby lips were colored with his own heart's blood. Moreover, her face seemed dreadfully familiar. "The witch," he cried out in a voice which sounded strange to himself. Then he turned away and began to read the prayers with white cheeks. It was the witch whom he had killed. Chapter 2. When the sun had sunk below the horizon, the corpse was carried into the church. The philosopher supported one corner of the black-draped coffin upon his shoulder, and felt an ice-cold shiver run through his body. The colonel walked in front of him, with his right hand resting on the edge of the coffin. The wooden church, black with age and overgrown with green lichen, stood quite at the end of the village in gloomy solitude. It was adorned with 3 round cupolas. One saw at the first glance that it had not been used for divine worship for a long time. Lighted candles were standing before almost every icon. The coffin was set down before the altar. The old colonel kissed his dead daughter once more, and then left the church, together with the bearers of the bier. After he had ordered his servants to look after the philosopher and to take him back to the church after supper. The coffin bearers, when they returned to the house, all laid their hands on the stove. This custom is always observed in Little Russia by those who have seen a corpse. The hunger which the philosopher now began to feel caused him for a while to forget the dead girl altogether. Gradually all the domestics of the house assembled in the kitchen. It was really a kind of club, where they were accustomed to gather. Even the dogs came to the door, wagging their tails in order to have bones and offal thrown to them. If a servant was sent on an errand, he always found his way into the kitchen to rest there for a while, and to smoke a pipe. All the Cossacks of the establishment lay here during the whole day on and under the benches, in fact, wherever a place could be found to lie down in. Moreover, everyone was always leaving something behind in the kitchen, his cap, or his whip, or something of the sort. But the numbers of the club were not complete till the evening, when the groom came in after tying up his horses in the stable. The cowherd had shut up his cows in their stalls. And others collected there who were not usually seen in the daytime. During supper-time even the tongues of the laziest were set in motion. They talked of all and everything, of the new pair of breeches which someone had ordered for himself, of what might be in the center of the earth, and of the wolf which someone had seen. There were a number of wits in the company, a class which is always represented in Little Russia. The philosopher took his place with the rest in the great circle which sat round the kitchen door in the open air. Soon an old woman with a red cap issued from it, bearing with both hands a large vessel full of hot galookies, which she distributed among them. Each drew out of his pocket a wooden spoon, or a one-pronged wooden fork. As soon as their jaws began to move a little more slowly, and their wolfish hunger was somewhat appeased, they began to talk. The conversation, as might be expected, turned on the dead girl. "Is it true," said a young shepherd, "is it true, though I cannot understand it, that our young mistress had traffic with evil spirits?" "Who, the young lady?" answered Dorosh, whose acquaintance the philosopher had already made in the kibitka. "Yes, she was a regular witch. I can swear that she was a witch. Hold your tongue, Dorosh! Exclaimed another, the one who, during the journey, had played the part of a consoler. We have nothing to do with that. May God be merciful to her. One ought not to talk of such things. But Dorosh was not at all inclined to be silent. He had just visited the wine cellar with the steward on important business, and having stooped 2 or 3 times over 1 or 2 casks, he had returned in a very cheerful and loquacious mood. "Why do you ask me to be silent?" he answered. "She has ridden on my own shoulders, I swear she has." "Say, uncle," asked the young shepherd, "are there signs by which to recognize a sorceress?" "No, there are not," answered Dorosh. "Even if you knew the Psalter by heart, you could not recognize one." "Yes, Dorosh, it is possible, don't talk such nonsense," retorted the former consoler. "It is not for nothing that God has given each some special peculiarity. The learned maintain that every witch has a little tail." "Every old woman is a witch," said a grey-headed Cossack quite seriously. "Yes, you are a fine lot," retorted the old woman who entered at that moment with a vessel full of fresh galookies. "You are great fat pigs." A self-satisfied smile played round the lips of the old Cossack whose name was Javtuk, when he found that his remark had touched the old woman on a tender point. The shepherd burst into such a deep and loud explosion of laughter as if 2 oxen were lowing together. This conversation excited in the philosopher a great curiosity, and a wish to obtain more exact information regarding the colonel's daughter. In order to lead the talk back to the subject, he turned to his next neighbor and said, "I should like to know why all the people here think that the young lady was a witch. Has she done harm to anyone, or killed them by witchcraft?" "Yes, there are reports of that kind," answered a man, whose face was as flat as a shovel. "Who does not remember the huntsman Mikita, or the—" "What has the huntsman Mikita got to do with it?" asked the philosopher. "Stop, I will tell you the story of Mikita," interrupted Dorosh. "No, I will tell it," said the groom, "for he was my godfather." "I will tell the story of Mikita," said Spirid. "Yes, yes, Spirid shall tell it," exclaimed the whole company, and Spirid began. "You, Mr. Philosopher Thomas, did not know Mikita. Ah! He was an extraordinary man. He knew every dog as though he were his own father. The present huntsman, Mikola, who sits 3 places away from me, is not fit to hold a candle to him, though good enough in his way, but compared to Mikita, he is a mere milksop." "You tell the tale splendidly," exclaimed Dorosh, and nodded as a sign of approval. Spirid continued. "He saw a hare in the field quicker than you can take a pinch of snuff. He only needed to whistle, 'Come here, Rasboy. Come here, Buzdraja,' and flew away on his horse like the wind, so that you could not say whether he went quicker than the dog or the dog than he. He could empty a quart pot of brandy in the twinkling of an eye. Ah! He was a splendid huntsman, only for some time he always had his eyes fixed on the young lady. Either he had fallen in love with her or she had bewitched him. In short, he went to the dogs. He became a regular old woman, yes, he became the devil knows what, it is not fitting to relate it." "Very good," remarked Dorosh. If the young lady only looked at him, he let the reins slip out of his hands, called Bravko instead of Rasboy, stumbled, and made all kinds of mistakes. One day when he was currycombing a horse, the young lady came to him in the stable. "Listen, Mikita," she said. "I should like for once to set my foot on you." And he, the booby, was quite delighted, and answered, "Don't only set your foot there, but sit on me altogether." The young lady lifted her white little foot, and as soon as he saw it, his delight robbed him of his senses. He bowed his neck, the idiot, took her feet in both hands, and began to trot about like a horse all over the place. Whither they went he could not say. He returned more dead than alive, and from that time he wasted away and became as dry as a chip of wood. At last someone coming into the stable one day found instead of him only a handful of ashes and an empty jug. He had burned completely out. But it must be said he was a huntsman such as the world cannot match. When Spirit had ended his tale, they all began to vie with one another in praising the deceased huntsman. "And have you heard the story of Chepchika?" asked Dorosh, turning to Thomas. "No." "Ha! Ha! One sees they don't teach you much in your seminary. Well, listen. We have here in our village a Cossack called Cheptown, a fine fellow. Sometimes indeed he amuses himself by stealing and lying without any reason, but he is a fine fellow for all that. His house is not far away from here. One evening, just about this time, Cheptown and his wife went to bed after they had finished their day's work. Since it was fine weather, Chepchika went to sleep in the courtyard, and Cheptown in the house. No. I mean Chepchika went to sleep in the house on a bench and Cheptown outside. No, Chepchika didn't go to sleep on a bench, but on the ground, interrupted the old woman who stood at the door. Dorosh looked at her, then at the ground, then again at her, and said after a pause, "If I tore your dress off your back before all these people, it wouldn't look pretty." The rebuke was effectual. The old woman was silent, and did not interrupt again. Dorosh continued. In the cradle which hung in the middle of the room lay a 1-year-old child. I do not know whether it was a boy or a girl. Chepchika had lain down, and heard on the other side of the door a dog scratching and howling loud enough to frighten anyone. She was afraid, for women are such simple folk that if one puts out one's tongue at them behind the door in the dark, their hearts sink into their boots. But, she thought to herself, I must give this cursed dog one on the snout to stop his howling. So she seized the poker and opened the door. But hardly had she done so than the dog rushed between her legs straight to the cradle. Then Chepchika saw that it was not a dog but the young lady. And if it had only been the young lady as she knew her it wouldn't have mattered, but she looked quite blue, and her eyes sparkled like fiery coals. She seized the child, bit its throat, and began to suck its blood. Chepchika shrieked, "Ah! My darling child," and rushed out of the room. Then she saw that the house door was shut and rushed up to the attic and sat there, the stupid woman, trembling all over. Then the young lady came after her and bit her too, poor fool. The next morning Cheptown carried his wife, all bitten and wounded, down from the attic, and the next day she died. Such strange things happen in the world. One may wear fine clothes, but that does not matter, a witch is and remains a witch. After telling his story, Dorosh looked around him with a complacent air, and cleaned out his pipe with his little finger in order to fill it again. The story of the witch had made a deep impression on all, and each of them had something to say about her. One had seen her come to the door of his house in the form of a hayrick. From others she had stolen their caps or their pipes, she had cut off the hairplates of many girls in the village, and drunk whole pints of the blood of others. At last the whole company observed that they had gossiped over their time, for it was already night. All looked for a sleeping place, some in the kitchen and others in the barn or the courtyard. "Now, Mr. Thomas, it is time that we go to the dead," said the grey-headed Cossack, turning to the philosopher. All four, Spirit, Dorosh, the old Cossack, and the philosopher, betook themselves to the church. Keeping off with their whips the wild dogs who roamed about the roads in great numbers and bit the sticks of passers-by in sheer malice. Although the philosopher had seized the opportunity of fortifying himself beforehand with a stiff glass of brandy, yet he felt a certain secret fear which increased as he approached the church, which was lit up within. The strange tales he had heard had made a deep impression on his imagination. They had passed the thick hedges and trees, and the country became more open. At last they reached the small enclosure round the church. Behind it there were no more trees, but a huge, empty plain dimly visible in the darkness. The three Cossacks ascended the steep steps with Thomas, and entered the church. Here they left the philosopher, expressing their hope that he would successfully accomplish his duties, and locked him in as their master had ordered. He was left alone. At first he yawned, then he stretched himself, blew on both hands, and finally looked round him. In the middle of the church stood the black bier. Before the dark pictures of saints burned the candles, whose light only illuminated the icons, and cast a faint glimmer into the body of the church, all the corners were in complete darkness. The lofty icons seemed to be of considerable age, only a little of the original gilt remained on their broken traceries, the faces of the saints had become quite black and looked uncanny. Once more the philosopher cast a glance around him. "Bother it," said he to himself. "What is there to be afraid about? No living creature can get in, and as for the dead and those who come from the other side, I can protect myself with such effectual prayers that they cannot touch me with the tips of their fingers. There is nothing to fear," he repeated, swinging his arms. "Let us begin the prayers." As he approached one of the side aisles, he noticed 2 packets of candles which had been placed there. "That is fine," he thought. "I must illuminate the whole church, till it is as bright as day. What a pity that one cannot smoke in it." He began to light the candles on all the wall brackets and all the candelabra, as well as those already burning before the holy pictures. Soon the whole church was brilliantly lit up. Only the darkness in the roof above seemed still denser by contrast, and the faces of the saints peering out of the frames looked as unearthly as before. He approached the bier, looked nervously at the face of the dead girl, could not help shuddering slightly, and involuntarily closed his eyes. What terrible and extraordinary beauty! He turned away and tried to go to one side, but the strange curiosity and peculiar fascination which men feel in moments of fear, compelled him to look again and again, though with a similar shudder. And in truth there was something terrible about the beauty of the dead girl. Perhaps she would not have inspired so much fear had she been less beautiful. But there was nothing ghastly or deathlike in the face, which wore rather an expression of life, and it seemed to the philosopher as though she were watching him from under her closed eyelids. He even thought he saw a tear roll from under the eyelash of her right eye, but when it was halfway down her cheek, he saw that it was a drop of blood. He quickly went into one of the stalls, opened his book, and began to read the prayers in a very loud voice in order to keep up his courage. His deep voice sounded strange to himself in the grave-like silence. It aroused no echo in the silent and desolate wooden walls of the church. "What is there to be afraid of?" he thought to himself. "She will not rise from her bier, since she fears God's word. She will remain quietly resting. Yes, and what sort of a Cossack should I be, if I were afraid? The fact is, I have drunk a little too much, that is why I feel so queer. Let me take a pinch of snuff. It is really excellent, first-rate." At the same time he cast a furtive glance over the pages of the prayer book towards the bier, and involuntarily he said to himself, "There. See. She is getting up. Her head is already above the edge of the coffin." But a death-like silence prevailed, the coffin was motionless, and all the candles shone steadily. It was an awe-inspiring sight, this church lit up at midnight, with the corpse in the midst, and no living soul near but one. The philosopher began to sing in various keys in order to stifle his fears, but every moment he glanced across at the coffin, and involuntarily the question came to his lips. Suppose she rose up after all? But the coffin did not move. Nowhere was there the slightest sound nor stir. Not even did a cricket chirp in any corner. There was nothing audible but the slight sputtering of some distant candle, or the faint fall of a drop of wax. Suppose she rose up after all? He raised his head. Then he looked round him wildly and rubbed his eyes. Yes, she was no longer lying in the coffin, but sitting upright. He turned away his eyes, but at once looked again, terrified, at the coffin. She stood up, then she walked with closed eyes through the church, stretching out her arms as though she wanted to see someone. She now came straight towards him. Full of alarm, he traced with his finger a circle round himself. Then in a loud voice he began to recite the prayers and formulas of exorcism which he had learnt from a monk who had often seen witches and evil spirits. She had almost reached the edge of the circle which he had traced, but it was evident that she had not the power to enter it. Her face wore a bluish tint like that of one who has been several days dead. Thomas had not the courage to look at her, so terrible was her appearance. Her teeth chattered and she opened her dead eyes, but as in her rage she saw nothing. She turned in another direction and felt with outstretched arms among the pillars and corners of the church in the hope of seizing him. At last she stood still, made a threatening gesture, and then lay down again in the coffin. The philosopher could not recover his self-possession, and kept on gazing anxiously at it. Suddenly it rose from its place and began hurtling about the church with a whizzing sound. At one time it was almost directly over his head. But the philosopher observed that it could not pass over the area of his charmed circle, so he kept on repeating his formulas of exorcism. The coffin now fell with a crash in the middle of the church, and remained lying there motionless. The corpse rose again. It had now a greenish-blue color, but at the same moment the distant crowing of a cock was audible, and it lay down again. The philosopher's heart beat violently, and the perspiration poured in streams from his face, but heartened by the crowing of the cock, he rapidly repeated the prayers. As the first light of dawn looked through the windows, there came a deacon in the grey-haired javtuk, who acted as sacristan, in order to release him. When he had reached the house, he could not sleep for a long time, but at last weariness overpowered him, and he slept till noon. When he awoke, his experiences of the night appeared to him like a dream. He was given a quart of brandy to strengthen him. At table he was again talkative and ate a fairly large sucking pig almost without assistance. But none the less he resolved to say nothing of what he had seen, and to all curious questions only returned the answer, yes, some wonderful things happened. The philosopher was one of those men who, when they have had a good meal, are uncommonly amiable. He lay down on a bench, with his pipe in his mouth, looked blandly at all, and expectorated every minute. But as the evening approached, he became more and more pensive. About supper-time nearly the whole company had assembled in order to play crapley. This is a kind of game of skittles, in which, instead of bowls, long staves are used, and the winner has the right to ride on the back of his opponent. It provided the spectators with much amusement. Sometimes the groom, a huge man, would clamber on the back of the swineherd, who was slim and short and shrunken. Another time the groom would present his own back, while Dorosh sprang on it shouting, "What a regular ox!" Those of the company who were more staid sat by the threshold of the kitchen. They looked uncommonly serious, smoked their pipes, and did not even smile when the younger ones went into fits of laughter over some joke of the groom or spirit. Thomas vainly attempted to take part in the game. A gloomy thought was firmly fixed like a nail in his head. In spite of his desperate efforts to appear cheerful after supper, fear had overmastered his whole being, and it increased with the growing darkness. "Now it is time for us to go, Mr. Student," said the grey-haired Cossack, and stood up with Dorosh. "Let us betake ourselves to our work." Thomas was conducted to the church in the same way as on the previous evening. Again he was left alone, and the door was bolted behind him. As soon as he found himself alone, he began to feel in the grip of his fears. He again saw the dark pictures of the saints in their gilt frames, and the black coffin, which stood menacing and silent in the middle of the church. "Never mind," he said to himself. "I am over the first shock. The first time I was frightened, but I am not so at all now, no, not at all." He quickly went into a stall, drew a circle round him with his finger, uttered some prayers and formulas for exorcism, and then began to read the prayers for the dead in a loud voice and with the fixed resolution not to look up from the book nor take notice of anything. He did so for an hour, and began to grow a little tired. He cleared his throat and drew his snuff-box out of his pocket, but before he had taken a pinch he looked nervously towards the coffin. A sudden chill shot through him. The witch was already standing before him on the edge of the circle, and had fastened her green eyes upon him. He shuddered, looked down at the book, and began to read his prayers and exorcisms aloud. Yet all the while he was aware how her teeth chattered, and how she stretched out her arms to seize him. But when he cast a hasty glance towards her, he saw that she was not looking in his direction, and it was clear that she could not see him. Then she began to murmur in an undertone, and terrible words escaped her lips, words that sounded like the bubbling of boiling pitch. The philosopher did not know their meaning, but he knew that they signified something terrible, and were intended to counteract his exorcisms. After she had spoken, a stormy wind arose in the church, and there was a noise like the rushing of many birds. He heard the noise of their wings and claws as they flapped against and scratched at the iron bars of the church windows. There were also violent blows on the church door, as if someone were trying to break it in pieces. The philosopher's heart beat violently. He did not dare to look up, but continued to read the prayers without a pause. At last there was heard in the distance the shrill sound of a cock's crow. The exhausted philosopher stopped and gave a great sigh of relief. Those who came to release him found him more dead than alive. He had leant his back against the wall, and stood motionless, regarding them without any expression in his eyes. They were obliged almost to carry him to the house. He then shook himself, asked for and drank a quart of brandy. He passed his hand through his hair and said, "There are all sorts of horrors in the world, and such dreadful things happen that," here he made a gesture as though to ward off something. All who heard him bent their heads forward in curiosity. Even a small boy, who ran on everyone's errands, stood by with his mouth wide open. Just then a young woman in a close-fitting dress passed by. She was the old cook's assistant, and very coquettish. She always stuck something in her bodice by way of ornament, a ribbon or a flower, or even a piece of paper if she could find nothing else. "Good day, Thomas," she said, as she saw the philosopher. "Dear me! What has happened to you?" she exclaimed, striking her hands together. "Well, what is it, you silly creature? Good heavens! You have grown quite grey." "Yes, so he has," said Spirid, regarding him more closely. "You have grown as grey as our old Javtuk." When the philosopher heard that, he hastened into the kitchen, where he had noticed on the wall a dirty, three-cornered piece of looking-glass. In front of it hung some forget-me-nots, evergreens, and a small garland, a proof that it was the toilette glass of the young coquette. With alarm he saw that it actually was as they had said, his hair was quite grizzled. He sank into a reverie. At last he said to himself, "I will go to the colonel, tell him all, and declare that I will read no more prayers. He must send me back at once to Kiev." With this intention he turned towards the doorsteps of the colonel's house. The colonel was sitting motionless in his room. His face displayed the same hopeless grief which Thomas had observed on it on his first arrival, only the hollows in his cheeks had deepened. It was obvious that he took very little or no food. A strange paleness made him look almost as though made of marble. "Good day," he said as he observed Thomas standing, cap in hand, at the door. "Well, how are you getting on? All right?" "Yes, sir, all right. Such hellish things are going on, that one would like to rush away as far as one's feet can carry one." "How so?" "Your daughter, sir. When one considers the matter, she is, of course, of noble descent, no one can dispute that, but don't be angry, and may God grant her eternal rest." "Very well. What about her?" "She is in league with the devil. She inspires one with such dread that all prayers are useless. Pray. Pray. It was not for nothing that she sent for you. My dove was troubled about her salvation, and wished to expel all evil influences by means of prayer. I swear, gracious sir, it is beyond my power. Pray. Pray," continued the colonel in the same persuasive tone. "There is only one night more, you are doing a Christian work, and I will reward you richly. However great your rewards may be, I will not read the prayers any more, sir," said Thomas in a tone of decision. "Listen, philosopher," said the colonel with a menacing air. "I will not allow any objections. In your seminary you may act as you like, but here it won't do. If I have you knouted, it will be somewhat different to the rector's canings. Do you know what a strong Kantchuk 41 is?" "Of course I do," said the philosopher in a low voice, a number of them together are insupportable. Yes, I think so too. But you don't know yet how hot my fellows can make it, replied the colonel threateningly. He sprang up, and his face assumed a fierce, despotic expression, betraying the savagery of his nature, which had been only temporarily modified by grief. After the first flogging they pour on brandy and then repeat it. Go away and finish your work. If you don't obey, you won't be able to stand again, and if you do, you will get 1,000 ducats. That is a devil of a fellow, thought the philosopher to himself, and went out. One can't trifle with him. But wait a little, my friend. I will escape you so cleverly, that even your hounds can't find me. He determined, under any circumstances, to run away, and only waited till the hour after dinner arrived, when all the servants were accustomed to take a nap on the hay in the barn, and to snore and puff so loudly that it sounded as if machinery had been set up there. At last the time came. Even Javdik stretched himself out in the sun and closed his eyes. Tremblingly, and on tiptoe, the philosopher stole softly into the garden, whence he thought he could escape more easily into the open country. This garden was generally so choked up with weeds that it seemed admirably adapted for such an attempt. With the exception of a single path used by the people of the house, the whole of it was covered with cherry trees, elder bushes, and tall heath thistles with fibrous red buds. All these trees and bushes had been thickly overgrown with ivy, which formed a kind of roof. Its tendrils reached to the hedge and fell down on the other side in snake-like curves among the small, wild field flowers. Behind the hedge which bordered the garden was a dense mass of wild heather, in which it did not seem probable that anyone would care to venture himself, and the strong, stubborn stems of which seemed likely to baffle any attempt to cut them. As the philosopher was about to climb over the hedge, his teeth chattered, and his heart beat so violently that he felt frightened at it. The skirts of his long cloak seemed to cling to the ground as though they had been fastened to it by pegs. When he had actually got over the hedge he seemed to hear a shrill voice crying behind him, "Whither? Whither?" He jumped into the heather and began to run, stumbling over old roots and treading on unfortunate moles. When he had emerged from the heather he saw that he still had a wide field to cross, behind which was a thick, thorny underwood. This, according to his calculation, must stretch as far as the road leading to Kiev, and if he reached it he would be safe. Accordingly he ran over the field and plunged into the thorny copse. Every sharp thorn he encountered tore a fragment from his coat. Then he reached a small open space. In the center of it stood a willow, whose branches hung down to the earth, and close by flowed a clear spring bright as silver. The first thing the philosopher did was to lie down and drink eagerly, for he was intolerably thirsty. "Splendid water," he said, wiping his mouth. "This is a good place to rest in." "No, better run farther, perhaps we are being followed," said a voice immediately behind him. Thomas started and turned. Before him stood Javdik. "This devil of a Javdik," he thought. "I should like to seize him by the feet and smash his hangdog face against the trunk of a tree." "Why did you go round such a long way?" continued Javdik. "You had much better have chosen the path by which I came, it leads directly by the stable. Besides, it is a pity about your coat. Such splendid cloth. How much did it cost an ell? Well, we have had a long enough walk, it is time to go home." The philosopher followed Javdik in a very depressed state. "Now the accursed witch will attack me in earnest," he thought. "But what have I really to fear? Am I not a Cossack? I have read the prayers for 2 nights already, with God's help I will get through the 3rd night also. It is plain that the witch must have a terrible load of guilt upon her, else the evil one would not help her so much." Feeling somewhat encouraged by these reflections, he returned to the courtyard and asked Dorosh, who sometimes, by the steward's permission, had access to the wine cellar, to fetch him a small bottle of brandy. The two friends sat down before a barn and drank a pretty large one. Suddenly the philosopher jumped up and said, "I want musicians. Bring some musicians." But without waiting for them he began to dance the tropak in the courtyard. He danced till tea time, and the servants, who, as is usual in such cases, had formed a small circle round him, grew at last tired of watching him, and went away saying, "By heavens! The man can dance." Finally the philosopher lay down in the place where he had been dancing, and fell asleep. It was necessary to pour a bucket of cold water on his head to wake him up for supper. At the meal he enlarged on the topic of what a Cossack ought to be, and how he should not be afraid of anything in the world. "It is time," said Javdik, "let us go." "I wish I could put a lighted match to your tongue," thought the philosopher. Then he stood up and said, "Let us go." On their way to the church, the philosopher kept looking round him on all sides, and tried to start a conversation with his companions, but both Javdik and Dorosh remained silent. It was a weird night. In the distance wolves howled continually, and even the barking of the dogs had something unearthly about it. "That doesn't sound like wolves howling, but something else," remarked Dorosh. Javdik still kept silence, and the philosopher did not know what answer to make. They reached the church and walked over the old wooden planks, whose rotten condition showed how little the lord of the manor cared about God and his soul. Javdik and Dorosh left the philosopher alone, as on the previous evenings. There was still the same atmosphere of menacing silence in the church, in the center of which stood the coffin with the terrible witch inside it. "I am not afraid, by heavens, I am not afraid," he said, and after drawing a circle round himself as before, he began to read the prayers and exorcisms. An oppressive silence prevailed. The flickering candles filled the church with their clear light. The philosopher turned one page after another, and noticed that he was not reading what was in the book. Full of alarm, he crossed himself and began to sing a hymn. This calmed him somewhat, and he resumed his reading, turning the pages rapidly as he did so. Suddenly in the midst of the sepulchral silence the iron lid of the coffin sprang open with a jarring noise, and the dead witch stood up. She was this time still more terrible in aspect than at first. Her teeth chattered loudly in her lips, through which poured a stream of dreadful curses, moved convulsively. A whirlwind arose in the church, the icons of the saints fell on the ground, together with the broken windowpanes. The door was wrenched from its hinges, and a huge mass of monstrous creatures rushed into the church, which became filled with the noise of beating wings and scratching claws. All these creatures flew and crept about, seeking for the philosopher, from whose brain the last fumes of intoxication had vanished. He crossed himself ceaselessly and uttered prayer after prayer, hearing all the time the whole unclean swarm rustling about him, and brushing him with the tips of their wings. He had not the courage to look at them. He only saw one uncouth monster standing by the wall, with long, shaggy hair and two flaming eyes. Over him something hung in the air which looked like a gigantic bladder covered with countless crabs' claws and scorpion stings, and with black clods of earth hanging from it. All these monsters stared about seeking him, but they could not find him, since he was protected by his sacred circle. "Bring the Vai, 42, bring the Vai," cried the witch. A sudden silence followed. The howling of wolves was heard in the distance, and soon heavy footsteps resounded through the church. Thomas looked up furtively and saw that an ungainly human figure with crooked legs was being led into the church. He was quite covered with black soil, and his hands and feet resembled knotted roots. He trod heavily and stumbled at every step. His eyelids were of enormous length. With terror, Thomas saw that his face was of iron. They led him in by the arms and placed him near Thomas's circle. "Raise my eyelids." "I can't see anything," said the Vai in a dull, hollow voice, and they all hastened to help in doing so. "Don't look," an inner voice warned the philosopher. But he could not restrain from looking. "There he is," exclaimed the Vai, pointing an iron finger at him, and all the monsters rushed on him at once. Struck dumb with terror, he sank to the ground and died. At that moment there sounded a cock's crow for the second time. The earth spirits had not heard the first one. In alarm they hurried to the windows and the door to get out as quickly as possible. But it was too late. they all remained hanging as though fastened to the door and the windows. When the priest came he stood amazed at such a desecration of God's house, and did not venture to read prayers there. The church remained standing as it was, with the monsters hanging on the windows and the door. Gradually it became overgrown with creepers, bushes, and wild heather, and no one can discover it now. When the report of this event reached Kiev, and the theologian Kolava heard what a fate had overtaken the philosopher Thomas, he sank for a whole hour into deep reflection. He had greatly altered of late. After finishing his studies he had become bell-ringer of one of the chief churches in the city, and he always appeared with a bruised nose, because the belfry staircase was in a ruinous condition. "Have you heard what has happened to Thomas?" said Tiberius Gorobets, who had become a philosopher and now wore a mustache. "Yes, God had appointed it so," answered the bell-ringer. "Let us go to the alehouse, we will drink a glass to his memory." The young philosopher, who, with the enthusiasm of a novice, had made such full use of his privileges as a student that his breeches and coat and even his cap reeked of brandy and tobacco, agreed readily to the proposal. "He was a fine fellow, Thomas," said the bell-ringer as the limping innkeeper set the third jug of beer before him. "A splendid fellow. And lost his life for nothing." "I know why he perished," said Gorobets, "because he was afraid. If he had not feared her, the witch could have done nothing to him. One ought to cross oneself incessantly and spit exactly on her tail, and then not the least harm can happen. I know all about it, for here, in Kiev, all the old women in the marketplace are witches." The bell-ringer nodded assent. But being aware that he could not say any more, he got up cautiously and went out, swaying to the right and left in order to find a hiding place in the thick steppe grass outside the town. At the same time, in accordance with his old habits, he did not forget to steal an old boot sole which lay on the alehouse bench.